Makati Productions present an original Star Wars story, Empire of Ashes, Fear, written by C.T. Hunger. The Battle of Endor is over. The Emperor is dead, or is he? All over the crumbling Empire, warships are vanishing mysteriously, as if an unseen hand were pulling them away. The Emperor's darkest associates feel the pull and the force, but not all of them are happy about it. While the rebellion grows into the New Republic, a shadowy battle is fought behind the scenes. Sarcev Quest, once the Emperor's right-hand man, enlists the help of the ambitious Royal Guardsman Carnor Jax in a desperate plan to keep the galaxy from falling back under Palpatine's sway. To succeed, they must outmaneuver not just Ysanne Isard, who rules Imperial Center with the spider's grip, but all the members of the Emperor's dark side elite who were startled out of hiding by his return, and perhaps most frighteningly, the prophets of the dark side who predicted Palpatine's death at Endor and seem to know everything that happens well before it does. From HoloNet propaganda to shapeshifter shenanigans, from the underlevels of Coruscant to the Citadel spire on Byss, the deadly game picks up momentum until it threatens to grind everyone involved into dust. Prologue. A Galaxy of Fear. 3 years after the Battle of Yavin. Help! A tinny voice sounded from the cockpit. Tash pushed herself forward through the shroud's corridor, her hair tangled from sleeping. Silently cursing the Imperial attack that had taken out their gravity generator, she grabbed the next handhold and slapped the release for the hatch. Help! Help! What's wrong, Devi? Tash asked the silver-plated research droid who was hanging from the ceiling, his feet mag-clamped to the only place that did not have any control switches or displays on it. What happened? I am merely translating the incoming message, DV9 said, indicating the blinking light on the communications console. It is a weak optical signal, not a standard distress call, but I believe. Where is it coming from? Tash asked, ducking under the droid's hanging frame and pulling herself into the co-pilot's chair. Is it another rebel ship? They had barely escaped from the ice world of Hoth when the Empire had attacked the rebel base there. Tash, her brother Zack, and their uncle Hul had joined the rebellion only a few weeks earlier, hoping to make a difference in the galaxy, but since then, it seemed that their troubles had only increased. What is it? A sleepy voice asked from behind her. It was Zack, his pajamas floating awkwardly around his lanky limbs. Have the Imperials found us? No, look. Tash pulled up the readings on the screen. It's another ship, but it doesn't seem to be coming from Hoth. And they're calling for help. It could be a trap, Zack cautioned, gliding down into the seat next to her and creasing his forehead in a deep frown. Can we see what kind of ship it is? Maybe if we turn on the active sensors. Do not activate the active sensors, their uncle's gravelly voice came from behind them, startling them both. If you do, the Imperials will detect us here for sure. Remember that we are only alive because we managed to play dead, and we don't know how much of the Imperial fleet is still in the system. But we can't just leave them out there, Tash protested. Imagine if it was us calling for help. The signal is getting weaker, DV9 informed them. Based on the red shift in the optical rays, I anticipate that the source will be moving behind the sun of the system, and thus out of our reach, within 9 to 10 minutes. Can we send a reply? Tash asked. To find out more about. Do not send a reply, Uncle Hul cut her off. Zack, get out of my chair. But Uncle. Shh, let me think. Hul bent over the navigation console, frowning deeply. There, this could work. DV, if you would check this for me, please. The droid bent over the astrogation chart. With all due respect, Master Hul, this does seem rather risky. If we are off by even half an arc second, we could fall into the sun. But it could work, Zack said, looking over Hul's shoulder. Let's do it, Tash agreed. A minute later, they were down in the airlock, despite DV's protests. This spacesuit is getting smaller, Tash commented as she checked her seals. No, you're just getting bigger. Zack put on his helmet and turned to Tash, who laughed. His eyes still barely reached the bottom of the faceplate, the same way Tash's had only a few months ago. Don't worry, she said, patting him on the shoulder. You'll get your growth spurts too. Ready. Uncle Hool's voice sounded through the comm. Tash clicked her own helmet in place. It fit perfectly now. Ready? She and Zach said at the same time. Remember, you have to stop after exactly 2 minutes and 8 seconds. No more, no less, Hool reminded them. And if you spot any Imperial ships, break off. We know, Uncle Hool. Good luck, then. Behind them, the inner airlock whirred shut, and a moment later, the outer one opened like a wide dark eye. Tash had never liked being in space like this, with only a thin layer of plastic between her and the vacuum. It made her feel how big space really was, and how easy it was to get lost somewhere in that endless black void. The little bubbles of ships and planetary atmospheres that were hospitable to humans seemed so insignificant compared to this deadly enormity. Tash, her brother asked, "You ready?" She said, quickly planting her feet where Uncle Hool had told them to and mag clamping them in place. "Yeah. Now. Take my hand." Linking their hands through the bulky suit felt awkward, but it still helped pull her out of the black eternity and back into reality. "On my mark," Zach said, squinting at the display inside his helmet. 3, 2, 1, go. With the press of their hands, they activated their suit's maneuvering thrusters. Pressurized gas hissed out of the top of their EV backpacks, pushing them down against the shroud's hull, and, because they were standing firm, slowly pushing the drifting starship down towards the sun. The acceleration was slow at first, hopefully slow enough not to show up on any Imperial sensors as more than the drift of a piece of wreckage. Activating their sublight engines would light up the sensor board of any Star Destroyer near the system, but the cold release of gases from their suits was almost imperceptible except from up close. At least in theory. Still, Tash kept nervously scanning the darkness all around them for signs of a ship, a TIE fighter, or even the ominous triangle of a Star Destroyer. "Gosh, this is slow," Zach complained next to her. He had placed his feet wide apart on the hull for balance, like a fighter in a grav boxing arena. "You know you don't have to push the ship down with your knees though, right?" she said, smiling at her little brother's intensity. "Sure feels like I have too," he grunted. "How are we ever going to catch up with them this way?" He got his answer soon enough. At first it was hard to tell without a point of reference. The planet Hoth was barely a speck in the distance, and the Imperial blockade surrounding it invisible at this distance, but by the time Hool told them to switch off their thrusters, they could feel the acceleration in their limbs. "It's like we're riding the ship down towards the sun," Zach said, his eyes shining with excitement now. "How much faster do you think we'll?" "Exponentially faster," Uncle Hool advised over the comm. "Fast enough to rip you out of your mag boots unless you get back in here in the next 1.5 minutes. "Oh, shame," Zach said. "Come on then, Tash. But Tash was not paying attention. She was staring towards the sun of the Hoth system, the sun, and the ship that was drifting behind it. She could feel it now through the Force, getting stronger with every second they closed in on it. And what she felt was pain. Pain that invaded every fiber of her body. Pain so deep it threatened to overwhelm her, even at this distance. She dimly felt her brother pulling at her hand, heard him shouting her name, then everything went black. They got her back into the ship just in time, thanks to DV's help in figuring out how to deactivate her mag boots remotely. She was still unconscious when they pulled alongside the ship that had sent the distress signal. Hool and Zach had strapped her into the co-pilot's chair for safekeeping. The ship looked like a box sitting atop a huge X of dursteel girders, with the engines mounted at the ends of the cross. "It's the cockpit module of a cargo hauler," Hool explained. "Usually there would be containers fastened to the cross, up to 20 of them." "Maybe they were attacked by pirates," Zach speculated. "DV, are they still broadcasting the distress signal?" "Yes. It is still only that one word, help, help, help." "All right, enough," Hool shut him up. "There are some status lights still visible along their flank, so their generators should still be up, but I can't see inside. They must have closed the bulkheads in front of the viewport." He got up from his seat with an abruptness that nearly made him slam his head into the ceiling due to the lack of gravity. "I'll have to go over there and see what's wrong." Suddenly Tash stirred in her seat. No, she groaned. Her voice sounded strained, and like it came from a long distance away. Don't go there. What? Zach and Hool said simultaneously. Tash, are you all right? Zach added. No, she ground out between clenched teeth. I feel the people in there, 3 of them, I think. You feel them? Through the Force. Zach had always been a little jealous of his sister's connection to the Force, even after he had found out that he was a little Force sensitive himself. But in this moment, he did not envy her at all. Something, Tash broke off and let out a sudden wail, digging her fingers into her messy hair. Zach pulled himself closer and grabbed her wrists on instinct. He wanted to help her, but he just did not know how. The transmission has stopped, Devi said. It seems they are no longer calling for help. Zach pressed his forehead against his sister's, as if he could read her thoughts this way. His legs were drifting awkwardly above the controls, but he didn't care. Tash, he whispered. Come back. She abruptly opened her eyes, and the fear Zach could see in them cut deep into his heart. Something is eating them, she murmured. From inside. And it knows we're here. It's looking forward to a fresh meal. I must point out again, DV9 said, that I am hardly qualified for this mission. I am a research droid, not a search and rescue specialist. Why? The Cybot HRR series was developed over decades to serve just that single yet delicate purpose. We don't have any retrieval droids, Hool said curtly as he fastened the final strap of the EV pack around DV's abdomen. And your most important qualification here is that you don't have any flesh for whatever it is over there to chew on. Before the droid could protest again, Hool maneuvered his floating metal form into the airlock. Treat it as a research expedition, he said before activating the lock. Who knows what you will find over there? That is hardly Ria's, DV9 began, but he was cut off by the swoosh of the air being sucked out into space. Moments later, the silver droid was tumbling through space between the 2 small ships. Zach and Tash watched from the cockpit as he stabilized using the backpack thrusters, just in time before hitting the hull of the freighter. When the droid started fumbling with the hatch, Zach turned to look at his sister. How are you holding up? I think I've managed to shut them out, at least a little, she said. Her eyes were puffy and red from crying, a stark contrast with her unnaturally pale face. Or maybe they are just getting weaker, dying, she added darkly. Let's just wait what DV finds out. Okay. The droid had gotten the hatch open now, and was clumsily climbing inside. Should I do your hair in the meanwhile? Tash looked up at him. Would you? Sure. Zach pushed himself away from the console to get a hair band, careful not to flip any switches. They listened to DV's broadcast while Zach was busy taming his sister's hair. The emergency lights are on, as is minimal life support. No artificial gravity. From the debris floating around, it looks like the ship was a family operation. There are toys, some kind of model spacecraft, hair. Hair? Zach asked. Does that mean there are children aboard? Hool said from behind him. Just a strand of blonde hair with, there seems to be some skin attached to it, the droid said, to Zach's horror. Most likely human. The crew, DV, Hool reminded him. Where are the people? I am moving towards the cockpit, Master Hool. My heat sensors indicate, oh my. What is it, DV? Zach asked, his heart pounding furiously. What do you see? I found the crew, the droid said, his voice steady as only a droid's could be. It is indeed a family of 3. Or I should say, it was. A mother with boy and girl about your age, Masters Aranda, and they're all dead. No, Tash said soundlessly. It seems they only died very recently though, DV went on. Their bodies are still losing heat. And there is some odd movement. DV, watch out. Tash called. They're still alive. I assure you, their body temperature. Not the people. Tash had sat up straight in her seat, so that Zach had to let go of her half-finished braid. The things inside them. DV's only reply was a terrified screech. They watched the video from DV9's camera multiple times while the droid drifted along outside the ship. Divi had plugged his data cable into a jack on the shroud's exterior. They had not wanted to risk a transmission beyond the narrowband audio feed with the Imperial still snooping around the system. But they had also agreed not to let Divi back into the shroud before they knew exactly what had killed the Keefs. Because that, Divi had found out by going through the ship's logs, was the name of the family that had owned it, and had died on it. Melia Keef, her daughter Laura and her son Pamine out of Caduceus Chorios in the Meridian sector. They're a long way from home, Hool said. Apparently their nav computer was damaged in the pirate attack that cost them their cargo, DV9 supply via the cable connection. It seems they were trying to get to Talcine or somewhere further forward. Instead they ended up here, Hool finished, his Shiido eyes narrowing suspiciously. Halfway across the galaxy. After a months-long series of increasingly erratic hyperspace jumps, eventually their hyperdrive motivator must have burned out somewhere around. Tash stopped listening. She was watching the video, the one that showed what remained of the Keef family after their lonely Odyssey. Space was so big, she thought again, and there were so many ways for people to get lost in the voids between stars, and yet trouble and terror always seemed to find her, and Zach, and their Uncle Hool. Like it had found the Keefs wherever they'd been going. They had embraced in the moment of death, apparently. It looked almost peaceful, the way they were floating there in the cramped cockpit, a bundle of quickly draining human warmth, that is, until their skin began to boil. They were waiting, Tash said weakly, referring to the small creatures that were burrowing out of the corpse's skin on the screen. They were biding their time inside them, carefully keeping their hosts alive for as long as they could. It was only when they felt us coming, when they sensed new potential hosts in the vicinity, that they finished them. They ate them? Zach asked, his face a mask of terror. Drained them of their life force, Tash nodded. Sucked them dry. Zach shuddered. It is odd, Divi commented, but the progression of the illness you describe, together with the symptoms I witnessed, Tash almost thought she could hear a tremor in the droid's voice at that. All sound curiously similar to a plague that wiped out most of Meridian Sector centuries ago. Nonsense, Divi, Hool cut the droid off irritably. The Death Seed plague had nothing to do with parasites. You would do better to figure out how we can get you conclusively sterilized, you and the Keef's needle both. The ship, as well, Divi asked. But Master Hool, what do you plan to do with a dilapidated cargo hauler such as this? Hool, who had been watching and rewatching the video on his own datapad, pushed himself further into the cockpit and turned the screen so it could be seen by Tash and Zach and DV9, who was floating just outside the window. Fix the hyperdrive, he said, pointing out a small segment of a still image that he had highlighted and magnified. And then go to Paradise. They connected the shroud to the Keef's needle by 2 lines, 1 tether, and 1 data cable that Divi plugged into the external access port, moving even more gingerly than usual as if afraid the ship might hurt him if he even got too close. He took cover on the far side of the shroud after that, while Zach went to work slicing into the freighter's computer systems. They were easily breached, to his relief. The next step was harder. Goodbye, Melia Keef, Tash said, taking her brother's hand. Goodbye, Laura. Goodbye, Pamine. Zach activated the airlock override. It took some time for all the loose junk floating around inside the boxy ship to blow out of the hole, and at the distance, he was not even sure if he actually saw the bodies, but eventually Divi's sensors confirmed that the Keef's needle was empty of anything that had not been tied down. They watched the small cloud of debris drifting towards the sun until their eyes hurt. And good riddance, creepy flesh parasites, Zach mumbled. Then he deactivated the needle-S reactor shielding, and for the next hour, they simply watched the readouts on their screens showing the ship bathing in radiation. That should do it, Uncle Hool finally said. Divi, do you feel up to going back in now? It is not a question of feelings, Master Hool, the droid said. It was a question of risk. As to your question, I am indeed ready to go in as soon as Master Aranda reactivates the reactor shield. This time, Divi took the cable with him so they could watch his progress through the ship. It looked the same way it felt through the Force now, empty. Empty of life, whether human or parasitic or bacterial, and empty of almost anything the Keefs had owned. Except for the tokens. They were still stuck to the view screen where Hool had spotted them in DV's first recording, held in place by a telltale blob of purple glue. "Don't even try pulling them off," Hool told the droid over the comm. "That's Cavalga resin. Meridian spacers love this stuff. Gets near unbreakable once it's dry, but sprinkle a bit of snack fruit juice on it and it goes soft as putty." "Do we have any snack fruit juice?" Zach asked. "Not yet, but we will get some." Uncle Hool rose out of his seat and stretched, the tension of the last few hours visibly falling off him. "The two of you will need time to prepare anyway." Tash felt a strange pulling in her heart as they put on their spacesuits and crossed over to the ship that was going to be their new home. While Zach and their uncle went to work on the hyperdrive, she made her way through the family's living quarters and into the cockpit. The tokens were square and surprisingly thick pieces of yellow Duraplast, each about as large as her palm. They looked identical except for the serial numbers engraved on the side, but Tash knew that each of them contained an unforgeable identity chip containing the name and personal details of its owner. There were 3 tokens, one for each of the Keefs. The Orabesh letter Peth was inscribed twice on each of them, once mirrored and once the right way around. Nobody was completely sure what it meant. Some said it was short for Palpatine's property, but most people just assumed that it stood for the place the tokens allowed you to go. Paradise Planet. Everyone in the Empire knew about the lottery, but up until that point Tash had always assumed it was merely another one of the Emperor's propaganda tools. What better way to stifle discontent than to tell anyone they, too, had the chance to escape it all, to go live on the fabled and top-secret Paradise world. According to the stories spread by Carnor, the Empire's ideology wing, lots were drawn randomly from the lists of all registered, law-abiding Imperial citizens. The winners were allowed to opt out, but few did, if the HoloNet reports were to be believed. Millions of common people from all over the galaxy, it was said, had already taken the chance and gone to Paradise, a planet so beautiful the Empire kept its location secret so it could never be touched by strife or war. Of course Tash, along with her brother and Uncle Hool, suspected there was more to this than the Carnor-controlled media let on. When Hool had recognized the tokens in the video, he had immediately understood that this might be the best chance they, or the entire Rebel Alliance, would ever have to find out the truth about this mystery world. Atmosphere restored, Davy called from where he was working on the utility spine of the ship. Heating restored. Stand by for gravity. Tash quickly reached for a handhold and planted her feet on the floor. Something clattered, and Tash heard Zach curse back in the engine room, but to her, the feeling of weight and direction actually came as a relief after all this floating around. She took off her gloves first, feeling the cool air on her skin, then her helmet and the rest of the bulky suit. Stretching, she pulled her long blonde braid over her shoulder, stroking it for what might be the last time. Laura Keefe had worn her hair short, like most spacers, and Tash would have to become Laura Keefe. Tash. Her brother's voice called twice, once through the comm in the spacesuit and once through the air. "We could use your help back here." "Sure. Wait a second." On instinct, Tash reached out to touch the token that had belonged to Laura. It was hers now, her ticket to the best-kept mystery in the Empire. The shudder that went through her when her fingertips brushed across the letters engraved in it was deeper and more full of foreboding than anything she had ever felt. And that was that laughter in the back of her head. A mad cackle, like spines cracking. "Tash." Zach called again. "Right? Sorry." She pulled her fingers back with an effort of will, staring at them as if expecting them to be burned. "I'm coming." Whatever was waiting for them at the end of their journey, she told herself to still her beating heart. She would not have to face it alone. Zach would be there with her, and together they could get through anything. But still the dark laughter would not stop echoing through her bones. Chapter 1. Paradise Planet. 8 months after the Battle of Endor. Anger. It was the first thing the Emperor felt when he awoke, and he embraced it. He was floating, immersed in a green liquid, semi-organic tubes running into his mouth and nostrils, pulsating softly. He ripped them out with an impatient gesture, embracing the pain in his throat as well. Pain was nothing, a mere side effect of being alive. Alive. He gathered his anger to himself. Anger at Vader, the weakling, who had turned traitor in the moment of their greatest triumph. Anger at Vader's son, who could have surpassed his father in strength but instead chose to suffer rather than strike him down. His anger was strong enough to shatter the glass wall of his cloning tank. It would have shattered the walls of the room as well, the Citadel, even the thin crust of the planet it stood on, but he preserved it. Anger, the Emperor knew, was a valuable resource. It grew as one held onto it. It festered, fermented, and grew in intensity until, in the hands of the wise, it could tear through the very fabric of reality. The Emperor stood, green slime dripping from his limbs and chin. Oh, he had much to be angry about. A whole empire of failures and incompetence. A galaxy filled to the brim with fools. He would deal with them later. First he had to take possession of his home. The Citadel that Palpatine had commissioned as his private retreat was not so much a building as a needle of hardened ceramics and durasteel, stuck as deep into the planet as it rose above it. At its very bottom, heat-resistant tubes and feelers tapped into the liquid mantle, feeding magma and energy into the laboratory caverns above. And when the Emperor stepped out on his highest terrace to survey his dominion, he stood so far above the atmosphere that he could see it curving away in the distance, clouds glinting near the Terminator, where the sunlight gave way to night, and 2 of the planet's 5 moons rising beyond its hazy edge. Inside that thin layer of breathable gases below him, hundreds of millions of people were living, breathing, and dying, but at this moment, the Emperor did not spare them even a single thought. They were part of the infrastructure, not any more worthy of his attention than the food processors or the turbolifts. Instead, Palpatine threw back the cowl of the black robe he had donned and raised his head to look towards the stars. They were his, all of them, whether the people circling them realized it or not. He had chosen the planet of Byss as his retreat, not because of his warm and stable climate, nor even for his seclusion here in the deep core, where newborn stars and merging stellar clusters were whipping up spacetime into a near impassable froth. He was the Emperor. He could have hidden any world from view if he so chose. He had selected Byss because from here, he could take in almost the whole of his dominion with the sweep of his head. Lesser beings than him would have been dazzled by the abundance of light from the masses of stars nearby, but Palpatine knew them for the pinpricks they really were. His senses stretched out through the vast gulfs between them to touch the lives bustling beyond. Trillions upon trillions of beings, each with their own parochial dreams and goals, flitting about in ignorance from Kakash to Lodorvia, from Bastion to Bakura. Once, Palpatine had tried to rule them all. He chuckled now at his youthful idealism. They did not deserve to be ruled. This time, he was going to consume them. Chapter 2. Scattered Limbs. Sarcev Quest strolled through the corridors of the Imperial Palace, desperately trying to think of anything but murder. Your thoughts betray you, he'd heard Palpatine say often enough, and standing next to his throne, watching his enemies crumble before him, it had always been clear to Quest that this was not a trick. But just now he had felt the Emperor, who should have been dead for 8 months, invade his own mind for the first time, and it chilled him to the bone. Think of anything. Anything else? He made himself focus on his surroundings. The palace felt empty these days. Back before Endor, the Grand Corridor would have been bustling with activity even at this time of night. Now there were only a couple of concubines favored by members of the ruling council lounging under a chala tree, their voices drawing ripples on the bark, and a confused aide carrying datapads back and forth. Sure, the ruling council was making more noise than ever. Ysanne Isard was spinning her webs of intrigue from her new office up in the main tower, and the old factotum Ars Danger was probably sitting in an office somewhere, busily trying to keep things together on the administrative front. But most of the mobs had withdrawn their representatives to the territories they controlled. There was even talk of them forming their own governing body to sideline the ruling council altogether, and more traitors like Admiral Banjir were taking their assets to join the various warlords splintering off from the Empire. Even Ragonda, who had known no home but the palace since her teenage years, had absconded to parts unknown, taking Irek with her. Oddly, Quest realized, It was the children he missed the most. While they had been a nuisance more often than not, especially after that Palpatine's brat had discovered the crawl spaces behind the walls and shown them to Irek, they also struck him as a symbol of stability. The Imperial Palace might have been the most dangerous place in the galaxy, as Lord Vader had once famously said, but as long as children lived there, it could not be completely hellish. The children were gone now, and this hell was getting hotter by the minute. Quest lengthened his strides, biting down on the dark thoughts that were bubbling up inside him again. As if Isard's constant surveillance wasn't bad enough, now he had to avoid even thinking treachery. How was a man supposed to work like this? His path cut right into the center of the Imperial Palace, to a place everybody knew existed but that did not show up on any of the maps. Most called it the Imperial Sanctum, but recently some members of the ruling council had been referring to it as Pestige's lair instead. A single royal guard was posted next to the entrance, clad all in crimson except for a black hem at the bottom of his robes and the black painted faceplate. Carnor Jax, Quest greeted him, observing the guard closely. Was it possible he had felt the same thing Quest had? I need to see Pestige. The Grand Vizier asked not to be disturbed. Jax replied, but he did not raise his weapon. Instead, he seemed to be studying Quest with the same intensity the other was him. This was the crucible, Quest realized, suddenly wishing he had brought his lightsaber. This night would decide all of their futures. I would think, he said carefully, the Grand Vizier is quite disturbed already. It is, shall we say, an exceptional situation. Carnor Jax inclined his head. That it is. So he knows. What will the Grand Vizier see it the same way? Only one way to find out. True. The guard touched the tip of his lance to a spot on the wall, and the door eased open. Behind it was not so much a room as a wide shaft, its depth emphasized by white fluted columns along its walls. Steps ran down from the door to a long platform that stretched all the way to the center of the shaft, where it seemed to hover in midair. This had been Palpatine's meditation chamber. Now it housed a deranged clown. The man who thought he was Saint Pestige stood at the very end of the platform, hunched over a hologram. He flinched and turned his head at the sound of Quest's footsteps. I said is less than he snarled at him from under his purple hood. I was not to be disturbed. My apologies, Grand Vizier, Quest said without breaking his stride. It is urgent. Pestige squirmed like a cornered hive rat. Is it the council? Are they moving against me? Isard promised. The council is sleeping. Quest cast a glance at the hologram, which showed the tactical situation in the Heveral sector, where the rebels were making an advance. So he has no idea. Then what? Pestige retreated to the edge of the platform as Quest closed in on him. I've been wanting to do this for a while, Quest said, and pushed him down. Pestige screeched as he fell, his purple robes flapping around him. When he neared the bottom of the shaft, Quest jumped in after him. While everyone in the Imperial court knew about the sanctum, no one except a select few knew that the bottom of this shaft, running straight down the geometric center of the palace, was the only entrance to a set of chambers hidden underground. Those were marked on the maps, but as irradiated cooling caverns for the supplementary reactor, ensuring no one would ever try to venture there. Winds ripped at Quest's clothes, but soon enough he was caught in the gentle embrace of a repulsor field. It slowed him down just enough to land gently next to Pestige, who was gathering himself up huffing and fuming with indignation. What is this? He demanded. Your birthplace, Quest said. Come on. This way. He could have gone alone, but he wanted to be sure no traps had been installed since he'd last been here, and to keep an eye on the notoriously unstable Grand Vizier. Pushing the man ahead of him, he made his way past a number of doorways marked with Sith symbols, the Chamber of Learning, the Chamber of Weapons, and so forth, until they reached the one called the Chamber of Life. It housed 6 cloning cylinders, 3 to each side. 4 of them were empty. One held a middle-aged woman with black and white hair, and the last one was dark, the liquid inside it cloudy rather than shining with a faint green light like the others. Quest breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Pestige, who was looking around in bewilderment. Is that Isard? He asked, pointing at the floating woman. Her clone, Quest said. The one behind her was yours. You were decanted early, though, hence he made an unflattering gesture at the clone's head, the side effects. The real Sate Pestage had hauled jets right after Endor to try and find the Emperor's spirit, which he'd been convinced must have survived somewhere out there. Quest had not shared his optimism, but he had promised to prop up Pestage's clone for the duration. Seems like your original succeeded after all, he told the clone, who was still sputtering. I guess that makes you obsolete. Without waiting for a reply, he shoved the wizened old man back up the corridor, then pulled him along as the repulsors automatically reversed to help them float up to the platform. With a casual wipe of his hand, he erased the Grand Vizier's memory of the last few minutes, then strode away from him without looking back. Pestage was irrelevant. Palpatine had returned, on Byss, most likely, unless he had other secret haunts Quest didn't know, and there was no telling what he would do, how many people were aware of his return, and when he would intrude into Quest's mind again. He would have to adjust his plans accordingly, and he would have to be very, very careful. A few kilometers due south and up, Ambassador Sadia Pindari was entertaining guests from Sarish who had never before seen a city larger than the skyhook they were in. Standing in the transparent steel observation bubble attached to the belly of the floating platform, they were so entranced by the dancing lights of Coruscant sky traffic that they barely noticed their host faltering for a moment before he caught himself. Handing his bulb of elbow to a serving droid hovering next to him, he looked across the bright mess of the cityscape towards the horizon. They said that it was never truly night on Coruscant, which also meant you could never properly see the stars, but then, Sadie's perception was not limited to his human senses. He could feel them out there, burning, and one in particular, burning brighter than all the others. Not a star. A man. The man. His master? If you will excuse me for a moment, he told his guests. They bowed, wide-eyed and blithely ignorant of the cosmic event that had just happened far away. I need to schedule a journey. That night, Mara Jade had gone to bed without fear for the first time in a long while. Granted, it was not much of a bed, more like a piece of industrial foam under a tarp outside a warehouse. And sure, one reason she'd fallen asleep so quickly had been sheer exhaustion after battling yet another hunter sent by Isard to recapture her, some Sith witch this time, who had taken her lightsaber but then suddenly broken off the attack as if confused. Mara had watched her leave the planet before rejoining the swoop gang she had joined to stay afloat here in Duelis. But more importantly, she'd been able to close her eyes that night without fearing the dream. It had been coming less and less often since she had destroyed the Black Nebula base at Kayaks, fulfilling her master's last command. That is, the last command the Emperor had given her in person. The reprieve lasted until the early hours of local morning. Mara's scream echoed all across the suburbs, startling the urban wildlife and most of the squatters, gangsters and thrill-seekers there. Those who did not know Mara waited if there was more to come, then turned over when there wasn't, one hand or flipper on their blaster just in case. Those who did know her also knew better than to bother her. By the time she was finally awake, bathed in sweat, Mara was all but ready to put her lightsaber to her temple and press the activation switch. The dream had never been as strong, as hateful since the day of Endor, and it had almost destroyed her then. But her lightsaber was not there. The Sith woman had ripped it from her hand with her light whip, then taken it with her as she ascended to the sky. And Mara knew that she would not have done it anyway. As much as she tried not to, she knew. Mara Jade, the dead Emperor's hand, could not die by her own hand until that too was accomplished. You will kill Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker was on holiday. He had resisted, at first. With the war against the Empire raging on multiple fronts, external threats like the SS Siruak or the Nagai trying to take advantage of the confusion, and the responsibility of restoring the Jedi Order resting on his shoulders, this was no time for him to take a break, he had insisted. But Mon Mothma had been adamant, and Leia had done her part to help change his mind. You told me fear and hate lead to the dark side, she said, but looking at you, I'd almost think exhaustion could do the job as well. We will need you at your full strength for the coming challenges, Mon Mothma had added. For now, you can leave the war to Akbar and Nance and the rest of the fleet. And so he had come here, to the derelict temple of the Woolamander deep in the jungles of Yavin Ivy. With only R2-D2 for company, he had spent most of the day meditating. In between, he had practiced his telekinesis skills by clearing some of the loose rubble out of the temple. Now he was sleeping on a bed of rushes in one of the cleared-out passages, watched over faithfully by his R2. R2-D2 agreed with the women that his master sorely needed rest. He had seen firsthand what could happen to a human as a result of constant stress and trauma. So he had asked a friendly MD droid at the headquarters to supply him with some medication which, in that droid's expert opinion, would help Master Luke relax in case he did not manage by himself. Luke Skywalker stirred in his sleep. That in itself was not unusual, but R2 put himself a state of heightened preparedness just in case. When the Jedi started to tense up, twitch, and draw in a desperate breath as if drowning, R2 was ready. Extending one manipulator arm, he planted a diffusion syringe right in the center of his master's forehead, releasing a dose of soporific chemicals directly through his skull into his brain. The MD unit must have calculated right, R2 concluded as Luke's body relaxed instantly and settled back into the rushes. His pulse dipped a little, but not much more than expected, then stabilized as the normal human sleeping pattern reasserted itself. The success of the Astromech's intervention was confirmed the next morning. R2, Luke said, stretching, did anything unusual happen overnight? I had the strangest dream. R2 twittered a colorful curse that his master, in his usual obliviousness, interpreted as an expression of sympathy. There was the shadow of half a moon, he went on, and someone gave me a third eye and said the Emperor had returned. He shook his head. I don't suppose you know what any of this could mean, right, R2? Bantha droppings, R2 replied. The next time, he decided, he would ask the MD for a stronger dose. Veldorian the Hutt's tail twitched slightly, more in amusement than surprise. Pause, he told the slave reading to him. It was a spicy scene, too good to spoil with thoughts of other things. There was a tang to the spirit that had touched him, a complex flavor that needed time and focus to properly savor. That it was Palpatine, the upstart, there could be no doubt. His essence smelled somewhat fresher than the stink of his that had pervaded the galaxy up until a few months ago. A clone, then, or a host body of some sort. Some shreds of the chaos beyond still clung to him, but they were quickly being washed away by his anger. And the place, darkness the size of a planet, with the frosting of cheap contentment. So Ashgad was right. The paradise planet of the much-vaunted Imperial lottery was indeed Palpatine's secret retreat. City Ashgad, the senator the Emperor had banished to this place, had guessed as much, and tried to poison his enemy's paradise using his newfound mastery over the Death Seed Plague. And failed, apparently. Veldorian considered telling him. It would be interesting to see which won over, Ashgad's disappointment that the Drachas had never reached the planet, or his excitement at getting another chance to strike at his old rival. He decided to wait. Ashgad's passions were an entertainment best enjoyed at the appropriate moment, just like the book his slave with the sweet voice had read to him. Put it away, he told her. We will resume another time. He slid down from the dais he had been resting on into the crystalline light. I have much to ponder. Look, Zack said, pointing up at the tower. Lightning. Again? A few of the adults at the picnic turned to follow his gaze. The children mostly kept playing. Nothing to worry about, their old neighbor Jorn told them. Happens once in a while, but it never goes anywhere else. You hear that? Tash told the baby sitting on her brother's arm. We're quite safe. The little girl chuckled when Tash tickled her chin. She was growing up so quickly, Tash thought. It almost reminded her of Epin, the baby they had found in an egg on the planet Kiva that had grown to the size of a giant in the space of a single day. But Epin had been a genetic experiment by the evil Borbrigmasgog, while little T here was a fruit of love. She smiled and kissed the baby on the nose, eliciting more giggles. It's probably just static discharges, this high up, Zack mused. The tower stretched so far into the sky, it seemed to touch the stars when you looked up at it in one of the warm nights Tash loved so much. Or is a lightning rod, Arlene suggested next to her, built to make sure we never have to be afraid down here. Some of the other parents muttered their agreement, praising the wisdom of those who had built this place. The children, once again, did not care. They played tag in the meadow, romped around in the cushioned fruit pit, or climbed the sloped walls of the soft glass castle without a care in the world. Tash stroked her belly and smiled at her brother. Zack, too, had grown into a handsome young man more quickly than she would have thought possible. But then, maybe the life here on Paradise Planet was just so wonderful you hardly noticed as time passed. Another flash lit up the tower, strangely beautiful in front of the darkening sky. "No," Ysanne Isard screamed inwardly. "I will not fall for you. I will not." "Grand Admiral," a man's voice said somewhere near him. A living voice, at least, but still too close. "Grand Admiral Isard. Are you?" Ysanne lashed out, the back of his hand connecting with something fleshy an instant before his eyes snapped open. Durasteel beams arranged in triangles, faintly lit from the crew pits. Huge swirls of iridescent gases, seemingly frozen in time, beyond the triangles. Closer, Petty Officer Sorrel writhing on the deck, cradling his cheek. "Do not get close to me," he growled at the faces gaping up at him from the crew pits. "We are under attack. I am under attack." People had tried to trick him before. The rebels, offering amnesty in exchange for his public surrender, as if they would ever forgive the atrocities he had committed. The Oxtro woman with her claims of legitimacy, dressing up high treason in aristocratic robes. The delegation of officers from his own battle group who had tried to persuade him that the Empire was doomed except for Grand Moff Kane's personal fiefdom in the Pentester. But of all the tricks and betrayals, this had to be the cruelest one by far. Someone speaking in his own master's voice, inside his head, calling for him like one might call for a pet or a very obedient lover. "Sir." Captain Harmuz came striding onto the bridge, stopping at a respectful distance. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Obey," the voice called again. "Come to me and renew your allegiance." Ysanne felt his spine buckle under the pressure. It was all he could do not to double over. "Take the helm," he ordered Harmuz through gritted teeth. "Take us, He pressed his eyes shut again, struggling to focus. There was something in that book Sin had lent him, hidden among the tortured rhymes and opaque hints about the future. Something false voices calling from the void, anxious in chaos over twisted order. "Take us into the nebula," he screamed when the pressure in his skull flared up again. "Take us in. Now." Other captains might have objected, cautioned, quailed. Some might even have mutinied. But Harmuz was one of the good ones, selected and trained by Ysanne Isard himself. He believed in, no, embodied, the ideals of Commoner with every fiber of his being. There was no one, save for Ysanne himself, who felt the tragic glory of superiority and sacrifice more keenly than Captain Veramis Harmuz of the Emperor's disciple. "Full speed ahead," he commanded, standing tall on the walkway when Ysanne could not. Behind the viewports, the gases grew denser, brighter, mixing and curling into glowing specters as the huge silver wedge of the Star Destroyer disturbed them. And still the voice was there in Ysanne's head, snarling now, then keening. Palpatine's voice, the voice of his patron, his friend, only wrong. The nebula was helping, though. It surrounded the remains of two stars that had gone nova simultaneously 4,000 years ago. Back then, Ysanne knew from his studies of dark side lore, a great Sith Lord had triggered the cataclysm to destroy the fleet pursuing him. He imagined he felt the echoes of that power now, as they plunged deeper into the irradiated hell. They scratched at his skull from inside, drowning out the fake Palpatine like static. It was a good pain, a glorious pain. "Grand Admiral," someone called again. It was Urello at the sensor station. There were thousands of men like him on board the ship, hopeful young men, the most of them, the cream of the sub-adult groups across the galaxy. But right now, Isard could not care less about any of them. Defeating the enemy always took priority. They all knew that, even if that enemy was inside their commander's head. "There's little left of the sensors," the sensor officer said, bravely holding his gaze. "But what we have looks like the cores of the two stars are collapsing into each other. Or are about to. It really is hard to tell." Ysanne looked at him, then out the viewports where sulfuric yellows were now mingling with the pink that hurt the eyes. Harmaz was there too, very nearly a silhouette, waiting in expectation of new orders. "We go between," Ysanne said, his growl matching that of his invisible assailant. "Like Nagasato, we go between." But Yarello protested, predictably. "You heard the Grand Admiral," Harmaz cut him off. "Navigation, you have your course. Shields, all forward deflectors to full power. We're going between the stars." Where they will free me of the voice, Ysanne thought, as they freed Nagasato from his pursuers. And with just a small push from Ysanne's will, they did. "What?" Jian Parrot snarled. The holographic images of two people were staring at him, one live and the other recording, and now a third person was knocking at his door. He had told the Criffin ghouls not to disturb him. He had even executed 2 of them for that same crime 2 days ago. They never seemed to learn, though, no matter how many of them he slaughtered. "My apologies, Grand Admiral," he told the frowning hologram. "The primitives here." He broke off when the door slid open of his own accord. To his surprise, it was no Yavithan out there but one of his own men, a wispy logistics officer named Orva Cray. ISB was his first thought. The Imperial Security Bureau was notorious for embedding informers on every major warship or installation, equipped with override codes and secret communication channels. Running afoul of them could mean demotion or a death sentence, carried out immediately and without recourse. He shut off both holo projectors with a slap to the master switch, then sat down heavily in his chair. "All right," he said, feeling along the underside of the armrest for the holdout blaster he had hidden there. "You have my attention." His fingers found the blaster, just as it jerked, fell to the floor, and skidded over to the intruder in an impossible motion. Parrot felt his blood run cold. Worse than the ISB, he realized. Ubiquitous, a Darksider. The door hissed shut. "Many people are vying for your attention," Cray remarked matter-of-factly, then gestured towards the holoprojector on the left. "That was Grand Admiral San you just cut off." "Who was the other one?" "Imperial Center," Parrot said through gritted teeth. Chances were Cray knew all about it anyway, and was just testing his veracity. "Challer, which means Carvin, which means Isard, commanding me to bring the whole Black Fleet to Coruscant." Peckety Sen was a little more modest. He only wanted the ship. The SSD Intimidator was the pride and the cornerstone of Black Sword Command, and the only place in the entire Cornatch cluster that was mostly free of the stink of the Evithans. But then, Fleet Command already borrowed the Harridan the Entrellis, and a dozen troop carriers and whatnot for their fighting retreat from the rebels. It felt surprisingly good, he noticed, to vent like this without having to worry about clearance levels. He usually only did this in front of ghouls before he killed them. It occurred to him that this time, he might be the one who would not live to tell. Cray regarded him darkly for a while. "Coruscant does not matter," he said eventually. "Neither does Kashyyyk, or Noddic, or Druckenwell." The Darksider casually closed his fist, and the blaster lying on the floor next to his boot crumpled into a tiny ball of metal and plastics. "What you will do," he said, stepping up to Parrot's desk with the commander's poise, "is send word to Isard and the Grand Admiral both that you are coming to their aid by way of Calceti." While in reality, Parrot said, beginning to sense where this was going. While in reality, Black Sword Command is to destroy all non-movable assets and assemble the rest, including all personnel as well as movable unfinished vessels, to a rallying point at these coordinates. He handed Parrot a datapad. Under utmost secrecy. Fresh internal encryption codes only, and a complete communications blackout to be put in effect immediately after you have sent your message to your other suitors. Parrot ignored the jibe. "It says to the last man. Can I assume the Evithans are not included in that designation?" Cray closed his eyes for a moment, looking all the more disconcerting in his self-assuredness. "You are free to deal with the slaves in whatever way you see fit," he said then, "provided you do it quickly." "Good, good." Parrot rose, straightening his suit to conceal his relief. He would order an evacuation of the native workforce, he decided, then bring all Imperial personnel up from the shipyard and finally slag the place, as he had wanted to do so often in the past years. So the ubiquitous creeps can be good for something after all, he thought, casting a look at Orva Cray. And you will. I have my own matters to attend to, Cray said coldly. You have your orders. Make sure to follow them. Jeanne Parrott shuddered as the man left. That last look, it was like Cray had seen a dead man. But he shook off the thought. Those creeps just can't resist getting under your skin. Picturing the ghouls burning up in the Intimidator as turbolaser fire helped. Attention, all decks, he spoke into the shipboard comm. This is an evacuation drill. All Yavithan workers, assemble at the shuttle ports for transportation to the surface. Stragglers will be shot. At last, he thought, whatever came next for him, it had to be better than dealing with those creatures. It ends today. They're not coming, merrily whined. They're not coming. Parrott said they were on their way, Grand Admiral Sen repeated, for her benefit as well as for the crews. And so did Pterodoc. They lied. All of them. Merrily jumped up from where she had been slumped on the bridge floor, tearing her wild black hair. It was in moments such as this that the prophetess was the most frightening, and the most glorious at the same time, Sen thought. Suddenly she was still silhouetted in the light of the battle outside like the shadow of an exploding star. It ends today, she whispered. Peccati Sen stared at her, his queen, his despair. A minute ago you said the Empire was going to eat its foes. He tried, weakly. What changed? A different time. She screeched. She was mad, and everyone knew it, but Sen understood she had to be, if her mind was to exist at more than one point in time at once. It was a different time. Oh, would that I could return to that future. A hologram appeared behind her, showing the sweaty face of Moff Hindane Dark. We're coming up in a shuttle, he panted. The Wookiees destroyed everything. Even the palace. You must. Sen never found out what he must, because the hologram dissolved into static. The shuttle was shot down, sir, the censor officer informed him. Akbar Shum 1 is pulling alongside us. No sign of our reinforcements yet. Is this my penance? Peccati Sen asked the prophetess, forgetting all military decorum in the heat of the moment. Is this the crucible you spoke of? But merrily, prophetess of the dark side, former Empress I and self-declared Queen of Kashyyyk, was not looking at him. Sinking to her knees again, her dark robes billowing around her, she had turned her face towards the ceiling. My Emperor, she breathed. Let me stay with you. Then she vanished. The lightsaber cut neatly through Arden's right arm, cleaving it off at the elbow. She stared at it for a moment, more confused than angry. Then Dury charged from where he had been sitting in a corner of the sparring room, barreled headfirst into her opponent and slammed him into the far wall. Sweet Dury. Silly Dury. Stop it. She cried out, both at her lover and at the man who had just maimed her. Dury, it was a mistake. Deviant don't. What Enix Deviant, former Emperor's hand, was not about to strike at anyone. He grinned at her over Dury's shoulder, his scarred face twisted into a rare expression of pure glee. Dury extricated himself from the taller man. Arden, are you all right? He asked, gesturing at the stump of her arm. It was throwing sparks and sending error messages up her connected nerves, but that was little more than a distraction. What happened? My mortal enemy just returned, she thought, feeling the sting of Palpatine's betrayal in her heart again. He had promised to restore Zender to her true love, after 25,000 years of longing, but it had all been a lie, stringing her along so she would do his bidding. She had thought him gone, killed by another, robbing her of her chance for revenge, but that cold touch inside her head just now, which had broken her concentration on the sparring match just long enough for Deviant to slip through her defenses, left no doubt. Palpatine had returned, and he was stronger than ever. Nothing, she said, ignoring Dury as he hurried to her side, and keeping her eyes on Deviant instead, who pushed himself up easily in the asteroid's weak gravity. I just got careless for a moment. Deviant's prosthetic had glowed a bright red as he towered over her. Had he felt it too? Arden wondered. And if he had, would he betray her to his old master? Sell her out like Palpatine himself had sold her out? Like Tremaine had? like Zarin, like Ivarion had, ever since they'd woken her after millennia of sleep. Arden Lyn, ancient relic, that's what they thought of her. A tool. No, Deviant said, kicking the rest of her robotic arm out of the way. Do not lie to yourself, Lyn. That was not you getting distracted. Arden tensed, readying herself to twist out of the way the moment he raised his lightsaber. But instead, Deviant deactivated the blade and squatted on his haunches next to Dury. That was me being better than you, he said. Even without the Force, and without the ancient art of Teros Kasi, I am still your superior. Admit it. Arden concealed the relief flooding through her. So he has no idea. I admit it, she said. You bested me, fair and square. His smile was as ugly as ever. Come, then, he said, rising and holding out a hand to help her up. Let's get you a new arm. Meanwhile, back on Coruscant, Ars Dangor sat slumped over a datapad, snoring. He had been working late on sound bites for Palter Carvin, his patsy on the Imperial Ruling Council, designed to reassure the rank and file after the rebel advance. Now he was sleeping and did not notice a thing, though even if he had, he would have dismissed it as a fancy born of tiredness. He had no patience for distractions. After all, he had an empire to run. Chapter 3. Negative Space. 3 people were kneeling before the throne, staring at its smooth curved back, waiting for their master to turn their way. One was Jane Droga, a bulky human who had been called the Emperor's puppy by his detractors in the Imperial court. Next to him was Sate Pestage in his customary purple robes. And to his left, towering over both of them even on his knees, was an imposing alien whose horned face still haunted the dreams of many in the Empire. Masa Meta was the most patient of the 3. While Droga was breathing noisily and Pestage fiddled with something in his sleeve, he simply waited. During his seclusion here on Byss, Ameta had learned to think in millennia, plotting the future of the Sith Empire at his master's behest. For those in the business of immortality, a few hours were nothing. Eventually the throne turned, and the resurrected emperor gazed down upon his servants. You look tired. The body is rotten, he growled. Let it die. You can't have mine, your highness. Jane Droga offered immediately, practically jumping at the opportunity. Let me carry you again. I'll make room. Masa Meta rolled his eyes. He understood, of course, that the emperor was not speaking of his own clone body, but of the body politic of what remained of his old empire. To his credit, Pestage seemed to have grasped the meaning too, and he explained it to Droga in gentle tones before the big lunk could lobotomize himself. By some obscure coincidence, Droga had caught Palpatine's essence after his death at Endor, going stark raving mad from the experience until Pestage had found him and brought him here to transfer it into one of the waiting clone bodies. But beyond that, Ameta saw little use for the man. In the meantime, the Emperor continued, ignoring the interruption. We shall proceed with the great work. I will require sustenance, materiel, and subjects. Subjects, my lord? Pestage asked. Are you referring to the reconquest of your empire? Subjects like him, Palpatine said, pointing a bony finger at Jane Droga. Adepts who will serve as an extension of my will. Ameta's chin horns twitched in irritation, but he quickly brought them under control. Even in his weakened state after his long exposure to the chaos beyond death, he trusted his master to see more clearly than him, to think further and more deeply than anyone else alive. It shall be done, my lord, Pestage said with a bow. I will instruct the Inquisitorius to round up suitable subjects. And I will bring them to you, Jane Droga said proudly, snapping upright in a way that made it obvious his master had just given him a mental command. See that you do. With a wave of his hand, Palpatine dismissed the 2 humans. When they were out of sight behind the curving columns, he stood from the throne, stooping only a little. Do you know, he asked, why I prefer humans, and human males, specifically? Masa Meta simply held the Emperor's gaze, knowing no reply was necessary or expected. He had long suspected that the Empire's racist doctrine of human high culture was a stratagem designed to divide the populace rather than an outgrowth of Palpatine's genuine beliefs, but he had never asked. They are the easiest to dominate, the Emperor explained, thanks to their eagerness to dominate others in turn. There are a few species that come close in their usefulness as tools and dupes, the Zabrak, for instance, but none so widespread or so pliable. Amena inclined his head slightly, again offering no reply. But from you, my faithful servant, the Emperor said, I will need death. That, at last, got the Chagrian to speak. Death, my lord. Not yours. Palpatine chuckled. You're far more valuable to me alive. No, what I require is the death of millions. Now Masameta understood. Sustenance. This vessel I am inhabiting, Palpatine said, gesturing at his body, is in its prime, yet I walk with a limp. My time in chaos has taken a toll on me. If I do not replenish my spirit, chaos will soon reclaim me. Even after decades of serving the Sith Lord, Masameta still felt honored that Palpatine spoke so frankly in his presence. He had told him about the ravages of chaos before, and Ameta had studied the writings and holocrons of those who had studied it before him, from Zender and Endedu to Palpatine's own master, Darth Plagueis. As a result of their studies, Palpatine had learned to keep his spirit from dissolving in the madness after death, but the true secret of immortality still eluded them. After all of his digging through ancient tomes and interrogating spirits, Ameta felt more and more certain that the answer had to lie in the future rather than the past. The dead were dead. All their attempts were proven to have failed. If they wanted to cheat death, he and his master would have to do it on their own. The Death Stars, he began, pondering. The Death Stars served their purpose, Palpatine said. While many in the Imperial hierarchy had scoffed at the apparent folly of building a second Death Star after the destruction of the first, Masameta had grasped the true function of these battle stations right away. They had to be huge not merely to engender fear, but to house the hundreds of thousands of soldiers that were the Emperor's insurance when the rebels had destroyed the second one in Endor. The resulting deaths had provided the strength Palpatine needed for his harrowing voyage through the afterlife. Another level of destruction. Then, Ameta surmised. We will need engineers. Leth and Aloy, if possible. McGrody too? Perhaps. I suppose we can do without Limelisk this time. Indeed, Palpatine growled. But get me Sigurd Ranth, the hyperdrive engineer. Ranth had developed the hyperdrives for both Death Stars, making some major breakthroughs in the process. I need him, the Emperor said. If there is anyone alive who knows more about the chaos than I do, it is Ranth. Chapter 4. Bad Religion. Two figures walked along the rooftops of Imperial City, passing through the shadow of an immense skyscraper before emerging back into the light. One was a tall woman in smooth business casual, the other a stocky man wearing clothes so blatantly cheap he would have been thrown out of most establishments in this district. They stopped when the Ferrocrete path they were on ended abruptly in front of a chasm that was easily 100 meters wide and 10 times as deep. On the other side was the alien protection zone, called Envisec by most Coruscanti, a mess of buildings that had grown over millennia of construction to produce an impossible layer cake reaching up to the same height as the government district whose roofs they were standing on. And in the middle of the chasm, exactly halfway between this block and the next, hovered a huge black crystal in the shape of an iceberg, 50 meters or more on each side from the nearest place resembling solid ground. This is it, Stina asked. The first church of the dark side, Sigurd said, extending his left arm over the edge. Perched between order and chaos, between the luxury of Imperial City and the squalor of Envisec. Pointing towards the light, he indicated the blunt, multifaceted top of the crystal, then the long and tapered bottom, but deeper into the shadows. Symbolism, Stina shuddered. Is all of their wisdom like this? Sigurd allowed himself a slight smile at the thought of everything his colleague had yet to learn. Not at all, he said. I only mentioned it to show how nothing about the church is a coincidence. Such as their stupid name. Who in their right mind would join a church that by its very name proclaims itself to be evil? She had asked when Sigurd had first told her about it. Exactly, because it keeps away the shallow-minded and attracts those who have a thing for contradictions and counterintuitive stuff. You told me? Not in those words, but yes, that's the essence of it. So how do we get over there? Sigid's smile widened. That had been his favorite part during his own initiation. We walk, he said, and stepped off the ledge into thin air. As always, the repulsor bridge felt soft to the touch, like walking on pillows and through mud at the same time, but he had long since learned to master his gait so that he did not look completely stupid as he moved. He turned around after the first few steps, to see Stina gaping after him. Come on, he said, laughing. It's only terrifying the first couple of times. He helped her make the first few steps into what all her senses told her would be certain doom, then tried not to make fun of her as she struggled along the invisible path. He remembered too well how often he had been about to turn back when his own inductor mad had brought him here, thinking that no knowledge in the galaxy could be worth this ordeal. How wrong he'd been. Now it seemed to him that he had learned much less about the true nature of things during his entire scientific career than he had in his few months as an initiate of the church. From childhood on, Sigid had always been a seeker. Whenever grown-ups had refused to answer a question, or retreated into vague non-answers, as they tended to do, he had prodded further in that direction. That way, over time, he had built up a good idea of what was known in the galaxy, and what was still unknown or considered unknowable. It was the latter sort of questions which enthralled him, and which after a long and colorful scientific career had eventually led him here. Questions of death, determinism, and the end of all things. He stepped onto the narrow ledge that ran along the widest part of the crystal, and held a hand out for Stina to hold on to. As soon as she was up, she gave a deep sigh and sagged against him, forcing him to quickly wrap an arm around her waist to steady her. If you were trying to impress me, she breathed, I guess you just did. Sigid smiled and carefully disentangled himself from her. Not me, he said, holding up his hands. I told you, and my heart is spoken for. But you won't tell me by whom. No. She shook her head, leaning against the solid crystal wall. So what happens next? You wait here, he said, and when the door opens again, you enter. The door. What door? Sigid turned towards the building, and the crystal face right in front of him winked out. With a wink back at Stina, he stepped inside. Darkness enveloped him as the holographic force field behind him snapped shut again. Only a heartbeat later, he was caught in a stasis field while an array of precision lasers burned his clothes off. A gust of wind dispersed the ashes. Then he was free again, free to crouch down to the ground where a glowing sign had appeared, and crawl through a narrow tunnel into a chamber aglow with soft violet light. Here, a rough spun robe awaited him, hanging off a spike of crystal in the wall. He slipped it on, then passed through another door that opened on its own into the inner sanctum. If the repulsor bridge had been disorienting the first time, the innermost chamber of the church was even more so. Its walls, floor, and ceiling were high-resolution holoscreens showing the live feeds captured by cameras looking out from the crystal, so that it seemed like they were floating free in the middle of the chasm. Sigid could see Stina standing nearby, nervous and completely oblivious to the fact that he was watching her from only a few steps away. But he hardly spared her a glance before turning to look at the woman who was waiting in the chamber, a lonely figure in the apparent emptiness. She was older than him, with slightly graying hair that framed her face like a pair of brackets. Her eyes were warm, but there was a fierce energy behind them, like a maelstrom of thoughts and inspiration. Those eyes had fascinated Sigid since they had first met, on the set of a holo documentary she was producing. I bid you dark greetings, Acolyte Rand, she said, inclining her head. I bid you dark greetings, Adept Windcaller, he reciprocated. That phrase, too, had struck him as awkward at first, until he had learned to recognize its true significance. Here among initiates of the church, it meant they were free to delve deep into the dark and painful truths that would drive most other people mad if they even considered them. You brought a new candidate, Mad Windcaller said, looking past him at Stina. There was a strange note to her voice, Sigid thought, a sort of tension or sadness. Did she see me embracing Stina just now, and get the wrong impression? Yes, he said. A friend. A colleague, he amended, silently cursing himself for stumbling over his words like that. Stina Dreesen Shah, She is a brilliant scientist, but she has much to learn. And she will, Mad said, visibly tense now. But not from you. Sigid frowned, trying in vain to read the expression on Mad's even features. Before he could formulate a question, she produced a fist-sized ball of chalk from the pocket of her robe and held it between them. Sigid felt the words stick in his throat. The ball was green. You, Acolyte Rand, Mad said formally, with all the dignity of the prophets themselves, are the subject of prophecy. Sigid felt suddenly exposed, wishing not for the first time he could turn off the view screen surrounding them and discuss these matters in an environment that not just was, but also felt secure. But as with the repulsor bridge, the inquietude he felt here was another exercise in trusting his intellect and the church over the base instincts of his body. He watched with a mixture of fascination and dread as Mad placed the ball on the palm of his outstretched hand and then brought her own hands together with enough force to smash it into a fine dust that instantly filled the room. Sigid held his breath. The question of prophecy was the central mystery of the church, and with every step of his initiation, he had learned how false and limited his previous assumptions about it had been. First, he'd been shown what he had thought were incontrovertible demonstrations that the visions of Supreme Prophet Caden actually predicted the future, like he had famously predicted the death of Emperor Palpatine at Endor. Then Prophet Gornash had visited Coruscant in secret and revealed to him and his fellow initiates that the prophecies only came true if the right people knew of them, people whose role in subsequent events would have been different without that knowledge. However, this too Sigid had later learned to be a necessary lie told to people who were needed to help the prophecies come true, because the masses needed to believe in miracles so they would not despair in this time of chaos. And now Mad was implying that there was a prophecy about him, Sigid Rand, which he himself would be called upon to fulfill. His heart racing, he allowed himself to breathe in some of the green dust swirling around him. He knew it was laced with microdoses of glitterstim, just enough to set the brain afire, but too little to addle it. If prophecies were true, he thought as the flash hit, but everything he'd learned so far was also true. Then, a holographic image appeared in the dust, showing a short, bearded man in black robes. Prophet Gornash. The prophets of the dark side lived on a space station in the starless void of the null zone to minimize the distractions caused by other minds as they probed the force for hints of the future, or so they claimed. In all the months Sigid had been with the church, he had only ever seen them by hologram, and never been addressed by one directly. But now Gornash's eyes seemed to bore into his, sparkling with power and the dancing dust. You shall go where men breed and women pay, he said without prelude, to move the skeleton that will eclipse the stars. The image disappeared as suddenly as it had come, leaving Sigid disoriented and confused. But, he stammered, what was that supposed to mean? And don't the prophecies usually have 4 lines? Mad seemed to read his thoughts. I'm sure you'll hear the rest when it is time, she said. First you must go to Kuit. To Kuit? Away from you. Where the women of the aristocracy hire Telban servants to father and raise their children. There's a vessel under construction they're called the Eclipse. Mad leaned in closer while the dust gathered around their ankles, obscuring the view of the chasm below. It's very secret and very important. Sigid had long since accepted that Mad Windcaller was privy to almost everything that went behind the scenes of the galaxy. He was only a lowly scientist whose discoveries about the true nature of hyperspace were ridiculed by the scientific community, while she single-handedly controlled a media empire that stretched the galaxy and produced such blockbusters as Luke Skywalker and The Jedi's Revenge, which, as Sigid had been shocked to learn, was based in actual prophecy. When she said something was important, it was probably crucial to the fate of the galaxy and the great work of the church as a whole. He drew himself up, pride and fearful anticipation mingling inside him. So that means, he said, this means that henceforth, Mad Windcaller drew herself up to her full height. You will no longer be an acolyte, but an adept, actively working to fulfill the church's dark destiny. Dark power to Caden and the Empire, Sigid gave the ritual reply, feeling the hairs on his arms rise. And by abandoning your past, Mad continued with a gesture toward Stenna, who was now nervously climbing around the crystal looking for an entrance. You prove that you are ready for the next layer of truth. Dark truth from the null zone, Sigid intoned reflexively, forcing his eyes away from Stennis' desperate attempts to get to him. He felt like he could almost see the outlines of this new layer of truth already, but as always it slipped away when he tried to grasp it on his own. What are the prophecies? Mad Windcaller asked. Lies, Sigid Ranth said, that we must make come true. That is itself a lie, and a truth both. Mad stepped even closer, dust billowing up around her feet and breaking against his shins. Her lips were inches from his as she spoke. The darker truth is this. Sigid chewed on the revelation, all the way to Kuit. It distracted him from his guilt at leaving Stenna behind without an explanation or a goodbye, from his trepidation at swapping the safety of Imperial Center for the war-torn galaxy out there, and even from his feelings about hyperspace. Since his discovery during the work on the first Death Star's hyperdrive, he had always requested quarters without observation ports on interstellar flights. But this time he was traveling under an assumed identity and on a cheap ticket procured by the church, so all he could do was shut his eyes against the blue-white flickering outside. To keep from going mad, he kept muttering the secret Mad had told him, safe in the knowledge that no one below his initiation level would be able to make sense of it, and certainly not the apprentice welders and dock worker he shared this hold with. Causality does not exist, he murmured, over and over again while thinking through the implications. The universe operates by analogy. What looks like laws of nature are merely ingrained habits, and habits can be changed. The more prophecies we make come true, the more prophecy actually starts to work, and we will need working prophecy if we are to pass through the crucible of the future. His head was still swimming when the ship reverted to what the ignorant called real space. He watched numbly as they approached the planet with his massive ring of shipyards, took note of the cleanup droids hauling what looked to be battle debris away from the docks, then endured the seemingly endless security procedures as he was shuttled this way, and that with his scant baggage before being even allowed near the vessel he was supposed to move. None of it mattered in his mind. Causality was a lie, and the only way to keep the universe from collapsing was to make the prophecy come true. And once that was done, he might finally meet Mad Windcaller again, not as an equal, for he could never be that, but as a fellow adept who had contributed to the great work. When the Eclipse S-frame finally came into view from his latest shuttle, Sigid's heart sank. That's not a ship, he told the officer who met him in the cavernous aft hangar bay. It's a ruin. A megalomaniacal ruin, designed much too large to be practical, half finished and then half destroyed. We were attacked by pirates, sir, the officer said, and by rebels. But the superstructure. He stopped when a serious-looking man clad in black joined them, creasing his high forehead as he looked Sigid up and down. You made the Death Stars move through hyperspace, he said. Is that correct? It is. Before Sigid's breakthrough, it had been considered an iron law in hyperphysics that a ship had to achieve a certain sublight velocity before it could make the jump to hyperspace. For a battle station as large as a Death Star, that presented a near insurmountable problem, as getting something of that size to the requisite speed would take either absurd amounts of energy or a very long time. For dozens of millennia, no one had found a way around those limitations, because they'd all been stuck thinking of hyperspace as a dimension of speed. So can you drop this vessel into hyperspace? Startled, Sigid regarded the man with a new appreciation. He had used the appropriate verb, drop, not jump so clearly he was familiar with Sigid's work. Given the prejudice against him in Imperial intelligence, and the fact that the officer next to him seemed more bewildered than frightened by his presence, this pointed towards the man belonging to the mysterious Secret Service branch known as the Ubictorate. I could, given time and resources, he said carefully, but in its current state, it would never come out again. I see. The man's frown deepened, and with a gesture of his hand, he sent the officer away. He waited until he had cleared the deck before continuing. And how long do you estimate it would take for you to plan and direct the necessary refittings so the work could then be finished in your absence? In my absence. The man held his gaze, while the ship is being stabilized enough to survive the trip. Sigid had to force down his confusion so he could do the estimates in his head. with a competent crew and all the necessary materials. 2 months, perhaps 3. But I don't like. Make it 1 month. You are required elsewhere. What do you mean, elsewhere? My orders. The man took a small pouch from his belt and pulled it open just enough for Sigit to peek at the chalky green ball inside. You are required elsewhere, he repeated, closing the pouch again. Follow me. He turned on his heel, and Sigit hurried to catch up despite the quickly growing lump in his throat. I will see you again, Mad, he vowed, wherever prophecy will take me, and I will give you reason to be proud of me. Chapter 5. Hearts and Minds. The hologram in front of him showed a black hole in human form, but Palpatine had no time to waste on appearances. Cronal, he rasped, naming the shrunken old warlock who hid behind the image. What's this I hear about your daughter? I have no daughter, Cronal growled. A philosophical nihilist, he resented the fact that he had once been inadvertently involved in the creation of even one life. Palpatine found that sensitivity amusing, and sometimes useful, to keep his overambitious servant off balance. If you're referring to the woman Saris, Cronal added carefully, last I heard she thrown in her lot with Jarek. That she has, Palpatine said, and you're aware of Jarek's plans. He's looking for the Valley of the Jedi, once again trying to become more powerful than you. The algorithm made Cronal's voice sound even darker than usual. You said to let him? So I did. His efforts will prove useful to me, whichever way they turn out, as I am letting you proceed with your plan to subvert Luke Skywalker. You've seen the show. Cronal sounded uncharacteristically pleased with himself. I have no use for shows. Unlike you, I have never strived to win the hearts and minds of common people, except to devour them. But what is this I hear about a Jedi prince? Ah. The sound was almost a laugh. A laugh from Cronal. Whatever bad things you've heard about that one, they're true. The series is deliberately awful. Windcaller is releasing it via a false flag channel called Spin Entertainment, making it look like rebel propaganda, so that future audiences will associate any rebel-line media with preachy drivel. But of course, that's not his only purpose. I'm sure. Palpatine cut him off. Cronal's plots had a tendency to be tediously complex and multi-layered. He tolerated them only because they usually worked out in his favor, or at the least resulted in gratifying amounts of death and destruction. But tell me about the boy. The boy, my lord. The Emperor snapped his fingers in annoyance, and the stylized hologram of Black Hole dissolved, revealing the pathetic true form of Cronal crouched in the tiny asteroid that was his hiding place. Do not presume to toy with me, old man, Palpatine said. Tell me about the real Jedi Prince. Well, the expression on Cronal's withered face was as close to apologetic as it got. The abomination's son. You told me to take care of him. I do not recall instructing you to lock him up in an underground city on the 4th moon of Yavin with a full copy of the Ubiquitous database at his disposal. So you did watch the show? Cronal said, almost eager. You do realize I took artistic liberties. What are your plans for him? Is this another of your prophecy games? Cronal's fanciful Church of the Dark Side had proven remarkably effective at misdirecting the ambitions of various troublemakers within the Imperial hierarchy by feeding them sham illuminations and leading them on with prophecies that played to their egos. That, and Cronal's full prophets served to annoy the real prophets of the Dark Side, who had predicted the Emperor's death shortly before Endor and were still hiding from his wrath. As I said, my lord, Cronal explained, multiple purposes, the most important one of which, he added hastily, sensing the Emperor's impatience, is to drive home the point that a legitimate successor to the throne is needed. There can be no successor to my throne, Palpatine growled. Exactly, my lord. So we offer them Ken, a minor, who by virtue of his age, his apparent progeniture, and his allegiance to the rebels in the show makes him intolerable to all sides. We offer them Trioculus, a self-professed murderer, liar, and inhuman monster. And to the audience of Luke Skywalker and the Jedi's revenge, we offer the hero of the rebellion, who by the time he claims the throne will be nothing more than a puppet of our will. Of your own will, you mean? So you intend to make them long for my return? Yes, my lord. Liar. If we let things deteriorate a little further, it will come as a relief to all sides of the war. That it will. What not to you, traitor? The boy will have to be disposed of after he has served his purpose, as will your fake prophets, and all the other pretenders. Naturally, my lord. Cronel affected a small bow, despite his cramped position. Their fates have already been scripted. As has yours. See to it, then. Palpatine cut the connection with another gesture, then turned to one of the tall, silent sentinels standing beside his throne. Fetch me the constable of homunculi, he said, and his keeper. The sentinel acknowledged mutely, turned and stepped onto a turbolift platform that instantly dropped down into the subterranean levels of the Citadel. Most of the caverns and laboratories down there were still empty, waiting to be put to use in the great work. A few held prisoners, experimental subjects, or rare creatures from around the galaxy that Palpatine considered interesting candidates for his biological alchemy. But the most important group of floors by far were those holding his clones. Most were of himself, with a few others tucked away as test cases or by way of insurance. Together with the very machinery that produced them and kept them alive, they were under the care of the constable, a creature unlike any other that had served Palpatine well for decades. It arrived now, rising soundlessly from the depths on a repulsor platform that could barely contain its size. A malformed hunk of flesh, it had only the vaguest resemblance to a human being. Most of his body was covered in purple scales that seemed to slither whenever the creature moved. Only the tiny head, which sprouted between the shoulders like an afterthought, had the gray skin of its original owner. Accompanying it, perched on the edge of the platform like the sentinel on the other side, was a Wookiee. As tall as the hairy beast was, it still looked diminutive in comparison, and Palpatine knew its size was an illusion anyway. When they stepped off the platform, the Wookiee quickly created some distance between himself and the purple-scaled creature, then suddenly shrunk and transformed into a normal-sized humanoid with the same gray skin as the big creature's head. Master, Mammon said reverently, dropping to one knee before the throne. He was a shapeshifter from a race known as the Shiido, and probably the most versatile shapeshifter in the galaxy, at least since the transformation of his former colleague into the unfortunate creature that now followed him. Borborigmus Gog, Palpatine addressed the latter, speaking not to the Shiido head but to a small black box set in the middle of the creature's chest. The box was rectangular and surrounded by welts of dark red skin, as if it had been pressed into the soft flesh at some point and then grown in. I trust my bodies are in order. They are, my lord. Gog's strained voice came out of the Shiido mouth up top, but it was mixed with the screams of the spirits trapped inside the little box with him. The new batch, growing well. And my prototype. The creature that was carrying Gog's essence seemed to sag, or perhaps cower was the more appropriate word. When it did not speak, Hull took over. My apologies, Master, he said, but we had to destroy it. It proved too aggressive, even in its pre-conscious state. When it shattered the cloning tank, Gog had to absorb it. Did he? Palpatine scowled at the pair, Hull in his natural Shiido state, and his longtime colleague and our rival Gog stuck in his own creation, the failed super soldier Epin, together with the ghosts of all the Kivans he had killed. The constant terror he experienced in there served to keep him pliable, and Hull happy, but sometimes Palpatine worried it would eventually destroy his mind beyond repair. I am asking, he continued, speaking slowly for Gog's benefit, because an early experiment of yours has proved viable despite expectations. Hull's head perked up. Viable? Do you mean? The abomination which you spliced, Palpatine said. The one that survived. Triclops. Do not mention that name. I should have had it killed, but Quest insisted the monster could still prove useful. 12 years ago, the abomination fathered a son, and against all odds that son seems to be still alive. Using the controls set into his throne's armrest, he called up a holo of the purported Jedi Prince, the one from the show, as his agents hadn't been able to find a picture of the real one. My lord, Hull said cautiously, you realize this is an actor. Are actually more like a generative holo model of an actor, since the real face Lauren would be in his 20s now. The show is based upon real events, Palpatine snapped. He was beginning to remember how much he loathed Chrono's mimetic shell games. You created a being using my DNA that was able to reproduce. Your DNA among others, Hool amended absently, craning his neck to look at the back of the boy's head. Even God's body next to him seemed to have revived at the mention of the abomination, extruding a pseudopod that reached for the holo. Does the real son have a third eye too? Not to my knowledge. And his mother was human. He was naturally conceived. Hool's excitement was palpable, but Palpatine cut him off with a twitch of his fingers, constricting his throat. God's pseudopod retracted instantly, proving he was paying attention. The point is, he said slowly while Hool's eyes bulged, that you were able to do it before. You will do it again, using only my DNA this time. He let go, and Hool drew a grateful breath. I will get to work immediately, Master, he said. If I could only. You will get the boy yourself, Palpatine said, anticipating his request. Have Masameta draw you up a travel plan. In the meantime, Gog will prepare another prototype. Won't you, Gog? The constable's affirmative was mingled with blood-curdling wails. With your leave, Master, Hool said, I will prepare the cell cultures before I leave. We don't need any more absorption incidents. Do so, the Emperor said. But be quick about it. In a year's time, I shall reclaim the galaxy, and that will mean a lot more work for you. Chapter 6. Sushberry Blast. Seriously. Carnor Jax laughed, bending over the counter. Trioculus. Well, said Sarcev Quest, pouring himself another shot, he does have an above-average number of eyes. That counts as a qualification in this day and age, I guess. So the old Emperor had 100 hands, and this one. Actually, Quest said, old Palpatine had him beat even there. He downed the centiliter of blue liquid he'd selected at random from the Emperor's liquor cabinet, shook himself, then grinned, flashing his teeth. Last I took stock, he had at least 4 eyes in addition to the ones in his skull. And that's not counting his clones. He squinted at the bottle, something Abrix, the label said, and a year number that he sincerely hoped was a sealed in rather than a best by date. Even then, though, it seemed worryingly low. 2 of them were rocks, though, he said, and as big as this palace. I think. Rocks for eyes. That would explain. Shish, Quest said, waving one hand over the bar with his palm down. We're here to figure out how to destroy him, not to mock him. Right? For a moment, Carnor Jax's face looked almost sober. Quest poured him some of the worrying blue stuff just in case. Here, drink up. I hate this, Jax said, then tossed it back. So, step-by-step plans. Quest tapped the surface of the bar with one finger. It was Durosian marble, polished so fine it made you see double before you were even drunk. Only the best for the Emperor's guests, Quest supposed. Palpatine himself famously never drank. Might have done him some good, though, he thought. Loosen him up a little. Yes. Jax asked. Step 1 being. Getting drunk in the middle of the day while the Moffs are out there declaring a new Emperor, and Isard is doing her best to dismantle what's left of the administration. Step 1, panic. Nah, that wasn't it. Right? No. Drink some more so we don't panic, then. He dug in the ebony closet for something more familiar, found a bottle of Waren's Reserve, and produced it with a triumphant flourish. There, Wines to Starflare said this drink is why Corellians don't care about the odds. That should work. I thought this was about scrambling our thoughts so Palpatine can't read them from a distance. Yeah, that too. Multiple purposes, as Chrono never gets tired of saying. Ooh. Never mind. Quest took a sip, frowning. Actually, do mind. If we're going to bring him down together, we both need to know about his assets. Plural. Oh, you mean the clones. I said assets, with a T. Chronal, or Black Hole, or Lord Shadowspawn, whichever you want to call him, is a big one. His Black Hole. Stay. Jax reached for the bottle of Corellian whiskey. I did a rotation with his battalion once. Not a good memory. So what's he up to? That's the thing I don't know. I suspect he's behind the Trioculus thing in some way, and I'm pretty sure the whole Church of the Dark Side scam was his idea. Wait, that's a scam. I was considering applying. Seriously. No, of course not. But having someone on the inside could be useful. I don't think so. Too many layers. Quest swirled the whiskey around in his glass and followed its burning trail down his throat, then up through his nerves into his brain. He actually was a kind of mentor for me, back in the early days when he still had most of his teeth. But even then he played his cards pretty close to his chest. Let me guess. No, not much of a chest either. His strength came not even so much from the dark side as from his total lack of regard for anything, really. He likes ruining people and things in elaborate ways, but at the same time he's not attached to any of his plans. Something goes wrong, so what? New game, new tricks. You want to be like him, huh? What? No, well, maybe I do. But only for the, operational lightness. Not the nihilism. Quest shook his head, failing to clear it. Good, I guess. Now that I think of it, I almost could believe the whole disaster here, the dissolution of the Empire, is just one of his games. Would be in character. Could he do that? Get to Isard, get to the Moffs, orchestrate the defection of Singe, and the Pterodox, and whatnot. Absolutely. Quest turned back to the cabinet, mostly to hide the shade of sudden terror that he couldn't keep off his face. How though? You ever heard of the Ubiquitate? The what was it? A Brickian directorate. Ubiquitous. Means everywhere. That's because they have people everywhere, at all levels, in the ISB, in Imperial Intelligence, in every branch of the armed forces, you name it. Sleepers, most of the time, but when they pull out their ubiquitate codes they automatically outrank everyone around them. Oh, those? I've heard of those. Your teacher Mein Kainu was one. He was. Yeah, that fits. Jax touched a fist to his forehead. Honor to our dead. So what you're saying is, it's not enough that we need to worry about the old guy reading our minds, but also about Black Hole getting wind of whatever we do. Yep, that, and he can probably predict it. What? He used to be a prophet of the dark side too. The best one, apparently, though Caden and Merrily would have disputed that. Believe me, no drink will get your head spinning like hearing those three arguing about the future. He can. Carnor Jax slammed the bottle of Waren's Reserve on the counter. I give up. Palpatine alone is bad enough. Isard alone is bad enough. But when you add Crefane Prophecy to the mix... But gladly, gentlemen. A voice piped up, startling both of them. Jax dived off the bar stool, trying to go for his spear, but ended up sprawled on the black marble floor. Quest proved a little more coordinated, swinging the whiskey bottle in a wide arc towards the origin of the sound, and slamming it to bits against the metal head of a matte purple mix RMAST, our barkeep droid that had rolled forth from behind a retracted wall panel. That was uncalled for, gentlemen, the droid said, unfazed by the alcohol running down his bulky frame. Initiating security procedures. A panel opened in his side, revealing a rotating blaster that Quest could only hope was set on stun. No need for that, he said, squinting as he tried to remember. Exception 22186. If you insist, sir. Anything to drink? Yeah. Quest sighed, pushed some of the glass shards out of the way with his shoes, his room shoes, he thought, remembering how much they cost, then walked around the counter to give Carnor Jax a hand. It's okay, he said as the Royal Guard picked himself up awkwardly. Just the help. You sure it's not spying on us? Here, in Palpatine's private quarters? Not likely. Hey, droid. At your service, sir. Deep Diagnostics Code Olethorek. Are you spying on us? Diagnostics mode activated. No, Master Quest. Is anyone else spying on us through you? No, Master Quest. This room is insulated against eavesdropping, air-gapped, and equipped with multiple intrusion countermeasures. Good. Exit diagnostics. Carnor Jax released a breath. That's something, I guess. What can I make you, gentlemen? Quest waved his hand in exhaustion, then opened the top two buttons on his shirt. Whenever, he said. Something strong. For me, too, Carnor Jax said. He had gone pale around his scars, Quest noticed. Is it true? He asked. Can they actually see the future? Within constraints, Quest replied carefully, forcing his tired tongue through the consonants. He'd had practice with that. Sounding clever while drunk worked great with the ladies and the politicians alike. Merrily always seemed to have the clearest visions. Drove her mad, though, when she couldn't control them and kept forgetting what time she was in. Didn't she die just recently? Above Kashyyyk, with Grand Admiral Sin. Thought she was Queen of the Wookiees or something. Didn't help her much then, did it? Seeing the future. Not in the final analysis. Yeah, Chronos were mostly doom and gloom, because he thrives on that. Actually, how much do you know about the Prophet Schism? The what? Right, I think you were out on rotation then. Palpatine had his Royal Guards in bed with regular stormtrooper units every once in a while, which had saved Carnor Jax from getting blown up with the Emperor at Endor. So, this Church of the Dark Side Pudu. They claim to worship the prophets of the dark side. Right? That dwarf and his giant friend. They're not a joke. I thought they were a joke. The ones you see on the HoloNet are. But they're a joke at the expense of the actual prophets. Because a while before Endor, Supreme Prophet Caden told Palpatine he was going to die. Uh-oh. Caden's the dwarf, right? Not what you ought to call him to his face, but yeah, that one. He was really specific too, telling him time and place and everything. Wait, exactly the way it turned out. Yes, Quest had been there, waiting in the wings as usual to see if anyone made a move that could endanger Palpatine. If he had been a little more conspicuous, and if he'd been practicing his mental defenses a little less zealously, the Emperor would have wiped all memories of the conversation from his mind, just as he did to anyone else present. Cronow, perched on this robot chair with legs, instantly crowed that this was treason, that the future held no hint of that Caden had to be deposed before he could spread his defeatism any further, and so on. But thinking back on it now, there you are, sir, and you, sir. The serving droid slid two tall drinks in front of them, one with red and violet swirls for Quest, while Carnor Jax looked like a snowstorm trapped in a tumbler. They clinked glasses, sharing a dark look across the counter. You think he lied, Jax said? It would fit. Memories tumbled and clinked together in Quest's mind, Chrono humming to himself as he left the throne room, the same tune he'd hummed back when Quest had handed him the three-eyed boy, Prince Xizer's spiky reptilian neck bending as he suggested the Emperor lay a trap for the rebels at Endor. If Cronow saw the same doom as Caden, but wanted Palpatine to walk straight into it, that would explain a lot of things. Like who gave Xizer that idea. So he's on our side. He's not on anyone's side, except Entropy's. Who's now? Forget it. Quest raised his glass and took a deep gulp, then cringed. Ah. Too strong after all. No. Can I borrow your lance? What for? The Royal Guard frowned but made no move to stop him, so Quest took his weapon, activated it using the hidden button, and swung it at the mixer droid. The vibroblade at his tip sheared the droid's head clean off, then came around to stab it in the chest. Did it try to poison you? Carnor Jax asked, eyeing his own glass suspiciously. Only emotionally. That was Reganda's favorite drink. It knew too much about me. Oh. Step 1. Quest put the lance down on the counter, very carefully. Get rid of Caden. Wait, what? I thought. The real Caden. The one who tried to warn the Emperor of his impending death. Unlike Cronow, who saw it coming and helped it along. Palpatine didn't kill him. No, he exiled him. Locked him away for further use. Let Cronow torture him, and neuter the impact of any further prophecies of his, by installing some actors as fake prophets and spreading their ridiculous fake prophecies around. Like the glove of Darth Vader. Yes, like the fragging glove. With a heroic gesture, Quest downed the rest of his Sushberry Blast and channeled the emotions it called up inside him into anger and determination. Step 2. Come up with a plan to destroy Palpatine and all his clones in a way that maximizes entropy. You keep using that word. Who or what? Just let me handle that one. I'm angrier. Think you can take Caden? Do I have to be drunk for that? No, I don't think so. Just unpredictable. Unpredictable, hell. I have some ideas about that. And you might need your asset. Oh. Jack's eyes went as white as his tumbler. I thought you didn't know who you've been going on extracurricular rotations with. He winked, then wished he hadn't. That came out wrong. I do talk to Isard, you know. I suppose she still thinks it was her idea. Carnor Jax's face had gone a shade of pink, highlighted with streaks of white scar tissue that clashed horribly with the crimson of his robes. I wonder how he would look if he remembered that he told me all about his secret Master Lumia himself the last time. Quest put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. So, he said, get Caden. Be unpredictable. Do you think that will be enough? Yeah. Sure. Should be. He pulled his head between his shoulders like a child expecting punishment. I was going to tell you, you know. But you did. It's okay, he said. I know how Sith can be. Yeah. You won't tell her you know, will you? I hope to never meet her. Vader was bad enough, but a Lady Vader with a whip? Of course not. Quest pulled out the accessories drawer, found a salt shaker, and screwed it open. The salt made a nice thin layer on the dark-veined marble as he poured it out. Get Caden? He traced with his fingertip in the salt. Be unpredictable. There. Carnor Jax straightened up on his bar stool. Can we purge now? That's your favorite part, huh? The purging. Just get it over with. Please? All right then. In his time as Palpatine's man about the palace, Quest had learned more than a few things about getting people drunk and getting people sober again when required, including himself. Some of those tricks were chemical, some psychological, and some involved the Force. The best and fastest, of course, were a combination of all three. Maybe take off your robes, he told Jax while mixing a double dose of his infamous clearing fluid. Don't want to get them soiled like last time. Last time? What happened last time? Quest smiled mysteriously, surveying the scene as he stirred. Quite the party. Never mind. That's the good thing about plotting under the influence. People will blame the gaps in their memory on the alcohol. Ready. Carnor Jax pulled a face, but he took the cup Quest offered him, his abs rippling with disgust. To power, Quest said, and the freedom to exercise it. Jax said. To power. Chapter 7. Not amused. Even with Palpatine dead, Ysanne Isard constantly caught herself wondering what might please him. It was a natural habit to acquire for someone who had spent most of her life in the Imperial court, she supposed. For a while after the catastrophe at Endor, she had tried to resist the impulse, telling herself it was a new day, a world without Palpatine, but eventually she relented. There was and always would be an image of him inside her head, built up over years of intense observation, speculation, and experience. If he was not going away, she figured, she might as well use him as a guiding star, the way she had the real Palpatine when he was still alive. She imagined herself kneeling in front of him now, telling him all about her latest schemes and plans, her triumphs and frustrations. He would approve of her whipping the ruling council into shape, she thought, eliminating the worst obstructionists and power grabbers so the council could do what it was supposed to do, administrate matters of minor importance, sign off on measures she proposed, and placate the various non-governmental contributors to the war effort by offering them the illusion of having a say. Her most recent success in that regard had been her slow poisoning of Baron Rajes Diasta, making him just ill enough to recuse himself from the council, but not so sick that succession squabbles would tear apart a territory, and, more importantly, his sizable private fleet, before his daughter came of age. She felt less confident about what Palpatine would think of the wider state of the war. She knew he loathed traitors and would often go to extreme lengths to punish them and everyone they held dear, whereas she had elected to let the rebellion deal with most of the moths and warlords that had splintered from the Empire rather than hunt them down herself, instead focusing on protecting key assets and fortress worlds. But then, she told herself, the Emperor had also been renowned and feared for his patience in letting his enemies bury themselves deeper before squashing them, and she fully intended to squash anyone who had ever defied her once her rule was secure. It would not be long now, she told herself. Pestage had been killed on Ciatric, Quest was drinking himself into oblivion, and the moths would have their fill of the capricious three-eyed clown they'd put in charge soon enough and come crawling back to her for protection. Then she would restore order to the Empire, and quickly end this war. Palpatine would have been pleased, she thought. She could not have been more wrong. From his citadel on Byss, the Emperor watched in increasing frustration as she struggled to hold together and control what remained of the Empire. He saw her compromise where she should have crushed, dither, and scheme where retribution should have been swift and public to set an example, and expend absurd amounts of effort to maintain the illusion of control instead of proving her power through the use of force. It was not even that she misunderstood him as that she had gobbled up all of the lies he had spread since his creation of the Empire. She really, sincerely believed that what Palpatine wanted in the end was order and harmony. She did not see that what he really needed was destruction. Other maggots in the corpse of his empire acquitted themselves better in this regard. Warlord Singe, for all his foolish bluster, at least got a proper war going that promised to escalate only further as he kept stepping on the rebels' toes. Uther Cameron, though appointed by Isar's puppet council to oversee the fleet, ignored her orders when he bade the planet of Milagro and Turbolaser fire rather than let the infrastructure and the population fall into enemy hands. Sander Dovardis, who had broken from Kane's Pentester alignment to form his own Iridu authority, was losing every other battle despite his material superiority. But he kept pushing, kept fighting, his desperation and sheer will shining so bright Palpatine could see them even through the glare of the deep core. Even Trioculus, the Caecilian slave lord, who had the impudence to pose as Palpatine's own son, gave Palpatine more pleasure than Isar's plotting subtleties when he raised half a continent on Yavin IV in his search for Chronos Trap. He was frozen in carbonite now and would soon get the death he deserved, but in the meantime he had done his part to strengthen Palpatine, and that was all that counted. For the Emperor in his current state, preferring war over peace and violence over subtlety, was not a question of strategy or aesthetics but a matter of life and death, or more precisely, of power and impotence. He rotated his throne away from the spiderweb window through which he liked to look into the galaxy. The physicist was there, finally, and further back, 3 men arranged in a row under the watch of his servant Jane Droga. Sigit Ranth, Palpatine said. Rise. The physicist obeyed. He was short and just shy of obese, though it was obvious the past weeks of intense work had tightened his flesh somewhat. They had given him a hat, as was traditional for members of Palpatine's inner circle. Ranth's was a small cylinder that looked almost comical atop his rotund head. You do know why I summoned you, Palpatine said. Yes, Your Excellency. Ranth had the look of an acolyte who had just been called for communion with the priestess. He visibly fought down his agitation, then added in a more restrained voice, because I know about death. Do you, Palpatine said slowly? Then you know, too, that it does not deserve that name. Ranth's eyes glazed over. You're right, of course, Your Excellency. It is very much alive, in a way. The dynamics are there, but the structural persistence. I call it the chaos, Palpatine said. But this is not the time for word games. Whatever it is, I have passed through it unassisted, by the force of my own will. I have mastered it, and now I intend to fashion it into my tool. He rose from his throne and beckoned Jane Droga to bring the men forward. Observe. The men did not merit a speech. They'd been selected for their strength and health from the ranks of his soldiers if they were here at Byss. They already knew they belonged to the Emperor flesh, skin, and bone. Brace yourselves, Palpatine said simply. Sigit Ranth watched with mounting anticipation as the bulky Jane Droga took a step back from his charges and raised his hands as if to steady them from behind using the Force. The Emperor raised his hands as well, and then blue fire crackled from his fingertips and arced towards the men. Sigit gasped. He had seen this, or something very much like this, before, once as a tragedy, in Luke Skywalker and the Jedi's Revenge, where blue fire had broken from the Emperor's tortured body in the moment of death, and then again as a farce in the Jedi Prince show, where the villain Trioculus had built himself a trick gauntlet able to execute others using electrical discharges, in order to make people believe he had inherited his powers from the Emperor. In either case, Sigid had thought of it as nothing but a cheap special effect, a visual representation of deity of extreme power, designed by and for those who could not conceive of power other than in terms of electricity. He realized his mistake now. Of course, the Emperor was no mere battery. He was a conduit for the chaos itself, the terrible blue-white glare of what the ignorant called hyperspace charging forth from his fingertips and slamming into the three men writhing before him. He could only imagine what it did and what it meant. Would it suck the men's essence into the chaos, the way a beach pond would drain into the ocean once you cut a channel? Or would it fill them, cling to them, connect them to the well of power Palpatine had tapped? Would it burn out their nerves, scramble their neural connections, or reinvigorate them the way his passage through the chaos seemed to have invigorated the Emperor? What was the relationship between the entropic forces that tore weaker essences to shreds in the chaos, and the patterns of bioelectricity that anchored those essences in a living body? Sigid felt giddy. There was so much to explore here, so much to investigate, things hidden since the beginning of the universe that he would be the first to study. When the lightning let off and the three men crumpled to the ground, it took all of his self-control not to rush towards them and begin probing them for data. Two of them were evidently dead, their bodies charred and twisted into bizarre shapes, but the third one twitched, rolled over, and struggled to raise his head. The Emperor cackled, clearly pleased with the result. "You will assist me in plumbing the depths of these powers," he told Sigid Rand, as if he had read his mind. "And you," he addressed his experiment soul survivor, who was now staring up at him with fiery eyes, "you shall help me attain more of it." Chapter 8. Dagobah Tech. The shroud set down gently on the landing pad outside the Mount Yoda complex. The facility had been built into the peak of a dormant volcano that sprouted from the jungle plains of Dagobah like a gigantic pimple. Clouds clustered around the platform and started creeping towards the landing struts while the shroud's exit ramp lowered. A teenage boy bounded out, a carry-on bag slung over his shoulder, and waved merrily at the humanoid figure approaching from the main entrance of the outpost. "C-3PO," he called. "Good to see you." "It is good to see you too, Master Zack," the gold-plated droid replied. You have grown." "It has been more than 2 years since Hoth," Zacharanda replied, "and boys my age grow quickly." He looked around. "Is R2 here too?" "No, he is off on some dreadful mission with Master Luke again. By the way, Master Zack, are your sister and Master Hul still aboard?" "Master Hul and Devi had to go on another mission. After all, we are old enough to fly on our own now," Zack said, "and Tash is still in the fresher." He shrugged and winked. "Girls, you know." "I don't think I do," 3PO admitted. "Will she be staying here as well?" "We both will. We want to study with Master Luke, but until he is ready we figured we'd go with Dagobah Tech instead. We're also hoping to meet other kids who are about our age." "Why, that is splendid," 3PO said. "There are only a very few students enrolled as yet, but we have the most remarkable teachers." He kept prattling on as they entered the building, but the boy ignored him for the most part. Instead, he studied the layout of the Mount Yoda base, noting exits and unobserved corners, and mentally remarking on the fact that the entire place seemed very empty. No surprise there. Did they actually think many people would want to come out all the way out to this hellhole for a technical education? He let 3PO show him his room and took the keycard for Tash's as well. Then he told the droid he needed to rest, but as soon as 3PO had waddled around the nearest corner, Zack started walking towards the canteen instead. The sun had been close to setting when he had arrived, and he knew from experience that the Dagobah air made you hungry, so he figured a place with food would be his best bet. He was at the canteen's entrance when he noticed he still had his bag slung over his shoulder. No matter, it might even make me look cool. Summoning his best teenage confidence, he pushed the button for the sliding door and walked in. "How do you do?" he began, but then trailed off. Just like the rest of the facility, the canteen seemed depressingly empty as well. A few off-duty soldiers were drinking caf and other stimulants around one of the gnarlwood tables. A young couple was consoling a red-eyed squalling child in a corner, and back there near the droid-operated counter sat a meager group of what might be students, munching on some nondescript red stew. But behind them, alone at a table, was the boy. Zach hesitated for a second. In the long run, an indirect approach would probably be preferable, but he had no time for the long run. So he cut a line straight across the room to the boy's table, trying to look as natural as possible, then slipped into the chair opposite him and dropped his bag on the ground next to it. "Hey," he said, his voice squeaking a little. "I'm new here. Who are you?" The boy was fiddling with a crinkled piece of paper he'd been reading. Now he stuffed it into one of the pockets of his coverall, looking nervous as he did it. He said, "I was actually just leaving. Talk another time." But... The boy got up with a weak smile and slid out from behind the table. "Sorry," he said, rubbing his stomach significantly. "Don't get the red stew, okay? See you around." "Oh, sure, I guess." Zach frowned after the boy as he left the canteen with quick steps, cursing inwardly. This place was ruining his appetite, both for food and for what he really craved. But he was not out of options yet. Leaving his bag, it was only a prop anyway. He sidled out through the canteen's back exit, looked around to make sure no one was in sight, and changed. When he finally stepped out of the toilet, feeling weak but also somewhat relieved, Ken heard a gasp in the corridor behind him. He turned to see a girl in a flight suit staring at him, a pretty girl, he couldn't help but notice, with clear eyes and straight blonde hair pulled back in a single long braid. "It is you, isn't it?" she said, taking small steps in his direction while she held his gaze, as if afraid to scare him off. "You're Ken. Daryl Ken." "Oh, yeah." Ken wiped his hands on the legs of his coverall, suddenly wishing he'd changed into something nicer after maintenance class. "Wow," she said, then shook her head. "I'm sorry, you must be getting this all the time. I'm Tash Aranda." She stuck out her hand, so he shook it. Her grip was warm and firm, and she surprised him by holding it a little longer than expected. I'm Ken. Just Ken," he felt compelled to add, but he didn't. "But you knew that. And actually, no." "No." She looked at him quizzically, but without annoyance. "I mean, no, I don't get this a lot. I don't get much of anything these days. No, that's not right. It's just that most people I know are either gone or too busy to talk to me." Tash gave him a sympathetic look, resisting the urge to pat him on the head. "That must be hard," she said. "I mean, I have a brother who never stops talking, so that's a different kind of problem." "Oh, is he the guy with the carry-on bag? I think he was in the canteen." "Yeah, he went to his room now. We've had a long flight, you know. But hey, if it's all right with you, maybe you could show me around. And if you don't mind, really only if you don't mind, I have so many questions." She sounded so sincere and enthusiastic Ken couldn't help smiling back at her. On one hand, it was supremely weird. She had to be at least a couple of years older than him, and he had just run out on her brother. But on the other hand, it felt great to finally have someone other than droids give him some undivided attention. Sure," he heard himself saying. "I'd love to." Ken's guided tour of the Mount Yoda complex was extensive, in-depth, and a lot less boring than expected. It turned out that Dagobah Tech was not a freestanding institution but the pedagogical branch of a military research department called Drapic that resided in the lower levels of the outpost, built into the crater shaft itself. For a 12-year-old boy, Ken was remarkably, even worryingly familiar with the layout, the research program, and the staff of Drapic. He introduced his new friend to Masad Thrumble, one of the foremost engineers of human replica droids in the galaxy, and told her everything he knew about Project Decoy, the real Project Decoy, not the salacious farce that had led to Triocula's demise in the show. They also met Taniat Azerjaman, the mother of the kid Zach had seen crying himself blue in the canteen, as well as the ever-nosy Arhol Hextrafin, who asked a bit too many questions about Hull's whereabouts and exploits over the last 2 years. Ultimately, they ended up outside the base, walking along the rim of the shield volcano. It was a warm and pleasant night, The stars turned leisurely above them while clouds drifted past the slopes below, looking like fleets of warships on the way to meet their fate. They sat down on a ledge out of sight of the base, looking down at the jungle. It's a beautiful place, Ken sighed, but a lonely one. There are so few other kids here, and my friends keep going off on missions they say are too dangerous for a boy my age. This is a dangerous place too, though, Tash said, pointing out a brightly colored jubba bird that dived through a cloud far below, hunting its prey. They heard the screech of the bogwing as it was caught, and Ken shuddered. You know, Tash said, suppressing a smile, I've actually been here before. What? Ken asked, startled. So you knew all of this already? Not at the base, Tash laughed. On this planet? And as Dagobah's single moon rose over the horizon, lining the clouds with silver light, she told him about the time the Aranda kids had come here together with their Uncle Huel and the smuggler Platt O'Keefe, on the run from bounty hunters sent by the Empire. Down there in the jungle they had met the descendants of an Alderaanian survey team that had crash-landed here decades ago, and found out, to their terror, that they had become cannibals in order to survive. Ken shuddered at her lively descriptions, and the edges of Tash's mouth twitched. Children were just so easily frightened, and their fear was so much more nuanced and less stale than that of adults. Your life sounds so exciting, Ken sighed after she was done. It had taken a while, even though she had left out their encounter with Yoda, but it had been delicious, the nearest thing to a full meal. Mine was extremely boring for a very long time, the boy went on, gazing up at the stars. Then it got more exciting after I met Luke and the others, but now it seems it's back to boring all over again. So you would like to go on an adventure? Tash asked, cocking an eyebrow and turning her head to look at him. His profile was still that of a kid's, but the shape of the man he would become was starting to shine through. His eyes glinted with the lights of the night sky. I would, he began, then sighed again, his chest heaving. No, I have to. I'll have to go. Where to? I don't know. He turned to her, his eyes now overflowing. I don't even know if I should tell you this. Tash simply held his gaze, taken in his despair and confusion. Maybe, she said after a while, I can help you. Ken wiped his face with his sleeve. You have to promise not to tell, he said. Not even your brother. Tash smiled. Don't worry. Zach won't be a problem. Can I trust you? She propped herself up on one elbow, leaning over him. Do you want to trust me? Yes, Ken sniffled. Very much. Then do. She kept watching his face as it all came pouring out of him. His early fantasies about being the son of a Jedi. His disbelief when Triclops, the mad three-eyed son of Palpatine, had told him he was his father. His dismay when the records in the lost city of the Jedi had confirmed the story. The difficulties he'd had in coming to terms with the truth, and his pain when Triclops had fled in the end, leaving him behind, with nothing more than a letter as a memento. It was all terribly boring. Tash knew the broad strokes from the show, and Ken's confession did not add much besides depressing details and secondhand emotions. Still, Tash did her best to look interested as he talked, and then pounced when he was done. So, she said, should we go look for him? Ken stared at her. What, you mean? You and me? She sat up, pulling her long blonde braid over her shoulder. I've got a ship. We could leave right away. But you. I like adventures. And going to Dagobah Tech never meant that much to me anyway. That's more my brother's thing. Zach will be happy here. Luckily Ken had never met the real Zach, or he would have noticed the lie right away. Ken's face fell. But I can't just leave. I promised Luke Skywalker, I would be here waiting for him. He wants to train me, you know. After all, my mother really was a Jedi. He told you to wait? Tash asked. How long ago was that? How long? She could see the days ticking by in his head, the weeks, the months. It's been a while. And it's going to be a long while yet, Tash said. You know what I think? They don't want to tell you because it would be awkward, but you've become a liability. A what? Something that they are embarrassed by. Someone they'd rather not talk about, or let other people see. She looked away. I don't think they're leaving you here just because their missions are too dangerous, Ken. I think they don't want to be seen with you. But why? Just because who my parents are, who my grandfather was. That's so unfair. Yes, Ken, it is unfair. But no, I don't think it's mostly about your grandfather. It's because of the show. The show. Ken scowled at her. You mentioned the show before, in the droid lab, and I saw Professor Thrumble flinch. And I've heard others whispering strange things as well, but they always go quiet when they see me. Now it was Tash's turn to stare. They never told you. What? He almost screamed. A Bogwin answered with a screech from below. Tash gathered herself up and held out a hand for him to follow. Come on, she said. I have all the episodes on my ship. I watched them on the way here to prepare. Go get your things. I'll start the shroud. She gave him a grin that radiated genuine excitement. We leave right away. You have so much to catch up on. Chapter 9. Knowledge is power. And you, the old man said, will help me attain more of it. Fennec squinted. Who was this guy? He looked decidedly weird, almost creepy in his wide black robes, his face half hidden in the shadows of his hood. The room behind him, with its backlighted steps and the round window broken up into irregular bits, seemed like it ought to tell him something, but the recognition wouldn't come. And why in all 7 Corellian hells did everything here smell of bacon? A glance to his left answered the latter question. Oh, that one's Zisk. The name came to him out of nowhere, even though the corpse was so blackened and burned it was impossible to make out any features. Zisk's dead, and I'm not. When I created my empire, the old man said, I chose cruel men, ruthless men, men with an insatiable thirst for power, and I put them in positions where I knew they would be, at each other's throats as soon as I was gone. I created not 1, but 3 intelligence services, making sure their agendas overlapped so they would clash destructively when I was not there to adjudicate their territorial disputes. For each of my powerful servants I bred rivals, Cain for Tarkin, Quest for Pradux, Zizzer for Vader at the end. Caden for Cornell. He chuckled. What was this? A history lesson. Fennec had trouble following the words, and was relieved when he saw the old man was not talking to him but to a fat man in robes with a ridiculously tiny hat on his head. I was the capstone, he went on, and without me. Fennec tuned him out to take a look at his own body. He'd been wearing a uniform, he remembered now. Ensign Fennec Answag, it had said. He could hear Zisk, Colonel Zisk, that was it, reprimand him for knocking someone's teeth out, or showing them how to throw a sucker punch in 0 gravity. Ensign Answag, report to the brig. There was little left of his uniform now, and the scraps that remained had been fused with his skin. For some reason, however, the pain didn't bother him. It pulsed through him like his blood had whenever he'd gotten into a fight in his previous life, and the death of the 2 men beside him felt, absurdly, like nothing so much as a sip of hot, strong calf. Letting Ysanne Isard take over from her father was an error. The old man continued his incomprehensible monologue, but that error is soon to be corrected. Which is why, he said, suddenly turning to face Fennec, you will be going to Imperial Center, where Ambassador Sadie shall oversee your training. The fat man was facing him too now, inspecting him with narrow eyes. Fennec felt a familiar rage swell up inside him, a desire to drive his fist into the man's jowls, to see his soft skin burst open, and feel the muted cracking of bones underneath. He looked to the old man for permission to crush him, and it was that instinctual gesture that made him realize who he was. The Emperor, Palpatine. A shiver ran up Fennec's tortured spine. Death. Are you certain he understands, my lord? The fat man asked, still eyeing him suspiciously. He understands what is important, the Emperor said. He understands that it was the deaths of his comrades which gave him the power to stay alive. And he understands that it will take many more deaths for him to become as strong as he would like to be. You do want to be strong, do you not? He addressed Fennec directly. Fennec cowered before the glare of death. His attempt at a response resulted in a growl that made the fat man flinch. You see, the Emperor said, and with the traitor Chronos' plans about to come to fruition, there will be no place in the galaxy, that will see as much death as Imperial Center. The jewel of the core shall be crushed, putting an end to Isard and her schemes, and then the slaughter will truly begin. Slaughter. That word, unlike the litany of names, provoked a reaction in Fennec. He growled again, and the Emperor showed his teeth in appreciation. You will be there, my servant, he said. The carnage will give you strength, and through you, strengthen me in turn. You exist only through me now, and for my sake, your old life is over. Fennec had known that. For some reason, he also knew exactly what had to come next. He straightened as his master approached, towering over his bent form but still feeling intimidated. Palpatine reached out and touched Fennec's chest where his rank cylinder had burned a finger-long char gouge into his skin and bone. No longer are you Fennec Anweg, troublemaker and eternal ensign, he intoned. I name you Baden Fast, and all the galaxy shall learn to fear that name. Chapter 10. Ken's Odyssey. During the flight from Dagobah to Yavin, Ken watched episodes 1 through 3 of the Jedi Prince on the Shroud's tiny entertainment unit. When he was not complaining about the silly sound effects, he kept yelling things like that never happened, I don't talk like this, or how is this suddenly about air pollution. He was still ranting about Han Solo's sky house when Tash set the ship down on a landing field outside the village of Vornez, at the edge of the long swath of forest that had been burned down by Trioculus TNT attack. Tash remarked on how quickly the jungle was growing back over the ashes, looking fresher and denser than the old growth on the other side of the village, but Ken hardly spared it a glance. He dashed across the platform and into the nearest building, then out of the nearest building and into the one behind it. Where's everyone? He yelled when he came out from that one. Let's look in the communications shed, Tash suggested, pointing at a prefab container attached to a medium-sized antenna tower. Inside, they found a running comms array hissing with static, and an old man in dungarees sleeping on a cot in the corner. Ken woke him up and repeated his question. Son, the old man said, wiping his brow, they've all gone, closer to the front lines of the war. We're just keeping the watch here, me and the boys, but for what, I don't know. But what about the lost city? Ken asked. Isn't anyone watching it? And the search for the escaped prisoner, Triclops. Your father, you mean? The technician said. Or is that just something they made up for the show? Spoilers. Tash groaned, but Ken had gone pale. Does the whole galaxy know? He asked, his voice hoarse. The old man chuckled. Most of the galaxy thinks you're a piece of fiction, son. Or propaganda, depending which side they're on. Anyway, I'm afraid you're too late. Spotter saw a ship break through the canopy down Woolaminder Way some weeks ago. A ship? Ken asked. What kind of ship? We've been wondering about that ourselves. The technician squinted at a roster printed out on flimsoplast and glued to the wall, then slapped a button on the comms array. Hey Monk, he said. I've got our Jedi Prince here. With a friend? The real one? You wouldn't mind telling them about that ship you saw. That was the weirdest ship I've ever seen, Monk's voice came crackling from the speaker. Cobbled together from I don't know how many different parts. I'm pretty sure some of it was crashed Death Star wreckage. It only just made orbit, too, wobbling like crazy all through the atmosphere. Do you have any idea where it went? Ken asked. The spotter's laugh was a rustle of static. Not into hyperspace, that much is for sure. Limped off counter-spinwars on sublights, by the orbital sensors. Why didn't anyone tell me? Ken exclaimed. We sent it up the line. The old man shrugged. Never heard back. Guess they weren't that interested. Sorry, lad, Monk pitched in. Is this about your dad and that Supreme Prophet character? Ken angrily hit the button that broke the connection and stomped out. Tash followed, with an apologetic shrug to the old man. Back on the Shroud, they studied the astrogation charts. There, Ken said. Krylon. See, that's where they must have gone. Most likely, Tash muttered. If they made it through hyperspace, it was no more than a small hop down the Yavin bypass until they reached the system. Ken mostly sulked in the co-pilot seat, only speaking up when they approached the planet. I think you were right, he said grudgingly. They really are ashamed of me. because whoever made that stupid show has poisoned the minds of everyone against me. He balled his fists. How am I supposed to live like this? Let's find your father, Tash said gently. Then we'll figure out the rest. The atmosphere on Krylon was so toxic with industrial fumes, they had to wear rebreathers outside the ship, but both Tash and Ken spared each other the obvious commentary. With the help of a spaceport hustler, they found the spare parts ship, as he called it, in a junkyard outside the capital. It seemed to have been built around the wreckage of an old Delta 7 from the Clone Wars, with components from TIE fighters, Imperial walkers, and threaded vehicles, and even some parts Ken recognized from his old underground home, the lost city of the Jedi, welded together into a barely space-worthy jumble. More importantly, however, it was empty. There was a BIM with a beard and a human with a, what do you call it? A friendly Bassalis junkyard worker told them, this thing wrapped around the head. Wanted to trade this flying scrapyard as an artifact of great historical importance, Master Kilv offered them scrap value, only fair if you ask me, but then the BIM got all high and mighty, puffing up his beard and saying he was a prophet. Caden, Ken said darkly. And Triclops in a turban, Tash muttered. Anyway, me and Kilv just laughed at them, but Buller, who operates the cranes, he got scared. Told us not to mess with the dark side and apologized a dozen times and said he'd take them to the faithful, or something. The Basilisk shrugged with his forearms. Never took Buller for the religious type, but They thanked the Basilisk and set out in the direction he indicated, to what looked like a repurposed Coruscant ducking under a monorail bridge. Sneaking into the circular building, they overheard a group of humans talk in reverent tones about the imminent resurgence of the prophets of the dark side, and about how they would profit from having helped the Supreme Prophet himself return to his dominion. I sure hope it really was him, though, one of them said a bit less reverently. He did look a lot like a BIM. That kicked loose an avalanche of mutterings, including he's just short, everyone knows he's short. I knew a BIM once. He had for all over. And the other guy showed us his third eye. What more do you want? Ken tensed up, but Tash shook her head, waving towards the entrance. Wait outside, she whispered. I've got this. Ken waited outside, grinding his teeth under the rebreather. They were so close, he could feel it. Tash rejoined him a moment later. They're breaking up, she whispered, pressing her back to the monorail pillar next to him. Apparently they all pooled their money to buy Caden a ship. Hush, here they come. They waited for the churchgoers to pass, then followed the largest group to a domed plaza near the spaceport. The place seemed to be part mall, part commercial and residential area, equipped with air scrubbers and indoor plants. Tash took off her rebreather with a sigh of relief, but Ken decided to keep his on. I don't need anyone else recognizing me today, he thought bitterly. With the hood up as well, he might even have looked intimidating if he'd been a little taller. The men were headed for a starship rental booth on the ground floor of an expansive courtyard. Tash and Ken watched from behind a group of decorative shrubs as they exchanged a few words with the receptionist droid at the front desk, then stepped inside through an opaque glass door. Okay, Tash said, her face grim. You stay right here. I'll handle this. What? But. No buts. You trust me, remember? Wait for me and be ready to run. But above all, do not follow me. Tash, Ken felt his stomach knotting up. Tash had appeared in his life when he was at his worst. She had given him hope, and in a world that seemed intent on mocking him, she was the only one who had stood up for him. He didn't want to show it, but the thought of losing her too terrified him to the bone. It'll be fine, she promised. Then after a moment's hesitation, she kissed his head. I'll be right back. With that, she stepped out of their cover, pulled her hood up, and walked straight towards the booth. Ken saw the droid tilt his head at her approach, then it said something that didn't carry to him, and opened the door for her. Just like that. How did she do that? Ken held his breath for what felt like minutes while nothing happened, or at least nothing he could see or hear from where he was. He had nearly made up his mind to go after her despite her warning, when a sound like a Wookiee's roar shook the glass door and echoed through the plaza. Ken froze, trying desperately to think of something, anything, to use as a weapon. I have the Force, if only I could use it better. He balled his fists in frustration and sprinted for the booth anyway. Anything was better than just waiting. He was halfway there when the door opened. At first he was not sure if it was really Tash. She looked so fierce, but then she was by him, grabbing his hand, spinning him around, and pulling him after her. They barged through the confusion in the plaza without looking back even once until they were outside and she had to slow down to pull the rebreather across her mouth and nose again. What? Ken panted. What? She shook her head and pulled him onwards. Only when the Shroud-S landing ramp clicked shut behind them did she let go of his hand. She dashed to the cockpit, tossing her outdoor gear aside on the way, and a moment later the ship buckled underneath Ken's feet as it took off. He made his way forward, dropped into the co-pilot seat and looked at her. She still looked fierce, with half her hair pulled from her braid and her face red from exertion, but when they cleared orbit, a grin started tugging at the corners of her mouth. She turned to Ken and raised her left hand. I've got it, she said. Huh, was all he could manage. The tracking fob. She showed him a palm-sized triangular device with a metal ring at the top. For the ship the guy rented out to Caden. Ken opened and closed his mouth dumbly as a fresh wave of hope spread through him. That's wow. How did you? Never mind that. She set the ship on a course away from the planet, then fished out a cable from a compartment in the nav console and attached it to the fob. There were dark blotches on the back of her hand and under her fingernails, but Ken decided not to ask. Tash was a mystery, and that was all right. A beautiful, powerful mystery, and she was on his side. Let's go hunt a prophet, she said when the coordinates flashed on the screen. Her blue eyes glinted, and she gave him a smile that made his ears burn. Want to pull the lever? On the way to the Sarcev system, where the tracking beacon had last released a signal, Ken watched another episode and a half of the Jedi Prince, becoming angrier with every scene. He finally gave up with a huff of disgust when Trioculus started coming onto Princess Leia. Without turning off the entertainment unit, he plodded out of the cockpit and towards the back of the ship to see if there was any tolerable food to be found. The door to Tash's room was open when he walked by. She was facing away from him and pulling up her shirt, and her skin underneath was gray. Ken recoiled in confusion and horror. His foot catching on a ledge, he stumbled against the bulkhead behind him. The noise attracted Tash's attention, and she turned. It was not Tash. It was not a girl, or even a human. His face was long and gray as a ghost, and it came stalking towards him. Chapter 11. Fuel. The Emperor walked among his people, unnoticed and unguarded except for the telescopes and turbolasers tracking his every movement from the Citadel. The settlement surrounding his abode had grown, and was still growing as his subjects kept on breeding. Palpatine felt their intensity all around him, the thickness of their pleasures, the quickened pulse of their lives. It is something about this place, he told his physicist who was walking beside him. Ameta blames the Rakata, who ruled this world dozens of millennia ago. They sacrificed their slaves in such great numbers that the fabric of the universe is weakened here, he says, the walls that separate this world from death worn thin. He stopped to watch a family cross their path. 3 young children were chasing a herd of furry pets across the misty square between the high-rises, while their parents and elder siblings were carrying strings of lights and occasionally calling after them with good-natured admonishments. It was cloud season on Byss, a liminal time marking the end of summer in which kilometer-wide bands of moisture enveloped the planet, shrouding the surface in a featureless haze and making the world look almost like a gas giant from space for a few weeks. Its inhabitants, brought here from all across the galaxy, did not seem to mind. They decorated the houses and parks with colorful lights during this time, and since the air was still warm, they played in the mist as they had in the sun. Palpatine and ran past a pair of adolescents holding hands under a spreading tree. So engrossed in their mutual presence they hardly noticed the old man and his servant walking by. They do not seem close to death to me, Sigid Ranth said, regarding the two. No, Ameta has it wrong. The Emperor stooped to pick up one of the furballs that had come to a tumbling halt before his feet, then handed it to the little boy following it. The Rakata came to this place because it intensifies life and everything about it, including the suffering of their slaves. He patted the boy on the head, then did the same for his sister who showed him her pets. They live faster, not less. Generations change within a dozen years rather than 30. This boy will be almost a man come spring, and these two, he pointed at the adolescents, who were now kissing passionately, will be feeding a gaggle of squalling children. Yes, Rand murmured. I feel it. Perhaps it is our closeness to the center of the galaxy, where stars are born and die in quick succession. Or perhaps the gravitic forces of the bulge act as a focusing lens. It is useful, in any case. Palpatine cut through his speculation. I have foreseen destruction, and I will need lives. Your clones. Clones are useless. The Emperor's sudden anger made his voice resonate with power, and a few of the children and young parents nearby turned to look. Palpatine smelled a note of budding fear in the moist air, and for a heartbeat he was tempted to lash out at them and taste the full bloom of their terror. But it was not fear that he needed. Unlike his errant servant, Mammon Hul, he could not be satiated by the terror and anguish of those around him. He could appreciate it, both aesthetically and as a means to power, but it did not give him strength the way it did the Shiido. Excuse me? A young woman approached them from a garden area hung with clusters of grape-like lanterns, where some sort of party seemed to be in progress. Would you like to sit down? We have cushions and tea. Palpatine studied her. She had a round face framed by chin-length hair, a warm smile, and the eyes of someone who had recently buried a loved one. What is your name? He asked. Tanira. The shadows behind her eyes deepened. Her mother's name, then, taken after her recent death. It was a tradition most people on Byss had converged on, perhaps to cope with the fact that a faster life also meant more frequent deaths and bereavement. In all likelihood, there was always one woman named Tanira in her family. When she was gone, another would take up her name. Thank you, Tanira, Palpatine said, but I have no use for tea. I might have use for you, however. Is there someone near you love? Tanira lowered her gaze in embarrassment, but Palpatine already knew. Bring him, he said, indicating the bearded young man who watched them from behind the fence. We leave together? Their minds were soft, made pliable by lives of comfort and base pleasures. They followed him without complaint, down the white alley, through the gates of the security zone, between the towering weapons emplacements and across the bridge over the moat. There was no water in the moat, but deep down some creatures from Gog's menagerie roared out their hunger. Tanira and her lover took it all in with wide eyes, but to Palpatine's quiet amusement it was Sigid Rant who felt the greatest fear. He was still sweating when their turbolift platform arrived on the throne room level. An escort of Sentinel guards met them there, and at Palpatine's command they escorted all of them out onto the balcony. The balcony was a lip of durasteel jutting out from the Citadel's sheer walls. True to Imperial form, it had no railings, and because this level of the Citadel was just above the cloud cover, it looked like one could simply walk off the edge and continue walking on the soft orange-white expanse that stretched all the way to the horizon. Palpatine stopped his guests before it came to that. He watched them marvel at the size of the tower while the Sentinels carried out his orders, and some of the Citadel's other inhabitants began to congregate around him. Omega was among the first. He genuflected before him, but even kneeling he seemed taller than his master. My lord, he said, bowing his horned head. How many people are there on this planet at the moment? Palpatine asked him. I am not sure, my lord, Omega admitted. A few billion. Just over 10 billion, my emperor, Sate Pestit supplied, kneeling beside Omega. Palpatine waved them both up with an impatient gesture. If I killed them all, he said, except for, say, a few hundred, how long, do you reckon, would it take them to repopulate the planet? Years, Omega guessed. More than a decade, Pestit specified. Too long. Ah, there he is. The constable of homunculi had entered the scene, dragging two naked clones behind him on living leashes, and eliciting shrieks of terror and the two humans Palpatine had brought up from the city. He faced them where they half-cowered behind Ranth. This is my servant, Gog, he said. He is quite docile, though he could absorb you with a touch. And whose clones would that be, Constable? From the Merrick and Steel germlines, the creature said, forcing his voice through the agonized din of 1,000 souls. "My lord." Tanira and her lover blanched at the sound and retreated instinctively, so that Palpatine had to dispatch a sentinel to save them from falling off the balcony. "They are ripe?" he asked Gog, inspecting the clones. Freshly decanted, their skin was still wet with nutrient goo as they cowered on the Durkree floor. "And imprinted." "One of them is my lord. As per your orders." "Clones," a disdainful voice said from behind them. "Weak fuel." The speaker was a humanoid creature with a monkey-like face, accompanied by another who looked just like him except for their differently colored robes. "Careful, Kaiwas," Palpatine admonished him. "I am a clone." "You are not fuel," Kaiwas responded without a hint of fear. "Nor are you this body," his brother Tias added. "You are the Emperor, whatever form you take." "I am," Palpatine said. These two had never bent the knee, and he had never required them to. They were among the very few beings in the galaxy whom he considered friends, though not equals. "You have been hunting," he observed, tasting their vibrant scintillations in the Force. "On Tython." "You should go," Tias said. "The ground itself there is alive with malice, home to sorrow worms and incandescent predators. Horrith and flesh eaters, barely sentient as individuals, gather in packs that could defeat 100 of your sentinels by sheer ferocity." "Let me try," Palpatine said, extending a hand. Tias hesitated only for an instant. Then he stepped forward and placed his sloped forehead in the Emperor's palm. Palpatine felt a slight resistance far beneath the conscious levels of his friend's brain, the animal instinct to cling to any shred of energy he owned, but it was easily broken. A strange kind of power and exhilaration coursed through him, barely diluted by his passage through an alien mind. Palpatine bared his teeth when he broke the connection. "It is pleasant," he said, "but not enough." Tias inclined his head. More of Palpatine's servants had gathered on the balcony, gathering around them until they nearly filled the space. "You will go hunting," the Emperor told them, his voice ringing with power. "I will send you to worlds teeming with lesser creatures, such as these." He gestured towards the humans he had brought, Tanira and her lover, who stared back at the Emperor and his entourage in horror. The outstretched arm of a sentinel was all that kept them from retreating straight over the edge. "You will take their lives," Palpatine said, "and bring them to me. Observe." With a twitch of one finger, he directed the sentinel to push Tanira off the balcony. Her fall was silent, as was her lover's incredulous shock. With narrow eyes, Palpatine observed the ripple that went through the crowd of his servants at the precise moment of her death. There were only 3 beings who did not react to the sudden puff of a life being ripped into chaos. Sigid Ranth, who was as deaf to the Force as a rock, Borbrigmas Gog, for whom the screams of the dead were the permanent backdrop of his existence, and Tanira's lover, who was still staring after her in dumb confusion. It took another 2 heartbeats for him to fully grasp the situation. Then he produced a roar that turned into a wail, teetered on the edge for a moment, and finally fell more than jumped after her. This time, Palpatine watched the clones that had curled up on the floor beneath Gog's towering form. Both their backs arched when another death sparked through them, and one of them even gave a low growl as the creatures down in the moat tore apart the fresh body. Palpatine remembered the first batch of Merrick clones. They had been unstable and troublesome, but promising in how far they deviated from the norm along every dimension. Combining them with the Steel Line had yielded a few remarkable results. If the Kaminoans had been able to do that sort of thing at scale, perhaps the Clone Wars would not have been quite as disappointing. "The clones now?" Masa Meta asked. "No. Save them?" Palpatine had intended them as a foil, an example of the kind of death that served him not, but looking at the way his servants frowned at them, he saw there was no need. "You will glut yourselves on souls," he said, raising his voice again, "and then you will relinquish them to me." One by one, Palpatine's servants dropped to their knees in obedience, all except Gog, who could not, and Tias and Kaiwas, who merely nodded. They all were his fingers, the Emperor knew. Using them, he was going to reach into the galaxy and squeeze it dry. Chapter 12. The Jedi Prince, Electric Bugaloo. With Palter Carvin and Baron Diasta gone, The meetings of the ruling council had become a dull affair. Isard was standing in the middle of the floor, as usual, laying out her latest propositions, all carefully calculated so the council would pass those she wanted passed, and block a few she had put in to make them feel like they still mattered. Mad Windcaller had long stopped paying attention. Leaning back in her high-back chair, she was going over the script notes for the second season of The Jedi Prince. Even more than the first one, this would be an exercise in agile production, as the show's plot was designed to dovetail with and comment on real-world events as they unfolded. It was this format, halfway between newsreel and drama series, that had made the first season such a success despite the admittedly corny writing and subpar production values. Making it had been a terror and a thrill at the same time, and as almost nobody besides her knew, it had only been possible thanks to her secret master skill at both predicting and bringing about future events. This was the chief reason she did not feel the need to follow Ysanne Isard's posturing in front of the council. The Madam Director thought she was in it for the long run, that she could lead the Empire through intrigue and intimidation indefinitely. If she had seen the drafts Mad Windcaller was looking at, she would have been outraged. Where the first season had been about showing the need for a worthy successor to Palpatine's throne, the second would focus on the question of the ideal ruler. The end of the first episode, as envisioned by her secret master, would see Ken Palpatine placed on the throne after an intense battle between Legitimists and Isard's forces over possession of Imperial Center. The second was to feature the twist that Mad had been looking forward to ever since her master had personally induced her into the rank of secret keeper within the Church of the Dark Side. In a daring crossover more than a year in the making, Luke Skywalker, of the Jedi's Revenge movie, would reluctantly accept the regency for Ken at the overwhelmed boy's request. The remnants of the Empire would bow before Emperor Skywalker, even as a darker threat emerged from the deep core. Madam Director, Sarcev Quest's sonorous voice interrupted Isard's monologue. Mad looked up. Quest was perhaps the sole remaining interesting player on the council. I believe you should see this. We all should. I was not finished, Counselor Quest, Isard said sharply. In any event. But you will be, Quest replied, effortlessly drowning out her voice, unless we find a way to counter this. With the last word, he used his system privileges as the council's acting chair to call up a holofeed on the floor right next to Isard. Mad had to stop a grin from spreading across her face when a larger-than-life image of Supreme Prophet Caden filled the room, complete with his characteristic sparkling robes and booming voice. Citizens of the Empire, he said, I bid you all dark greetings. So it begins, Mad thought. Instead of watching the prophet as he commanded all believers to help retake Coruscant in his name, she regarded the other members of the council. Nihilus had gone even paler than usual, his gaunt face looking like a skull in the harsh light. Quest was leaning forward, his eyes narrow, studying the hologram, and no doubt plotting ferociously behind that broad, creased brow. Tan Starpire next to him, in contrast, looked almost relieved. When the Grand Moffs had seceded from the Empire to form their own central committee, Isard had shunted their administrative duties onto Starpire's department, the Diet of Imperial Governors, which had been an entirely symbolic office up to that point. Starpire probably hoped that Caden would bring the Moffs back into the fold and let him retreat back into his comfortable irrelevance. The Emperor's true heir will come to me, Caden prophesied, and I shall seat him on the throne. Then the Empire shall be whole again, and ready to fulfill his destiny. Ridiculous, Isard said. He's just a silly old dwarf in a sparkly robe. No one is going to listen to him. She threw a look in Windcaller's direction. No one important anyway. He did predict Palpatine's death at Endor, Nihilus said. He got lucky. He has no ships or troops. He has alienated his most powerful allies, and it appears he vaporized the last claimant he meant to put upon the throne. I assure you, counselors, Caden is not going to be a problem. She is worried. Ysanne Isard might be good at deception, but Sarcev Quest was better at reading people. When Isard left the room amid murmurs of disagreement, Quest quickly closed the session and followed her to her office. She let him in without debate. That alone showed the seriousness of the situation, Otherwise, she would never have passed up an opportunity for power play. Quest stepped into the wide, sparsely decorated room that looked out over Imperial City. "He is a problem," he said. Isard flared her nostrils, a dangerous gesture Quest had learned. "I've taken steps." "May I ask which ones?" She regarded him flatly for a moment. They were not confidants nor even allies, but he thought he could see her come to the same conclusion he had. "Caden could ruin everything for both of us." An old associate of Caden's, a disgruntled apprentice. "I've given him the resources to find his hated master and destroy him." "And you are confident he will?" "The resources I mentioned include Grand Admiral Makati's fleet." "Ah." Afshin Makati hated Caden with a passion since the Supreme Prophet had fried him close to death using the Force once. Only that must have been the real one back then, not the imposter he is hunting now. That was for the best, Quest supposed. The more separate plots to kill a Caden, no matter which one, the harder it would be for the real one to see the true strike coming. "I hope." "And what about his followers?" "Religious zeal can be a powerful motivator, whether the prophet is alive or not." "Nonsense. The only true believers I was worried about, Hissa, Al-Raz, Pekadi-Sin, are all dead." Grand Moff Hissa had been sent to his death by Caden himself on Yavin IV. Pekadi-Sin's ship had been vaporized by rebels above Kashyyyk, with the prophet as merely aboard, and the mad Grand Admiral Ysanne Isard had plunged his superstar destroyer into the Denarii Nebula, causing the unstable gases to erupt in a nova-like flare that was still impeding traffic along the Junction-Tyrrell loop. Quest frowned. There was something there, an idea. He quickly balled his fist, driving his fingernails into the skin, and squashed it. "As for the rabble, they will be easily weaned from the church," Isard went on. "I have made preparations to reinstate freedom of religion in the Empire." "Good, that's safe territory. You'll need the votes of the council," Quest said. "Windcaller is going to veto." "She will do nothing of the sort," Isard snapped. "The leader of her silly cult just publicly declared himself a traitor to the Empire. It will be freedom for all religions, or persecution for hers. And by making her choose the former, you avoid creating martyrs." It made sense, Quest had to admit. His own instinct would have been to blow up the pretentious floating crystal that was the first church of the dark side, as a declaration of war against the prophets, but not for the first time. He saw that Isard's plan was objectively better. That, and the church's rank and file will drain away into their former faiths. Isard turned to the window and looked out across the dusky cityscape. "I am more worried about other threats. The opportunists. Very sharp, Counselor Quest. Those who would follow Caden's call not out of faith, but as a means to power. And a way to get rid of you." Isard cast him an icy glance over her shoulder. "I am sure," she said. "Would you like to be rid of me, Counselor Quest?" "No, madam. I know. You are playing a different game, or you believe you are." She turned around to face him. "Which is why you are going to help me." "Oh, am I?" Quest decided to indulge her. "Specifically with what, Madam Director?" "Sander Dovardis." She wasted no time, so she had obviously been considering this since before this council meeting. "I believe you know him." Gear started spinning in Quest's brain, so fast it was an effort to focus on the matter at hand. "I knew him a long time ago," he said, forcing himself to reminisce. Sander had been a friend for a short while during his stint at the Imperial Palace, a good wingman, but also hopelessly romantic. One time he'd even tried to woo Ysanne Isard, herself a lanky girl back then, with a stature not too different from Sander's own. The outcome had been predictably disastrous, and Quest dearly hoped Isard was not aware how deeply he had been involved in that attempt, but if she was, she gave no sign of it now. He was a different man then, he added. "A boy, really. I hear he calls himself Superior General now. He imagines he's got enough ground troops and materiel to conquer any city in the core." Isard gave a disdainful flick of the hand. "He means to turn it all against this city." "That seems ill-advised. Delverdus could not seriously expect to conquer Coruscant with a few star destroyers full of adats. And rather rash." He's been preparing since before Caden's announcement. Someone must have given him early warning. And he won't be the only warlord who will try to profit from the chaos they expect the prophets to unleash. So you want me to make an example of him? Isard waved a hand. Delay him, derail him, dispatch him, whatever. Just make sure he doesn't get here. And the others? I will deal with the others. Can you deal with Delverdeus? Quest took a moment to study her. It was a rare occasion that Ysanne Isard was reduced to pleading. This was the woman who had gotten her own father executed so she could rise to his place in Imperial intelligence, and who now presumed to bend the Empire to her will using nothing but information as her weapon. He did not trust her, and never would, but for the moment she could make a useful ally. I can, he said finally. But in return, I want you to tell me everything, every detail, and every contingency, about how you are planning to bring down the prophets. He thought of Jax, whose last message a week ago had implied he was leaving with Lumaya on a random mission, their arranged code phrase for the hunt for Caden. He sat down on the edge of Isard's desk. Oh, and I'll need a drink. A strong one. Chapter 13. To kill him a kingdom? Ken dreamed of destruction. Neutron torches devouring the jungle, turbo lasers chewing into bulkheads, making the metal boil and burst, TIE fighters literally bending the heads off people. He awoke in a sweat. Where did those dreams come from? And more importantly, where was he? What had happened? Tash. He remembered the girl, his hopes and his shock when it turned out she had never even been human. The creature, whatever it was, had attacked him. He had tried to fight, pinned to the wall by strong gray hands, had grasped for the Force, finding it sluggish and elusive like mud, the grin on the alien's face like it was enjoying his fear, and then a flash, a blue flash. It must have stunned him before stuffing him in the storage closet, Ken realized. Tash, the fake Tash, had carried a tiny holdout blaster. She had shown it to him back on Dagobah. Trying to gain my trust. Ken gritted his teeth. It felt like his whole life was nothing but a series of betrayals. His childhood, locked away in the lost city of the Jedi, had been an elaborate lie. The new friends he had found with the New Republic had all turned their backs on him, and to cap it all off, he'd allowed himself to be tricked, kidnapped, and locked up like a fool. He should have taken stock of his surroundings and figured out some clever way to escape, but instead he let his anger swell up inside him until it filled him and spilled over in a scream. His fist hit the bulkhead, and a spike of pain shot up his arm that made him collapse with a whimper. The door was unimpressed. Ken stared at it for a while, nursing his arm, then he began to cry. Carnor Jax rolled a die. It came up 5 again. Frowning, he bent over the handwritten list he'd prepared. 5 down was an odd number, so he multiplied the results of the last 2 throws, took the sum of the digits, and went 7 steps up in the list. Nefta. That was one of his own contributions to the list. Lumaya had access to Isard's files, but Carnor Jax had his memories of years spent in Palpatine's throne room, observing the Emperor's audiences through the slit of his helmet. Together, they'd made a tally of everyone who might have a reason to hate Supreme Prophet Caden, and now they were offering them revenge. Dice in hand, the former Royal Guard strode through the long corridor that connected the Revenant S-forward modules to the bridge and engines at the back. He found Lumaya in her sparring chamber, a room directly above the main reactor that she'd had cleared out and armor-plated from the inside, swinging her light whip at the figure of a tall prophet. The incandescent line hissed through the air like a snake striking at his prey, and hit the prophet at an angle that would have cut a living being clean in two. Lumaya pulled it back while the image of the prophet sputtered and fell away, revealing a battered old holodroid whose limbs had been reinforced with strips of Beskar steel to withstand Lumaya's attacks. "They're too easy to kill," the Dark Lady of the Sith snarled. Her voice was a metallic rasp, filtered through the breathing mask that covered her nose and mouth. "Are too hard. How do they even fight?" "With words, my lady." Lumaya snorted. "Not against this," she said, flicking her whip. "Can they anticipate where you will strike? Do they see the path to victory?" "I do not know, my lady. I have never seen any of them fight." Carnor Jax paused. They never seemed to need to fight. And yet Palpatine drove them away. Perhaps. Let's not think about that. Are they left of their own accord to further some hidden agenda? So we still have no idea what we'll be facing when we get to them. Not entirely, my lady. But we do now who will be facing them next. Lumiya fastened her rolled-up weapon at her hip. Who is it? She asked. The former senator for Estrin Sector, King Nefta, as he styles himself. The Supreme Prophet convinced Palpatine that he would attempt to assassinate him and usurp his throne at some point in the future, so the Emperor gave Nefta a choice between exile or death. And he chose exile. On Odyssey Faustin, near the Stygian caldera, a desolate frozen rock, according to the records. The sharp lines of Lumiya's eyebrows creased in a frown. Desolate, indeed. He is still there. According to Isar's files, he should be. Eagerly waiting for revenge, no doubt. Good. Through the tightly wrapped bandage in front of Lumiya's mouth, the word sounded like some deadly curse, which, in a way, it was. Go dress the prisoner, apprentice, while I command Captain Valek to set course for his doom. There was a knock on the door. Ken ignored it at first, assuming it was the metal popping back into place after his futile assault. He was still curled up on the floor of the storage compartment, surrounded by shelves whose contents were kept in place with green elastic nets. The ceiling was glowing faintly, as it always did when someone was inside. There was another knock, then another. A voice calling. Ken, it said. Ken tensed and sat up, wincing as he let go of his injured hand. In here, he called back, hating the weak sound of his voice. The door cracked, shifted, stuck, then it slid sideways a few inches with a grating shriek before getting stuck again. Then human fingers gripped its edge, and the face of a boy about his age appeared in the gap. You're Ken? The boy asked. That depends. Who are you? The boy grinned. My name's Loker. Come on, let's get you out of there. Loker, huh? Ken studied him with narrow eyes. Are you that shapeshifter again? You mean Hool, the Shiido? No, he left you here. If you come with me now, you can still see him die. The king in exile greeted them in the ruins of a giant tower that stuck out from the snow like broken teeth. Carnor Jax cleared the final boulder with a force-assisted leap, his crimson robe snapping in his ankles. Snow flurried up around his feet when he landed in front of the tall near-human who regarded him with a skeptical expression. Is your master afraid of me? He asked. His voice sounded almost exactly like the icy wind that was hissing and howling around the fragments of black rock, but Jack still understood every syllable. He looked over his shoulder to where Lumiya was perched atop a jagged spike, presenting a menacing image with her triangular headdress silhouetted against a bright crack in the clouded sky. Their intention had been to swap roles, to make it appear as if he was the master and Lumiya the apprentice standing guard, but apparently Nefta was more perceptive than most. I'm waiting, Nefta, Lumiya called, the echo of her words reverberating from the stones. Do you want your revenge or not? Nefta ignored her. She should be, he continued, still looking down at Carnor Jax. You, on the other hand, I think we could work together well, young man. What do you say? The snow stirred, and Lumiya touched down gracefully right next to him. I saw the palace that used to be yours, she said, in the old town of Livian Magnus. This here. She gestured around at the ruins. This is no home for a king. Spare me the flattery, Nefta replied evenly, his creased upper lip twitching in what might have been disgust, and I will spare you the platitudes about appearances being deceiving. I know exactly what you want, and I've already told you I agree. So you will kill Caden. Nefta's eyes flared with anger. Do not presume to trick me, witch. I will help kill on Caden, and afterwards you are going to take me to your master. Lumiya's knuckles were white around the hilt of her light whip. Carnor Jax used the tension building around him to narrow his focus to the impending fight. Nothing else mattered, only the distance between him and Nefta, the reach of his lightsaber, the folds of the old king's robe, and what might be hiding in there. Yes, Nefta said, his voice audible even through the pounding of the blood in Carnor's ears. I know about your master, and so does your acolyte, though he seems desperate to hide it. With a snarl, Carnor Jax attacked. He crossed the distance in 2 steps, ducking low and swinging his lance in a horizontal arc that would have severed Nephta's legs at the knees, only to pitch it up at the last moment and drive the tip straight at his opponent's chest instead. As he had anticipated, Nephta stepped aside, but counter to Carnor's expectations. He neither drew a weapon of his own nor did Lumaya join the fight. Instead, when Jax brought his weapon around in a follow-up slash, Nephta simply floated up from the ground, seemingly without moving a muscle, and then dissipated. Carnor Jax looked around in confusion, every muscle in his body taut and ready to spring. The circle of stones was empty except for Lumaya, who was still standing where she had before, her whip still dark. "Don't," she called out. "This is his home turf. You can't?" Then the ground gave way beneath his feet, and he tumbled down into the darkness in a rain of crumbling stones. Loker led Ken out of the shroud into a dark, cavernous hangar bay, where the only light came from the stars outside the hangar's mouth. It was completely still here, save for their own sounds and the slow ticking of the shroud as hyperdrive cooling down. "I know this place," Ken exclaimed, then winced at the way his voice echoed back from the walls. "We're in Space Station Scardia." "This is my home," Loker said. Ken stopped in his tracks, staring at him. The boy wore simple black robes that hung off his lanky frame a little awkwardly. Are you a prophet?" Ken asked. "A prophet of the dark side." Loker laughed and waved his hand towards a bulkhead, where a hidden door slid open in response. "I am an acolyte of the High Prophet Judger himself," he said. "He's on a mission now, but one day, oof." He broke off when Ken slammed into him at full speed, ramming his shoulder into Loker's ribs so the boy lost his breath and his balance at the same time. His head cracked against the durasteel wall just beside the door, and he immediately went limp and collapsed at Ken's feet. That, Ken decided, had felt good. Really good? He had been captured by the prophets once, and then interrogated in this very station. Hot shame still rose inside him at the memory of how he had let Caden trick him into drinking Avabush tea, a truth serum under whose influence he had given away the location of the lost city of the Jedi. He kicked the unconscious Loker hard in the ribs for good measure, then dragged his limp body back to the shroud, grinding his teeth all the way. He would not let himself be embarrassed again, he vowed to himself. Not ever, and not by anyone. Carnor Jax landed hard on his back in the middle of an ancient hall, arches of blackened stone bending and intertwining above him. Nephta, the real Nephta, he supposed, not the illusion he had attacked on the surface, was sitting on a throne built from the ossified roots of a tree, looking down at him with the same detached interest as before. "I understand," he said, as if Carnor's fury had been merely a turn in their conversation. "We shall speak no more of it, then. Would you care for some wine?" "What are you trying to do?" Carnor growled. He looked up to where he'd broken through the roof, jagged stones framed a patch of cloudy sky, with no sign of Lumaya. "I am trying to have a cup of wine with you." Nephta indicated a spider-like creature that came shuffling across the rubble on 8 fleshy legs, carrying a tray with 2 earthen cups on his back. "And perhaps share some thoughts before your master catches up." 2 other spiders brought a chair and pillows, and before he knew it, Carnor Jax was reclining opposite Nephta, the cup in hand. He peered into it with suspicion. "What will this do?" he asked. "What wine does," Nephta said, lifting his own cup. "Scramble your thoughts. Give you ideas, even if they might not be comprehensible to others." Carnor swallowed hard. He had expected Nephta to be a skilled adversary. Everyone on the list he had compiled with Lumaya was dangerous, and approaching them meant playing with fire. But Nephta was laying him bare with mere words. Just by looking at him, he seemed to know everything Carnor Jax had ever thought or done. And if a mere servant of Palpatine had power like this. Seeing him hesitate, Nephta stood from his throne. Broken stone crunched under his boots as he walked over. Then he plucked Carnor's cup from his wavering fingers and handed him his own. "I'm not trying to poison you, boy," he said, downing the wine in one big gulp. "Drink up." Carnor Jax raised the cup to his lips. The snowflakes falling through the hole above him had dusted the rim, and one was melting on the thick dark liquid surface as he looked. This is a trap, he thought. Yes, Nefta said simply. But not for you. The wine was sour at first taste, but then it seemed to dissipate in his mouth and rise straight into his brain, enveloping it in a smooth, cool shell. We can't talk now, he heard King Nefta say directly in his head, without Palpatine's clone or your dark lady here being any the wiser. He tilted his head back, chuckled, and waved up at Lumaya, who was now peering over the rim, her light whip sizzling. Ironically, he told Carnor, it was Caden himself who came up with this trick. Wine from the dreaming vineyard of Bastherda. Lumaya landed on the rubble next to Carnor, and Nefta welcomed her with a mocking bow. The real Caden, not the poor fool you have prepared for me, or the imposter that Makati is about to kill. A spider brought Nefta a repulsor case bound in what looked like lizard hide, and he hefted it with one hand. Shall we leave, then? He said aloud. I believe we have a prophet to kill. Ken stood behind the bulkhead, seething. He was wearing the black robes he had pulled off the boy, Loker, before locking him into the cabinet on the shroud. They were even more loose on him than they'd been on the boy, but there were rings and pulleys sewn into the sleeves that opened doors and secret passages by remote control. Using these in his memory of the station, Ken had made his way towards the Chamber of Dark Justice, where his father, his kidnapper, and his greatest enemy were waiting. He knew they were there because he could feel them through the Force. His father's grim anticipation, mixed with pain, Caden's thick, cloying self-assurance, and a constantly flickering sense of annoyance and guilt from the third creature, the shapeshifter who tricked Ken into coming here. He had never felt anything that clearly through the Force before. The most he had gotten were small prickles of impending danger, which he would have ignored if Luke Skywalker had not taught him to trust them. Luke Skywalker. Ken almost snorted. It had been bad enough to realize that the self-proclaimed Jedi Knight had left him behind on Dagobah because he did not want to be associated with the stupid holodrama. But a minute ago, Ken had discovered something even worse. Luke had been lying to him from the start. He had told him to let go of fear, anger, and hate, that those would cloud his senses and lead him down the path of the dark side. But Ken had never been as angry, as afraid and full of hatred as right now, making his way through Scardia Station, and his senses had never been sharper, his path never clearer, his will never stronger than right now. Luke Skywalker had tried to keep him weak. He never wanted Ken to find his actual strength, he just wanted him out of the way. Just like they all did, the rebellion, Caden, the shapeshifter, and even his own father, Triclops, who'd abandoned him in the dead of night with only a letter full of weak apologies. Ken felt his anger deepen, and his perception with it. Closing his eyes, leaning close to the wall, he could make out individual words, then sentences. Let me out, a voice growled, an unfamiliar one, like that of a wild beast. The shapeshifter. You don't know who you're dealing with. Mammon Hool. That was Caden, audibly amused. Yes, I even know your old first name. Surprised. And you might notice that I'm quite equipped to deal with shapeshifters, even those of your caliber. You don't know who I serve, Hool retorted, but before he could go on, a tinny voice interrupted. Supreme Prophet, it said, search and cleanup have been completed. There were no further survivors. A pity, Caden commented, but not a problem. Not a problem, a third voice exclaimed. Ken's heart seemed to contract painfully in his chest as he heard his father speak. Master, without the other prophets. They can be replaced. Sure, the poor boy will take it hard. He doted on Jedger, the fool. But as we speak, my loyal followers all over the Empire are preparing to assault Coruscant, and once Dovardis has taken the capital for us, we will have all the raw material we need. But what of the man who killed them? Triclops sounded terrified, downright pathetic, and for an instant Ken could see him stepping over corpses behind Caden, sickened by the slaughter they had found upon returning here. If the attacker is still around? His father's fear stabbed into Ken, and he looked around, his sense of life and danger heightened like a cornered animal's. Except for the 3 burning embers right behind the bulkhead, Scardia Station was empty, with only the echoes of recent violence and pain vibrating through his decks. This is a tomb. Azrakal. Caden laughed. Don't be afraid of my old pupil, friend. He may have surprised our co-conspirators, but he's a firecracker, quick to anger but as easily distracted. I assume he's off on another mercenary mission already, trying to vent his frustration for not catching me. And even if he does return, we are prepared now. You might have 3 eyes, but thanks to these robes you've made me, I have 1,000. Ken flinched, because for some reason he knew exactly what the Supreme Prophet meant by that. The robes he was wearing controlled doors and turbolifts through hidden systems, but Caden's were linked up to every system on this station, painting the security feeds onto his skin with tiny prickles of electricity, and taking orders from every twitch of his fingers. Yes, boy, Caden laughed now, and to Ken's horror the bulkhead in front of him suddenly parted in the middle, its halves retracting into the floor and the ceiling. I am this space station, and you have tickled me for long enough. Blue light filled the room on the other side of the vanishing wall. The first thing Ken noticed was a big cube-shaped energy cage floating in the middle of the space, holding a blur of different creatures. The shapeshifter, trying and failing to escape. Behind it and to the left, the floor rose to form first a dais, and then a smooth black throne, on which the diminutive bearded figure of Caden was perched. And next to him, standing on the dais but at a height with the Supreme Prophet, was Triclops, Ken's father, and Emperor Palpatine's son. Ken, Triclops called out as soon as he saw him. He looked even more haggard than the last time they had met, with the shock of white hair on each side of his face and the 2 eyes that Ken could see reddened and wild with turmoil. He started towards Ken, but Caden held him back with a wave of his hand. As if smacked in the chest, Triclops stopped and stared at his son across the distance. You should not have come, he mouthed. The son and the grandson both, Caden said. So tell me, which one of you should I set on the throne once I take Coruscant? Or maybe I should let you fight it out. I'm not your toy. Ken yelled at the Supreme Prophet. I'm not anyone's toy. And I will never fight my father. He's a good man, whatever you. He's really not, Caden spoke over him. Triclops, do you want to tell him? Ken stared at his father with tears in his eyes, but was distracted by the whirling shapes in the energy cage suddenly solidifying. The shapeshifter had taken on the form of the girl again, and he spoke with Tash's voice as he said, kill him. Ken rounded on the creature, his anger flaring up at the thought of how easily he'd been seduced. But before he could say anything, the girl went on, he's just a bim. A con man. Rip off his coat and you take away all of his power. Caden rose from his throne in anger. Triclops stepped off the dais, moving in the direction of the cage. Then a sound like a thunderclap cut through the room, and for a moment everything seemed to stand perfectly still. The walls crackled, and then a voice boomed out from everywhere at once. This is Grand Admiral Afshimakati, it said, making the floor vibrate and Ken's ears hurt. And I suppose you call yourself Emperor now, Caden. A tremor ran through the station, and all of a sudden Ken felt the floor drop away beneath him as the gravity in the room shifted, then disappeared. He saw the Supreme Prophet flailing his arms and wrestling with his cloak. He saw the girl in the cage change into a Minoc, and he saw Triclops, his father, pushing off the dais towards him, arms outstretched. Time seemed to slow to an agonizing crawl while the Grand Admiral's laughter reverberated through the station. Yes, I have taken control of your systems, Wakati said, just as my associate here took the lives of your fellow prophets. Your subordinate Azrakal was kind enough to help me find you, my emperor. The disembodied voice had taken on a sharp, mocking quality, and Ken felt the danger building up all around him like an electric storm. He does not care for your sparkly dress either. Triclops reached him and took hold of his arms, pulling him close as they drifted across the room. Death, he whispered, his voice hoarse and intense like during one of his trances. This place is death. This time too. We need to get out of here, Ken agreed, but it was too late. The sound of the Grand Admiral's laughter mixed with the thump of turbo lasers hitting the station, the screeching of overheated bulkheads warping and breaking, the blaring of alarms and thoosh of escaping atmosphere. Ken could almost feel the violence with which the barrage was chewing through the space station, boiling away plate after plate without mercy. The hangar bay. Triclops shouted over the din. It's on the other side. Maybe we can still. The last words of Triclops, mutant spawn of the Emperor Palpatine, father to Ken and dreamer of super weapons, were cut short by a rancor biting his head off at the neck. Blood squirted into Ken's face, and he just barely saw the rancor change its shape into a huge bird-like creature before the roof caved in and an explosion pushed him hard against the floor. Caden screamed, somewhere far above him. A torrent of blinding light filled Ken's vision, then he passed out. Chapter 14. Wingman. The ISD Brilliant lived up to its name. Sarcev Quest thought as his shuttle was slowly pulled towards the Star Destroyer's forward hangar bay. Its prow gleamed in the light of Woostery sun like a newly forged dagger. That's a clean ship, Quest remarked to the man sitting in the pilot's seat beside him. Shea Hublin inclined his head minutely, his aristocratic features non-committal. Dovardis leads from behind, he said. Maintaining the integrity of command is more important than displays of bravado, as he likes to say. You disapprove? Shea Hublin looked up to where the docking bay was opening for them. A legendary starfighter pilot, Hublin had cast in his lot with Sandor Dovardis and his Iriadu authority after Endor, but had fallen out with the superior general over Delverdu's plan to attack Coruscant. Instead, he had traveled to the capital himself, told Isard all about Dovardis' intentions, and offered her his services, only for Isard to send him straight back here with Sarcev Quest in tow. No, he said softly as the tractor beam pulled them into the narrow hangar bay. He is right. The greatest risk factor in any battle is the breakdown of the command structure. Quest regarded him for a moment while the docking clamps took hold of their shuttle. Was he thinking of Endor, of the Emperor's death, and Pelian's flight, or of the current power struggle among the Imperial factions? With Isard and Supreme Prophet Caden both laying claim to the whole of the Empire, the Mavs and the ruling council both disputing their authority, and the various warlords clinging to the domains they carved out for themselves, the Empire's command structure had not so much broken down as splintered into 100 shards, as unpredictable and dangerous as orbital debris. So you will hold to our agreement? Quest finally asked. If you can convince him, yes, Hublin said. Until then, I will be staying on this ship. Ready to blast your way out through the hangar doors if necessary, I'm sure. I won't be long, Quest said. I hope. He took his coat from the backrest of his chair, smoothed it out and put it on. It had been a while since he'd affected a coat, but it would do good to remind Delverdus of their shared exploits on Imperial Center. 4 stormtroopers were waiting at the foot of the ramp. They escorted him to a turbolift which took them to midships to the auxiliary bridge. The superior general himself was there, looking out at the stars while Quest approached. He waited until Quest stood next to him and the stormtroopers retreated to guard the door before he spoke, without looking at him. Sarcev, it's been a while. Glad I could make it, Sandor. Quest let his gaze roam over the rows of turbolaser emplacements dotting the armor plates outside. Beautiful ship you have here. Is that Hublin in the shuttle? No banter, then? Yes? He's considering coming back. Conditionally, I suppose. Delverdus let out an exasperated breath and turned to face Quest. Look, Sarcev, I don't follow palace gossip enough to know what position, if any, you currently hold in the Rump Empire. I do know that Isard is calling the shots, so I'll assume you are her lapdog in this matter. And what matter would that be? Dovardis made a gesture, and the stormtroopers who had escorted Quest stepped out, letting the door hiss close behind them. Coruscant will fall, Dovardis said, taking a step back and spreading his arms in the same awkward speaker pose that Quest remembered. Isard has been making nothing but enemies these last months, with her scheming and her demands and her attempts at extortion. Everyone wants her gone, Sarcev. If I were you, I would not bet on her survival. She thinks she sent me, Quest said carefully, but I'm not here on her behalf. No. Delverdus' gut head perked up. You see it too, don't you? She will never be able to hold Coruscant, much less rule an empire, now that she has ousted Pestage and killed off half of the ruling council. So you are deserting her as well. Quest looked around. The auxiliary bridge was empty, with most lights and stations powered down, as usual when a ship was not engaged. "How certain are you that this room is secure?" he asked. "Why?" Quest simply looked into his old friend's eyes, waiting. Finally, Dovardis relented. He walked to the door, slapped the release, and told the startled stormtroopers, "I am taking my guest to my quarters. Tell Captain Cronus to finish assembling the fleet. If I'm not on the main bridge in an hour's time, he is to initiate the battle plan." "Understood." "At once, Superior General." "The battle plan?" Quest asked when they were in the turbolift, barreling towards the bow along the Star Destroyer's central axis. "I told you, things are moving quickly. Caden is a prop, but his proclamation was the signal everyone needed that the battle for Coruscant is on. Only none of the others have the ground troops to actually take the palace." He is looking for something, Quest realized while Dovardis was talking himself into a rage. The gestures and the haunted expression in his eyes were distressingly familiar. Oh no, is he in love again? But why then would he? The turbolift halted abruptly, and Delverdus led the way with long, decisive strides. His quarters were as clean and austere as the rest of the ship, but they quickly passed through them to a sealed door at the very back. It opened only after Dovardis provided a voice sprint and a drop of blood from his finger, revealing an airlock leading into what looked like a small automated lab. Quest felt the increased air pressure in his eardrums when they stepped inside. Then the door snapped shut again behind him, and he was locked in, together with Sander Delverdus and a human-sized coffin that took up most of the space in the middle of the room. "This is secure," Delverdus said, facing Quest across the dark gray box. A row of indicator lights at the end of the lid caught Quest's attention, and with a start he realized what he was looking at. "Is that this woman? The one from Byss? The one they say you killed?" "This is secure," Delverdus repeated stubbornly. "No one can hear us here, or see us, or sniff out whatever your big secret is." Would that it were so? Quest tore his attention away from the coffin to put his thoughts in order. He had to do this just right. Believable, authentic, but not too close to the truth at the same time. As soon as he uttered the name, he knew he would be playing for two audiences, one man in front of him, and another peering into his mind from far away. "Palpatine," he said slowly, "is alive." Delverdus frowned but said nothing, focusing on the words, their pronunciation and pitch to the exclusion of anything else. Quest continued. "He cheated death at Endor, and came back to life." Delverdus' gaze flicked to one end of the coffin, to where, Quest supposed, his mistress' face would be. According to the rumors Quest had heard, Delverdus had struck her with some sort of hammer in a fit of passion, sending her into a coma from which he'd been desperately trying to awake her ever since. "How?" Dovardis asked. "How do you know?" "He contacted me. It was true enough, after a fashion. He wants his allies to join him while he prepares for his return. They will be richly rewarded." The Superior General's face settled into a grim expression. "Assuming I believe you," he began. "You believe me?" Quest had played enough confidence games in his life to know when a mark was ready to fold. "Your battle plan is madness, and you know it. It only makes sense if there is something specific you hope to find in the Imperial Palace." He laid a hand on the suspended animation casket between them, making Dovardis flinch. "You suspected Palpatine had contingency plans, didn't you?" "Of course he would," Delverdus ground out between clenched teeth. "But that he could survive the Death Star. He is more powerful than any of us imagine." That too was true, and Quest let some of his deep apprehension creep into his voice. "So this is your choice. You can either join him in the fullness of his power, or risk everything for a chance to dig around on Coruscant for whatever he may have left behind." It was not a choice, really, and they both knew it. "You are certain," Dovardis said. "I am." "How come no one else knows?" "Once you know it," Quest said simply, "you either join him or die." The Superior General took a deep breath, steadying himself against his lover's coffin. "And you can get me there?" he asked. "Right now?" "No. No. It is a secret, Sander. Until the Emperor is ready to strike, to take back his empire, no one can know. No one must even suspect. You will not tell anyone about this, not your captains, not even your closest friends." if you have any. Instead, we will manufacture an excuse, a plausible reason for your fleet to retreat into the deep core. Dovardus stared at him, his fists clenching and unclenching in turn. You want me to lose? I want you to fight. Heroically. Quest began pacing to break up the tension of the situation. The debate is over. We are planning now. The rebels just took Yagdo from you. Strike back at them where it hurts. A well-defended world, you mean? A worthy prize. One that will make them angry, so they will strike back. And I flee, like a coward. No, you hold out. Preserve your strength. Keep the line of command intact. Keep fighting, with honor and determination, until your captains come to you advising a strategic retreat. Quest spread his hands, mirroring Dovardus' earlier gesture, whereupon you graciously take their advice, with no stain on your honor. The superior general's eyes had narrowed into slits. Quest could feel hope and pride fighting inside him, trampling the last traces of doubt in the process. Finally, Dovardus pulled himself up to his full height, in the inevitable final show of token resistance. You talk a good game, he said darkly, but I still remember the last time I followed your lead. Quest laughed. That last time I told you not to try your luck with Ysanne Isard in the first place. Remember that? What, you were intractable, so I did what I could to cushion the blow. Walking around the casket, he stepped into Delverdus's personal space. Don't be intractable this time, Sander. For your own sake. For a moment it seemed as if he had pushed it too far, but then Dovardus relented. I won't, he said. It's a good plan. And you get your poster boy back in the bargain. Quest slapped the superior general's shoulder, grinning. Hublin will be delighted to hear you are taking on the rebels as Sullust instead of going adventuring in the core. Delverdus frowned. Did I say Sullust? No, but you thought it, didn't you? Come on. He pushed the airlock release, guessing correctly that no blood was required to exit. Let's go inform your captain of the change of plans. Chapter 15. Caden Dies at the end. Nephta's Caden died quickly. A short, dark-haired human, she had been picked up by Lumiya on a research station in the Outer Rim. For her crimes against the Empire, specifically, passing on military secrets to the rebels, Lumiya had reached into her mind and twisted it until the woman believed, with every fiber of her being, that she was the supreme prophet Caden, possessed of visions of the future and destined to rule the Empire. It was not the first of Lumiya's experiments with this particular kind of forced persuasion, but it had been the most successful by far, to date. You will bow to me, the woman intoned, her voice impressively deep and sonorous. She looked the part, too. Adding a visual illusion on top of the mind twist had been a comparatively simple exercise. I have foreseen it? Nephta, formerly king of Radama, Imperial Senator, and close friend to the Emperor himself, looked at the creature in disdain. Really? He asked Lumiya, who stood behind him in the doorway to the cell. This? You will treat me with the respect I deserve. The human demanded, eyes blazing. You will. Light arced from one of Nephta's fingertips to the prisoner's temple. Without sparing the slumping body another glance, Nephta turned on his heel and left the cell. That was demeaning, he told Lumiya. It was good practice, she replied, her voice metallic and even. And we agreed Caden needed to die. You want another one? Carnor Jax asked. He had been keeping watch outside the cell, his face unreadable under the black visor of his uniform. We still have 2 on board that should be mostly serviceable. Nothing would please me less, Nephta said drily. I have done my part, now you get done with yours. And you are sure it is Bastarda? Lumiya asked. Carnor could tell she still did not trust Nephta, and to be fair she was right not to. But the time for betrayal is a long way hence, he thought, and Nephta agreed with a soundless laugh. Do you have a better guess? Nephta asked. They had narrowed down the list of likely hiding places for the real prophets to a few dozen worlds, but that had always been a sketchy exercise. Bastarda was on it, near the end of the list, based on a comment from Caden about the death of some ancient Dark Lord that Carnor had once overheard. No, he admitted now, while Lumiya still glowered at Nephta. Whatever else those prophets are, they are good at hiding. Oh, they are good at a great many things. Nephta smiled with a menace that chilled Carnor to the bone, even though it was not directed at him. But not for long now. Not for long at all. Isard's Caden started out as a rumor. There's a whisper going around the palace. General Ashen told Ysanne Isard that Caden is already on Coruscant. An aide of Windcaller's claims to have seen him exit in a speeder near the first church, and another source I haven't yet been able to pin down places him in the palace district this morning. No, there's no sign of him in the security footage, he added, anticipating Isard's question, and apparently everyone agrees that he's alone. No forces, no giant goon, just a bearded dwarf. This is Imperial City, Isard scoffed. I'm sure there are quite a few bearded dwarfs here, just as there are quite a few of any other kind of creature. People just never noticed them until they saw Caden's pathetic holo rant, and now of course they'll see him anywhere. Exactly what I thought, Madam Director, Ashen said. I wanted to apprise you of the rumor anyway. As you should. Rumors have a power of their own, even if they are unfounded. Isard considered for a second, looking through her window at the lines of vehicles crisscrossing the sky. I happen to know, she said slowly, that Caden, at this moment, is very much preoccupied and not in any state to be walking around the city. She thought of the recording her Grand Admiral had sent only minutes ago, of Caden's screams as his space station disintegrated around him. She smiled. Have your men look for him anyway. Show the inhabitants of the palace district that you are taking every possible threat seriously, no matter how unlikely. Oh, and arrest Mad Windcaller. She is to show your men into the church so they can search it. If she cooperates, let her go in the evening. If not, execute her for aiding the enemy. If he was shocked at the idea of killing the head of the most influential media conglomerate in the Empire, Ashen hid it well. As you command, Madam Director, he said evenly. I will see to it myself. Isard carried the feeling of a job well done with her to the council meeting an hour later. To her mild surprise, it was Tan Starpire, the dull and ineffectual representative of the governor's diet, who asked about Windcaller's absence. I have placed her under the protection of the EDF, she said, nodding to the heavily armed elite soldiers who guarded the doors behind her, until this matter of Caden is settled. She watched the faces of the counselors as they digested this. It meant, of course, that they themselves had to expect getting arrested if anyone they had ties to ever threatened Isard or her rule. Which I am sure, she added in a more conciliatory tone, it will be by the end of the day. She was thinking ahead to the evening, when Afashim Makati was to publicly announce the death of the traitor as Supreme Prophet, as she walked through the grand corridor after the meeting had adjourned. Makati was not the galaxy's most charismatic speaker, but Isard decided he had earned that honor, if only for putting up with the notoriously unstable Dark Jedi Azrakal during the mission to Scardia Station. She was imagining Windcaller's face at the news when a soldier in her security detail suddenly called out, raised his gun, and stepped in front of her. What is it? She asked, trying to peer past his broad armored back. By now the other 3 soldiers accompanying her were reacting, as well, falling into a defensive position and quietly calling for reinforcements over their helmet comms. He is here, one of them told her. The Prophet. What? The usual murmur in the corridor was quickly growing into a riot of voices and shouts. Impatient, Isard pushed past the soldier blocking her view to see what was going on, and froze. There, in the middle of the grand corridor, the center of power in the Empire, stood the diminutive figure of Caden, his robes sparkling as he waved his arms like some deranged conductor. To either side of the corridor, waves of color ran up and down the trunks of the chala trees lining the corridor, seemingly in reaction to his motions, as everyone in the corridor either fled or looked on in terrified fascination. Permission to shoot, madam? The soldier next to Isard asked, his voice tight. Yes, Isard said, shaking her head and blinking rapidly as if to dispel an illusion. Shoot him. All of you. 4 bolts of fire lanced out at the figure, which raised its arms and cackled madly. To scorch the floor in front of him, one went wide, setting a far-off banner on fire. The 4th one hit the Prophet dead in the chest, whereupon he flickered, sparked, and fell over. A droid, Madam Director, the soldier announced. A TCSC from the looks of it, heavily modified. A prank, One of the EDF officers who had arrived at the scene mused. Or a distraction. Ysanne Isard looked at the droid. Its arms and legs sawed off to approximate the proportions of the Supreme Prophet. Yes, a prank, she decided. She understood. Now, she would need to have a word with Carnor Jax when he came back. Have Windcaller released. With my apologies. Give her network the story. She paused. And tell her to reserve a slot for an exclusive broadcast from Grand Admiral Makati this evening. She won't want to miss that one. Grand Admiral Afshin Makati watched on a holoscreen in his personal quarters as the crazy dark Jedi descended towards the glowing ruins of Scardia Station. They could have blown it all to bits with a few more minutes of sustained turbolaser fire, but for some reason Azrakul had insisted on going down there to look at Caden's corpse in person. Makati wrinkled his nose in disgust. He had put up with the dark Jedi on Isard's advice, and to be fair, he had proved very effective against the Prophets during his first visit to the station. Almost too effective, the Prophets, for all their vaunted skills, had been no match for him. Was that the last of the Prophets, sir? His personal protocol droid, F4GR, asked him from where it stood just in view of the screen. Makati turned to him. The droid had an uncanny ability to ask the right questions. I thought so. I'm not sure now. He remembered his dissatisfaction at watching Azrakul cut down the Prophets that had been present at the station when they first arrived. One by one, they'd fallen to his lightsaber, so easily, in fact, that Azrakul seemed to expend less energy on killing them than he did on arranging their remains in as grisly a way as possible. Then they'd waited and watched through the station's camera feeds until the Supreme Prophet himself had returned. Azrakul had been eager to see his shock and fear, only to growl with disappointment when the dwarf had simply ordered the housekeeping droids to clean up the mess and gone on with his day. Do you think there might be more? F4GR asked. Makati tilted his head. I don't know, Forger, but I have a suspicion the first batch might have been decoys. If so, the majority of the Prophets might still be hiding somewhere else. The image on the screen began to shimmer as Azrakul neared the station, which was still leaking flames and superheated air. Where the lasers had cut the deepest into the structure before Azrakul had told them to stop, Makati thought he saw a bubble of some sort, like a hole, in the mess of melted metal, but then he was distracted by the chime of the comm unit on his desk. What is it? He asked. Priority message. Sir, the steadfast as comms officer said. Source unknown. We tried to trace it, but... Imperial codes. Yes, sir. Probably Isard, then. Put it through? The message, it turned out, did not come from Ysanne Isard. It consisted of only one word, spoken in a metallic rasp that sent a shiver down Makati's spine. Bastarda. Ken was in hell. The last thing he remembered was his head hitting the floor, and a giant bird's talons reaching for him before being pushed away by the explosion. The floor had been black, like everything else in the Chamber of Dark Justice. Now it was an angry red mass, warped and literally liquefied in some places, with tongues of flame licking through the gaps and at Ken's back. And yet, somehow, he felt no pain other than a dull throbbing in his skull and the anguish in his heart at the memory of his father's gruesome death. Triclops' blood still stung in his eyes. He wiped it away with the back of his hand and blinked. It was as though he was floating in the eye of a storm, a bubble of calm in the midst of destruction. And he was not alone. There, on the far side of the bubble, was Caden, his sparkly robes billowing around him as he drifted lifelessly across the fiery backdrop. A shield? Ken realized. Caden must have activated some sort of personal shield as a last resort, and whether by accident or by design, it had saved him as well. There was no sign of the shapeshifter or whatever remained of his father, but when he squinted he could see it now, hovering right between him and the Supreme Prophet. A small metal sphere, maybe fist-sized, exuding a faint blue glow. As the first shock and confusion receded, Ken felt his anger rushing back in force, and with the anger, his awareness of the world beyond his line of sight. The shapeshifter, the main object of his anger, was gone, and Caden held on only to the most diminutive of sparks, but there were other minds, other lives out there, some clustered together far away, but one getting closer, burning with fury. Ken looked up, startled, but there was still only Caden's body, framed by the cooling edges of the ragged hole the turbolaser barrage had cut into the station. Then a red light speared through the darkness behind him, a blade that stung Ken's eyes with its sudden glare, and illuminated a hulking figure coming at them feet first. Ken looked on with a mixture of fear and fascination as the warrior sat down on top of the bubble, ribbons of blood-red cloth trailing around his shoulders, his face helmetless in the hard vacuum with only a breathing apparatus covering his mouth and nose. Azrakal. That's what Caden had said, and what the Grand Admiral had confirmed over the station speakers. The one who killed all the prophets, or nearly all of them. The Dark Jedi bent down, put one hand on the bubble so that the shield buzzed and glowed with the energy needed to repel him, and looked inside. He focused on Caden first, and Ken was sure he found the same vestigial spark of life in him that he had felt. Hatred poured off him in waves, so strong that it made Ken's mouth dry with a thirst for revenge. Then Azrakal turned his gaze on Ken, and to Ken's utter surprise, he nodded. Once curtly, but with an expression that made Ken feel he was being greeted as an equal. Respected even. Then he killed Caden. It was the smallest of gestures, a narrowing of the eyes, a barely perceptible pinching motion of the gloved fingers, but it was enough to smother the last smoldering ember deep inside the dwarf. Ken felt the Supreme Prophet die at the same moment that the shield protecting both of them suddenly flickered. Without warning, the sphere which had hovered between him and Caden raced towards Ken, stopped just short of punching him in the stomach, and he found himself enclosed in a much smaller bubble, just wide enough for himself. Ken's ears popped, and he caught his breath. Above him, Azrakal brought his lightsaber down on the now unprotected corpse of Caden, cutting off what appeared to be a hand with the first slash, then bisecting the dwarf's entire body with the second. Amazingly, his anger only seemed to build as he mutilated his enemy, reaching such proportions that it enveloped Ken and made him grit his teeth in involuntary sympathy. He was reminded of when he kicked Loker, the trainee prophet, after knocking him out, but this was stronger, fiercer, darker. When he had spent himself, the Dark Warrior turned off his blade and reached for the hand he had cut off. It had drifted closer to Ken in the meanwhile, and as Azrakal's fingers closed around it, Ken realized what it was. The glove of Darth Vader. Azrakal looked at him, and once again, through the coldness of space, and the fine mist of blood surrounding him, a silent understanding passed between them. When Azrakal rose, past the remains of Caden and out of the ruins of his home, Ken rose with him, pulled by invisible threads of power and need. His journey, Ken realized, was only just beginning. The High Prophet Jedger stirred in his sleep. "This makes no sense," he murmured. "That they're trying to kill me?" Caden asked without opening his eyes. The light of Bethurda's sun, filtered and animated by the vine leaves on the pergola above, danced on his eyelids. It was anticipated. All is as we foretold it would be. "No," Jedger said. He had been unsettled for days, barely willing to pull his head back in, constantly staring at the shifting futures. Caden worried he might be going mad. Yes, but why crow now? That made Caden open his eyes. "The traitor?" he asked, squinting into the tangled vines. Cronal was a knot in the fabric of the universe. He had long ago given up trying to untangle him. Instead, he avoided him wherever possible, like one would a navigational hazard. "What of him?" "He is gone." It had been a long time since Caden had felt anything approaching fear. The loss of Merrily, almost a standard year ago, had been a disappointment, but not a surprising one. She always burned too hot, that one. And when the fake Caden's antics had brought all of his enemies down on his head, both the real Caden's enemies and the imposter's own, amusingly, Jedger had kept him up to date on their pathetic attempts to cloud his foresight by killing half a dozen poor fools in his stead. But now he sat up, his back as straight as his crooked spine allowed, and stared at the long frame of Jedger stretched out on the bench beside him. "It's one of Cronal's ploys. It has to be. Are you sure this is now?" Jedger, he knew, perceived most things in terms of people and relationships that sometimes obscured the times and places at which things were taking place. Jedger sat up himself, rubbing his eyes. "See for yourself," he said. There was a bunch of grapes hanging between them, each as wide as Jedger's thumb and twice as red. He plucked one off the vine and popped it into his mouth. Caden went to sleep only reluctantly these days. A while ago, Gornash had spouted some nonsense about Emperor Palpatine having survived Endor, so Caden had let himself fall deep into sleep to investigate the exact manner of the Emperor's death. To put it mildly, it had not gone well. For a sensitive mind like Caden's, sleeping was like sticking his head out into hyperspace at the best of times. His brain still felt like it had been deep fried in a supernova from that one attempt. But Chronal disappearing was troubling enough to cut through his hesitation. Chronal was a true prophet, on a par only with Jedger and Caden himself, perhaps stronger than either. If someone got to him, they had to consider the possibility that they themselves were in danger as well. If Chronal, with his unparalleled mastery of darksight, could not evade his own death. The pergola groaned above them, just as Caden was about to lie down. "Ships," the vine said. "What?" There were cries from all over the temple grounds as the vine told the others the same thing. A heartbeat later, Gornash and one of his young students came dashing into the grove. "A fleet," he called out. Delk saw it a minute before it happened. Star destroyers, closing in from sunwards. Caden and Jedger looked at each other. They had known that an attack was coming at some point, of course. Caden had expected it months ago, and Jedger had felt a growing sense of urgency in his more recent dreams. They had prepared accordingly, but still, the timing seemed ominous. "Should we blow up the moon?" Jedger asked. "Please don't blow up the moon," the vine said. "You'll survive," Caden told the vine. He had nursed it himself from an ambitious tangle growing out of a dead Sith Lord's grave to a sentient vineyard that covered a whole continent. "You'll grow further than ever once the dust has settled." "Blow up the moon," he said aloud. "And Gornash, get the acolytes outside. It's time for the big show." The journey from Scardia Station to Bastherda took less than a day. Ken learned more during that time than in all his years under the tutelage of DJ-88. Azrakul had never in his life taught anyone. From childhood, he had related to people either as masters, as victims, or as obstacles. Darth Sidious had been the first of these masters, Caden the last. His victims were too many to count, and in too many pieces. Tolerating Grand Admiral Makati and his crew Asiles had been a foreign concept for him, the mission a constant struggle. All of that changed when he found Ken. The Dark Jedi had felt the boy's presence from the moment Makati's fleet moved into attack position over Scardia, a mess of emotions radiating in all directions, fear and anger and hate spiced with a dash of foolish hope. The raw strength in him was palpable even from a distance, but it was seeing him, bloodied and desperate inside his enemy's protective bubble, that startled Azrakul awake. Azrakul. What a stupid name. He had been a boy once, a boy like Ken. He'd had a life of his own, feelings and dreams, regrets and desires. He'd had a name too, though he could not for the life of him remember it. Then Sidious and Caden had tortured him, tried to burn it all out of him, to turn him into an empty shell which they could fill with their own hate and send him at their enemies. They had succeeded, in a way. For years Azrakul had been a tool, for all intents and purposes, with as much self-awareness as a vibroblade. In all that time, he had not felt himself, except the part that hated. But however strong Sidious and Caden had been, they had also been wrong. He had never been empty, his inner life had never been excised, merely compressed into a solid, indestructible core. And Ken's appearance had provided the critical mass for that core to explode. "Whose that is that?" Commander Vivant had asked when the two of them had floated into the Steadfast S hangar bay. Azrakul set the boy down on the deck, then crushed the fake Caden shield generator with the Force, letting him breathe the stale air of the Star Destroyer. "My apprentice," he said simply, and the boy agreed. "Is Caden dead?" That creature down there was a fraud. A BIM. BIMs had a separate air bladder above the heart, probably something to do with their vocal abilities, as he had noted on a previous occasion of slicing up a libelous BIM bard. At that point, Makati stepped out of the turbolift, his disfigured face flushed. "Bastherda," he said, not even sparing the boy a glance. "What does that mean?" "It means that the real Caden, the one who did this to you, is still alive, Azrakul said. But we're going to change that. Ever since then, they had been barreling through hyperspace along the outer rim, and Azrakul had taught Ken everything he knew. He showed him how to make himself small, so that no one would notice him even when he stood next to them. He made him straighten up and rise to his full height, which was so much larger than his skinny little body that even a Herglick mechanic passing them in the repair bay shrunk back in instinctive fear. He trained him to nourish his anger, even the smallest traces of it, and use it as a flamethrower, a bomb, or a precision laser blade at will. When the Herglick mechanic came back, carrying a stack of full star plates, they killed him together for practice without ever laying a hand on him. Ken was terrified of his own power and exhilarated at the same time. Part of him recoiled at his surroundings, an Imperial Star Destroyer, one of the most hated symbols of the Empire, but he realized quickly that Azrakul too was out of place here. They were their own thing, both of them, not a cog in anyone else's war machine, an irritant to everyone around them. But the most important thing you need to know, Azrakul told Ken as they neared the end of their journey, is that in the end, you're on your own. Never rely on anyone. Never bow down to anyone. Most of all, never seek anyone's approval. Yeah, Ken scoffed, thinking of his former heroes in the rebellion. I've learned that one the hard way. Azrakul looked at him, sizing him up. Your way will be harder than you imagine, he said, but you will prevail. Re-entry klaxons sounded all over the ship, and Azrakul turned away from Ken abruptly. I must go now, he said, tightening the straps of his respirator. I have given you everything I can. All that I am. What do you mean? Ken asked, suddenly horrified. Down there on Bastarda, the real Supreme Prophet is waiting for me, Azrakul said. The man who made me what I am. I must kill him. Then I will go with you. No. Azrakul took the glove from which they had removed the severed hand and slipped it on. This is my fight, not yours. Your enemy, the one who kidnapped and tricked you, was the imposter. The imposter is already dead. He flexed his fingers, and the amulet embedded in the back of the glove shone with an eerie gray light. As I said, ultimately you are on your own. Attack force and system, Captain Valek reported when Lumaya and Carnor Jax entered the bridge. 2 Star Destroyers, 1 ISD, and 1 Victory class. Ensign, how are we on identification? A moment, sir, the sensor officer said, listening to his subordinate's reports over the headphones, then nodding sharply. It's the EDFast all right, sir. They jumped in close, letting the sun pull them out of hyperspace, Valek explained, and then immediately took course for the planet. On Lumia's orders, the Revenant had reverted to real space near the system's heliopause and some degrees above the ecliptic, just close enough to watch but far outside any conceivable defensive perimeter. As they still didn't know anything about Batherda's defenses, Lumia was more than happy to let Makati and his forces test the waters and draw out whatever the prophets had in store. More contacts, the sensor officer announced. 2 pursuit-class light cruisers, 1 Kazanti carrying something unclear. Forming up with the destroyers now. A blockade line, Captain Valek speculated. I'm more interested in the reaction, Lumia said, her eyes fixed on the stars outside. They were too far away to see much with the naked eye, but looking in the general direction helped her focus through the force. Anything from the surface? No, my lady. Then the comms officer gasped. Another contact. A torpedo sphere. Carnor Jax laughed softly, the first sound to pass through his mask since his arrival on the bridge. A bombardment line, then, Captain Valek said with grim appreciation. This should be interesting. In the absence of Death Stars, torpedo spheres were the Empire's favorite tool for breaking heavily defended planets. Their ability to fire 500 proton torpedoes simultaneously, at a single spot, let them overwhelm even the most powerful of shield generators. They were rare and expensive to operate, however, and it seemed more of them were getting lost every month. In a few hours, maybe, Carnor Jax commented. Those things take hours to calibrate. If you are firing at a single spot, Lumia said without taking her eyes off the viewport. But she let the word trail off and tensed. Something had happened there, between the fleet and the planet. Something big. Sensors, she hissed. Report. It's the moon. The ensign's voice broke on the last word. It exploded. He'll never make it, Commander Vivant said. They were watching the point of light that was Asrical Scimitar assault bomber swing past the bulk of the torpedo sphere and dive towards the planet. He's a dark Jedi, Grand Admiral Makati said, barely hiding the disgust in his voice. Whatever else they are, they're tough. There is a cloud of moon shards between us and the planet, Commander Vivant said, gesturing out the bridge viewport. Some of them moving at 10,000 clicks a minute, ranging in size from microscopic to bigger than the Star Destroyer. They will rip him to shreds. Makati shrugged. Or that? For a minute, they stood on the bridge in silence. The holoscreen to one side showed the scimitar's projected path and its current position based on real-time telemetry. He must have reached the outer edge of the expanding cloud of gravel and rocks by now, an environment too chaotic for the screen to represent. Makati turned his gaze back out the window. There was a short, bright flash. Sensor lock lost, sir, the officer said. He's gone. As I said, Vivant observed calmly. Some of the bridge crew gasped, but not Makati. Back to the plan, then, he said. We burn them to cinders. Comms, tell Captain Pivaluk to stop the calibration and fire the full complement. No precise solutions. It's enough if the torpedoes are heading in the general direction of the planet. At once, sir. Still no activity from the surface, he asked the sensor station. None, sir. It seems to be quite the jungle. Lots of plant life, reaching very high up, obscuring the terrain. Hard to get any life readings beyond that. No matter, Makati said. In a few minutes it will all be ash. Still no shields. No, sir. Torpedoes away, sir. Through the viewport, they saw the space around the rotund battle station to their left light up with 500 individual exhaust flares. On the tactical holoscreen, their projected paths diverged slightly but still all ended up on Bastarda, ignoring the obstacles between them. In reality, just under half of the torpedoes detonated early when they hit fragments of the moon, setting off a fresh cascade of chaotic collisions. The rest roared on towards the planet, only to change course instants after entering the atmosphere, curving outwards and back like the petals of some exotic flower. A feeling like cold fire coursed through the Grand Admiral's nerves, too much like the torment and humiliation Caden had put him through all those years ago. Report. He barked as a new wave of explosions blossomed in the debris field. Again, many of the returning torpedoes fell victim to the debris storm, but the others. It seems, the sensor officer stuttered, then winced as the torpedo sphere exploded, hit by its own weapons. For a few minutes the air was filled with klaxons and screams as Makati ordered the fleet to pull back to a safe distance, and the remains of the battle station merged with those of the moon. The plant, the officer finally continued when the worst of the clamor had subsided. It seems like the native plant life reached up into low orbit, grabbed our torpedoes, and, turned them around. I know it makes no sense. Makati's face had settled into a gloomy frown, the kind that made his scars ache in memory of lightning. Oh, it makes perfect sense, he said. Commander Vivant, give orders to pull back. But, Grand Admiral. Makati cut him off with a gesture. Those moon shards. Their orbits are rapidly decaying. It won't be long until the first of them start entering Batharda's atmosphere. He looked around at the remains of his small fleet. And we do not want to be here when that plant starts flinging rocks at us. There was this cliché in the minds of sentients that plants were slow, that if an organism like the dreaming vineyard of Bastarda spent millennia rooted in the same spot, the lives of other people must appear as mere flickers to his ponderous mind. That idea was as old as poetry, and just as misleading. From the vineyard's perspective, time was simply inconsequential. A moment could capture his attention just as much as an entire era, and it could act in both with equal deliberation. It was growing through the corpse of Darth Zedrix, taking on some of his essence as it drained out of him. It was battling for nutrients with the tenacious species of fern, eventually winning out after hundreds of years. It was feeling the winds, delicate shifts in air currents rustling millions of leaves to anticipate the course of a proton torpedo, divert its course with 1,000 gentle touches, and guide it back towards its sender. It was pushing pale roots through the mud at the bottom of the ocean on its way to colonize the third other major continent. It caught the small ship that came in hot and smoking, batted its bombs away, ripped off its drives and guns, then passed it on from vine to vine towards the temple. Over the last decades, with the help of Caden, the vineyard had grown such that it now sat atop the continent like an enormous living mesa. It had corded symbionts, tall trees whose trunks it used to climb further towards the sun, and which it fed with refined solar energy in turn, web-spinning critters whose threads added tensile strength to its branches. Only in one place near the southern shore had the plant tamed its reckless growth, forming a structure like a huge green crater at whose center lay the Temple of the Prophets. There the vines stood in orderly hedges, hung from arched pergolas, and decorated the ancient stone platforms in aesthetically pleasing ways, and there it delivered the ship, as the Supreme Prophet had asked it to. The Scimitar's viewports were choked with greenery, but Azrakul did not need his eyes to know where he was. He could feel Caden, his former master, just a few paces away. There were other people with him, but none evoked as much rage in him as the Supreme Prophet. Azrakul ate that rage. He bit down on it, chewed it, swallowed it, and felt its strength radiate through him from behind his solar plexus. He gripped his lightsaber, closed his eyes, and prepared. "You stay here," he growled when he was ready. "Understood?" Why, yeah. Of course Ken had not listened when Azrakul told him to stay behind. Of course he had stowed away on the scimitar the hangar crew was preparing for Azrakul, crouching in the bombardier seat and using the technique his newfound mentor had taught him to make himself small. Azrakul, meanwhile, had been so focused on his goal that he did not notice the stowaway until they almost died. They almost died because a fist-sized bit of moon was coming at the scimitar assault bomber with the speed of a bullet, just after they entered the dangerous zone. They survived only because Ken, acting on instinct when his danger sense pricked him, had dropped and immediately detonated a concussion missile whose shock wave pushed them out of the way. That in the chin wound Azrakul had sustained in the maneuver did not make him any happier when he found out. He ate that anger too, though it was barely a snack in comparison. "You stay here," he repeated. And eat that fear. Keep yourself small. Do not come out until everyone is dead." But silence. Azrakul felt the Prophet step closer to the ship, and everything inside him tensed like a coiled spring. He forgot about Ken. He forgot about everything except his goal. With a roar and a hiss, he and his lightsaber snapped into action at the same time, cutting through the canopy and the vines encircling it at the same time, then vaulting through the hole in the same movement. His leap was high and precisely calculated to bring him down right on top of Caden's head. When he was at the apex, he brought his sword down, and was jolted backwards when a vine wrapped around his ankle. As he struggled to break his fall, more vines grabbed hold of his wrists and his other foot. Then one snagged his lightsaber and pulled it away. Before he knew it, he was face down on the ground, bound hand and foot, his rebreather scraping on stone. A booted foot stepped in front of his face, and he did not have to look up to know whose it was. "Azrakul," Caden said, pulling his name like soft putty. "How nice of you to drop by, and just in time for the fireworks." Ken was small. He was extremely small. He was minute, really, almost infinitesimal. He was not small enough. There were vines everywhere, vines encircling the ship, vines crawling in through the hole Azrakul had cut, sprouting new leaves and branching out at terrifying speed. He knew it noticed him when he let out a small breath, the tiniest breath, and one of the leaves shivered at the touch of air. Now the green tentacles were closing in on him from all sides, growing along the walls, under the floor mat, through the ventilation system, and swaying their tips through the air in front of his face like a blind monster feeling its way. Terror rose in Ken, sheer mammalian claustrophobic terror that made him want to scream and thrash and burn it all. It took a monumental effort, but he bit down on that terror and ate it. It was lumpy and gross, but then it was gone. And he could feel the plant now. Its presence was muted, nothing like the raging fire of Azraq's, but it was huge, heavy, and everywhere. Ken tried to get a feeling for the size of the plant, for its roots and its limits, but he failed. In a way, he felt, the plant was this planet, much like the false Caden had been his space station. In this place, escaping the plant made as little sense as stepping out of the universe. So he tried something else. "Hey plant," he whispered, his breath rustling the nearest leaf. "Can you hear me?" The leaf nodded. It literally bobbed up and down on its stem in an imitation of the human gesture. If he hadn't been so tense, Ken might have laughed. "Did you blow up the moon?" Ken asked. At the outermost limits of his perception, he felt the plant move, bundles of vines deflecting rocks that came streaking down through the atmosphere in growing numbers. It felt calm, even though it was moving some of its limbs with dizzying speed. The leaf swayed from side to side. "No, I knew it. It was Caden, wasn't it?" He gave the order anyway. Ken did not wait for the plant's confirmation before going on. "You are protecting him, but he's letting you die." The leaf disagreed, but weakly. "I saw the moon shards getting ground up there," Ken said. "There's no way you can catch them all. And the dust in orbit." He tried to remember DJ-88's history lesson about the Behemoth Cataclysm. "Even if you survive the bombardment, you won't get enough sunlight for years, hundreds of years. Thousands, maybe." With a twitch of the vine, the plant managed the equivalent of a shrug. "What I am saying is," Ken insisted, "Caden would never do for you what you're doing for him. He will happily let you die and fly off to another planet." He leaned in closer, until his lips almost touched the leaf. "But you don't have that option, do you?" For what felt like a long time, nothing stirred inside the trapped scimitar bomber. Outside, Ken heard the prophets laughing without speaking, as if they were telling each other jokes in some inaudible language, over the groans and snarls from Azraq. "You will learn to behave in time," Caden said aloud in response. "I know you came back to be tamed. You need a master, you are nothing without me." A shiver ran through the planet as a moon fragment slammed into its crust on the far side. "It will have to be soon, though," Caden said. "We are leaving this place. You can't come on my leash or not at all." "He is letting you die," Ken hissed into the leaves. "All I am asking is for you to do the same." The vines slackened. Not the ones holding him, Azraq noticed, but the ones holding his lightsaber in a dense hedge of greenery a few paces away. That was enough. Thrumming like a whole swarm of angry insects, the weapon burst forth from its hiding place in the mad whirl, impossible to counter. Azraq went for Jedger first, cutting into the lanky prophet's shoulder as he turned. He was not used to being surprised, and it showed. When he lifted his arm to grab the lightsaber's hilt with the force, it bucked and spun in the other direction instead, cutting his arm off at the elbow. There were shrieks all around, punctuated by the drumbeats of impacting rocks. Azraq felt as alive as he never had, pouring all of his strength and hate into controlling the lightsaber, until Caden stepped on his head, and Azraq's world exploded in blinding pain. "You will learn to behave," I said as less than Caden growled, grinding his heel into Azraq's face between his cheek and the rebreather. "Are you will?" Then the other vines came loose as well, and Azraq was free. Eating the pain in his face, he spun around with his head pinned, grabbed Caden's leg, and kept rolling, pulling him down. The Supreme Prophet was short and stocky but surprisingly strong. Freeing his leg, he jumped up, snatched Azraq's lightsaber out of the air, and landed hard on his chest before Azraq had a chance to rise. "You," he said, pointing the tip of Azraq's own blade at his throat, "will behave." It was Jedger's surprise that killed him. To Azraq, lying on his back with the wind knocked out of him, the scene unfolded like a picture slowly coming into focus. There was Caden standing on his chest, his hair and beard blowing in the storm unleashed by the orbital bombardments. In the background, framed by mile-high growths of vines, an uncountable number of moon shards was entering the atmosphere, turning so hot they scorched the vines that batted them away, a firework so spectacular he had to look on for a moment even with his life in urgent danger. From the sides, more black-robed prophets crowded into his field of view, more than he had expected to find here, their hands outstretched to help Caden by keeping his enemy pinned down. Then Jedger rose from where he'd fallen, raised his mutilated arm, and pointed the stump at the ship. "You," he crowed, blood spraying from his mouth along with the word. "You were supposed to be on Coruscant." Azrakul never learned what Jedger meant by that. He could not know that Cronal had intended to put Ken on the Imperial throne while pulling his strings in the body of Luke Skywalker. Lacking the prophet's vision, he had never seen the future that had seemed near unavoidable until the moment of Cronal's sudden death, the future in which the rebels and the Empire both bowed to Ken Palpatine and his guardian Luke Vader, in an apparent peace whose every aspect was under the secret control of the dark side. Azrakul did not even see Ken himself climbing out of the Scimitar's cockpit to defend him in a last desperate gesture. All he knew was that Caden was momentarily distracted by Jedger's exclamation, and he used the opportunity to strike. With his right hand, wearing the glove of Darth Vader, he took the lightsaber by the blade and ripped it out of the Supreme Prophet's hands. He slapped the hilt in Caden's face, then let go of the blade and jerked it around with the force. Caden's head hit the ground with a dull thud. The other prophet screamed and came at him, but Azrakul hardly cared. Azrakul. What a stupid name. The remains of the man who had come up with it slid off his chest. He looked at the intensifying fireworks above and smiled. "Now," Carnor Jax asked. "Yes," Lumea said. She'd been in a deep trance, trying to feel what was happening on Bethurda's surface while their sensors were struggling to penetrate the growing cloud of dust that had once been the moon. Carnor Jax activated the comm. "Captain Valek, clear the way." They were sitting on the double-nosed bridge of a pacifier scout ship, all systems running and ready to fly. On Carnor's signal, the frigate Revenant launched a chain of concussion missiles into the expanding cloud of moon debris the crew had dubbed the Maelstrom. When the leading missile reached the edge of the debris field, it exploded, and the shock wave punched a hemispheric hole into the lethal cloud. The hole would hold for only a few seconds before rocks came tumbling back in from all around, but a few seconds was just long enough. Carnor Jax gritted his teeth and pushed the pacifier's control stick forward. It shot right into the gap created by the first missile, rocked with the shock wave when the second one exploded a bit further in, then rattled and bucked with a succession of punches as the barge in front of them cut a path through the chaos. They were barely through when they slammed into the atmosphere. Rocks fell all around them. Burning up from friction, Carnor Jax let the pacifier drop as fast as he dared while avoiding the same fate. At about 200 clicks from the surface, he released the tanks full of defoliants they synthesized from rocket fuel aboard the Revenant. For a long moment, while they were falling just a little slower than the toxic rain they had unleashed, Carnor Jax held his breath. Below them, reaching up into the thermosphere, the plant was batting away rocks at blinding speeds. They scorched its vines, but it never flinched, never hesitated. Then the rain hit it. It was hard to make out through the viewport at first, but as the pacifier sank lower, Carnor Jax saw the effect of his tactic. Over at least 10 square clicks, the thicket of vines was liquefying, branches shriveling up, and dripping fluid onto the layers below them in an unstoppable cascade of destruction. And yet the plant did not panic, did not flail, did not make any desperate moves to grab or kill them. Instead, it seemed to retreat, pulling its still living limbs away from the infected area to stop the spread. Carnor Jax let out the breath he'd been holding. "You were right," Lumea said. "I feel no fury, no desire for vengeance. Not even proper pain. Our real enemies will be different." "I know." They were nearing the temple now. Carnor Jax could hear Lumea's light whip hiss and thrum as she activated it. "Let's kill them." This, Ken decided when a bunch of grapes fell on his head, was not so much a battle as a procession of absurdities. First, the dwarf knocked down Azrakul. Then Azrakul grabbed a laser blade with his hand as if it was a solid stick. Then the prophets complained that he was not on Coruscant, like they were so convinced he had to be there that their whole worldview collapsed when it turned out he wasn't. Which was a good thing, he supposed, especially because it cost Caden his head, but still absurd. And now the plant, the giant plant he had just talked to, was melting. Vines turned to mud, mud that could not support the heavy grapes, and the grapes too, Ken noticed with disgust, were going soft and spilling sticky pungent liquid down his face and neck. He shook them off and wiped his face, squeezing his eyes shut to protect them. When he blinked again, all the prophets were dead. The temple was surrounded by a sea of brown sludge that quickly drained away, revealing that they were actually standing on the top of a small terraced hill. There was a new ship on one of the terraces nearby, looking like some sort of squat, mean bug, and the ship had brought two of the most frightening figures Ken had ever seen. One was a royal guard in crimson robes, plunging his lance into a bundle of black robes on the ground. The other was a woman with a triangular headdress, a burning whip at her side, who knelt down next to Azrakal. "It's him," she said, her voice a metallic hiss. "His hand." Fear and fury mingled inside Ken, and this time he did not keep them to himself. With a roar, he charged from his hiding place behind the scimitar and came at the pair bare-handed, even as the royal guard was bringing his lance down on Azrakal. He was too late. The woman raised her hand when he was a few steps away, and it felt like Ken slammed into a wall of power. At the same instant, the guard's lance scraped against stone, and Ken saw Azrakal's body convulse. That was too much. He broke the grip, holding him with a scream that pushed the royal guard away and made the woman stagger. As he closed the remaining distance, he saw Azrakal's chest heaving. They had cut off his hand, the one with the glove on it. The guardsman had caught himself and whirled around to come at Ken, swinging his lance in a wide arc that would have taken off his knees, but the woman stopped him with a gesture, just as she had stopped Ken moments before. "Leave him to me," she told the guardsman. "Check for survivors inside the temple." The man hesitated for a moment, regarding Ken through the eye slits of his black mask, then turned and left. The woman looked at Ken. She was wearing a respirator just like Azrakal, he noticed, only hers was covered by a flap of cloth. "This one is important to you?" she asked, looking at Azrakal. Ken could not bring himself to speak. All his anger and rage was draining out of him like brown ooze from the grapes. Watching the woman from the corner of his eye, he knelt beside his mentor. "It's too late for him," the woman said. "The prophet burst his heart before he died." Ken ignored her. He knew that Azrakal was dying. He felt it as if it was himself. He also felt Azrakal straining to speak, to tell him something, but his rebreather was half ripped off and gurgling. The woman took a step back, still making no move to attack him. "Take your time," she said. "Wait for me here. The Empire can use people as strong as you." Then she was gone, and Azrakal was all there was. Ken brought his ear down to the ruin of his face, and then he heard him. His actual voice, not the distorted sound produced by the rebreather. "I'll give you one last thing," he said. "My name? My real name. I remember now." Azrakal had been a boy once, Ken realized, a boy like him, before Caden had broken him. He was that boy again now, at the end. "My name is Kagalak," he whispered. "You're the only one who." Then he died. On the planet Pasterta, a boy knelt next to the mutilated body of a man. Rocks burned up in the atmosphere above him, painting streaks of smoke into the evening sky. Around him lay the remnants of a secret order, pale bodies and sparkling robes carelessly strewn about the temple gardens. The vineyard that had protected them was retreating, drawing its energies away from the surface and underground, into sheltered caves under the ocean. It would wait for decades, maybe centuries, until it could thrive in the light of the third sun again, but thrive it would, eventually. To the plant, time was of no object. When Lumaya and her apprentice emerged from the temple, the boy was nowhere to be found. Nor was their ship, the pacifier scout they had left on the landing field. Carnor Jax groaned. "See, I was right again." "Perhaps," Lumaya said, gazing wistfully at the chaos up above. "But I don't think we've seen the last of that boy yet." She activated the communicator set into her mask and opened a connection to the Revenant. "Captain Valek," she said, "extract us. We're done here." Chapter 16. Bottleneck. Palpatine was no prophet. He had never had much respect for those who stuck their heads into the streams of time instead of looking the present moment in the face, who spent their time guessing at the future rather than shaping it. They had their uses, and Palpatine gladly exploited them where it suited him, but he had never endeavored to be one of them. Still, there were times when Palpatine too felt the future shift, like a phase change going through the universe. The way the prophets told it, the future always consisted of myriad paths, some more likely than others, but all constantly shifting. Only at times, a great number of possible futures were cut off all at once, surprising even the most farsighted of future gazers. This was one such time. Palpatine was in his chamber of artifacts, meditating on the Khan heptad, when he felt it. The sensation was almost physical, a jolt, a temporary loss of balance, then a strange pressure or contraction, as if the universe itself were squeezing through a bottleneck. He put one hand on the wall to steady himself, letting it pass through him, observing. Cronal. Of all the prophets Palpatine had used, Cronal had been the most challenging one, and the most useful at the same time. Like many of the Emperor's servants, he had plotted to take his place for a long time. That ambition had driven him to amass ever more powerful skills, tools, and servants, which Palpatine had then twisted to serve his own ends. Every time Cronal thought he had surpassed him, Palpatine reminded him of his own superiority, and thus spurred him on to try harder, dig deeper into the secrets of the Force, sharpen himself into an ever more dangerous weapon for the Emperor to point at his enemies. Now, as he stood in his citadel and tried to understand what had happened to cause the shift, Palpatine remembered one moment in particular. Cronal, himself, and Cronal's one-time protege Sarcev Quest were standing on a rooftop terrace atop the Imperial Palace on Coruscant, surveying their work. Cronal and Quest, on Palpatine's instruction, had just buried a superstar destroyer under one of the most populous districts of Coruscant, a massive logistical and technological effort involving tens of thousands of people, the demolition and subsequent reconstruction of nearly 200 cubic kilometers of cityscape, and an impressive high-precision landing by the Executor Twat that had been visible from most of the hemisphere. And then, crucially, they had made everyone forget any of this ever happened. Everyone who'd been on Coruscant or in orbit above it at any point during the maneuver. Every single worker and engineer who had contributed to the gargantuan project. Every sentient who'd been displaced, who lost their home or had it changed beyond recognition, who had lost friends or relatives in the inevitable collateral damage. No HoloNews channel reported it, and what recordings existed were purged or altered. Cronal had even produced a cheap holo show featuring a similar but clearly fictional event to explain any stray memories or images they'd missed, but the main effort, the chief achievement, had been the simultaneous manipulation of millions of minds through the Force. Quest was glowing with pride as they looked out over the restored city blocks, alive with lights as though nothing had happened. Cronal, as usual, gave no outward sign, but Palpatine could feel the satisfaction pouring off him in waves. A remarkable feat, Palpatine purred. It reminds me of the Jedi Order of old. Sarcev Quest scoffed. That hokey ancient religion. Cronal frowned slightly, but again kept his thoughts to himself. Do you remember the Jedi, Cronal? Palpatine prodded. The pale prophet took his time answering. I think I see, he said slowly, and Palpatine felt a sense of awe mingled with dread pass over him like a shadow. As the secret director of Imperial Intelligence, Cronal had access to the classified files regarding the Order and its survivors, but his own memories, Palpatine knew, told a different story. You think of the Jedi Order, Palpatine said, as a bunch of fanatics radicalized by old wives' tales. And yet just over 20 years ago, the Order was the most respected, most revered organization in the galaxy. When you were a child, Quest, he said, turning to his confused subordinate, you played with Jedi toys, and you watched holo features glorifying the exploits of those heroes. He spit out that last word like a cloud of bile, and Quest flinched. I had them killed, every last one of them, Palpatine went on, watching Cronal from the corner of his eye. And then I used the power released by their deaths to purge them from galactic memory. Hundreds of thousands of Jedi, their temples and deeds, their stories and their fame, not just gone, but erased. All that remains are vague and ridiculous myths, as from a distant past, a hokey ancient religion, indeed. Palpatine laughed, and his laughter echoed far, and white across the roofs and spires of Imperial City. When Quest looked to Chronal for reassurance, the prophet looked even more pallid than usual. "It is true," he said quietly. "All of it." Back in his chambers on Byss, Palpatine straightened up with a groan. So Chronal, the great Chronal, was defeated. He had probably thought himself invincible, cloaked in so many layers of illusions, proxies, aliases, and misdirection, while some element of his overly complex plans must have backfired on him. Unlike the eradication of the Jedi Order, this phase shift was not one Palpatine had either caused or anticipated. Of course, Chronal would have had to go eventually, but not before the current stage of his plans had been completed. Palpatine knew all about it. Chronal was to take over the body of Luke Skywalker using his cheap-mode massive tricks, and then forge a peace between the upstart New Republic and the Empire by putting the boy Ken on the throne as Palpatine's legitimate heir, with Luke Skywalker acting as regent until he came of age. It was an ambitious plan, and one that would have led to satisfactory amounts of bloodshed when recalcitrant Imperial factions inevitably rose up against this unholy alliance, but it was not its politics that Palpatine was interested in. To him, the only relevant part of the plan, the crucial part, was that it would have given him access to Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker's remote-controlled body, to be sure, but that was all he required. "You were to bring me the means to my immortality, Chronal, but you failed me." Fury rose inside Palpatine, fortifying his aging clone body and sharpening his thoughts. The universe had changed, and so his plans would have to change with it. He left the Chamber of Artifacts with energetic strides, feeling almost like freshly decanted. Behind him, the crystal case holding the amulets had a crack where his fury had touched it, but he paid it no heed. Omega met him in the vaulted corridor, having perceived his master's wordless summons. "Chronal is dead," Palpatine said without prelude. "Find out exactly what happened to him. Use any tools at our disposal." He'd sent his servants across the galaxy in search of carnage, like a myriad fingers probing for wounds. Surely some of them could be of use in this matter. Have a report prepared on the Skywalker's whereabouts and current plans as well. Both of them. "At once, my lord," Omega said, tapping in his datapad. "Jing Droga is near the Taspin system. I will task him with the investigation. I wish to hear the results in person as soon as it is done." Taspin, yes, the planet of Endor. That was where it happened. Droga would be flush with power how, having absorbed this many deaths. And what of Hul? "Nothing, my lord. He last reported him from near Yavin, saying he had the boy. Since then, no word." "That, my dear friend, is not entirely accurate," another voice said from behind him. It was Saint Pestage, the wizened Grand Vizier, who hobbled towards them carrying what looked like a heavy sack. This came in on one of Lord Hethrer's transports, unlisted on the manifest. The shapeshifter must have smuggled it aboard at one of the stops. "Hold it." Mas Amedda stepped between Pestage and his master, determined to shield Palpatine with his body if need be. "What is in there?" "A gift," Pestage said sourly, by way of apology, "it appears." "Allow me." "Open it," Palpatine said, motioning Amedda to step aside. The Grand Vizier gingerly put the bundle on the floor and pulled away the fabric. Inside was a transparent sphere filled with a reddish liquid, and floating in the liquid was a human brain. "What?" Mas Amedda said. "The Biamar monks of Tatooine," Pestage explained haughtily, "have long ago developed a procedure." "Silence," Palpatine cut him off. He bent down and picked up the sphere, lifting it to a height in the palm of one hand. There was still life in it, and he felt it reaching out towards him like tendrils, fearful but insistent. "Hul," Palpatine thought, "you two failed me. You were supposed to bring me my grandson, and instead..." He never finished the thought. Palpatine was no prophet, but sometimes the future forced himself into his sight like the afterimage of a blinding explosion. Like all visions, it was frustratingly unclear, but throughout all the confusion, all the paths cut off, knotted up and tangled, there was one persistent, almost painful impression. A further constriction, a catastrophic implosion, a contraction of possible futures that made Chronal's death seem like a minor twitch by comparison. The real bottleneck was yet to come, and he would need every shred of power at his disposal if he was going to make it through. "My Emperor," Omeda said. "What is it?" Palpatine bared his teeth. "Alas, poor Triclops," he said, tapping the brain globe with one finger. "You were not what I hoped for, but we shall put you to good use." Chapter 17. Words and Violence. In every society, there is a class of beings who consider themselves above the affairs of the rest, beyond politics, and aloof from the fickle concerns of the present moment. In their view, wars are like the winds or tides, something to be accounted for and made use of where possible, but not worthy of partisanship or any kind of improper excitement. They pride themselves on their calm, their long view, and their friendships across the shifting lines of politics, blithely ignoring the fact that they can only hold these lofty views thanks to their extreme riches and influence. But there were moments, Ambassador Caden thought as he surveyed his guests, when even those people got nervous. The 8 beings gathered around the dinner table in his skyhook commanded a good part of the galaxy's resources, and yet, in a way, they were all refugees, expats, homeless and uncertain about the future. He let the moment linger, basking in the power he held over them. On the far side of the table, Lady Ux was fingering her headdress as she told the man next to her about the revolt the rebels had incited on her homeworld of Herdessa. "It is a minor thing," she assured him, "as thankfully my business has been interplanetary for decades, and the men they executed on Herdessa were mere figureheads, designed to draw attention. But even so, one's home is still one's home, would you not say?" Gerald Weasel, her neighbor at the table, inclined his head in sympathy. He too had recently been ousted from his post when the rebels had taken over Chandrila. Now he called himself a governor in exile, though in reality he had nothing to do. Across from him, Lady Erin Drothul of Alderaan looked understandably sour at the remark, but she said nothing. The Baroness Marchia of Virgilia 7 was too busy dissecting the fish on her plate to comment, while Moff Jansen Caglio merely smiled as serenely as he always did. It fell to little Ederlath Palapides, the 9-year-old ward of Dame Vita Varuna, to voice what they were all thinking. "I don't want to leave," she said. "Oh, poor darling," Lady Ux reassured her across the table, "but it is only for a short while, until things stabilize." Her tone was sweet and sympathetic. On Herdessa, she'd been called Lady Bountiful by the populace for the gifts she bestowed on the families whose children she sold into slavery. Dame Varuna shot her a glance. "What did we talk about, Eddie?" she said. "There is no use complaining over happenstance. We move through the world." With dignity, the girl finished her sentence, pouting. "Will you be going back to Naboo?" Erin Drothul inquired. "One of his moons, in fact," Vita Varuna said. "For the time being. But Narmal is boring," Ederlath complained. "Eddie, you haven't been there since you were 4. Moff Caglio leaned across the table and touched Dame Varuna's arm. "My offer stands," he said conspiratorially, "should the need arise." Days ago, when the Supreme Prophet's declaration of war had shaken the Coruscant elites out of their placidity, Caglio had formally offered to shelter any of the nobles and exiles in Caden's circle on nearby Karulag, which was still firmly in the hands of the Empire. Gerald Weisel and the Baroness Marchia had already accepted, and the others were expected to make a decision in the course of this event. Smiling, Ambassador Caden raised his glass. Through the transparent roof, Coruscant looked like an immense glittering bauble, veined with lights and studded with skyscrapers piercing down from the cityscape towards them. He had set the gravity on his skyhook such that the planets seemed to hang above their heads, while they themselves would appear to be dining with their feet towards the sky to an observer on the surface. It made for a much more inspiring view, Caden thought, than merely sitting on top of the city and staring out into the emptiness of space. "As it happens," he said, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around the table, "there will be no need for any of us to leave this lovely planet, not anytime soon, in any case." Surprised murmurs sprung up around the table, with Erin Drothul being the notable exception. "I was wondering when you were going to get around to that," she said. "What do you mean, no need?" Weasel asked. Did Admiral Kerman finally come through with that relief force Isard begged him for? Caden shook his head. "How did you know, Lady Dro?" he asked instead of an answer. Oh, one hears things. Aaron Drothul shrugged. Fleet movements along the Rima, but towards the outer rim rather than corewards now. Interdictors at Bortress. So it seems Dovardis came to his senses, Moff Caglio said, leaning back in his chair. Interesting. But what about Princiach? Drommel. Singe. Apparently Gerald Weasel had been listening to the military rumor mill more than was healthy. Caglio T.S. at his loss of composure. Singe would not, he said. Nor will anyone else attack Coruscant. Say D truncated the debate, because the instigator of this insanity is dead. A moment of stunned silence ensued, once again broken by young Ederlath. Who's dead? Cadan? Say D said, who called himself the supreme prophet of the dark side. No one of any consequence, dear, Vita Varuna assured her ward. A madman. How do you know? Aaron Drothul asked. She was frowning, and her gaze flicked to the hooded man who stood off to the side of the room. Sadi noticed and graced her with a smile. Good guess, but no? In a few hours everyone will know, he said. I thought you might appreciate being among the first. Does that mean we can stay? Ederlath Palapides asked excitedly. We can still live in the palace. I will make inquiries, dear. But if this is true. If it is, Kallio cautioned. We've thought him dead before. Oh, I assure you it is. Sadie winked at Aaron Drothul, well aware that he had not answered her question. It appears we will not have to impose on your hospitality after all. Good, the Baroness Marchial said, wiping her mouth. No offense, Moff, but Karulag is too close to Chandrila for my taste anyway. No offense either, Governor in exile. Can you make your inquiries now? The girl asked, pulling at her guardian's sleeve. Please? I want to know. Dame Vita Varuna sighed and excused herself. Sadie looked on as the excitement and speculation among his guests ran its course, adding no further information. It was such a small secret, he thought, and yet it set them all abuzz. More amusingly still, the deeper secrets, such as the fact that there had been 2 Cadens, one of them fake, or the death of Lord Shadowspawn at Mindor, would have meant nothing to them even if he had spilled them, as none of his guests were prone to the dark machinations going on behind the scenes. Before long, as was customary in these circles, the talk had turned away from politics and towards matters of culture and business. Lady Ux got Aaron Drothul to admit that her shipping company, Warner and Trading, had profited from the liquidation of Zizzer Transport Systems and its subsidiaries. Moff Caglio obliquely referred to criminal elements blossoming in the wake of related events, goading Governor Weisel into launching a diatribe against the crime Lord Tiber Zahn, specifically against his affectation of a cultured air when he was no more than a thug. At that, Sadie's gaze strayed to the hooded man waiting in the corner again. The usual anger emanated from him, mingled with growing impatience, but he kept every emotion off his scarred face and kept his posture with military discipline. Ederlath Palapides, meanwhile, had climbed off her seat and was strolling around the room, impatiently waiting for her guardian to return. Sadie raised an eyebrow when she walked up to the hooded man, completely unafraid even though he towered over her by at least twice her size. You don't look happy, she said. Baden Fast gave her a look that would have sent hardened criminals scurrying away, but the girl only stepped closer and rose on her toes as if to inspect his face. In fact, you look like you would rather kill someone. Eddie, Vita Varuna called, hurrying back in from the corridor. What did I tell you about harassing the help? Baden Fast was boiling inwardly. By the time all the guests had finally left, his intestines felt like an overcooked chunk of meat and his teeth were hurting from clenching them too hard. Ackergum, his host asked when he returned from seeing Dame Varuna and the brat to their guest rooms. He held out a bottle that shone with a soft blue light. From Kashyyyk. Burns like lava. Baden Fast forced his lips open. I was promised carnage, he growled. An instruction. Has this not been instructive? Sadie asked, indicating the table that was being cleared by floating service droids. Shadows moved over the Darksider's lightning-scarred face as he ruminated on how to express his disgust. In the end, he simply said, words. Just so. Sadie looked up at the planet hanging above their heads. And you would rather kill someone? Again, Baden Fast hesitated. He was eager, but not stupid. I am here because Coruscant was going to be attacked. I came to stand upon a battlefield. And now you wonder what you are still doing here. Baden Fast nodded grimly. His master, the Emperor, had sent him out from Byss to seek out death, and to study under his trusted friend Sadie. But so far Faz had learned nothing that seemed in any way relevant to his service, and the only deaths nearby had been from a speeder crash that he had engineered while experimenting with the powers Palpatine had bestowed on him. Learning, Sadie said, and killing, I suppose. Shall we go? Baden Fast perked up. Where? Baring his teeth in a smile, Sadie raised his hand. Down, he said. They took an open-topped airspeeder from the Skyhook's garage. Sadie insisted Baden Fast take the controls. Weapons? Fast asked before they departed. Do you need weapons to kill? Baden Fast bared his teeth. No. The garage, at least, was the right way up. Outside the air was thin and cool, and the faint shimmer of the orbital shields appeared closer than the planet below. Weather control was keeping the night free of clouds or storms, so their descent was gentle and undisturbed. They passed transportation skylanes packed with drone ships that served the logistical needs of the city. Fast considered sending some of them crashing into the cityscape below. He had been a demolition expert before the Emperor had made him what he was now, so he could estimate the ballistic force with which the trucks would shear through multiple densely inhabited levels. But next to him, the ambassador shook his head. Down, he said gently. Baden Fast took the hovercar down. The tallest skyscraper in their vicinity was topped by transparent steel domes filled to the bursting with greenery. It vibrated with life forms of all sizes, a verdant island in a sea of dursteel. The Skydome Botanical Gardens, the ambassador explained. Mostly non-sentients, the guests have been cleared out for a reception later tonight. Not worth the effort. Faz had been pondering what it would take to bring the place down, but he conceded the point. Down. Down. An almost flat expanse of rooftop stretched underneath them, a result of municipal tax regulations that made building above a certain height significantly more expensive. At Sadie's prompting, Faz steered the hovercar into a gap between two blocks. What had looked like a single line of light from up above turned out to be a chasm more than 20 meters wide, with traffic lines patrolled by floating signal droids. The building faces were a jumble of windows, balconies, walkways, open-air restaurants, shop windows, and advertisement screens, and people were milling around everywhere, sentients of more different species than Faz had seen in all his years of military service. It would be the easiest thing to steer the vehicle into one of the most crowded establishments here, bail out before it hit and revel in the shock of sudden death. But this time Faz did not even have to look at his host to know he was supposed to go on. Sadie had something specific in mind, and it would take them into the depths of the Ecumenopolis. They joined the downwards line, trudging between a delivery truck and a floating platform carrying a group of gaudily dressed aliens. What are those? Faz asked the ambassador. Those hammerheads. They're everywhere. Ithorians, Sadie explained. Their planet's ruling class is fanatically eco-preservational. That is, on Aether they can't do anything that might endanger another life form, insects and plants included. So the more reasonable of them immigrate to other planets, preferably to those that are the antithesis of their oppressively bucolic home. Baden Fast understood maybe half of what Sadie was saying, but he did not complain. Instead, he watched the levels go by, getting progressively darker and more forbidding on the outside, but, absurdly, packed with even more people. Living topside is expensive, Sadie said. The cheaper the lodgings, the more people will cram into it. And the poorer they are, the more they breed. Entire clans, entire races, live and die in the shadows here, stacked on top of each other without ever seeing the sun. No one will care if they are killed, Faz surmised. No, further down. The chasm narrowed as they descended. The robots and traffic signs disappeared after a few dozen levels, as did the holo posters and lighted storefronts. There were much fewer flying vehicles around them as well. Instead, the walkways multiplied, some of them crossing from one building face to the other at seemingly random angles, some so wide they blocked most of the airspace, with bustling street markets or tiny shantytowns on them. Once they passed a huge transparent steel pane that covered one side of the chasm for about 50 levels. Behind it, an assortment of strange creatures swam in softly illuminated water. The Calico Ocean, Dies said, less charmingly called the dishwater aquarium by some, home to uncountable aquatic and amphibian species, including a few ambassadorial colleagues of mine. As the old propaganda poster said, there is a place on Coruscant for everyone. Bad and Fast carefully navigated the airspeeder past an increasing number of obstacles, including construction scaffolding, a ferocious brawl between members of a winged species battling it out in midair, and at one point a wall that had partly collapsed and was leaning against the other side. Hawk bats were hanging from it, waking when they passed, and screeching after them until Dies silenced their cries with the subtle motion of his hand. Finally, they could go no farther. Fast set the speeder down on the most horizontal surface he could find, a piece of roof where something big seemed to have been dragged away recently, and they debarked. Fast expected the ambassador to secure the vehicle in some way, perhaps with a stunner net to repel thieves, but Dies waved it off. Leave it? We will not be returning this way. They followed a narrow track that creatures of undetermined species had trampled into the debris on the roof. As soon as they entered the superstructure, they were accosted by a gang of diminutive beings who were busy walling off a section of this floor with panes of scrap metal. One of them jabbed a long green finger into Fast's abdomen, but Dies signaled him to keep his peace. They're saying this is spider territory. He translated the aliens' gibberish. Literal spiders, apparently, taking over this level. He held out a hand and the aliens fell silent, slightly swaying back and forth, with a confused look on their faces. Down here, he said then, pointing to a hatch in the floor. They climbed down a ladder that passed through a dozen gloomy levels, most of them occupied by members of the same small species engaged in cooking, sleeping, tinkering, debating, or trading. In between, there were infrastructure levels whose non-functional ducts were populated by rodents. When the ladder ended, Dies put one hand on the grimy wall, and then found them a gap they could squeeze through into a cavernous chamber that reminded Bad and Fast of the Emperor's Citadel at Byss, except for the rubble and bones on the floor. A horde of pale, eyeless humanoids with flabby skin made to attack them, but Dies made them freeze with a gesture, then step aside so they could follow their path to its origin. It was a hollowed-out industrial facility where their maggot-like children grew and played in massive duraplast molds, occasionally slinging projectiles at the swarms of moths that occupied the higher reaches of the structure. Multiple corridors led away from that nest. The Dies chose brought them to a ledge overlooking what had once been a wide plaza, before the city had grown over it and turned it into a cave. Look, Dies said, indicating the mess of girders and scaffolds overhead. There was sky once. Then they built a highway over it, which collapsed, was propped up, and then served as the foundation for a new building. That one is rubble now as well, built over 100 times. Do you think anyone up there knows that this cave, this empty space exists down here? No, Bad and Fast growled. More words. When were they going to get to the killing? There was plenty of life down here too, he saw. Reptiloid creatures gathered around cooking fires at the bottom of the plaza, bugs scurrying around the walkways sniffing at the smoke, luminous moles growing from every fissure. But how, he wondered, was any of this more worthy of murder than the crowds in the bars up top? And yet, the ambassador continued, all of their homes, their skyscrapers and esplanades rest on this place, and others like it. Even the tallest, most audacious towers up there have no real foundation, no feet planted into the rock of the planet. They rest on chaos. They rely on the fact that if one wall crumbles under their added weight, there will be hundreds more nearby that will hold. None of the architects or builders know exactly where the pressure goes. They simply assume as a general rule that it will spread out over enough different pillars, walls, arches, and heaps of rubble to support their construction. Reluctantly, Bad and Fast looked at the girders above the plaza with a new appreciation. How many megatons of brick, steel, glass, plastics, and living beings rested on any one of them? Yes, Sadie said, and ran his fingertips along a pillar beside him. Place your hand here and feel the lines of force. Pure, base physical force, coarse matter that tends inexorably toward the core of the planet. Come try. Baden fast obeyed, understanding dawning inside him. The pillar was one of many supporting this side of the building, but as soon as he touched it, Fast knew that there was a lot more resting on it than just the next few floors and the roof. It was an H-shaped metal beam, and though it looked perfectly straight where they could see it, Fast noticed that it was bent ever so slightly along its entire length, almost but not quite to the breaking point. If I pull here, Fast said, will it all come crashing down on us? Try, the ambassador said with a smile. But won't we die? Looking up, Fast tried to estimate how many levels were above them. 800. 1,000. More. Not according to my calculations, Sadie said, and seeing Fast's incredulous glare, he added, the chaos is my domain, you see. Baden Fast hesitated. Emperor Palpatine had made him powerful beyond his wildest dreams. He had sent him to seek out death, and told him to learn from this ambassador. Sadie still seemed like a windbag, but Fast saw no reason why he should want to kill him, or himself, for that matter. And despite his new powers, he was still a soldier at heart. The chain of command was in his bones. So he pulled. Nothing happened. The pillar did not move. It was held in place by incredible forces between the city above and the rocks below. Use your anger, Sadie said. I'm not angry. This thing just defeated you. A dumb piece of ore, holding his own against the mighty Baden Fast. Fast creased his scarred forehead. He hooked both hands into the beam and let the power grow inside him. If he had one personal strength, it was grim persistence, an unwillingness to give up or back down. That's what had gotten him through the grueling trials for the Imperial Army, and it was what had let him overcome the agony of the Emperor's force lightning which had killed his comrades. There was no way he would let a pillar get the better of him now. With all his body, all his mind, all his defiance, he pulled again. A sharp crack sounded through the plaza, louder than a projectile discharge, in fact louder than anything Sneak had ever heard. His packmates all jumped up from their places around the fire, grabbing clubs, bricks, or burning roots to defend themselves. At the next fire over, one of the softclaws was screaming. Armored rats scurried for cover underfoot, some getting crushed as the black scales stampeded toward their mott. In all the chaos, Sneak was the only one who looked up rather than around for the origin of the sound. A cloud of panicked hawkbats blocked his sight for a moment, then they dispersed, and he could see the roof. Sneak knew the roof. Many times, while his packmates played at their status games, he had lain back and stared at it, imagining what must lie behind this jungle of girders and fissured duraplast plates. Something was different about it now. There was a little more room between these two girders, and that plate seemed to be creeping sideways, bending as it moved. Look out! He yelled at his packmates, but it was too late. The last thing he noticed was two bipedal figures standing on one of the top galleries off to the side, in Ton territory, before half of a city block crashed through the roof and squashed him flat. I win. TH squealed. The bone splinter she had lobbed up towards the roof of the Ton nursery using her skin sling had gone lower than she wanted, but the effect was incredible. All the moths were in an uproar, swarming away from the ceiling and down the walls, looking for exits. TH could not see them, of course, but the air currents brushing the sensitive folds of her skin told the story of her triumph. The next sound made no sense, however. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, and was too strong, too condensed for her to tell her anything about what was happening. That the entire building was coming apart in the middle, cut in two by unprecedented shearing forces, was so far beyond her experience of the world that she still thought she had won the slinging game when she was bisected by the roof. Yet he wedged the plate into the final gap. This should hold, he said. The spiders are tough but not that strong. You wish, Yama said. His left ear had fallen off thanks to a spider bite a week ago. Ysanne gave the wall a kick. Looks good to me? The floor bucked, and the wall collapsed. Ysanne. Yeti groaned, drawing his net gun to fend off the nearest spiders. Now you've ruined it. Suddenly, for some reason, he was sliding forward, straight into spider territory, accompanied by pieces of their wall. The whole level had tipped, he realized, and was still tipping further. Yama was falling along with him, screeching. Where Yanado had gone, he had no clue. Not that it mattered, yet he figured with the sort of calm normally expected only from the revered elders of his species. In a very short while he would be dead, either from spider bites or from being crushed between the falling debris and whatever first got in their way. Neither of that happened, however. Instead, in the final surprise, he drowned. The Calicar Ocean contained over 1 trillion cubic meters of water, with regions of different salinity separated by filter membranes or plasteel barrages. It housed just over 80 billion registered sentients and perhaps twice that number of unregistered ones, plus several complete marine ecosystems, from krill to kraken, to support them. A container of such size will always have some leakage. Engineers both within and without were always fixing cracks and replenishing the water volume. In some places, the ecologies of the levels below the ocean had long come to depend on the moisture seeping out of microscopic ruptures. But on the whole, the saltwater sector of Coruscant had persisted with remarkable stability for hundreds of years. Until now, the westernmost part of the ocean rested on the ruins of a district that had been razed almost a millennium ago. The tremors of the collapsing structures further below caused the compressed rubble to settle just a little further, barely a few meters at the outermost end. But with thousands of tons of water pressing down, that small difference increased the tension on the weakest part of the wall plate so much that a previously irrelevant crack widened enough for water to shoot out. The pressure of that jet, in turn, was so high that it cut through every bit of stone in its way within seconds, further weakening every bit of substrate which it touched. What followed was not so much a chain reaction as the simultaneous failure of 1,000 seams at once. Nearly all of the Calicar Ocean's contents drained into the underlevels in the space of less than an hour, washing away entire city blocks, jump-starting avalanches of brick, junk, and bodies, and drowning millions of beings while leaving its aquatic former residents to die gasping in the empty shell of their refuge. In the guest wing of Sadie's skyhook, Ederlath Palapides was fast asleep. Like most nights, she dreamed of the palace, of running through secret passages behind the walls, sometimes alone, sometimes with Irek, of discovering hidden places, spying on clandestine and confusing meetings, hiding from the guards, slipping from Quest's large brutal hands at the last moment before he could crush her. As in most of her dreams, she came up in the throne room after a long and desperate crawl through a dark tunnel, but this time, when she stuck her head up through the floor grill in front of the throne, there was someone in her way. He had his back to her, with his hood raised. For a moment she thought it might be the servant she had annoyed that evening, the one with the scarred and angry face, come to kill her. But when he turned around, her mind reeled between recognition and confusion. It was him, the Emperor. He was alive, but he was younger, stronger, taller, with a spotted face almost like a teenager. There was no trace of the tremor's downside to be felt in the skyhook, but Ederlath's bed trembled all the same. Great, Badenfast said. First he had almost choked on dust. Then a steel pane had narrowly missed him, shaving off the front edge of the balcony he and Sadie were standing on. Then the water had washed the dust away, only to fill the plaza and rise through the cavern until it sloshed around their ankles. Bodies and dirt drifted on the surface, forming an almost solid layer. So how do we get out of here again? Ambassador Sadie stood ensconced in a force bubble, his clothes immaculate from head to toe. That depends, he said. Do you feel strong? Badenfast paused to consider that. He had been so focused on the cataclysmic events around him that he barely noticed how he felt. But there it was, just as his master had promised, a richness in the dark side, a layer of screaming energy so close to the surface of the world he had only to reach out with his mind to touch it. Yes, he said. Sadie waved incongruously, and a swarm of hawkbats appeared from a gap in the warped building face across the plaza. As if following an invisible command, they shook the water from their leathery wings and launched themselves towards them. Up above, Fast noticed as he followed them with his eyes, a wide rift had opened, transient waterfall streaming down its sides. It was almost beautiful, he thought, in a genocidal way. Then the hawk bats were on them, clawing for his shoulders and arms. Caden had raised his, and the beasts were already pulling him upward towards the rift. "Come then, strong man," he called. "Come fly." Chapter 18. Beasts in the Basement. Carnor Jax felt every hair on his body rise the moment he first set foot in the Emperor's Citadel. The feeling had been building for a while, like a static charge, as they followed the pilot drone ever deeper into the gravitational maelstrom of the galactic core. Looking at Byss from the Revenant S bridge, his mentor Lumia to his left and his frightening new ally Nefta to his right, he had known without a doubt that this was the true center of power in the galaxy. Hidden from all but a select few, this was nevertheless where all the lines of force and influence converged. "This is what we have to contend with," Nefta confirmed his thoughts. "What we need to destroy if we want to rule our own destinies." Allowing thoughts like this close to Palpatine's lair, still sent a spike of fear through him. Nefta assured him that the protection afforded by the symbionts in the Bastardin wine was total, but how certain could he be of anything in the face of a power such as this? So when they entered the Citadel itself, from a docking arm high above the thinning clouds, Carnor Jax reverted to the habit he had practiced with Sarcev Quest, to think of anything but Palpatine, focus on anything but his true desires. Fortunately for him, there was a lot to take in here. The Citadel was a work of art, with its huge angular pillars that flowed seamlessly into vaulted ceilings and cavernous walls. It looked as if it had been cast from metal in one piece and then stuck into the planet's crust like a gigantic sword. Carnor Jax was a tall man and rarely felt intimidated. He was a royal guard, the threat of violence personified, directly serving the most powerful man in the galaxy. Next to the Emperor on Coruscant, or on one of his rare excursions through his realm, he had been as close to the top of the pecking order as possible. He had thought so in any way, but he realized now that he had never seen behind the curtain. There was a separate hierarchy, one that even his new master Lumia was only a marginal part of, that did not end at the Emperor's court and the Imperial Palace but stretched all the way to this top-secret place. It had always been there, controlling the fate of the Empire at a level unimaginable to the courtiers and politicians who spent their lives bickering over surface details. The Emperor had indulged them, had put on a good show for them, had acted like the frail old man hiding behind his crimson guards was all there was to see. Carnor Jax and his fellow guards had been props in that show, background characters in a play Palpatine staged for the benefit of the old elite. He knew it as soon as he saw the guards standing beside the entrance to the Citadel, towering figures with veiled faces and gauntlets of layered metal that looked like they could crush a human head with no effort. Those are the true warriors guarding the heart of the Empire. Like living extensions of the Citadel, they silently watched their progress along the corridor, all the more threatening for their stillness and apparent calm. Two more of them peeled out of the shadows when their party approached the repulsor lift platform. Before they moved, most human eyes would have taken them for pillars, and when they took their positions on either side of them for the ride down, they seemed to turn right back into architectural embellishments. They were not human, perhaps not even sentient, Carnor Jax surmised. In the Force, they felt like a dull throbbing, like a cancer or a neck's headache. Not warriors after all, then tools. In spite of his sense of foreboding, Carnor Jax smiled tightly behind his mask. So there might be a place for me here after all. Lumia did not appreciate the way she felt when the platform began sinking through the floor. She had never liked this place, from the first time Vader had taken her here to meet his master, and every time she did this, it felt like the Citadel itself was swallowing her whole, delivering her down into its guts for disassembly and digestion. Which was not so far from the truth in her case. Vader and Sidious had waged a secret war for her allegiance ever since they had recognized her potential, a war that extended to her body, which had been salvaged by Vader after she suffered near-fatal injuries during her undercover mission, and then refined by Sidious right here, in his gruesome chambers beneath the Citadel. As for herself, she had bided her time, waiting to see how the power dynamics between the two lords of the Sith would work out before choosing a side, and building her own powers in the process. Only they had both lost when they died at Endor, leaving her the sole heir of the Sith in the galaxy, that is, until Sidious had returned and called to her, just when she had been fighting one of his old hands at the behest of Ysanne Isard, a distraction more than anything. That had been the last time she had come here, to see if Sidious was really back. And he was, in a way. He had greeted her in his clone body, looking both young and frail at the same time, and she had knelt before him to swear her allegiance. He had come back. Vader hadn't. That should have settled the matter. By her words and by his, as well as by her deeds since then, Darth Sidious was her master and Lumiya was his apprentice. But secretly, in what was left of her heart, she was still biding her time. Something felt off about that clone, and about Byss in general, something different than the first time she'd been here. Whoever this new Palpatine was, he was certainly powerful, so she humored him and did his bidding, trying to learn as much as possible in the process, while she would not truly accept him as her master until he had proven himself to her. So far, he had not. As the platform descended through the Citadel, carrying her and those she had brought to the man who would be Sidious, she guarded her thoughts and checked her expectations. How would he react to the fact that she had taken an apprentice of her own, and that she was delivering an old rival whom Palpatine had banished to his inner sanctum? The fact that they were all still alive, and had been allowed to come this far did little to reassure her. After all, she knew how much the old Darth Sidious had liked to gloat and look his enemies in the eye while he punished them. The air was getting warmer now as they sank deeper. Root-like structures were snaking up the walls, tentacle shapes that looked as if they could reach out and strangle trespassers at a moment's notice. Many of the rooms they passed were empty, reminiscent of a palace waiting for the return of his court. If it was really Palpatine, Lumiya caught herself thinking, why hadn't he called everyone to his side yet, gathered his forces, and reclaimed his empire? Why was he hiding here while his subordinates were tearing each other to shreds with the rebels cheering them on? The platform slowed as they entered a section of the Citadel that looked less like a building and more like the bowels of some giant beast. The ceiling was covered in a fleshy substance structured by pulsating veins and bulbous growths, from which breeding sacs of various sizes hung like grotesque stalactites. Along the walls, the meat merged with machinery. Lumiya saw pipes feeding nutrients into veins, tendons attached to pistons, cables piercing ridges of tissue and making them twitch in regular intervals. This was what her body must look like on the inside, Lumiya thought, and the idea made what was left of her stomach clench in revulsion. Then she saw something even worse, and heard Carnor Jax beside her suppress a wretched noise. Rising next to the platform was a mountain of purple scales, shaped in a crude approximation of a humanoid body, topped by a tiny cadaver's head. The platform stopped at the monster's feet, by which time it was towering 3 meters above them, and it was only the sight of Palpatine standing next to it, looking entirely unconcerned, that stopped Lumiya from instantly lashing out at it with her light whip. King Nefta stepped off the platform first, pushing past Lumiya and Carnor Jax. "My friend," he boomed, spreading his massive arms. "It is good to see you again. And so spry." Lumiya tensed, waiting for Palpatine's reaction. A duel between a Sith Lord and whatever Nefta was, next to a hulking monster and in the heart of a place that was dripping with dark side power, would be hard to survive even for her. But the sentinel standing watch on the platform did not seem inclined to let her leave either. She exchanged a glance with her apprentice and reached for the hilt of her light whip. Palpatine crossed the rubbery floor towards Nefta, then flung his arms around the taller man. Lumiya, who had never seen Darth Sidious be physically affectionate with anyone, was more shocked by seeing him clap Nefta on the back as he embraced him than she would have been if he'd burned him to cinders with Force lightning. "Did you grow so tired of your exile," Palpatine asked, "that you decided to join me in mine? I thought you might be lonely." Nefta looked around, craning his neck to spot the purple monster's head. "But I see you've got interesting company." Palpatine beamed. "Meet my constable of homunculi, Borborygmus Gog. But don't get too close. He will literally eat you whole the moment you touch him." "This is Gog. He was much prettier the last time I saw him." "A side effect of one of his experiments," Palpatine said. His mind is intact in there, though, or as intact as you can be while you're under constant assault by a million vengeful souls. And here I thought he finally won that contest for the most egregious transformation with that friend of his. What was his name? The Fear Eater. Who? We were just talking about him, in fact. For the first time, Palpatine turned to face his other visitors, greeting them with a toothy smile. But fortunately, I still have faithful servants too. Dark Lady, he addressed Lumaya, his expression hovering on the edge of mockery. And my loyal guardsman, Carnor Jax. Lumaya felt more than saw her apprentice flinch. The Emperor's royal guards were almost never called by their names outside of training. They were faceless on purpose, meant to be perfectly interchangeable, and impersonal in the discharge of their duties. The fact that the Emperor knew his name, and knew him well enough to recognize him through his mask, came as a shock. Did her apprentice have secret dealings with Palpatine, or had the Emperor merely made a point of finding out exactly who was coming to his stronghold beforehand? He didn't give her time to ponder. Look at this, Palpatine said, indicating a transparent globe as big as a human head that hung suspended from an arch by a bundle of tubes and cables. I had tasked Hool, the shapeshifter, with bringing me a boy of some importance. From what I hear, he even had the boy in his possession for a while, but he allowed himself to get distracted, and he lost him. Is this going to be a parable? Nefta said, yawning. You know what I think of parables. Once again, Lumaya had to hide her shock that anyone would speak to the Emperor like this. This time, even Palpatine seemed annoyed. It is what happened, Nefta, he said sharply, but yes, there is a lesson to be learned from it. Because what Hu did, instead of reporting his failure and then making up for it, was to run and hide. That seems hardly surprising, Nefta said, considering how you're known to deal with failures. Would there have been anything left of him to make up for it, I wonder? I am no fool, Palpatine growled. I do not waste my valuable assets in fits of emotion. He looked at Lumaya as he said that, and she knew he was talking about Darth Vader. He had told her as much, once, obliquely but clearly, that if she cast her lot with Vader over him, she would fall victim to one of his bouts of frustration eventually. She had decided, then, to not rely on either of them for protection ever again, but to appease them as long as they had something to teach her, and then cut them loose. Look at him, the Emperor continued, indicating the heap of purple flesh that was his constable. I've long lost count of how many times this wretch has failed me. Indeed, the brain now soaking in this pot belonged one of his earliest and grandest failures in my service. And yet he is still here. In a manner of speaking, Nefta commented, eyeing the Colossus skeptically. The pain rolling off him, a suffering far beyond the merely physical, was thick in the Force. But the worst thing, Palpatine said, is not that Hul fled. That almost shows some measure of respect, if you will. He knows to fear me. No, the worst is that he sent me a gift, an apology. He placed his fingertips on the bottom of the globe holding the brain, and by the sudden sense of shock erupting from the floating tissue, Lumaya knew that it was not only alive but conscious. And to compound the terror, the huge purple creature spoke for the first time, his voice an anguished wail emanating from a metal box set embedded in its skin. It is a good head, it said. Use full. The head is a trifle. The insult is that Hul thinks he can placate me. He dares hope that he will sway me, that I will allow him to slither away unscathed because he did me a favor. His gaze swept from Lumaya to Carnor Jax, and back as he continued. I have no patience for half measures, now less than ever. You either serve me completely, or else nothing will protect you from my wrath. From the corner of her eye, Lumaya saw Carnor Jax drop to one knee. I am yours, your majesty, he said, drawing a satisfied smile from Palpatine's lips. So am I, Lumaya said. She remained standing but bent her head. Then she retrieved a satchel from her belt. I hope you will not begrudge me this, my lord. With a flick of the Emperor's fingers, the satchel sailed his way and ripped open in midair. Ah, he said, the famed glove of Darth Vader. The glove, battered and dull but still intact despite all that it had been through, hovered between them, and then, with another small gesture from Palpatine, it flew apart. Flakes of metal and duraplast drifted to the floor, Only a black object like a shard of obsidian remained. King Nefta stepped closer, looking genuinely intrigued for the first time since their arrival. "So that's what it was all about, huh?" he said. "One of Khan's." "The last one," Palpatine said, pulling the amulet between his hands. "The heptad is complete. You have done me a great service," he said, facing Lumia and her apprentice again. "You shall share in the glory of the Empire to come, the real Empire, not the hamstrung chimera I had to make do with before my death." With this he held the amulet aloft with the Force, so that its dark radiance spread throughout the cavernous room. "You have set me on the path to victory, to absolute power." Even King Nefta, Lumia could not help but notice, trembled at the words. Chapter 19. Nothing concrete. Jax Pavan gave the hose another kick to get it settled. Droids never got that right. They were much too precise for a material as crude as liquid duracrete, then settled into weight. That Isard woman, he thought, shaking his head while the hose slowly inflated. First she'd been all intense and sinister, checking his background and interrogating him like this was a murder investigation, not a construction gig. Then, after he'd signed all of her NDAs and handed over both his private and his work comlink, she'd suddenly gotten all nice and chatty, offering him an elbow, cracking jokes about his name he didn't understand, and complaining about the hassle of the official palace procurement process. Fire and ice, as they said, just like her eyes, one red, one blue. "Everything ready down there, Sissy?" he asked his hauler droid. Sissy was floating halfway down the shaft of the absurd room they were in, while Jax was sitting on the edge of the platform suspended over it, his feet dangling. Even leaving aside Isard's mood swings, this was the strangest job he'd had so far, and that was counting the cleanup operations after the Zillo beast. First she had made him and Sissy rappel down all the way to the bottom of the shaft, where to his surprise there was a corridor leading off to the side of the cooling vent. Most of the doors there had been sealed off with construction foam, a very poor job in his opinion, but at the back there was some sort of lab or hospital. He couldn't tell. He'd almost joked about the Emperor having his beauty surgery done there, but then Isard had looked like she might be in one of her more murderous moves again, and he'd held off. In any case, he understood then why they had called him, of all people. Him and Sissy. Sissy's specialty was containment, as in containing dangerous or fragile materials, and those tanks with the green liquid on the walls down there sure looked like they were both. Jax had unrigged them, carefully. Then Sissy had wrapped his flexible lower body around them, encasing them whole, before flying them gently up through the shaft one by one. Then they'd done the delivery too, just the two of them, in unlabeled boxes to some facility deep underground, handing them off to a pair of stormtroopers who never said a single word. It was spooky, that's what it was. But then, Jax supposed, that's just what the Empire must look like from the inside. "Ready, Master Pavan," Sissy reported back after what Jax knew would have been a thorough check of the flow channels. "Good. Come on up, then." He waited for the droid to float up into sight, looking like a deflated gas balloon clutched by a metal spider. Then he punched the release for the duracrete tank. The hose next to him twitched and rumbled, and after an unusual but not unexpected lag, a stream of Phase 1 duracrete came pouring from his end. "I trust everything is in order," a voice said behind him. Jax flinched, but caught himself just in time. "Minions of Zender," he cursed under his breath. "Madam, I could have fallen off the ledge the way you crept up on me there. I mean, with all due respect, madam." He got to his feet, making sure to stand a bit away from the edge. "But, yes, madam. Everything is fine. Right, Sissy?" The droid turned the tiny head that sat atop his spider torso and flashed his eyes green twice in affirmation. "No leaks or blockages," it said, its voice a fair approximation of Jax's own. "Should fill up nicely." They'd had to run the hose all the way from the landing pad where Jax's rented tank was standing, through the endless corridors and service shafts of the Imperial Palace, and finally down here into the chamber. Granted, it had been Sissy doing most of the hard work, but it had been a harrowing experience for Jax anyway, what with all of the decorations, safety protocols, and off-limits areas he'd had to take into account. But now all this was done. It was indeed filling up nicely, and he could probably let Sissy manage the removal on his own. "It's almost done," he said, "and I'll be glad to leave this place behind," he added mentally. When the Phase 1 is up to here, he indicated the line Sissy had sprayed on the walls of the shaft in Isard's direction. "We'll add the Phase 2 reactant, which comes through this narrower tube attached to the hose. And that hardens the Durcrete." For an Imperial big shot, she was not too bad, Jax decided. Most of his contractors could not care less about the details of his work. Takes maybe 4-5 seconds for a volume of this size. After that, good luck getting anything out of there ever again. Fascinating. Ysanne Isard, the most powerful woman in the Empire, leaned past Jax to look at his controls. "And this switch here releases the Phase 2. "Careful, now, madam," Jax half laughed, resisting the urge to swat her hand away. "We don't want any layering, though it's not like you get a lot of sharing here. No, you have to turn off the Phase 1 first and wait for it to settle. That's this button here." Isard said, "Of course. Thank you, Mr. Pavon." And with a casual gesture, she pushed him off the platform. Jax barely even had time to realize his droid wouldn't save him, thanks to the restraining bolt they put on him, before the Phase 1 swallowed him. She didn't even wait for it to settle. 4-5 seconds later, he was gone. Chapter 20. Unfrozen. "Careful," Yurei Finn told his crew. "This is a dangerous place." "You've been saying that for the last 10 hours, boss," Avni said. A slim blue-skinned Duros, Yurei Finn's first mate was only half his size, but she had never let that keep her from speaking her mind. "Still looks quiet to me." Yurei Finn clacked his beak. "It's a feeling. Ever since they had followed the tracking signal into the mysterious region of space called the Stygian Caldera, he had felt like there were daggers pressing into his skull from all sides, slowly pushing their way in towards his brain. As a Talorte, he had been born with a natural sensitivity for what the Jedi called the Force, a talent that had helped him in the past, but which he was now starting to deplore. The last time he had felt a place this thick with the dark side had been on Dathomir, where, incidentally, he had first met the woman he was hunting now. "I respect that, boss," Avni said. "I'm sure you're right. I just prefer dangers that I can see and shoot at," Cole chimed in from the co-pilot's chair. "Like stormtroopers." Over the last 6 months, Yurei Finn and his crew had been raiding the personal storehouses of the Emperor, working down a list they had downloaded from the massive but unfinished Star Destroyer Eclipse Overcooked. Ranging from storage lockers on Denon and caves on the frozen moon of an uncharted planet all the way to the heavily fortified Emperor's retreat on Naboo. Those caches had yielded enough treasures for the Zon Consortium to fortify its hold on the galaxy's underworld and fill the vacuum left by the near-total implosion of Black Sun. Some of those missions had been dangerous, thanks to the traps and troops the Emperor had left behind, but none had felt nearly as threatening as this one. "How's the signal?" he asked Cole, carefully keeping the tension out of his voice. "Still stable. The planet's in sensor range now. Should I do a sweep?" Yurei Finn put a hand on the viewport and looked out into the darkness of space. "No," he said. "Not yet." "We could send a few probe droids ahead," Avni suggested. "Served us well on that rock in the Roche." Yurei Finn shook his head. "Let's drift a little closer first." "Whatever you say, boss. I'm in no hurry to see her again either, to be honest." There were sounds of agreement all around the bridge. Since Tiberzon had recruited her on Dathomir, the which Silri had made precious few friends in his organization, and matters had not improved when she'd absconded with a valuable holocron that Zon suspected was the key to even greater powers than Palpatine's vaults. Yurei Finn had long warned Zon against trusting the witch, and had offered to kill her on numerous occasions, but Zon had always insisted that she could still be a valuable asset. Until that asset had stolen a ship, taken the holocron, and disappeared. Now, finally, Zon had given Yurei Finn leave and a Crusader-class corvette to hunt her down and kill her for betraying him. "How long until we reach the planet?" he asked Quill. "At current speed, 2 hours and a bit. We'll have to fire up the engines to make orbit though, or we will shoot right by." Finn squinted out the viewport. The planet was visible now, a crescent of light reflecting off its atmosphere. Like most of the worlds inside the Stygian caldera, it only had a survey number and a navigational hazard warning in the official star charts, but the files from the eclipse identified it as Relg, once a major world in the ancient Sith Empire. No wonder Silry was drawn to this place, Finn thought, and no wonder it is giving me headaches. But there was something else besides the pain there at the edges of his consciousness. "Cool," he said. "Are you sure the signal is coming from planet side?" He had long ago planted locator beacons in Silry's boots and in the hilt of her weapon in anticipation of a hunt like this. Cool leaned forward to check. "Positive, boss. On the night side right now, near the equator." Finn frowned. "Do a system-wide scan. Full sensor range. With active sensors." "Yes." "What are we looking for?" Avni asked. "A ship." "Could be," Finn said. "It's a feeling." It had been no more than a flicker, but he was almost sure he felt a presence there, a strong but clouded one, somewhere further out in the system. "Should I call battle stations, then, just in case it's a trap?" "Sure," Finn said distractedly. "Can't hurt. Wait. There." Gul called. "There," Finn said, pointing at a spot in the darkness outside. "Yes, boss. How did you know?" "What kind of ship?" he asked, ignoring the question. "Are they reacting?" "Scout ship," Gul said. "And no. Life readings consistent with one humanoid or less." "Silry?" Avni asked, looking at Finn. "If it's her, she left her rancor behind. And her weapon. That's a good thing though, right?" "I suppose." Finn reached for the long blades he kept on his back. Their cold weight always reassured him. "Prepare a boarding party. I'm going in first." The ship was little more than a tin box running on pure inertia. One of its sideways wings was shredded. Half of the drive seemed to have been ripped clean off, and the remains were leaking air and fuel from 100 tiny punctures. "Someone tried really hard to kill this boy," Tupper remarked when they floated through the docking tunnel towards the wreck. There was no sign of Silry. The only occupant of the craft was a lanky human teenager, who seemed to be sleeping in the pilot seat. "And failed," Finn said. "Let's be careful in any case." Tupper cut a hole into the scout ship's secondary viewport, and Finn propelled himself through it. Hands on his blades, he let his magnetic boots lock onto the cockpit floor with a clang. The boy stirred. "Don't move," Finn said. "You're probably injured." The grips of the blades slipped from his fingers, and they crashed against the deck next to his boots. "Boss," Tupper asked, coming down head first with his blaster drawn. "What's happening?" "Don't." The blaster went flying, wrenched from Tupper's bony fingers, then came around to slap him in the face. The Given lurched weightlessly, but quickly caught himself and reached for the blaster carbine on his back. The boy, meanwhile, was still sitting motionlessly in the pilot's chair, facing away from them. "Don't," Finn repeated, grabbing the tip of the carbine and pushing it down. When he was sure the Given had gotten the message, he raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "We are not here to hurt you, boy." "What then?" the boy asked. His voice was cracking, the way it sometimes did in juvenile human males. Finn considered his next words carefully. The boy was powerful, that much was obvious. He was also angry, and probably aggressively protective of his status like most males of his species. "You're strong," he said. "I felt your strength from far away." It was a gamble, giving away his secret connection to the Force like that, but Finn was almost positive the boy already knew. "We could use someone like you." That last bit had been a mistake. He felt it as a pressure against his skull. A little more effort and the boy would crack him like an egg, despite his best resistance. "I will not be used," the boy growled, turning around to face him. "He is angry, all right? By no one." Of course, Finn managed. Next to him, Tupper was cringing and trying futilely to get his weapon back under control. "I meant to say, I'd like to hire you. For a job. A well-paid one." The pressure eased off, just a little, while the boy regarded them through narrow, bloodshot eyes. "First the pay," he said, audibly straining to keep his voice deep. and transport away from here to somewhere civilized. We can get you wherever you want, Finn promised, ignoring the incredulous glances from Tooper. And if this job goes well, I'm sure we can offer you more. Your choice, of course. The boy considered this for a while, but Finn knew he had him now. Strong as he was, he still needed a way out. His ship was a wreck, and even if he could commandeer the Corvette, there was no way he could steer it without a crew. What's the job? He said finally. Finn allowed himself the slightest of smiles. A challenge, he said. We're going to hunt a witch. The largest continent on the planet Rel bore a wound in its northeastern flank, a place where even the hardy plains grass refused to grow. Instead, denuded bluffs of stone bulged from the ground like scar tissue. There were no ruins here, no ancient castles of the Sith. This region had been shunned as cursed even by them, which had made it the perfect hiding place for Ludo Kresh's secret army, the one he had held in reserve, encased in carbonite, when he set out to crush his rival Nagasato. Too bad he had died before he could even tell his coddled son about it, and the holocron meant for him had never made it into Elcho Kresh's hands. Bad for the Kreshes, but good for Sillery. The witch was squatting next to a depression in one of the higher lava bluffs, overlooking a flat expanse of rock beneath her. Humanoid figures were stumbling around down there, hundreds of them, some flailing their arms or swords as if to fight off unseen enemies, some writhing on the ground or huddling together in little clumps, some wailing at the heavens in their incomprehensible ululating language. They were blind, all of them, blind and confused. Worthless meat decked out in arms and armor that had been top of the line approximately 5 millennia ago. Apparently being frozen in carbonite for so long did not exactly leave mammalian brains in pristine condition. It did not matter. Sillery had no use for their brains anyway. What she needed were weapons. She pulled her gaze away from the chaos below and murmured a simple incantation that drew water out of the ground from far below, made it rise through the pores of the rock in little shining globes, then dropped them into the depression at her feet. It was not a cauldron, but it would have to do. Drawing some heat from the magma in the planet's mantle up through the thin crust was trivial. Within moments, the water began to boil and steam rose into Sillery's face. A low growl reminded her that Cuddles, her pet rancor, was keeping watch, standing behind her in a way that would have made her silhouette seem tall and threatening if anyone down there had been able to see. She bit down on her tongue and spit a bloody drop into the water. Contrary to what outsiders tended to think, the contents of the potion were of little importance. All that mattered was the connection between herself and what she wanted to accomplish. The mist that enveloped her now, tinted red with magic more than blood, was only a medium through which the spirits worked. As was Sillery herself. She closed her eyes against the fumes instinctively. When she forced them open again, she was looking out over the gloomy landscape of the spirit world. Jethzirian, she called out. Sister. Jethzirian appeared like a whirlwind, riding on the glare of the winged goddess. Sillery, she said, sounding wary. I thought you lost. Never, sister. I have found us an army. She gestured, and the shadows of the unfrozen Sith warriors appeared on the plain in the spirit world. They are Malelings and blind, but they will help me carve a way across the galaxy to you and break your chains. Our chains, Jethzirian admonished her. Come, then, and quickly. We have waited too long. Sillery felt irritation grow like a tumor in her neck. For years she had labored in exile, pretending to serve the distasteful Maleling Tiber Zahn while carefully maneuvering herself into a position to help break the imperial embargo of her home planet. She had risked her life, swallowed her pride, and used her powers to demean an ends, all to further Jethzirian's dream. Jethzirian had united many exiles from the Dathomiri clans with the promise of restoring the glory of the Night Sisters of ages past. She imagined that, with their combined powers, they could grind the galaxy under their heel if only they got off the planet first. From out here, having seen the galaxy, that dream seemed less plausible than it had on Dathomir's surface, and yet Sillery remained true. Had she clung to her loyalty in the face of disillusionment only to let herself be accosted by an impatient jungle witch? Instead of fighting down her irritation, Sillery let it grow and rise behind her like the shadow of her rancor. She saw Jethzirian's wraith-like face crawl with dismay. Then the light of the winged goddess lashed onto the power she unleashed, and everything else went away as her power flowed through her. Back in the real world, the smoke from her cauldron had turned green and dense. It was already crawling down the hillside towards the warriors, forming tentacles before climbing up their bodies and into their heads. Silri resumed her chant as the spirit ichor took hold of her tools, raising her eyes to the horizon. There they were, just in time. A ship large enough for most of her army, or what would be left of it once its current occupants were defeated. Captained by her old nemesis Yurei Fenn, who had rightly warned his master against trusting her from the beginning. He would die now, Silri thought with a grin, raising her hands to make her warriors rise. He would prove useful one last time by bringing her his ship, then he would die. Quill brought the corvette and low on Yurei Fenn's orders, his belly almost scraping against the bulges of rock below. They had spotted Silri's stolen shuttle from orbit, and their sensors detected numerous life forms on the plateau it was standing on. "Make the call, Captain," Quill said as they neared their target. "Destroy the shuttle or leave it." "Leave it," Yurei Fenn said. The shuttle was powered down and seemed damaged. There was no way the witch could use it for a quick escape. Next to him, the boy twitched in disapproval, but Fenn ignored him for the time being. "Can you make the turn at this speed?" They were coming in hot, the axe-head front of the Crusader-class corvette still glowing from re-entry, and Quill didn't slow down even as the distance counter on her view screen was quickly approaching 0. "Trust me, Captain," she said, both of her bony hands gripping the controls. "You better get ready." Yurei Fenn nodded, then waved Tupper and the boy out of the room. Ysanne and Mox 2 were waiting for them in the aft freight bay, suited up. "This is gonna be tricky," Ysanne said as she handed them their repulsor harnesses. "You sure the boy's up for it?" "I'm up for it," the boy said, his voice cracking. He pulled on his harness with more force than necessary, then used it to maneuver himself up to the ceiling and do a flip, locking his boots to the ceiling next to the cargo hatch. "You coming?" he asked. I looked past among the rest of the assault crew, but they all knew Yurei Fenn well enough to read his expression. "Leave him alone," it said. "Trust me." To be honest, he thought it was pretty likely that the boy would die over the next few minutes. That was fine. Either he was competent enough to be worth keeping around, or he was not and would be out of his hair. Just in case, Yurei Fenn kept his thoughts guarded as he floated up to join him. He focused on the countdown running on his wristband. "Brace yourselves," he called out, closing his eyes to find his balance. He pictured the corvette hurtling over the last bluff and across the plateau on which Silri had landed. He imagined Silri's face as the ship came rushing toward her at full speed. Then he tensed all of his muscles, just when Quill pulled up at the hardest angle she could manage, with the repulsors and maneuvering thrusters working in concert. The elongated hull of the ship screeched and protested as its forward momentum was forcibly transformed into an upward shove. Yurei Fenn opened his eyes. Next to him, the boy cursed but held on. Mox 2, meanwhile, had lost his grip and crashed into the webbing at the back of the chamber. Ysanne, to her credit, ignored his struggle and pushed the hatch release. "Now," Yurei Fenn called. They jumped out, one after the other. The ship was almost completely vertical now, but they made sure to put some distance between them and its bulk before dropping so they would not get fried by its engines. Tupper was the first to set down, his boots hitting the smoking ground with a thud. Yurei Fenn landed next to him, followed by Ysanne and the boy. Above them, the ship roared away into the sky. Around them, hell reigned. The ground was scorched and crackled when they moved. Smoke and exhaust fumes and a residue of some strange greenish mist were so thick in the air Yurei Fenn almost wished he'd follow Ysanne's lead and put on a full vac suit. But no, he needed to be unencumbered for this fight. Shrugging off the repulsor harness, he drew his blades and looked around with narrow eyes. Where was the witch? There were a few burned bodies on the ground around them, humanoid and clothed in something that still looked like armor, even after the fire treatment from the corvette's jets. One of them, Yurei Fenn noticed with a frown, had been holding a sword when he died. What had Silvery dug up here? The answer came more quickly than he liked. More of the creatures came walking towards them out of the fog, most of them heavily charred but apparently undeterred by that fact, swinging swords and hauberks and lances like a gang of crazy juveniles. "Permission to engage, sir?" Ysanne asked. She had been in Imperial service too long, Ysanne thought. Tupper was already hoisting his blaster carbine and mowing down the first row of attackers to his left. "Engage," Ysanne grunted, stepped forward, and swung his blade to hack one creature's head from his shoulders. They were easy to kill, it turned out. Even the boy got a few kills in, although he clearly was anything but an expert with the blaster they had given him. "Boy," Ysanne called while he stepped on the head of a half-burned warrior who was still twitching madly. "Get up there and look around. Look for the witch." "And her rancor," Tupper added. The boy gripped his harness controls and shot straight up, so at least he was quick on the uptake. "Over there," he said, pointing, and as if on cue, a wind picked up and blew the fog away so Ysanne could see them for himself. There Silvery was all right, her hair flying in the sudden breeze, her hands raised in the dramatic gesticulations she used whenever she drew on the Force. Ysanne felt her gaze meet his, and in the same instant, the human noise surrounding them changed up their attack, going from shuffling imbeciles to competent warriors as if a switch had flipped inside their heads. One of them jumped Tupper, getting under his line of fire and pushing him off his feet before Ysanne could come to his aid. Ysanne was busy fending off a coordinated attack by 3 swordsmen, suffering a slice to the wrist before he smashed one's face in with his elbow and shattered another's sword arm with a simultaneous blow from both of his long blades. When he chanced to look in Tupper's direction again, the given was no more than a pile of dismembered limbs on the floor. Ysanne screamed, and Ysanne barely managed to swat away a pike aimed at her face. The warrior holding it ducked to avoid his slash, then kicked up gravel to distract him while another hurled a spear that hissed past his face and hit Ysanne square in the temple. Ysanne growled and flattened the 3 warriors nearest him with a furious push from the Force, but there were too many more rushing in to fill the gap. The boy was at his back, loosening salvo after salvo from the blood-soaked blaster carbine he had taken off Tupper's corpse. "Cave," he called out over the noise. "What?" "To your left. Cave mouth. Get in there." Ysanne let his blades whirl, driving a half-dozen of attackers back for the moment. There was a dark spot in the rock wall, true, but he did not see how this would help them. "We'll be trapped," he growled, activating his comm with the flick of his wrist. "Avni," he called. "Strafing run." "Coming around, Captain," his first mate reported. "Couple of minutes." A spear tip pierced Ysanne's calf, and the pain distracted him for long enough that a warrior with a huge broadsword got inside his guard and nearly took his arm off. Ysanne twisted out of the way and hacked his beak into the warrior's skull from behind. "Not fast enough," he said, spitting. "They're only coordinated," the boy squawked. "When she sees them, watch out." Ysanne ducked just in time for a halberd to swing over his head. He cut the legs off the guy who had swung it. Silvery was up on the bluff there, facing him. The boy was behind him, in his shadow. And the warriors were still fighting even when they were missing half their face. It made sense, way too much sense for his taste. "You take point," he said. "Run." They ran for it, the boy cutting a path through the crowd of enemies with the blaster carbine, and Ysanne cutting down everyone who tried to come at them from behind. Halfway to the cave mouth they felt the ground reverberate with heavy steps, and saw the rancor loping down the hillside. This, Ysanne hissed into his comm, would be an excellent moment for that strafing run. Silvery ran downhill grinning, weaving air and shadows with her hands, feeling the power of the winged goddess lift her up and the hunter's purpose of the fanged god lend direction to her movement. Every bounce of her feet carried her further up and forward, and within moments she was floating above the plain, quickly catching up to Cuddles, her pet rancor. The battlefield expanded around her in perfect clarity. She saw the Sith warriors stumbling around waving their ancient weapons, momentarily bereft of her guidance as she focused on other things. She felt Cuddles' innocent excitement at being allowed to hunt. She saw him swiping his claw at the smaller of the two enemies who were still alive, a boy she'd never seen, who narrowly evaded Cuddles' claws by leaping up into the air, his strength bolstered by a repulsor harness, as she felt the thrum of the Corvette's engines as it thundered her way at low altitude to rejoin the battle. Ysanne, that overgrown bird who fancied himself her nemesis by virtue of his minuscule connection to the Force, looked up at the Corvette's approach, then stopped in his tracks when he saw her gliding smoothly in between the warship and her ranker, drifting on the wind like a soap bubble. She was not nearly as fragile, though, when the ship's turbolasers lanced out to strike Cuddles. The almost invisible globe of spirit ichor surrounding her absorbed the energy and sent it to the spirit realm, where she could hear the Fang God hiss appreciatively. Then the Corvette was gone, dragged past the battlefield by its own momentum, and with a grateful gesture she relinquished the power of the winged goddess and passed the direction of her movement back to the Fang God for his own endless hunt. The rest, she thought as she descended on the battlefield, would be up to her own strength, her own fury. She landed on the blood-spattered ground in front of Cuddles, her light whip snapping to life at the same instant. Next to her, the boy was wrestling a two-handed sword away from a fallen Sith warrior. She ignored him and cracked her whip at Ysanne instead, who came at her with both his broad blades drawn. "Now you die," Ysanne growled. "I should have killed you long ago." Silry laughed as her whip wrapped around one of his blades, then danced out of the way when he slashed at her midriff with the other. Beside her, Cuddles was rocking the ground with his own dance, trying to step on the boy the way he used to step on waffle worms as a calf on Dathomir when they poked their heads above ground. Silry yanked on the handle of her whip to extricate it from her enemy's blade for another slash, but to her surprise Ysanne had trapped it with his other blade and pulled as well, almost succeeding in tearing the grip from her hand. Then Cuddles shrieked, and Silry turned to him with sudden concern. The ranker had succeeded in stepping on his prey, but in doing so he had impaled his giant foot on the sword the boy had held. It was a gruesome injury, none that would kill him, but the distraction was enough for Ysanne to pull the whip away from her and hurl it at the ranker. Silry howled and raised her hands, but too late. The sizzling whip had already cut deep into Cuddles' side, almost bisecting his massive body, which swayed dangerously for a moment and then toppled sideways, almost on top of her. Called by her wrath and the instinctive gestures of her hands, the Sith warriors rose again and came shuffling to her aid from every corner of the battlefield, but they were too slow to stop Ysanne from slipping past her, pulling the boy out from under the ranker's foot, and diving into the cave mouth in a mad, desperate dash. The boy dropped to the ground as soon as Ysanne let him go. The floor was cut stone, cold and hard and dusty, and every part of his body hurt like a ranker had stepped on him. With an effort of will, he pushed himself up and looked around. The cave was a huge, cavernous hall illuminated by shafts of light that stabbed and through slits in the ceiling. On the floor, symmetric metal spikes were sticking out of rows upon rows of metal platforms. In between the spikes, the boy noticed, some dark material seemed to have melted and congealed. He was hurting too much, and too pumped with fear and battle frenzy, to even try to make sense of it. The only recognizable thing was a massive statue at the very back, bathed in reddish light, that portrayed a larger-than-human warrior holding a giant staff. There was a noise at the cave entrance, and the boy quickly turned his back on the statue. Next to him, Ysanne was holding his blades at the ready, trembling slightly, unarmed himself. The boy hoped it was with anger rather than fear. Two of the gaunt warriors came rushing through the entrance, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Ysanne dispatched them both with casual strikes of his blades, then growled deep in his throat when the witch entered. The boy froze, paralyzed by fear. She was holding the sword he had stabbed in her ranker's foot. Slick with blood, it seemed to scream revenge at him. He knew he ought to run, but he couldn't. His only hope, he thought as desperation engulfed him, was Ysanne. The witch laughed. "Ysanne," she said, her voice high and dramatic in a way that reminded the boy of holo actresses. "Are you looking forward to our fight?" "I am looking forward to your death," Ysanne growled, putting one foot forward in a flexible fighting stance. "Very much so." "Sorry to disappoint," the witch said. "You'll have neither." And without warning, she dropped the sword and raised her hands, curling her fingers in a way that hurt even to look at. It hurt Ysanne worse, though. There was a sickening crunch as his thigh bone broke, and before he could steady himself, the bones in his other leg crumpled, as well, followed by his arms, his rib cage, then his skull. Within seconds he was a pathetic heap on the ground, unrecognizable save for the beak and his clothes, his blades clattering to the floor next to him. He had died with a whimper as his collapsing torso pushed the last gasps of air out of his lungs, with no chance even for a last defiant scream. The boy stared at the ruin of the one who had hired him, the one who had promised to take him out of here as a reward, to a place where he could finally make his own way. Then his gaze rose to meet the witch's. "You have fought well," she said, holding her hands stretched out before her in a universal gesture for peace. "You will make a good slave. Serve me well, and you will be rewarded." The boy closed his eyes, feeling her spirit fingers prodding at his mind, looking for a weakness. His desperation was gone. Instead, a dark wave of fury rose inside him, and he welcomed it with open arms. "I will," he said, taking a step towards the witch, not raising his hands in a mocking imitation of her own gestures, "be used." And without so much as a conscious thought from him, like a pure extension of his anger, the boy made Ysanne's blades rise from the ground, screeching against the stone as they hurtled towards the witch, and cleaved off both of her arms below the elbows. Ysanne almost doubled over when she saw the ruined bag of flesh, feathers, and broken bones that used to be her commander. But she did her duty, helped the others to load his remains onto the grafsel next to the bodies of Ysanne and Tupper, then joined Mox 2 in tying the maimed witch to a separate sled. The boy they had found in the drifting ship was hovering over the witch almost possessively. "I took her down," he said repeatedly. "I could not save him, but I took her down. And the rancor too." "Yes," Mox 2 growled, giving him a dark look. "Thank you. I want my reward." "You are going to get your reward," Ysanne said. "We'll bring you to the boss, and he will pay you." The boy looked like he wanted to protest, but then just stared at the witch some more while they pushed her into the corvette's hold. "Get her into the sick bay," Ysanne told one of the crew, "and tell B to keep her alive, but unconscious." "Not too alive," Mox 2 said. And the boy too, Ysanne wanted to say, but she figured she would rather not step on the glum kid's toes. "What's your name, anyway?" she asked. The boy glowered at her, his brown hair caked to his skull with sweat and blood. "My name," he squeaked, clearly going for a weighty, grim delivery but failing, "is Locke. Locke." "I'm Ysanne." She stopped short of holding out her hand, opting for a respectful nod instead. "I guess you should get yourself checked out too." "I'm fine," he said, "but I'm going with her." "Of course." Ysanne stepped out of the way to let him pass, then looked after him. "I know," she said when she felt Mox 2 staring at her. "I don't want him on the ship either. But he might come in handy if she wakes up, and most of all, I really do not want to make him angry." "Do you?" "What? The only survivor of a battle against undead Sith warriors, a rancor and a witch. A boy who survived what killed Ysanne." Mox 2 shuddered, something Ysanne had never seen him do. "No, I don't think anyone here wants to make him angry." Chapter 21. Pass on that. Storms were raging around Mount Yoda. The volcanic summit rose high and proud above the dark green sea of Dagobah's jungles, but now it seemed as if the planet's clouds had banded together to beat it back into the ground with lightning, slaps of wind, and torrents of heavy rain. Within that maelstrom of atmospheric energy, a tiny shuttle descended towards the landing pad built into the crater. By all rights, it should have been tossed about and ripped apart by the forces pulling at it, but a greater force kept it safe and on course even as bolts of supercharged air zapped past it and burned into the mountainside below. Its pilot was Luke Skywalker, and as his only passenger looked on with the pale face of one expecting imminent death, he set down the shuttle on the pad as softly as a feather falling to the ground on a mild summer's day, his eyes closed and his hands hovering above the controls without touch them. Mafa, Lord Jepton cursed in his native language the moment he felt ready to draw breath again. "With all due respect, General," I am not flying anywhere else with you. Then finish rewriting that report, Luke Skywalker said brusquely, shrugging off his crash weapon and getting up. And stop calling him a general. I quit, remember. Aye, General. Lors pulled up the hood of his jacket and followed the Jedi down the exit ramp, the bag with his meager belongings slung over one shoulder. He'd had a bad feeling about this from the start, when Skywalker had hired him to write an account of his involvement in the Battle of Endor. It had been hard enough getting enough information out of the people involved to give him something of a coherent picture of the events, what with half the details being classified and most of the protagonists having to rush off to their next mission right away. Bending it all into a plot that would be comprehensible to mainstream audiences and entertaining enough to sell had been comparatively easy, but then of course Skywalker had griped and ranted about the result, calling it garbage and the worst thing he'd ever read. Lors should have walked out then, but instead he'd let Skywalker blackmail him into rewriting the whole thing to his specifications, which was why he was here, following him around like a tame AKK dog while Mr. I Am Not a Hero went about his Jedi business. The wind whipping across the landing pad ripped the curses from Lors's lips, not that he would have cared if Skywalker heard them. It almost ripped his bag out of his hand too, so that eventually he had to hug it to his chest like a lover while he staggered across the Duracrete with the wide gait of someone who had just soiled his pants. At least Skywalker was struggling to, but that was small relief when lightning struck the mountain just a little to the right of them, loosening an avalanche of rocks and pebbles that thundered down the slope. They reached the entrance drenched and shivering. The Nautolan on guard duty scrambled to his feet when he saw them, fishing for his weapon before he suddenly relented. General Skywalker, he called. How? I'm not a general anymore, Skywalker said. I quit. That was turning into his new tagline, Lors Jept Amused, but it was not one he would incorporate into his script. Skywalker's qualms notwithstanding, a good story needed something uplifting at the end, not the hero giving up and vowing never to do anything like this again. You should have called ahead, Master Skywalker, the guard said, fumbling at his console. I'll have your quarters warmed up for you. And will your aide be staying with you or does he need separate accommodation? He's not my aide, Skywalker said. He made it sound like I'm beyond help. But yes, give him a room. Lors Jepton, put him in as a contractor to the Judicial Department. Right away, Jen, Master Skywalker. The Nautolan poked at his console again, then handed Lors a flimsy keycard. We have plenty of vacancies anyway. Enjoy your stay. Thank you, Luke Skywalker said. He made it sound like you will not. These are the final hours of the Mount Yoda facility. At the very bottom, deep inside the volcano, magma is pushing against the solidified stopper on which the facility rests. It lacks the pressure and heat to get past the barrier on its own, but all it needs is a deep enough crack for it to come pouring through. Masad Thrumble, an ancient scientist working in one of the deepest, most secret-drapic labs of the facility, does not actually feel that danger, but something makes him nervous all the same. He double-checks the seals on his Project Locker synth flesh caskets, his young assistant calls them, and reviews the evacuation procedures, just in case. The rebels who built this facility have clearly learned a lot from Yavin and Hoth, and a myriad of other installations that were compromised or overrun. Masad Thrumble would not describe himself as paranoid, but his career has taught him to appreciate a well-prepared escape plan. A few levels above Thrumble, Taniat Ayat Azerjamin, she's still getting used to the long name, tries not to breathe while her baby is finally dozing off. Every time something cracks or rumbles in the walls, every time the struggling ventilation system so much as sighs, she tenses up and throws silent curses at this place. Can't the lightning storm see her little Tam is falling asleep? Can't the Duracrete stop trying to adjust to rapidly dropping temperatures outside for just one vaping minute until his eyes stop fluttering and jerking open at the slightest noise? How can a solid, unimaginative block of a facility like this be so absurdly active right when it's the least convenient? Tinian's husband, Dae Azerjamin, is sitting in the commissary slightly dazed, because across the rickety aluminum table from him sits Luke Skywalker himself, hero of the rebellion, and more importantly, last of the Jedi. This is not the first time they've met. General Skywalker dropped in at his wedding to Tinian, both to congratulate them and to tell Dies to meet him here if he wanted to learn to be a Jedi, but it still feels surreal. Dies has known about his sensitivity to the Force for a long time. Since the fall of the Empire, he dared to be more open about it, and now it seems there is a chance for him to fully embrace that gift. It is a distant prospect, or it would be, if Luke Skywalker showed any inclination to actually teach him. Instead, the general scowls at him with tired eyes. "They're all gone," he mumbles. "All but you. You don't know anything about where they went either, do you? Who's kids? Zach, and what's her name? Tash. And Ken? Ken most of all. He was here, wasn't he? Until not long ago." He shakes his head, apparently not actually expecting a reply. "Too late again. I played at fighting instead of learning and teaching again. I failed them, just like I failed Flint and Dev." Dies nods in rote commiseration, not that he has much of an idea what Skywalker is talking about. He is waiting for the pivot, the inevitable but, hopefully followed by "You, Dies, I will not fail." But it never comes. When the general finally raises his head and looks Dies in the eye, he looks even grimmer than before. Ironic, isn't it, that it is here on Mount Yoda of all places that I finally realize how I have squandered Yoda's legacy. While Dies sighs and offers to get Luke Skywalker a drink, two men, or beings looking very much like men, are having a much more cheerful conversation in the facility's small but well-curated library. Imagine Mammon Hul tells Arho Hextrafin, raising his glass in a flourish, "They are now spreading rumors about me being some sort of essence eater, a fiend who thrives on the terror of others and is secretly in league with Palpatine." He laughs, and Arho Hextrafin, chief historian of the New Republic, explorer and connoisseur of things far worse than ordinary fear vampires, chuckles with him. "The remains of the Empire must be truly afraid of you," he said. "The worst rumor anyone ever spread about me was that I had fabricated my data while ingesting psychoactive gnats on Exodine. It truly is a shame about those kids of yours, though." Hul waves the comment away. "Like I told General Skywalker, I am sure they'll be fine. This is not the first time they've slipped away, and they have proven extremely resourceful in much more worrying circumstances. I will keep looking for them, though, on the off chance they do need help." He does not tell his old friend that the real Zach and Tash were never here, that indeed the two kids he had taken under his wing during the war have been stranded on Byss for more than 3 years now, with little hope of them ever returning. They were the price he had to pay to get back into Palpatine's good graces. That he is still occasionally impersonating them is part sentimental homage, part obfuscation to keep anyone from ever finding out about their fate. The library is located at the very summit of the Mount Yoda facility, to allow for 2 large roof windows to let the sun shine in on days when there is any sunshine to be had. Now the windows are covered by blast doors on the outside, so Hul and Hextrafin cannot see what is going on outside. If they could, they might have spotted a shadowy figure, large for a man, but tiny compared to the elemental battle raging above the mountain, leaping from the clouds, followed by broken pieces of the vehicle that he has held together for just long enough to get him here. The man's feet alight on the roof of the facility with a warrior's grace. Moments later, the debris of his craft crashes into the metal sheets around him with crude force. A lightsaber blazes to life in the man's hands, and without hesitation he starts cutting his way in. The attacker is Jane Droga, and Palpatine has sent him here to find out what exactly happened to Lord Cronal at Endor. He traced Luke Skywalker and his companion to this place, and now he means to hunt them down and extract from them whatever information his master needs. He does not want to destroy this rebel base and everyone inside it, but he does not mind that happening as a side effect of what he's here to do. The first to notice his arrival is a pair of overworked maintenance droids in the infrastructure levels just behind the library. One of them gets half his head sliced off when Droga cuts through the ceiling. The other one's sensory appendage gets caught under the jagged piece of metal that comes crashing down with glowing edges and the Emperor's attack dog writing on it. One casual flick of the lightsaber bisects the second droid's batteries before it can log an alarm with the system. Not that it matters much, because Jane Droga is no man for stealth or subtlety, or anything but killing and maiming his way to what he wants. It is Luke Skywalker who sounds the alarm a moment later. He feels the dark man's presence like you would feel a crack breaking open in the building you are in, beginning at the top but reaching all the way down into the bedrock. Attack! He yells, startling Dies and a few technicians in the commissary. We are under attack. It would be easy to dismiss him as crazy if he were not Luke Skywalker, and if Dies Azerjamin, well known and respected among Mount Yoda personnel, did not immediately agree with him. Sound the signal, he tells a startled technician. Evacuate. Evacuate. In this weather, the technician, Loris Hobb, has been here since the facility was built. He knows about the turbolift shaft doubling as launch tubes, about the contingencies baked into rebel construction plans ever since Hoth. But he also understands basic physics and electricity, and the wind speeds and voltages out there are far outside even wartime safety margins. But General Skywalker looks at him, one hand on his lightsaber handle, and says, "Believe me, what's coming for us is worse than any thunderstorm." This is what saves Mossad Thrumble down in his lab. When he hears the alarm, he only nods, so his instincts were right after all. He wheels a trolley holding his best prototype and all of his data into the waiting escape shuttle, then hurries to the security terminal to input the code for the Purge protocol. Whoever is coming will not get their hands on the secrets of his human replica droids. The alarm wakes the baby. Tinian, who has just finally dozed off herself, jolts upright and begins packing on instinct. Any thoughts of annoyance or rest are forgotten as she wraps up her things, and the baby, while simultaneously pinging Dies and listening to the announcement from station security. Immediate evacuation, active threat on the upper levels. The entire facility may be compromised. Other people might freeze in terror at news like this, but Tinian has spent most of her adult life as a bounty hunter, always skating on danger's edge. Baby or no, she knows exactly what to do. Her husband Dies does not. His rebel instincts tell him to flee, while Luke Skywalker, the man who gave him hope of one day being more than just a rebel, seems determined to stand and fight. Standing there in the commissary, watching Skywalker pinpoint the source of danger with his eyes closed and brow furrowed, he only belatedly notices that his comm is trying to get his attention. Tinian, he says, the word exploding from his throat. Are you, Tam? We're fine, Tinian says. Meet us at the shuttle. But General Skywalker. I'm not a general, Luke Skywalker yells. And I'm done having people die for me. Run, Dies. Protect your child. He has his lightsaber in hand now, staring at something unseen above them. Now. But it is already too late. The ceiling comes down in an avalanche of duracrete and dust. A shadowy figure sails down through the chaos, pushing chunks of debris outward in all directions like a dying star. One hits Dies in the side. Then Skywalker upends a table with the Force and pulls it in front of them like a shield. Stay down, he says, then immediately ignores his own advice and leaps across the table, the lightsaber hissing to life in his hands. It would be a fight for the ages, Luke Skywalker, who held his own against Darth Vader, versus Jane Droga, who has only lost one fight in his entire blood-soaked life. The man he lost to is his master now, and he has given him a job. That job is not to kill Luke Skywalker. He could do it, Jane Droga reckons as he parries the boy's fast-paced attack, but it would be a waste of time and strength. His job is to find out what happened to Lord Cronal at Endor, and there is someone here who will tell him that with much less ado than this sandy-haired puppy with a hero complex. So he decides not to fight Skywalker. Instead, he distracts him. One weak spot all of these self-proclaimed good guys have is that they care too much about others, and Skywalker has just made the mistake of showing Droga who in here he cares the most about. Reaching out with one hand, Jane Droga pulls Dies from his hiding place behind the table, lets him dangle there in the air for a moment, then pokes his lightsaber into the man's left eye. He has no feelings for this guy or his eyeballs, a ball, now, but something in the swirls of the Force around him told Droga that was the place to go for. Dies screams, and Skywalker does what heroes are supposed to do. He saves his friend instead of taking revenge on his enemy. Jane Droga leaves him to it and walks out the door, stepping over the bodies of two men he killed with his debris attack. Upstairs, Mammon Hool is panicking. "They're here for me," he says. "I know it. This, for once, is not a lie." He really thinks Palpatine must have sent one of his minions to hunt him down for his failure to bring him Ken. And all because he thought he could do better by capturing Triclops, Ken's father, as well. But then this idiot Makati had attacked the station, and all Hool had been able to salvage was Triclops' head. Ken was dead. In his place, Hool had found another useless orphan, an acolyte prophet called Loker who had been sleeping in his ship's locker when he fled the imploding station. He'd gotten rid of the boy at the nearest spaceport, entrusting him with Triclops' head in a specially marked package that would eventually make its way to Byss, but it had been clear to Hool even then that this small gift would not be enough to still the Emperor's wrath. So he came here, to the rebels who have taken him in before. This time he meant to defect for real, only for Palpatine's long arm to reach him even here. The facility has been breached. Water from the rainstorm is seeping in under the library doors. The main attack seems to have passed them by for now, but Hool knows it is only a matter of time before he is discovered. For so long, Hool's life has been ruled by fear, by his addiction to the fear of others, and by his own fear of Palpatine. He would gladly shed both, but neither will let go of him. Perhaps, he thinks, looking at Arho Hextrafon, perhaps there is still a chance for him to make it up to Palpatine if he surrenders now and brings a valuable prize with him. The chief historian of the Rebel Alliance must have plenty of useful intelligence. "Come," he tells Hextrafon, changing his shape to that of a gigantic wampa. "Let's get out of here while we still can." The evacuation alarm blares from every speaker in the Mount Yoda facility, sending everyone running for their lives. Only one man remains stubbornly seated in his room, typing away furiously at his datapad. He's almost there. The book is nearly finished, the cursed rewrite complete. It is still full of lies and embellishments, and he is confident that Skywalker will still hate it, but there's a wholeness to it now, an artistic integrity that even the grumpy ex-general will not be able to resist. It has been hard, brain-breaking work to get it to this point, and there is no way Lord Jepton is going to stop now, with only half a paragraph still missing. Just a few words now, just a final hopeful flourish, then he'll go see what's up. The door slams open. Jepton is pretty sure he locked it. He always locks himself in when he's writing, but he can see how that might not be an issue for the man outside. He is huge, Carvaster levels huge, and just as muscular. The bare skin on his chest ripples as he clips his lightsaber to his belt and ducks in through the door. Lord Jepton has no idea who he is, but with the cold stab to the heart, he realizes he does know exactly what he is. This man is his death. There is no way, no possible path the future could take but this. So in a feat of bravery unlike anything he has attempted in decades, Jepton swallows his fear, ignores the wetness seeping through his pants, and remains seated behind his desk to type the last few words into his datapad before it is too late. The end. A massive, callous hand grabs Jepton by the throat, lifts him out of his chair, and slams him against the wall. Jane Droga sees his eyes widen and feels his mind unravel. It is a strange mind. When he pushes into it, something reacts, not pushing back so much as pulling a Droga's mind in turn. He has killed someone similar before, Droga seems to remember, a Kiffer. Not that it is of much consequence. They yield their secrets like anyone else. They die like anyone else. Lord Jepton gasped for breath. He would have gasped even if the monstrous invader was not holding his throat shut like a vice, because the secret he just learned when the man touched him is so shocking. Jepton has a knack for inferring a thing's past by touching it, not in miraculous ways, nothing too precise or reliable, but it has sometimes given him a competitive edge in his time with the judicials. It usually works better for things than for people, and better for the near past than the distant. But there is a fact about this man that is so salient and fundamental that Jepton knows at the moment the other's fingers wrap around his neck. This is a servant of the Emperor Palpatine himself, and he is acting under the Emperor's orders. His loyalty to Palpatine is absolute. At some point he even seems to have been Palpatine's body. Not that Jepton can make any sense of that specific bit of knowledge. But he does realize, while the enemy stares him in the eyes and rips his mind from his body, that this means Palpatine is still very much alive and poised to take back the galaxy. Jepton feels the last vestiges of life draining from him when suddenly a green glow lights up the room. Skywalker has arrived. Nothing has ever sounded so sweet in Jepton's ears as the hum of his lightsaber. He sucks in air when the giant loosens his grip around his neck. "General," he croaks. "The Emperor." Jane Droga lets go of him in the same instant he draws his lightsaber. The red blade slices neatly through Jepton's neck before coming around to catch Skywalker's blow. The boy is good with the weapon, Droga will give him that. And to his credit, he uses his anger and grief over the other guy's death to fuel his strength. He could become a great asset one day, Droga remembers Palpatine saying. But he has much to learn until that day. Mere saber play won't save you in a real fight. He teaches the boy that by turning off his own saber and stomping on the floor so hard it breaks. Skywalker stumbles, blindsided by the Durkrete splitting right between his feet. Clipping his weapon to his belt, Jane Droga reaches out to widen the gap with such force that the entire room dissolves into rubble and Skywalker tumbles away into the depths of the base. Luke Skywalker is falling, but that is fine. For the first time since the Battle of Endor, his mind is clear and focused on a single goal. There is an enemy here, a murderer, strong in the Force but clearly human. He needs to be stopped before he kills or maims anyone else. There are no doubts and no distractions. Luke has made sure Dia made it into the shuttle with Ysanne, the kid, and the other evacuees, and just moments ago he felt them lift off at an angle that should keep them out of the worst of the storm. Lord Jepton is dead and this facility is dying. When he hits the ground, Luke feels a rumbling. The volcano, Mount Yoda itself, is waking up, preparing to spit out the invaders. Luke knows what he must do. Not try to do, just do. There is no try. He leaps, holds onto a burst tube that is spitting water, pulls himself up to the crumbling ledge that is all that remains of the next floor, then leaps again. As he makes his way upwards, a crumpled piece of hardware catches his attention, Lord Jepton's datapad, stuck in a bent piece of cladding. Luke pockets it in passing and continues in pursuit of his enemy. Jane Droga is in no hurry. His ship is gone, but just before it fell apart his radars showed a sturdy vessel parked on the facility's landing platform. This far up, most of the corridors are still intact, if collectively starting to lean inwards to a soundtrack of ear-splitting shrieks and groans. It is like walking across the body of a defeated enemy, Droga muses as he steadies himself with the Force when the whole installation judders, and something rips open some ways behind him. All of the blast doors on the way to the platform are open, most likely courtesy of the evacuation protocol. Jane Droga steps through placidly, then out into the storm. This has not been the most exciting of missions, but that is not the point. The point is that he has the information he needs to find what remains of Cronel and bring him back to his master. The liar, Jepton was his name, tried to hide the truth beneath layers of lies and fiction, but his confabulations were no match for the power of the dark side. Nothing, Jane Droga knows, is a match for the powers of the dark side of the Force. There is a hiss behind him, and green light reflects in the raindrops falling past his face. The storm has lessened. It is merely wet now, not as deadly as it was before. Jane Droga keeps on walking, daring Skywalker to catch up to him before he reaches the vessel. Then something startles him. There are two creatures huddled under the wing of the spacecraft, one big and furry and white, the other human. The white one looks dangerous, but it raises both arms as he approaches. I yield, it cries. Don't kill us. This is the chief historian of the Rebel Alliance, and I'm sure your master. Jane Droga flicks them aside. Man and beast skid across the slippery platform, screaming, and then straight over its edge. Droga rolls his eyes in amusement when he hears Skywalker bounding after them, his attack forgotten. Heroes. Every single time. He strolls up to the craft and lowers the ramp. With transportation like this, he should be able to catch up to Chrono in a week's time or less. That is satisfactory. He is about to set his foot on the ramp when the ground suddenly tilts so sharply he falls. The ship lifts off the ground for a moment, then falls away as the ground drops out from under it. It is all Droga can do to hold onto a cracked durasteel plate and watch the ship and have the platform tumble into the clouds below. When it zooms up again a moment later, engines blazing, he grinds his teeth in frustration. It seems he has underestimated Skywalker and his ability to do more than one thing at once. What remains of the landing platform sways and bends as the caldera of Mount Yoda fills up with lava hot enough to melt durasteel at a distance. Jing Droga glowers at the destruction he has wrought, at the burning ruins of the facility, and the shimmering air above eating the clouds. This is annoying. Just a momentary setback, to be sure, but still annoying. Then the mountain explodes. Chapter 22. Everyday Superweapons. There was a saying among technology entrepreneurs across the galaxy: to get rich, make something powerful. To get killed, make something really powerful. The classic cautionary tale was that of the gravitational field disruptor. Working in tech under Palpatine was a permanent tightrope walk between terror and hope. If you produced something relevant to the war effort, you could look forward to an exclusive contract that would settle you for life, or, just as likely, to forced nationalization and a government pension. But if your product was just a bit too good, just a bit too potentially game-changing, chances were your assets would be seized by the Empire, and you would be eliminated as a security risk before you could so much as blink. Skaz Vinales, the creator of the gravitational field disruptor, thought he was home free when his product hit the market without anyone raising a fuss. It was not so much a novel invention as a clever application of existing gravity modulation technology, miniaturized for end-user convenience, or at least that's what he told his CTO Carol to write in the box explaining why they were eligible for the expedited version of the Boss pre-market audit. Their marketing department, meanwhile, called the GFD Magic in a Box, just pointed at something to change its weight by up to 7 orders of magnitude. With the repulsor of cartels driving up prices everywhere, the gravitational field disruptor was an instant hit. Small merchants could use it to transport heavy loads without repulsor sleds or binary load lifters. Smugglers and other criminals found it convenient to protect contraband against cursory inspections. Acrobats employed it for a whole new range of stunts, variable weight sports enjoyed an explosion in creativity, and comedians provided free exposure with a whole new generation of your mom jokes. Just a few months past market entry, the GFD had become a staple in hardware stores all across the galaxy and turned Vinales from a modest Denon businessman into a super-rich magnate living in 500 Republica. Then Princess Leia used one on Darth Vader's porter, increasing his weight so much he broke through the crust of Argyle right into the planet's mantle, and it all came crashing down. The Empire impounded all gravitational field disruptors it could get its hands on, made it illegal to own one, rent one, use one, or even look at one without immediately turning it in, and staged a show trial against Carol for perverting the audit process and endangering public safety. Skaz Vinales himself got a visit from Darth Vader. Sarcev Quest had never cared to learn exactly what, if anything, had been left of Vinales after that visit. What he did know, however, was that the impounded GFD units were still in deep storage on Lununmo 19, a rocky airless moon in the Sullus system, waiting to be converted to Imperial use. And the use to which Quest intended to put them would be very Imperial indeed. He dropped into the system in the middle of Dovardis' attack fleet. The Superior General had given him an Omega-class transport shuttle for his personal use, a bulky thing that looked like nothing, so much as, and that with its legs cut off. When the fleet had stopped over at Eriadu for repairs and resupply, Quest had a private contractor weld 3 layers of additional armor plating to the inside of the hull, including over the viewports. As a result, Quest was now watching the deployment of the attack force on a hologram in the narrow space that remained of the cockpit, rather than with his own eyes. Duvard's plan for retaking Sullust was solid enough to be convincing. His fleet, led by the Superior General's own ISD Brilliant, was staging in the sensor shadow of Lununmo, the gas giant nearest to the planet Sullust. In a few minutes they would come boiling around both sides of the gas giant in a gravity-assisted high-speed maneuver, hoping to catch the small rebel contingent above the planet unprepared. Only they would be anything but unprepared. Using old rebel codes Quest had been saving for a time like this, he'd gotten word to the rebels' first fleet that the attack was imminent. The First Fleet was both nearby and crewed by a disproportionate number of Celestins, among them Captain Ysanne Isard, a veteran leader of the Sullust resistance movement. If the psychological profile of Isard that Quest had perused was correct, he would stop at nothing to prevent his home planet from falling back into the Empire's hands. An alarm sounded over the fleet-wide channel. Quest waited for the new engagement data to come in, then told the astromech unit at the helm to shut it off. "Let's see," he said, running his hands through the hologram, where there had been only a few red smears before, indicating the most likely positions of the defending ships. Dozens of new red spots winked into being. "Not the whole First Fleet," Quest murmured, "but enough." He traced the path of Shea Hublin's fighter squadron, hugging Lununmo so tightly their jets drew swirling trails into the gas giant's upper atmosphere. It was quite possible he had just sent the Empire's most celebrated starfighter pilot to his death, but that was a price Quest was willing to pay. With Hublin here giving his best, no one would ever realize that this entire engagement was a scam, engineered solely to give Dovardis an excuse for retreating. The astromech next to him, the ship's only occupant other than Quest, warbled inquisitively. "No, we're not following the fleet," Quest replied. "The tracking protocol is for after. Set a course for Lununmo's 19th moon and put us down north of its largest crater. We're going to pick up some cargo and some companions for you." Chapter 23. Handoff. The Corvette hung between stars, motionless relative to the galactic arm, looking tranquil and only a little battered. Inside, the witch was screaming. "Is there no way to shut her up?" Avni asked, pressing her palms against her ear holes. Her normally blue skin was taking on a greenish tinge that became more pronounced with every minute of silvery shrieking. There were 3 levels and 4 massive bulkheads between the bridge and the med bay where they kept the witch, but it still sounded like she was standing right among them, shoving her anger and frustration directly into their heads. "We're out of sedatives," Cole said from the pilot seat. "B says she's metabolizing them at absurd rates, almost like she is feeding on them." Mox 2 was pacing, his massive arms twitching as he squeezed his fists. "We should have put her in the back," he said. "In the machine shop or something. Open the middle of the ship to vacuum." "We should have opened her to vacuum," Cole said. "We could still let him kill her." She looked over at the boy, Kagalok, who was sitting in the comm seat with his eyes closed, the comm console's massive headphones covering his ears. He had been brooding quietly for most of the trip, giving no sign that silvery shrieks annoyed him more than life in general. They had still given him the comms console with the ship's only noise-canceling headphones when he had asked for it. Nobody wants to make him angry. He must have felt her gaze, because his head snapped up like a hunting reptile's. Cool looked away quickly and swallowed. "What, Zahn wants her alive? I know," she said. "Nobody's killing anyone today." "I just wish Zahn would get here." Then, Mox 2 grumbled. "It's been how long since we signaled him?" 10 hours. It had in fact been almost exactly 10 hours, Cole saw when she looked at the ship's chrono. Silvery screamed, Mox 2 paced, Avni suffered, and the boy brooded for another 20 minutes until finally, the sensor screen lit up with the notification that another ship had reverted from hyperspace nearby. Mox 2 was by her side immediately. "Is it him?" he asked, peering out through the viewport. "Who else would it be? We're light years away from anything interesting." Cool engaged the magnification on the view screen. There it was, the Merciless, a huge aggressor-class star destroyer the shape of a giant plasma torch, radiating destructive potential. Unlike the more familiar dagger-shaped ISDs, which had the look of floating cities that happened to be armed with a few turbolasers almost as an afterthought, the aggressor class was pure weapon, a multi-barrel gun with crew quarters and a bridge tacked on. The images of snarling crate dragons painted along its side added to the effect, striking fear into anyone who would oppose the Zahn consortium. Tiber Zahn had done well for himself since the fragmentation of the Empire after Endor, and the near-simultaneous collapse of Black Sun, the Zahn consortium's biggest rival. He had his fingers in nearly every facet of organized crime across the galaxy. His fleet of smuggling and enforcement vessels rivaled those of the Thule and Diastic clans, and through blackmail, bribery or extortion. His corrupting influence extended into the administration of nearly every Imperial splinter group as well as the New Republic. That his flagship was of Imperial design only served to emphasize his power. Zahn took from anyone he wanted with impunity. At one point he'd even had his hands on the controls of the galaxy's biggest warship, the as yet unfinished Eclipse, and it was only by his choice that he had left it behind for the splintering Empire to fret over rather than lug his half-built hulk around the galaxy himself. 3 corvettes of the same class as Squills dropped out of hyperspace a moment after the Merciless had. At the other end of the cockpit, the boy ripped off the headphones with a scowl. "Someone's calling," he squawked. "Cool, put the connection on speaker. Merciless, this is Quill. Put us through to number 1. He'll want to hear this himself." "You can't stop fidgeting," Avni told Mox 2 when they were standing in the Merciless as turbolift. "The witch can't get you here. Not even with her voice." The boy grunted something that sounded like disdain, though it was hard to tell whether it was directed at Mox 2 for being afraid or at the witch for not being able to hurt them across 10 meters of vacuum and 2 heavily armored ships' hulls. They had left her aboard the Corvette with only a camera drone for company. Let the boss figure out how to deal with her, Avni figured. The huge ship was humming and clanking all around them, but to her ears it felt like precious silence. The turbolift doors whooshed open. As the temporary captain of their ship, Avni stepped onto the Star Destroyer's bridge first, followed by Quill, Mox 2, and finally Kagalak. Avni did not like having the boy along, but leaving him behind with the prisoner had seemed like an even worse idea, and besides, she really did not want to find out how he would react to being denied. So here he was, glancing around the bridge warily, looking almost as nervous as Mox 2. "Avni." Zan's voice boomed through the bridge a moment before the man himself came into view. Much like his ship, Zan's appearance left no doubt what he was all about. Hard eyes, a narrow face bisected by a diagonal scar, and framed by long white hair. He had the look of a man who would stomp you into the ground the moment you got in his way, and who had been doing just that to a lot of people for a very long time. "Sir," Avni said, straightening up. There was no need to be afraid, she told herself. If he was angry at her, she was already dead and there was nothing she could do about it. "Cool," Zahn said, letting his cold gaze rove across her group. "And Mox 2. And you must be the boy who disarmed Silrier." "I'm sorry, sir," Mox 2 blurted out. "I didn't mean to." Avni winced inside as Zahn returned his gaze to the man. "You're here," he said evenly. "If you had gone down with Ure, you wouldn't be. This way you'll live to die for me some other time." Yes, sir." "You would not have made a difference. For a fighter, that was about as harsh a dismissal as it got, short of having you gunned down on the spot," Avni thought. No wonder Mox 2 was still trembling when Zahn returned his attention to the boy. "You, on the other hand, could prove a valuable partner." The boy stared at him, sizzling with subdued anger but apparently deciding to keep a grip on it for the moment. Clearly Zahn had watched the extensive report Avni had sent him, noting the boy's deadly fits of anger at the notion of being used in any way. "I was promised a fee," the boy squawked. "I want my money." "Of course," Zahn said. "I'll have my men prepare it right away. Meanwhile, there is another mission that might be of interest to you, and especially suited to your talents." Another one of the Emperor's storehouses, Avni assumed. She knew Zahn had been looking for a Force user stronger than Ure Finn, and more reliable than Silri, to open those which he had found impenetrable. "How much?" the boy asked, and Zahn smiled. "Oh, a lot more than this," he said. "This has been damage control, and a bit of revenge, I'll admit. But with your help we can gain the ultimate price. We are going to raid paradise itself." Avni Salko's eyes go wide. "Byss," he mouthed. "Not just a storehouse, but the Emperor's personal retreat." Zahn must have found the coordinates in the file stolen from the Eclipse. He had only been waiting for an opportunity like this. If this Kagalak turned out to be the key to Byss, and Avni had been the one to bring him in. The boy winced a split second before the shipboard alarms started blaring. "Contacts," the sensor officer yelled. "To ASD's 1600 clicks out, bearing our way." Zahn turned on the spot, calling up a tactical hologram with a flick of his hand. 2 more, at 90, and 270 to the first, the officer continued. Interdictors. Avni and Quill exchanged a glance. A trap, Avni said. But how? Then she saw Mox 2 clinging to a support strut, his face pale as death, and she knew. She hissed. Ion cannons, target those interdictors, Ysanne said, sounding completely unconcerned. Torpedo crews, fire as soon as they're disabled. All turbo lasers on the ISDs. Wherever they came from, let's make them regret they ever did. A cheer went up from the crew pits, then died down when the tactical hologram updated. What? The sensor officer said. Avni stared at the thing, hoping against hope it was a technical glitch, but then she looked out the viewports and there it was, undeniably real and impossibly huge. Mox 2 whimpered and Kagalok growled in a way that would have scared her half to death a minute ago, but now it barely registered. As Superstar Destroyer, came the belated update from the sensor station. Right on top of us. Incoming transmission from the Iron Fist, the comms officer said. Is Singe himself? Tiberzan accepted his defeat with grace. His last action as captain of the Merciless was to put a blaster bolt through Mox 2's head for selling them out. Then, he signaled to open the doors to the bridge, put his famous chop blaster carbine on the floor next to the body, and surrendered control of the ship to Singe's boarding party. A corvette ferried Ysanne over to the Iron Fist. It was a short but tense voyage. The Imperials had taken the mercenary boy, Kagalok, and brought Silri over from Avni's brig as well. So Ysanne was sitting there with 2 angry Force users, guarded by a squadron of nervous stormtroopers, while the captain of the corvette kept blathering on into the ship's log as if this prisoner transport was the greatest adventure of his life. Seeing Silri again, lacking her arms but with a scowl as fierce as ever, was a small consolation. We could have done great things together, he told her, ignoring the dark stares of the stormtroopers and the muzzles pointed at both of them. It is a pity you betrayed me. Luckily I found better help, he added with a nod to Kagalok, whose expression was almost as dark as Silri's. So we will have to do great things without you. I never belonged to you, the witch spat, slurring her words a little thanks to the lingering effects of her sedation. You're insignificant, a means to an end. Your time is over. I am afraid, the captain of the corvette cut in, genially clapping his hands together, that all of our time is over, our time together, that is. Mr. Ysanne, if you would be so kind. Officers, if you please. Normally the stormtroopers would have restrained the prisoners by their arms while walking them, but seeing as Silri had none, and Kagalok seemed likely to rip anyone apart who tried to touch him, they abandoned that tradition and even allowed Ysanne himself to walk on his own. Instead, they trusted in their blasters, and the security systems of the Iron Fist to discourage any escape attempts. Not that Ysanne had any intention of escaping at this point. His strength was not in running nor in fighting, though he could do both passably in a pinch, but in corrupting. Fate had delivered him onto the flagship of a bona fide admiral, and the second most powerful warlord of the Empire to boot, or rather, fate had delivered Singe into his presence. So Tiberzan would do what he did best, make him an offer he could not refuse, then gradually twist Singe to serve his own ends. The doors to the bridge arised open. Go, the stormtrooper behind him growled, poking him with the tip of his blaster in a puerile display of power. Half suppressing a smile, Ysanne stepped through the door. Singe was ridiculous. A short, fat man in an admiral's uniform, grinning at them like they were cakes at a buffet. Ken felt like ripping off his stupid mustache. No, that was wrong. Kagalok felt like ripping off Singe's mustache, and maybe he would. Ken would not have dared, but Ken was gone. Everything here was ridiculous. The silly half-smile on Tiberzan's face, as if the crime lord hadn't just been caught with his pants down. Silri's lame attempts to catch the eye of a dark-haired woman in the Admiral's entourage, both by tilting her head from one side to the other like someone flirting, and by fidgeting in the Force. The captain of the corvette that brought them here bowing before the Admiral, a theatrical bow, one arm out and his toes scratching the floor, and going, I deliver your prisoners, Admiral, as unharmed as they were before I got them. Yes, the Admiral said, waving him off. Back to your ship, Derillian. He stepped in front of Ysanne, which made him look even shorter. So you're him, are you? Tiber Ysanne. And you're Admiral Singe. Can I just say that I admire what you've built out of the ruins of Palpatine's empire? Singe, to his credit, ignored the flattery. The Tiber Ysanne, leader of the eponymous Ysanne Consortium. The crime lord puffed up his chest a little at that. The same. And whatever you've heard about our reach and influence, I assure you it is just a small part of the story. Singe casually stood a step back and twirled his mustache. You have a proposal to make, I suppose. Indeed I do. We have met at an exceptionally auspicious time. Admiral, now all the pieces are in place. With your ships, my knowledge, and this boy's powers, we can. There was a flash and the hiss of sizzling flesh. Then Ysanne crumpled to the floor like a puppet with his strings cut. Silry cried out, but Ken, no, Kaga Locke only looked on as the Admiral handed the blaster back to the stormtrooper he had taken it from. Somehow, he seemed a lot less ridiculous now, though nothing about his appearance had changed. He even wore the same expression as before when he turned to Kaga Locke. Powers, he said. I defeated her. Kaga Locke tipped his head in Silry's direction, who bared his teeth at him. She would have balled her fist too if she could, he supposed. Ysanne still owed me money for that. Did he now? Singe stroked his mustache again, but this time he did not reach for a blaster afterward. I figured you were not one of his men. I am nobody's man. Kaga Locke hated the way his voice cracked at the worst moments. He would have to do something about that. Singe tilted his head in a non-committal gesture. I still think we can come to an arrangement, he said. It so happens I have my own uses for this which you disarmed. I will pay you for her, unless you'd like to keep her. What? No. Kaga Locke looked over at Silry, who was seething with rage. Why would I? Good. Singe turned around, addressing the dark-haired woman Silry had been trying so hard to make contact with. Miss Pasek, I think this lady, or what's left of her, would make a charming present for our mutual friend Jethzerian. Why don't you wrap her up and send her down to Dathomir, ballistically, of course. You will regret this, Silry hissed, speaking for the first time since arriving on the bridge. You cannot keep all of us trapped forever. The witches will rise and take revenge on all of you, you most of all, blood traitor. That last bit was directed at the dark-haired woman, whose only response was a smirk. Perhaps they will, Ysanne said, but you will not. Off you go now. He waved them away before turning back to Kaga Locke. So we have an agreement. Kaga Locke nodded. As soon as I have my money, we do. Outstanding. Ensign Pollock here will show you to the quartermaster. Once that is dealt with to your satisfaction, you are free to leave, unless, that is, you could be interested in taking on a new job right away. That depends. Kaga Locke regarded the Admiral warily, waiting for the alarms to blare and an even bigger ship to drop from hyperspace, but none came. What's the job? Singe smiled. How about you get your money first, and then we talk? He looked sideways at Tiber Ysanne's corpse and gave it a little kick. You'll see I am an honest man, Mr. Locke. You're with the good guys now. Chapter 24. Escalation. Imperial Center was its own kind of battlefield, Lieutenant Vart soon knew. After a tumultuous youth on Karulag, his meteoric rise through the ranks of Imperial intelligence had taken him all over the galaxy, from Kakash to Cetric IV. Each world had its own challenges and opportunities, but none was so rich in both as 000, the glittering heart of the Empire. When he got off the public turbolift at level CC4 sub 71, he was keenly aware of the sentient beings all around him. That was no exaggeration. He literally felt what the people behind him were doing as little pinpricks on his back. For missions like this one, when situational awareness was crucial, he wore an undershirt with a little holocam embedded in the back of the neck. The images from the camera were converted into high-contrast monochrome, then painted onto the skin of his back in patterns of low-voltage electric stimulation. The first time he had used this piece of equipment, it had taken his brain all of an hour to treat the pinpricks as just another sensory input like any other, essentially turning his back into a big backwards-facing eye. On his way through the crowds that lined the sides of the Caramir Canyon, he spotted no fewer than 3 pickpockets trailing him and sizing him up before melting back into the crowd. He saw a group of human thugs shake down an elderly Ithorian, spotted what he was pretty sure were illegal drugs being passed from hand to hand in the line before a food stall, and discouraged a cybernetically enhanced bandit who followed him across a footbridge by putting a hand on the grip of his visible blaster without turning around as soon as he got too close. Vart soon could have killed, incapacitated, or arrested all of them, but petty crime was of no interest to him today. There were much bigger things going on in the city, and he was here to stop them. His first hint that he might be on the right track was a door in the wire fence that separated the pedestrian area from a strip of walkway reserved for infrastructure droids. The door was shut, but a scrape along the corrugated steel floor suggested it might have been opened recently, a very rare occasion, judging by the layers of caked dirt on the floor that had been pushed away. Vart soon pulled the door open and squeezed through. Whatever had come through here could not be much bulkier than he was. Footprints in the dirt indicated a human or something very similar. He looked up the sheer wall in front of him. Those were the foundations of Caramir Tower, the second tallest skyscraper in Cocoa Town, and one of the most densely inhabited places on the entire planet. Hundreds of thousands of people lived on the 900 floors whose weight rested on this and 15 other Dirkry pillars. While the others were completely encased in other construction, however, this one abutted the canyon, making it a target for graffiti, vandalism, as well as, potentially, terrorists. A pack of small creatures had built a nest out of flimsy scraps where the walkway and the pillar met. They fled on scaly legs when Vart soon approached. The chittering noises they made as they hopped up through the maze of steel girders above startled another pack around the corner. Near human lowlifes, Vart soon concluded when he pushed around the blankets and depleted death sticks they had left behind with the toe of his boot. Those were not the ones who had opened the door. They probably lived in here, in the liminal space between the canyon and the tower. Holding onto a diagonal beam, Vart soon looked up again and spotted a furtive movement behind and below him on the next grate down from the one he was standing on. Someone humanoid was ducking out of sight behind the corner. Vart soon straightened up leisurely, took another good look around, then continued his tour around the pillar as if nothing had happened. In a few seconds, he supposed, the guy would poke his head back out and either try to flee or get the drop on him. "Stop right there," a voice said from below and in front of him. There the guy was, a human in a casual suit, his black hair tied into a bun behind his head. The blaster in his hand looked heavy enough to punch through the grating and blow a hole into Vart soon's chest if he let it. "Hands away from your body," the man bellowed. "This is private property. I'm placing you under arrest for trespassing." Vart soon relaxed. He had seen 5 different ways out of this situation at first glance, 2 of which ended with the other guy dead. But one of the first rules of intelligence work was to avoid a fight unless it couldn't be helped. "Caramir security?" he asked, showing his palms. The man grunted derisively. "Cocoa Constabulary," he said. "You better come down here quick." He indicated a service ladder with a tilt of his head without taking his sights off Vart soon. "Certainly, officer." Vart soon climbed down, then held his hands out again and faced the officer with a smile. "Lieutenant Vart soon, Imperial Intelligence. I'm here on special dispatch from Director Isard herself. I think perhaps we can help each other." Far above the 2 of them, Baden Fast was surveying the cityscape from the very top of Caramir Tower. It had taken some bending of weak minds and quite a bit of acrobatics to get up here, but the challenge, as the ambassador liked to say, was what it was all about. The Collective Commerce District, called Cocoa Town by the locals, sat at the very edge of what Sadie had called respectable Coruscant. Every day millions of people from the poorer districts flooded the shops on its lower levels looking for bargains and rejected items from the malls above. Those were the glitzy sort meant to attract well-off civilians, low-level bureaucrats, and their ilk. No one who was actually rich would ever come here, Sadie had explained, but the malls gave the middle class a sense of luxury and achievement. Baden Fast saw them pour out of the hover trains at the station, all of them so certain of their own destiny they ignored the hundreds of others around them who competed for the same status and territory. He sneered, viscerally disgusted at those petty civilian lives. Even after a month of lectures from Caden, he could not understand what the ambassador found so interesting about them. Baden Fast was only interested in power. And power, he knew, came not from people but from chaos. The creatures milling below, with all their hopes and dreams and expectations, were merely fodder for the chaos in the end. Having disgorged its load, the hover train left the station. The next one was already coming into view in the distance, weaving its way among the skyscrapers and docking here and there, like some grotesque insect sipping nectar from flowers. When the train was on course toward the Palm Spire, Baden Fast struck. Coruscant hover trains were piloted by droid brains, but due to Imperial safety regulations there had to be a sentient operator in every cockpit to override the droid's routine in an emergency. The operator's presence in the Force was easy to pick out. It was the most bored of the lot. A small pinch sent it into panic mode and made the operator flip the override switch. The next part was harder. By instinct, Baden Fast wanted to grab the wavering train with the Force and hurl it where he needed it, but that way it would not build up the energy he needed. Instead, he had to dig deeper into the operator's brain and convince him to steer the train off course, then push the accelerator to the limit. According to Caden, this level of fine control required at least a modicum of empathy, something Baden Fast had been notoriously short of even when he still was human. He made up for that lack with pure force of will, shoving the image of where he had to go into the operator's mind so hard he had no chance but to follow it like some mad compulsion. The hover train veered off toward the right, gaining speed as it shot straight across an air lane, then dipped down at a steep angle before crashing into the base of the Palm Spire where it emerged from the surrounding roofs. The highest building in Cocoa Town, topping Caramir Tower by 36 stories, Palm Spire was a narrow needle stabbing into the cloudless Coruscant sky. It had been a vanity project by some architect or other. Now it stood almost empty except for a few representative offices on the top floors. The hover train's impact sheared off almost a quarter of its base and set the surrounding buildings on fire. Even up on his ledge, Baden Fast could feel the weight of the building shift, the tension spreading through the cityscape. Palm Spire leaned toward him inch by inch, flames licking at his base. For a moment his fall seemed inevitable, but then a shudder went through it and it stopped and held. His teeth bared, Baden Fast turned his eyes away from the conflagration he had caused and looked for a new victim. There was a fuel truck speeding in the direction of the Imperial District, several tons of compressed flammable liquids controlled by a single dull mine. That should do it. Baden Fast reached out. "It's make work, is what it is," Sergeant Erkin said, gesturing at the pillar and the durasteel structure surrounding it. "They need to be seen doing something, what with the terrorist attacks in Uskrew and South Use, so what they do is send us constables scrambling to check the foundations of every fracking skyscraper for bombs or sabotage, because of course the guard can't be bothered to do their work and catch those guys." Vart soon tuned out the interdepartmental grievances. "Not every skyscraper though, right?" he said when Erkin stopped for air. "Intelligence analytics say the attacks seem to be focused on areas with especially dense populations, and dense human populations in particular. So I suppose they didn't send you to check out Palm Spire." "What, Big Palm?" "Nah." The officer frowned. "Figured they'd get around to it. That's because it is basically empty, compared to this one here." Vart soon slapped the blackened surface of the pillar, then wiped his hand on his pants. "Whoever is behind this seems to want lots of humans dead, which is why they sent you here, and why they sent me here as well." Sergeant Erkin frowned. "Are you saying it's aliens? I've heard about the riots in Invisec, but this..." He stopped, and Vart soon felt the hairs in the back of his neck rise. Something had just changed, the background noise, the quality of the air, or something equally intangible. He was peering northwards along the canyon when the tremor hit, rattling the walkways and the scaffolding and even the massive Duracrete pillar itself. A cacophony of groans and cracking sounds rose from the lower levels, punctuated by the occasional screech of metal tacks beyond its breaking point. Compared to that, The blaring sirens and alarms that went up all around the district seconds later sounded almost comforting. Sergeant Erkin looked at his comm, his broad face pale. "Palm Spire," he squeaked. "They hit Palm Spire. It's falling. This way." Vart soon swallowed a curse. Focus. He pulled his viper blade out of the sheath on his belt and turned it on in the same motion, then slashed a hole into the wire fence to his left. They were on a service level that was mostly deserted at this time of day, but some ways up ahead some swoops and speeders were parked in front of a seedy unlicensed eatery operating out of an old freight container. Erkin followed him as he dashed towards the place, giving him running updates in a wheezing voice. "Hover train crash. Spire is leaning but stopped falling. For now." Vart soon chose a bike and leapt onto it, ignoring the yells from a group of workers who were getting up from a makeshift table nearby. Given a few minutes, he could easily have hotwired it, but one of the perks of intelligence work was a data chip that unlocked every vehicle using a mandatory hardware exploit. "Coco Constabulary," Erkin shouted at the approaching workers, waving his comm. "Evacuate the area. Get as far away from here as possible." "You're taking my ride," one of the men protested. Vart soon looked up at him and shrugged. "Share," he said, pulling Sergeant Erkin into the saddle behind him and kicking off. The yells quickly faded into the general uproar coming from all directions as Vart soon steered the swoop into the canyon, before pulling up as steeply as he dared. He wove through lines of traffic that were quickly dissolving into chaos, then shot up out of the canyon into an apocalyptic scene. 2 blocks away, terrifyingly close by Coruscant standards, the spire was burning. Flames crawled up its length, warping the duraplast wall panels and the very air around it. To Vart soon's momentary confusion, it looked perfectly straight from his point of view, until he realized that was because it was tilted exactly his way. A fraction of a degree more, and it would fall against Caramir Tower, its tip impacting the tower at approximately. "Watch out!" Erkin screamed behind him. Vart soon ducked and swerved instinctively as a massive fuel truck barreled past just overhead. It flew like the driver was drunk, Vart soon thought as he followed its progress toward the burning spire, and then the huge vehicle jerked in a way that should not have been possible for a vehicle of this mass, before tumbling straight into the conflagration at the spire's base. This time Vart soon cursed out loud. The analytical part of his mind mapped out the situation. Seconds until the spire would begin to fall, a few more seconds until it hit Caramir Tower, the shock wave from the impact, the rain of debris in all directions, while the instincts from the swoop racing days of his youth took over the driving. Erkin whimpered when Vart soon threw the swoop around and accelerated toward the sheer walls of Caramir Tower. "Only safe place is up," Vart soon called out, then pulled the swoop into a dizzying hockey stick maneuver and shifted all power to the aft repulsors. With a horrible screech, the spire fell. Vart soon watched it from the corner of his eye, trying to visualize the curve its tip was drawing in the air and where it would intersect his own path. Despite all the unknowns, the verdict was clear: he was too slow. At this rate, the spire would likely slam him right into the tower, and even if he could dodge, he would be pulverized by a spray of high-speed debris moments later. "Sorry," he subvocalized, entirely for his own benefit, before he pulled Sergeant Erkin's hands off his jacket and pushed the older man out of his seat with one hand. He thought he heard Erkin scream as he fell, but it was hard to tell with the noise all around. More importantly, the swoop was finally picking up speed. Rows of windows and terraces flew by beneath his feet as he raced up the wall, slanting the swoop so it followed the contours of the tower as it narrowed towards the top. With Erkin gone, he could see the spire fall into view behind his back, could watch its tip shatter against the tower, then see the tower's north wall crumple under the impact of the rest of it. He had made it, just barely. The shock wave slammed into his back, weaker than he had feared but still hard enough he had to fight the swoop like a buck in Bulfus to keep it from careening into the topmost levels of the tower. As teenagers on Karulag, he and his friends had sometimes raced each other up Agracombine storage towers on their swoops. The trick was never to go full vertical, or you would flip and be mashed into the ground by your own repulsors. The most dangerous part came at the top, when you had only a split second to get your swoop level before it launched into an uncontrollable tumble. Vartsoon gritted his teeth, every nerve in his body on high alert, and counted down the stories. The tower shook and began to topple just when he approached the end, and all of a sudden Vartsoon found himself staring into the face of a man who was standing on the top ledge of the tower, grinning madly even as the building crumbled under him. He should have lost control and ended up a smudge on the rubble of Cocoa Town. Instead, for a terrible moment, had stopped. The world kept on roaring around him. Sirens wailed. Storms howled. Thousands of people died screaming as the palm spire pulverized one side of the Caramir Tower and sent the rest tipping over to destroy even more of the commercial district. But Vartsoon and the swoop just hung there at the apex of their arc, as if arrested and held in place by an invisible force. By an invisible force. The man had a broad, chunky face disfigured by burn scars, and eyes that glowed with malevolent glee. At the last instant before the ledge he was standing on broke away, he jumped, a seemingly effortless motion that carried him up toward the swoop, up further than should have been possible, until his equally chunky and scarred hands gripped the rods behind the steering vanes and finally pulled the swoop and Vartsoon out of their paralysis. It would have been the easiest thing to give in to despair right there and then. Here he was, hundreds of meters above a hellscape, alone with a Force user, probably one of those dark Jedi whose files in the intelligence archives were so heavily redacted they were practically useless. Even with all of his training, his experience, and his urban combat equipment, Lieutenant Vartsoon knew he stood no chance. He had seen this man hurl a fuel truck into a skyscraper using only his mind, he realized. If he wanted him dead, he was dead. But Isard had to know. Even here, in the moment of his likely death, he could feel the director's commanding presence. He could picture her disappointment if he died with his mission incomplete, and her appreciation when he brought her the information she needed to crush this man. Without waiting for the Darksider to pull himself up any further, Vartsoon slammed the accelerator, swung into a course perpendicular to the main arc of destruction, and leapt off the swoop as soon as the roofs far below looked solid enough. The small vehicle and his most recent passenger disappeared behind him in an eye blink, as if yanked up into the sky, and Vartsoon was falling headfirst into the city. Sarcev Quest blinked slowly. He said when the lieutenant had finished his story. And you survived that how? Urban combat gear, sir, Vartsoon said. There's an emergency parachute worked into the seat of the pants. Not the most dignified way to travel, but... Can you find him? Ysanne Isard interrupted him sharply. She had been pacing and staring into the middle distance while Vartsoon recounted his adventure. That was never a good sign. I need him gone. I have plans for this planet. And you don't want a random Darksider running rings around you and making people doubt that you can keep them safe. Quest pulled a face. I'll see what I can do. For a moment Isard stood perfectly still, then her head snapped around to Vartsoon. Lieutenant, you're dismissed. Report in for a full medical examination. Now. She waited until Vartsoon was gone. Then she exploded. Who is that? She said. Another escaped toy of Palpatine's. You said you had them covered. Sarcev Quest yawned and leaned back in his seat. Ysanne, he said, I just got rid of Dovardus for you. 5 hours ago I was in the middle of a fleet battle. I'm tired. And drunk. Yeah, that too. Sober up, then. This is a critical time for the Empire. Yeah, you have no idea. It's been a critical time for the Empire ever since Endor. But sure, like I said, I'll see what I can do. Isard huffed. Soon, please. The muffs will be coming to Coruscant in a week, or what's left of them anyway. I will need all of my patience for those traitorous fools. I'll have none left for terrorists, are you? So that's why you're so tense. Quest felt his patience with Isard running out too, but once more he bit down on his anger. All right, where do I start? I don't know. It had to be a grueling admission for someone like Isard. You're the expert on Darksiders. Am I? I guess I ought to be. Sarcev Quest got up and stretched, his joints creaking and popping. Fine then. I think I have an idea. Coruscant might be big, Sarcev Quest mused as he got into his speeder from one of the highest landing platforms of the Imperial Palace, but it was anything but subtle. The lowest levels were home to the lowest creatures, subsentient races, tribes, or individuals reduced to barbarism by their cruel environment. The richer you were, the higher you lived. Ysanne Isard, the de facto ruler of the Empire for the time being, looked down on everyone from her sparse, roomy office, Amused at least. The skyhooks were a world of their own, ranging in size and shape from small floating islands to veritable space stations in all but name. They hung above the cityscape like a material reminder that there existed a class of beings that was utterly beyond anyone's reach. Even Director Isard, they proclaimed, could claw her way up only so far. Quest wondered idly if that bothered her. The thought that it most likely did warmed his insides like brandy. There were distinctions among the skyhooks themselves too, of course. Some floated so low they were accessible by elevator, while others were all the way beyond the planetary shields. The one Quest steered his speeder towards was somewhere in the middle, just low enough you could approach it in an open-top speeder without getting too short of breath. Its bottom was an immense cupola made of clary crystalline that stared down at the city like a lidless eye. Negotiating an approach, first with the automated security systems, then with the sentient operator, and finally with the skyhook's owner himself, took a full 20 minutes. Sarcev Quest used the time to infer the platform's hidden defenses from its architecture, then cautiously steered the speeder through a spiraling tunnel in which gravity shifted by 180 degrees before landing it on the floor, or rather, the roof, of a small hangar in the belly of the skyhook. The last time he'd been here, he had assumed the flipped gravity thing was just one of the ways rich people tried to impress their guests and give their places some unique touch. This time he realized it also served to guarantee that no one who was not used to this place could get away too quickly. While that was not enough to make him worry, it increased his estimate of his host by a notch. He climbed out of the speeder, took a moment to let his dizziness settle, then climbed down, up, the spiral staircase that led into the eye. His host was standing there, hanging from the ceiling by his feet, looking up at the surface of Coruscant with a liquor glass in his hand. Ambassador Caden, Sarcev Quest greeted him. "Thank you for seeing me." Caden put the glass down on a transparent table before turning to face him. His broad, upturned nose gave his face something of a childish look, but Quest knew the innocence was deceptive. This was one of the few men Emperor Palpatine had regarded as one of his peers, not as equal, of course, but close enough to be a partner rather than a tool. "Ah," he said, affecting a smile. "You're the handsome one. I remember now. I'd Luo." From the way Caden waved his glass at the last word, Quest assumed he was being offered a drink. "Gladly," he said. The ambassador produced another glass and filled it, then let it float over to Quest in a casual display of his powers that was at least as disorienting as the gravity shift. Even at the height of the Empire's might, its dark side elite had known better than to flaunt their abilities, sometimes even going to great lengths to appear as dumb to the Force as possible. This gesture, as small as it was, felt like a monstrous breach of etiquette, leaving Quest to wonder what it meant. He plucked the glass out of the air and took a sip. At least the liquor was good. Excellent, really. He was about to make a comment to that end when Caden spoke. "You are here on Ysanne Isard's behalf, I suppose." Quest did his best not to bristle. "Isard is a means to an end," he said, and took another sip. "I'm sure," Caden said with an avuncular smile. "But is it your end or another's?" Duh. Quest emptied the rest of the glass in one go, feeling it burn down his throat. "I'm too tired for these games. Listen, Ambassador, someone is tearing this city apart and I need to find him. A Darksider, from what it looks like, but no one I seem to have heard of." He let his glass wobble back through the air to Caden, who caught it with a steady hand. "As far as I can tell, you and me are the strongest two Force users left on this planet. So if there is a third, it's in both of our interests to know." "Ah," Caden said, nodding as he refilled Quest's glass. "Give me your best guess." "My best guess? Retribution for Caden, I suppose. Could be the prophets had some sleeper assets stashed away that activated upon their deaths." He frowned and accepted the second glass. "We dismantled their church crystal and raided their other known locations, though. No luck." So you have no idea? Not really, no. And your master won't help. Sarcev Quest stared at him. The ambassador's gaze was piercing, penetrating. He knows. As quickly as possible he downed the second glass, focusing on the pain to drive the thought away. Stop changing the subject, he slurred. Do you know who it is or not? Of course I do. He's a student of mine. In fact, he should be on his way here as we speak. Sarcev Quest took a few moments to process that, blinking. He said. You mean to ask if I can stop him? Well, I mean why? The ambassador set his own glass down and took Quest from his hand, with his physical fingers, this time. You think you are helping Isard out of loyalty to the Empire. At the present moment, Isard is our best hope of stability, and stability is what you associate with the Empire. Isn't it so? That's well, I wouldn't have put it that way, but yes. Quest forced himself to straighten up. I'm not attached to Isard, but I am attached to order. It was only partly a lie. He did need at least a modicum of order for his plans to ripen. Caden clicked his tongue and laughed. No, you are not, he said. You are attached to power, but you are still a servant of the Empire. And what the Empire needs right now, he gestured at the cityscape hanging above them, is not stability, but chaos. A shiver ran down Quest's spine. As much as he tried to force down the thought, he could not help realizing that he had never been this close to Palpatine and his machinations since Endor. An image of what Palpatine actually wanted began to take shape in his head, dark and immense and terrifying, only to shatter when something rammed the cupola above his head and broke through it with an ear-splitting crash. It was a speeder, a sleek one-person craft of the sort favored by rich young men. It burst through the ceiling snout first, then tumbled and fell back up, back down, in fact, together with the glass shards, while his driver jumped out and sailed down, up, towards them with a graceful leap. Quest, who had raised his hands on instinct to protect his face, used them to rub his temples now. I get why Isard houses her prisoners the wrong way up. This is just cruel. He forced himself to uncross his eyes and look at the new arrival. Square build, check. Burned face, check. Dark side, ouch. This was a crude one, like one of those goons Jarek liked to boss around. He landed on both feet, scowling and roiling with puerile annoyance. What's the hurry? He muttered. I was just getting here. This gentleman has been asking about you. Sarcev Quest, one of the Emperor's limbs, I suppose. Caden gestured lazily at his guest, then turned away to push some buttons on a wall panel. It seems you were seen felling those towers. The brute regarded Quest with brutish eyes. Should I kill him? No need. He came here to ask you to stop, or to ask me to stop you, to be precise. You're right. The brute sneered, then cocked his head suspiciously. We're not stopping, are we? When Caden turned around, he had a smile on his face. Not quite, he said. But you know, I am an ambassador. And sometimes ambassadors can be recalled. The understanding dawning on the Darksider's face was just a little slower than Quest's own. You're leaving, he said. Both of you. Momentarily. And I suggest you do the same. Caden took the bottle of Bugaloo off the table and tossed it Quest's way, only a little too high for Quest to actually catch it, until the skyhook suddenly rocked and dropped by just enough for the bottle to sail straight into Quest's open hand. A parting gift, the ambassador said, then left through a hatch that had opened in the wall next to him, followed by his apprentice. It took another tremor of the room for Quest to realize what was happening. He's turning off the repulsors one by one. Bottle in hand, he raced to the hole in the floor and down the spiral staircase. His speeder was still there. He got into the seat just as the artificial gravity cut out and he nearly crashed headfirst into the hangar ceiling. It was sheer annoyance that saved him. Enough already, he growled, flipping the speeder the right way up and pulling himself back into the seat in an effort that was as much gymnastics as force power. A wave of projected violence turned the exit spiral into a gaping hole lined by showers of sparks and puffs of steam. Quest sped through, flicking a swinging high-voltage cable out of the way at the last moment. The moment he was clear, the last of the skyhook's engines cut out and it went into free fall, tumbling towards the roofs and spires below. Quest looked up just in time to see a small spaceship rise through the clouds. There was no point pursuing it. Even if Quest got through to the relevant authorities in time, say D had diplomatic clearance that would take days to revoke. Assuming he even wanted to. Leaning over the side of his speeder, Quest watched as the skyhook impacted the surface at terminal speed, instantly pulverizing anything within a 3-mile radius, and sending a shockwave hard enough to shatter transparent steel in all directions. He was high enough to feel it only as a sudden gust of wind that buffeted his speeder, but it was the other wave, the wave of death, that rocked him to his core. He knew the heady rush of murder and the ecstasy of slaughter, though he had never reveled in it as much as some of the Emperor's other minions. Mere hours before, the route above Sullus he had orchestrated had made him so giddy he didn't shut an eye all the way back to Coruscant. At the time, he had attributed that fact to the grandiose betrayal he had just set in motion. But now, with thousands of deaths echoing through the force from right beneath him, there was no way to deny that the deaths gave him power. A parting gift, say D had said. What the Empire needs right now is not stability, but chaos. Quest was grinning when his comm buzzed and he accepted the connection from Isard. I know, he said before she could get in a word. I'm at the scene. That was the last one, though. You got him? He's not going to be a problem anymore. So you killed him? Quest rolled his eyes. He is out of the picture. You can get in front of the holocoms and announce that the terrorist threat is dealt with. Or the rebel threat, or however you want to spin this. You're sure? I'm sure I've done quite enough for you in one day, Madam Director. Wouldn't you agree? He hung up without waiting for an answer and tossed the comm on the seat next to him, where, to his surprise, the bottle of Idlewill was rolling back and forth, unscathed. Sarcev Quest took it and sent an ironic toast up to the heavens, where the ambassador and his pet were probably getting ready to jump into hyperspace and to their deaths. Thanks for the parting gift, he said and took a swig. Good stuff. Chapter 25. Bye-bye Benring. Finder mission 40-11-21. Informal debriefing, Command Regis Knowles. Iron Fist Officers Galley F-14. Solicited by M. Iocresh 1-18. Classified, personal discretion of ADM. Zinj, General Melver only. Transcript. This was a weird one. I'm still not sure if sending me on that mission was a punishment or a show of trust on the Admiral's part. It sure felt like a punishment at first. Here, take this boy off our hands, treat him like a chunk of Xynethium or he'll blow up in your face, and deliver him to the scariest place in the whole Criffing sector. Here's your orders. And here's your secret orders. Oh, and here's your super secret contingency orders in case it all goes horribly wrong. Which it probably will. Off you go now. You can imagine how that made me feel. Not the mission itself, you know. I like challenging missions, but keeping secrets from my team, sending them in half blind knowing I'll have to pull the rug from under them eventually. Not fun. The boy himself, though, he was actually surprisingly all right. I'd briefed my team on everything we knew about him. He's a killer. He literally disarmed a night sister all on his lonesome. He has this hang-up about not being bossed around or feeling used in any way. And I had impressed upon Maury, and T-God in particular, that this guy was not an acceptable target for their jokes unless they wanted to get strangled with their own insides. I'll spare you the kink jokes they came up with in response to that, but to their credit, they did keep it together fairly well when we finally met the boy down in the hangar bay. I suppose there was a lot of tongue biting involved, because really he didn't look like much. Just your typical human teenager, lanky and pimply, and the sort of pale you get from spending too much time on ships or underground. Didn't talk much, or look anyone in the eye when I introduced the team, or show much interest in anything really. If this was a family dinner, he'd have wolfed down half a serving, and then disappeared into his room. But that was all right. We had been told what to expect. You want to go fight bad guys, I said. So let's go fight bad guys. Maury and Fawn whooped and T-God did his whistling thing, but the boy just walked up the ramp without even a shrug. I would have rolled my eyes if I didn't have the sneaking suspicion that he might notice even though I was behind his back. But like I said, No problem. Fawn put it best when we all sat in the rec room during the jump, all of us but the boy, that is. He's a weapon, Fawn said. Weapon wants to stay in his case. Leave it in his case. No point risking an accidental discharge. Then we reached Findar Station. Normally, that is according to Plan A, we should have met up with the science team there and gone on planetside within the hour. Only the science team was. Well, it turned out there was no science team, because they'd been blown up. Literally. Not that they told us anything about that at the time, except to wait for ops to figure out a replacement. So we were stuck on Finder's orbital spaceport, which was a problem in 2 ways. 1, we were not supposed to be seen, at least not in a way that contradicted our cover story. The cover story being that the boy was our prisoner, and we'd deliver him to the ubiquitous creeps so he could go ballistic on them rather than us. Simple plan, really. Classic. But putting that boy in 4 scuffs for any longer than we absolutely had to. Not criffin likely. So I sat them down, as soon as CIL had found us a room on station that was probably not bugged, and told them, here's the thing. I know you want to go kill bad guys, and you will, but for the moment we're stuck here. Because Findians nowadays, they don't let you dock your ship for more than an hour anymore before they put it in a parking orbit, and we were supposed to be waiting for the science team's replacement on the station. Anyway, and we also can't just walk around out there, I tell them, because you're supposed to be our prisoner and we, can't have everyone see you walk around like that. Granted, it was not the best of speeches. But while everyone's still watching the boy's spotty face to see how he'll react, the droid next to me, CIL, our protocol unit that we'd brought along to deal with the annoying Findian bureaucracy, he starts screeching like that. Vocabulator malfunction, I'm thinking, but then his head comes off, and then his head gets ripped apart, as in the jaw falls off and the insides get ripped out while it's just hovering there like this, until the boy up and plucks it out of the air and puts it on his head. Like a mask, get it? Only his chin pokes out. Now can we go? He asks. You're laughing, but we were terrified. Just picture it. Skinny boy randomly guts our droid without warning. But actually, that's when things started to turn around. Because we're starting to see that he's not just a weapon. You know why he was so keen on walking around the station instead of staying in our room and sulking like he did for the entire trip. 'Cause he wanted to splurge. That's right. That boy, ticking time bomb that he was, he wanted to go shopping. Really wanted to, like it was the first time he had his own money or could get out without his parents or something. We take a walk around the station, and he's constantly veering off here and there to buy a fold-up vibraknife plus multi-tool, or a jacket with lots of pockets, or a huge Nerf wrap that he sits around stuffing into his mouth below the helmet while playing with his new toy. Meanwhile, I have my hands full from keeping Maury, and T-Guy from snickering behind his back. I pull him aside and say, look, he's a teenager. He's a perfectly normal teenager who happens to also be extremely dangerous. Pretty sure that's not fun for him, right? So if he wants to behave like a teenager, you criffing let him. It's better than the alternative. To their credit, they get that and shut up. But then there's problem number 2, the Findians. You ever met a Findian? Lanky, humanoid, with those long arms that go down to their knees, and a beak-like mouth that looks like they're constantly going, whoops, you sucker, sucks to be you. And personalities to match. Like, our boy sitting there munching his wrap, bothering no one, when this Findian woman from station services walks up to him and says, yummy hair. Enjoying your meal. Go on, feel free, leave a trail of nerve crumbs, why don't you? And a couple of drops of sauce for good measure. Not like we mind cleaning up after you tourists here. Why would we? Not like we've got anything better to do. And then she claps him on the shoulder. Now remember, this is the boy who single-handedly defeated a Dathomirian witch. Cut off both of her arms in a split second just because she was getting on his nerves, they say. Darth Vader level dangerous, if you want to believe the rumor mill, only with a sillier helmet and with munching noises instead of that metallic hiss. So I can see how that Findian lady got confused, but I also know I have to intervene right now if I don't want to see her insides plastered all over the walls around us. So I charge her. Miss Ayel, Leave him alone. And there I stumble over my words, because what do I say? Under my protection is likely to lose me a limb or two. I have no idea how he'll react to one of us. Just a kid. Hell no. Literally Zenithium comes to mind, but that'll get us thrown off the station or worse. Finally I settle on, he's with us. We'll take care of it. But it's too late. Too criffing late. Because the boy is already flexing his fingers, and the dirt is rising off the floor and to her height, like this, and when he closes his fist it all compacts into a little ball. Long story short, we had to kidnap the cleaning lady. Luckily my team is good at that. Fawn stunned her. Maury walked her into the nearest toilet like she was drunk. Then a minute later T got turned up with the giant suitcase she just bought to stuff her in. Not that any of this would have held up to a proper investigation, but classism is alive and well on Finder, and apparently staff get lost or just walk away all the time, even on the space station. We switched IDs and got ourselves a new room to be sure, though, where I sat them all down again and said, so now we really can't go walking around here anymore, any of us, unless we absolutely have to. I'm sorry, and I'm not blaming anyone, but we're stuck here. Oh great, says a sardonic voice from inside the suitcase. I've always wanted to be a hostage to litterers. Not. You can imagine what the next few days were like. I made everyone set their blasters on stun, though I really did not want to find out if a stun blast would be enough to subdue the boy if we had to. Every once in a while we sent Maury out for recon and resupply, because she had the most random face among us, plus standard mechanics fatigues, and that natural charm. She made sure to get plenty of junk food for the boy, and once even scrounged up a handheld hologame for him to hide behind. Still, there was more than one time when I was sure our room would be a hole in the side of the station momentarily. We had to stun our Fendian hostage a couple of times when she just would not shut up with her cynical commentary about our situation. Still here, Helen? She'd say when she woke up. I get it, you know? Nice and cozy, 2 beds for 5 people. Not counting the hostage, because why would a hostage need sleep when you can just zap her and stuff her into a bag, right? Oh, but the boy gets a bed of his own. Gotta spoil the next generation, huh? Don't worry, I won't touch the boy, no need to zap me again. Though I am tempted, I mean, who wouldn't want to catch that dashing spotty rash spreading over his face? Yarg. Like that. Fawn said we should just kill her. I was almost ready to agree at a few points. But then one day she wakes up, immediately starts to gab as usual, only no words come out. She moves her mouth and all, but zip. When she notices, she starts yelling, judging by her movements, was still nothing. She throws a fit, flailing and kicking to get in the shin, until suddenly she can't move either. Her arm frozen in mid-flail like that. Then she stops breathing. Like, she clearly wants to, but she can't. She's going purple in the face, and seizing up when the boy puts down his hologame, waves a hand like he's dismissing her, and she drops to the floor, wheezing. Now, he says, now will you shut up? And that was that. Just a few hours later we got word that our science team had finally arrived, so now morale was picking up for real. Maury, I said, you go pick them up from? I looked at my datapad again. From storage. That was weird. And it got weirder. Turns out the science team was an MD droid. One droid. Lab assistant model. With a few upgrades, sure, stronger arms, a sampling backpack, 2 extra power packs welded to his chest, but 1 MD. 0 scientists. No team. I was this close to calling Ops and telling them where they could shove their mission. Actually, I did contact Ops demanding an explanation before we proceeded, because this was starting to look a lot like we were being set up to fail. Nope, they said. Plan still the same. Only the company doing the science work had suffered an incident. Sabotage, but the kind that wiped out the whole managing staff plus half their labs. They didn't say as much, but it sounded a lot like an inside job. The whole of Benring Biomedical just gone. We were lucky to get even the droid, they said. Well, that's what war's like, I told my team. Reassess, adapt, execute who? Our Fendian captive shrieked at that, jumping up and waving her long arms. I knew it. Go on, shoot me, my life has no meaning anyway. Not. To our surprise, it was the droid that stunned her. Apparently someone had built a stun blaster into his left arm as one part of his upgrades. She will make a good test subject, it said as the Fendian crumpled to the floor. After all, the original procedure was designed to work on Fendians. I nodded reflexively before I realized what had just happened. Someone in Ops must have programmed the droid with our mission objectives, but forgot to specify which parts were classified. This bit, it was not supposed to be discussed in front of the crew, and definitely not in earshot of the boy. But again, it was already too late. What procedure? The boy asked. And why do we need a science team anyway? What's this mission really about? He was staring at me, not the droid, so the droid used the opportunity to zap him too. At least to try to. Remember how I didn't want to find out if our blasters would be enough to subdue him? This is how we found out. The boy gets hit full in the back, starts going down but then catches himself on one knee. When he raises his head to look at me, there's no trace of the awkward teenager left in him. He's pure hate, pure danger. I know I can't hesitate now, but I do anyway. I can still blame it on the droid, I think. Maybe I can still talk him down. There's another flash, and then another, as Fawn and T-Gat unload into him. The boy jerks and collapses, belly down. When he raises his head again, I shoot him in the face. You think that would do it, but it took another 3 shots and a Herglic dose of universal anesthetic delivered straight into the jugular before he finally stopped twitching. Oh, Kark, Maury said. He's going to be so angry when he wakes. Fawn growled something about making sure he wouldn't, fingering his blaster, but again the droid gave the game away. Optimal, it said. The angrier the better. Because you see, the plan was to deliver the boy to the Ubictorate base in Laressa, Finder's capital. To tell them he killed one of ours Darth Vader style, using the Force, so we figured we'd let them deal with it. That alone was a risk, since we are not supposed to even know that the Derrida compound is a Ubictorate base, or that the Ubictorate is interested in Force users. You're supposed to pretend that the Ubictorate does not exist. That is a made-up word from rebel propaganda. Only of course we all know. And we're all afraid of it, which is the point. Except Admiral Singe himself, I suppose. He's probably mostly annoyed that they're still operating in his territory. Hence our mission, the secret one, that is. Get them to take the boy, lay low, and wait for them to get on the boy's nerves. Wait out the carnage, and then go pick up the pieces. I explained as much to my team, seeing as the word was out now anyway. So let's do that, Fawn said. Get him off our backs and make him their problem. What are we waiting for? That was the reaction I'd been hoping for. So we got to work. On the shuttle we crowded into a small compartment with the Fendian in a suitcase and the boy on a stretcher, the MD keeping him soaked in soporifics through a tube extending from his wrist to the boy's. We were almost down to the surface before someone thought to ask the obvious next question. What pieces specifically are we supposed to pick up, though? Maury said. And what's it got to do with the cleaning lady? I don't get it. I wanted to tell them. I really did. But my orders were clear, strict need to know, and technically no one except the science team needed to know what we were dealing with until we'd breached the base. If we did breach the base. That's why I was actually glad when T-Gat figured it out for them. It's the renewal, he said. Got to be? I read up on the history of this place, and it's exactly the sort of thing the Ubictorate would go for. The Ubictorate does not exist, I reminded him, glancing up into the dark corners of the compartment. He got the hint, with their sector base on this planet. It wouldn't be surprising if they'd bugged every spot on every shuttle. Sure, he said, but if they existed is all I'm saying. He was right, of course. About half a century earlier, some criminal organization on Finder had come up with a way to wipe the memories of sentient beings, keeping their skills intact but erasing their history. The technology had been lost during a revolution on the planet, but there were plenty of hints that the Ubictorate had reverse-engineered it at some point during the last decade. Getting our hands on that was the true purpose of our mission, and from the warnings and priority markers in my instructions, I got the impression that it was crucial to Admiral Singe's future plans. So yeah, we did our best. stashed the packed-up Fendian with Mori in a downtown hostel, carted the boy up the hill to the fortified entrance of the Dagobah compound, the place that was definitely not the headquarters of the non-existent Ubictorate, told the guards we had a force-sensitive criminal they might be interested in, waited out the obligatory denials and told them to send it up the chain, let an officer, a human officer, mock us with a degree of sarcasm that would have made our Fendian hostage blush. "So you want to sell a Jedi?" he said. "Who do you think I am? Darth Griffin Vader." I'd been told to expect something like this, and what to do in case they didn't take me seriously. "Fine, then," I said. "I guess I'll take him to the Inquisitorius." That did it. The Inquisitorius is another one of those things you're not supposed to know about, but apparently whoever wrote my briefing knew enough to conclude that the Ubictorate hated their guts. 2 clip-com conversations later, the gate opened and a squadron of guards came out, took the stretcher with the boy on it and the droid too. Then they all disappeared inside without so much as a thank you. And that was that. Disappointing, I know, but nothing happened, at least nothing that we heard of. We regrouped with Mori, kept an eye on the Dagobah compound for a week, but nothing. No explosions, no alarms, not even blast of fire as far as we could see. When the Fendian cleaning lady woke up, we gave her a good talking to and a couple 100 credits, after which she promised not to tell anyone what had happened, and thanked us for keeping her safe from the maniac, though I am pretty sure I heard her add a muttered nod when she was walking out the door. Eventually, Ops told us to return to base. I'd like to say we didn't like leaving with empty hands, but to be honest, it was a relief to be rid of that boy. Mostly. I reported success on our tertiary objective, removed the subject as a threat to Singe's empire, and potentially earned points with the Ubictorate, and made sure to give everyone commendations for restraint in the face of extraordinary annoyance. Fawn still says releasing the Fendian is going to bite us in the back, but he'll get over that as soon as the next mission comes our way. He always does. Myself, I'm not so sure. I mean, yay, no more angsting over whether the boy likes his holo game or whether he'll get so frustrated he rips another head off someone's shoulders. Sure, it was tough having him around, being responsible for him. But I can't help thinking, he's just a kid. Or he could have been just a kid, if someone had given him the attention and the care he needed. Even there, holed up with us in a tiny room on Finder Spaceport, I felt like he was slowly opening up, softening a little, becoming less angry and more approachable. We weren't much of a family, but we were better than nothing, and I'm pretty sure that some of that was getting through to him. If everyone hadn't been that keen on exploiting him as a weapon, I'm convinced we could have helped him off the dark path he was on and into some semblance of a normal life. But this is war. I know. And now it's too late anyway. I don't know what they did to him in there. Killed him, wiped his memories, turned him into a faithful servant of the Ubictorate, but he's beyond help now. Sucks, right? But I guess I'll get over that too as soon as the next mission comes along. End transcript. Chapter 26. Shadow Mass. The hologram hovered in the center of the Citadel's great hall, dwarfing even the massive sentinel guards arrayed along the walls. It showed an enormous machine that looked like the torso of some muscular beast with his head, tail, and legs cut off, as it floated above a planet's surface and devoured a city. Ripped apart by tractor beams of terrifying strength, roofs and houses, and the very ground itself were pulled into 2 giant maws at the bottom of the machine. 3 figures stood in front of the projection, its blue-white glare casting long shadows on the floor behind them. The tallest one, horned and erect, was the Chagrian Masameta. Even with his hat, the Emperor's physician Sigid Ranth only came up to his shoulders. Standing between them, short and crouched but orders of magnitude more powerful than either of them, was Emperor Palpatine himself. "This is Thamerk," Sigid Ranth asked after the destruction had gone on for a while. The machine's appetite seemed boundless, and Ranth found himself wondering about the logistics of it all. He knew that this floating prototype factory, the World Devastator, as Umac Leth had called it, with his usual flair for the crass and dramatic, housed a molecular furnace that broke down everything it devoured into its constituent atoms. That explained its apparently limitless capacity, but not how it dealt with the added weight. The energy supplied to the repulsors had to be both immense and flexible, especially considering they also needed to counteract the tractor beams. What's left of Thalmork? Yes, Masa Meta confirmed. The Thalmork system lay at the very edge of the deep core. To provide cover for Leth's experiment, the Emperor's agents had spread rumors of a plague spreading through the system, then put it under quarantine and evacuated most of its inhabitants to Byss. It was a mercy, Sigurd Rand supposed, that they did not have to witness how their houses and cities were being uprooted and dissolved. UMAC Leth sent these recordings a few hours ago. It seems that the prototype is fully functional. Bring it here, Palpatine said. Bring them all here. I will relay the order at once, Ameta said. The remaining Leviathans are already en route, to be retrofitted according to Leth's updated specifications. That will suffice for the first wave, Palpatine said. Soon we shall not have to bother with that. He waved his hand and the hologram changed. It showed another world devastator floating in space, looking even bulkier and more uneven than the first, as if it had grown additional body parts. It bucked and shifted like a living animal. Then an aperture that spanned the entire width of the machine gaped open, and it gave birth to a mechanical monstrosity that was a smaller version of itself. This is not real, is it? Sigurd Rand said, frowning. Unlike the previous recording, this hologram had a certain surreal quality to it, the lines and surfaces blending in a way that looked more like art than technology. It is not real yet, Masa Meta responded. This is one of the Abomination's dreams. Sigurd Rand has seen that abomination in the Emperor's subterranean laboratories, a disembodied brain surrounded by sensors that translated its neural activity into sketches and blueprints for nightmarish weaponry. We were about to make it real, but the project suffered a minor setback. Nazra McGrody disappeared, Palpatine said. Oh, Sigurd Rand was beginning to understand why he was here. McGrody had been the head of the Institute for Programmable Intelligence, and of course machines as complex and capable as these would require a genius of his caliber to program. The finished world devastators will require no sentient crews, Masa Meta explained. They will repair themselves, improve themselves, and create more of themselves as soon as they have gathered up enough material. Sigurd Rand was not easily rattled, but the thought of an army of self-replicating world eaters spreading through the galaxy while reproducing at an exponential rate did make him frown. That sounds risky, he said. Of course each world devastator will be controlled by a hardwired master signal originating from here on Byss. Masa Meta dismissed his concerns. They will be our means of ultimate control over the physical plane of this universe, Palpatine said. I hear you are close with Magridy's most gifted student. Stina Dreesen Shah, Sigurd Rand said. I do know her, but we had to part rather abruptly. His last memory of Stina, desperately searching for an entrance to the Church of the Dark Side while he was inside with Mad Windcaller, still made his heart ache. You will bring her to me, Palpatine said. Once she completes Magridy's work and enables the world devastators to replicate, all matter will be ours to command. He wiped the hologram away with a gesture and turned to leave. In the meanwhile, he continued, assuming as a matter of course that the others were following him, the 7 amulets of Lord Khan will give us unlimited control over the Force. And once both of these are accomplished here, he suddenly stopped and turned to face Sigurd Rand, pointing at him with a gnarly finger. We can finally get to work on conquering the chaos. Sigurd Rand swallowed hard. During his time on Byss, the full extent of the Emperor's plans had gradually been revealed to him. He had seen the warships arriving, one or small group at a time, spirited away from the fleets of the various Imperial factions in utmost secrecy. He had heard Palpatine instruct his agents to sabotage one warlord's efforts or to help the cause of another breakaway satrapy. He had listened to Saint Pestage's diligent reports on the strength of the Emperor's hidden fleet, the position of his assets throughout the galaxy, and the optimal time to strike to ensure both maximum casualties and inevitable victory. At the same time, he had continued his studies of the chaos, that place the ignorant called either hyperspace or death. He had assumed that Palpatine, having survived his own death and returned from the chaos, was interested mostly in staying alive in this world and using the energies of the chaos to increase his powers. But all of this, the Empire, the ravaging of worlds, even mastery over the Force itself, was merely a prelude to Palpatine's true ambition. Overcome with awe at the revelation, Sigid Rant dropped to one knee before the Emperor. "As you will, Master," he managed, his throat tight. To think that just a moment ago he had felt jealous of Stenna. She might be the key to creating an army of self-replicating terrorists the likes of which the galaxy had never seen. But Sigid Rant, would subdue death itself at the sight of his master. Palpatine smiled, his mouth stretching into a narrow gap in his wrinkled face. "Go now," he said, "and bring me the woman. By the time you return, the Empire will be mine again, and all of his power shall be at our disposal." Chapter 27. Homecoming Rock. The prisoner was caked in mud, off-world mud, judging by its smell and consistency. His clothes, as far as they could be discerned under the layers of soil, were torn and tattered. Blood had dried on his forehead and arms, and his eyes were bloodshot. If he hadn't had so many other things on his mind, Commodore Proth would have been fascinated by the mystery he presented. As it was, all he could think of was how to get him out of the way as soon as possible. "Give me one reason why I should not have you shot," he said, "and make it quick. I have a lot on my plate." Intelligence Authorization U9, Code 11-19, the prisoner said. Some of the dried blood flaked off his brow because he was creasing it so hard. "I think could have been Besh instead of Kresh. Anyway, I'm on your side. I need to use your facilities, and I would rather not kill you." The troopers who had brought him in raised their weapons at the implied threat, but Commodore Proth only squinted at him. "You're saying you're Imperial intelligence?" "What?" "No." The prisoner scratched his chin, dislodging crumbs of mud. "I'm, above that. Command level. No idea what you troopers are calling it these days. Anyway, just let me use one of your data consoles. It's important. Really important." Proth shook his head. "That won't be possible. Even if I did believe you, Pre-Citadel is under military lockdown, and we're clearing out the whole comm center." The big man frowned. "You are? Why?" "Because the rebels just took Sullust and Sanrafix and Byss, so there's a good chance they'll be coming for Pre-Citadel next. If you really were command level, I'd assume you would know that." Proth gave an ironic salute and stepped away. Troopers escorted him to the south gate. "There's a stream there, so you'll be able to clean up a little," he added before turning on his heel and heading for the door. He never reached it. An invisible hand gripped him mid-stride, immobilized his limbs, and turned him back around like a puppet. "No," the prisoner said. Only he was not really a prisoner anymore. The guards had been pushed against the walls to either side, their weapons lying mangled on the floor. The stranger, whoever he was, had balled his fists and was staring at Proth with a rage that burned straight into his brain. "I jumped off an erupting volcano," the stranger growled. "I fought my way through a jungle filled with spiders as tall as trees and nightly horrors beyond your imagination. By the time I found a ship half buried in the swamp, I was starved near to death, because nothing on this hellish planet seems to be edible. I fixed that ship, a relic from before the Clone Wars, with vines snaking through the engines, hordes of poisonous frogs occupying the cockpit, and some sort of giant clam glued to his belly. But I fixed it. With my own bare hands, I ripped the vines apart, I flushed out the frogs, and I sawed off the clam using only a piece of jagged metal. I got it to fly, and it limped into orbit, with just enough air to keep the cockpit pressurized for a few hours. I risked a single hyperspace jump to the one place nearby where I knew I could get access to an Imperial database. The ship almost came apart in hyperspace, and then it actually did come apart when I brought it down on this planet. I had to break open the canopy and jump the last 20 meters by myself, then limp across this blasted rock of a planet for half a day with a sprained ankle." The stranger paused for breath and balled his fists more tightly. Commodore Proth felt his ribs crack and his windpipe contract. "I will not be stopped by the likes of you." "Bad call," Commodore Proth thought as black spots began crowding into his field of vision. "I'm dead." Then the grip on his limbs and throat eased, and he took a deep, grateful breath. "I see," he said with as much grace as he could muster. "Under those circumstances, I am sure we can find a working terminal for you somewhere. Oh, good, the stranger said, because it's kind of urgent. Jing Droga was not particularly good with computers. Luckily, the Commodore also found him a helpful droid, a data specialist with a secure setting for intelligence operations. When Droga got the code correct on his third try, the droid introduced itself. To DX, at your service. May I recommend working on your memory? One more failed attempt and I would have had to self-destruct, killing us both. Maybe later, Droga said. For now, can you take blood samples? Indeed I can, the droid said, sounding almost surprised as it extended a small needle from one finger. I wonder why. Because some classification levels are blood-coded. That part Droga remembered well. The blood has to be fresh, of course. Of course. The droid poked his finger against Droga's. Fascinating, it said. I never knew this database existed. And you are going to forget it in a minute. Now get me the tracking data for, let me think. Codename Black Hole. With the space before the hole or without one? There's both. I guess without one. Black Hole. Aliases. Oh, this is even more fascinating. Turns out there is information for which even Ysanne are not cleared. But you can get the tracking data. There are 5 entries. 3 are labeled as lost, 1 is unknown, and 1, there it is, on the other side of the galaxy. Copy it to my hub. I guess I should have asked the Commodore for a datapad. No matter, just store it locally. You are coming with me. Nick Rostu was not, he liked to think, a hateful man. He had spent a life marked by war and violence, from the summertime war on his native heroin Cal to armed resistance against the Empire, but through all of it he had remained, he liked to think, a good man. A man who killed when it was necessary, and sadly it often was, but not someone who enjoyed killing. A man who had no qualms about fighting his enemies, but not a man who let himself indulge in hate. Too much. Not until recently, that is. Those past few days, he discovered a depth of hate inside himself that he had never thought possible. The object of his hate was Cronel, of course, the villain who had kidnapped him, put a crown on his head and turned him into the feared Lord Shadowspawn using sentient stone needles that penetrated deep into his brain. He had stolen years of Nick's life, separated him from his girlfriend Iona, and very nearly used him to become the ultimate power in the galaxy. But what Nick really hated about Cronel was his taste in starship design. Sure, it was partly his own fault, his and Iona's, who'd had the bad judgment to agree with him, for deciding to hunt down what remained of Cronel using his own personal shuttle. It had seemed like the obvious choice at the moment, what with the taskband system falling apart around them, and the thick walls of the shuttle being the only thing keeping them alive. But once they got back to the Rebel fleet to drop off Skywalker and his droid, they could just have asked for a different ship. Looking back, and he was looking back much more often than was healthy these days, Nick was sure Skywalker could have scrounged up a gunship or even a light corvette for them. But no, Nick just had to insist that they leave right away, and Iona had not even so much as coughed to make him reconsider. She had an excuse, of course. She was still kind of terrified that Han Solo would try to get even with her for stealing his ship. But Nick, he had no excuse. So he lay there, in the claustrophobia-inducing bottleneck that connected the cockpit to the spherical chamber in the back, staring at Iona's red hair backlit by the glare of hyperspace and steaming in his hate for Cronel, Cronel's paranoia, Cronel's megalomaniacal plots that justified his paranoia, Cronel's starship mechanics who had refitted what had been a perfectly comfortable Lambda-class shuttle into this torture chamber, and, though he tried not to admit it, his hate for himself. If hate truly led to the dark side, as the Jedi liked to say, he had to be as deep in the dark as Darth Vader. But not Cronel. There was no one below Cronel. That Ruskak was the worst. Hey, Iona said, turning her head a little so he could see the flickering of hyperspace reflected in the sweat on her nose. We can't swap places again, you know. I can't take it for a while. No. Iona's claustrophobia was worse than his, Nick knew, since the time she spent looking for him in the caves of Endor. How did you even know? You were muttering again. Oh, sorry. Nothing to be sorry about. Maybe you want to go check on Car. We have. She checked the tiny screen at the front of the cockpit. Oh, less than 3 minutes to go until our next drop. I'll go check after then. Carvaster had been another victim of Kronos, the biggest and strongest man Nick had ever met. He had at one point also been the man Nick had been most afraid of, but once you had met Kronos, everyone else became an altogether lovely sentient by contrast, he supposed. Being enslaved by Kronos through the Moat Massive had taken a worse toll on Car than it had on Nick. Ever since Skywalker had freed him, he had spent most of his time rolling around in a puddle of bacta they had filled the aft chamber with. He'd been lucid enough to insist that he come along for the hunt though, and if he was quite honest, Nick didn't mind having someone like Car along to take point once they actually caught up to their quarry. A softpin from the cockpit told him they were about to enter real space. There was not really much to hold onto in the padded niche that served him as a couch, so he just splayed his limbs to reach as many walls as possible and trusted the inertial dampers to do the rest. Somehow they fouled it up this time, and he ended up a sad bundle on the floor just behind the pilot's chair. Ysanne was cursing and slapping the controls. I don't know what happened there, she said when Nick had gathered himself up and was craning his neck to look over her shoulder in the confined space. It's almost like we hit something, only there's nothing, Nick Rostu had seen plenty of holothrillers in his time. Somehow, even when his own life had been filled with adventure and blood-curdling horror, he found it relaxing to watch other people scream and run and fight and die. One trick that he had seen so often he just found it trite by now was having a face appear somewhere close to the heroes in an unexpected moment. Whenever that came up in a holoflick, he simply laughed and yawned. Now he almost screamed his lungs out, and not just out of sympathy for his girlfriend. The face that stared at them from outside the view screen was broad, dirty, and brutal, radiating a malevolence that easily cut through 2 thick layers of transparent steel. Nick was sure he had never seen the man, but he was wearing a spacesuit of Imperial make, so he felt pretty confident he was a bad guy. Blast him, he told Ysanne as soon as he had sucked some stale recycled air back into his lungs. Come on, blast him. No weapons, Ysanne said. Remember? All armor, no armaments. This time Nick cursed. Punch it then. Evasive action. Shake him off. Don't, the man said. His voice vibrated through the window, deep and resonant with a metallic note. Keep your hands off the controls or I'll kill you. Ysanne turned her head, her face a terrified question. Don't, Nick whispered. I'm pretty sure he could. I'm here to help, the man said. We're hunting the same man. Creature. Whatever. You take me to him, I take him out. Ysanne's jaw went slack. Nick said. Thanks, but we're fine. You're not. You have no chance against Black Hole. Actually, I killed Carvaster if that's what you're thinking. You what? He was too much of a risk, and he wouldn't have been of any use in the fight anyway. Nick forced himself to take a deep breath, then another one. Somehow the air smelled even worse now. I'm your best chance at getting revenge. The man bared his teeth. So, are you going to invite me in? I can feel him, the one called Nick said. I was connected to him. Through the Shadow Crown. I know. Jang Droga waved his hand impatiently. So, where is he? I need to focus. So focus. Droga scowled at the man. He felt like killing him, and not just because he knew that Nick Rostu had spent years hunting Darksiders. Something about the man irked him, the way a mosquito's buzz makes you want to squash something. But make it quick. That's not how it works. Rostu squirmed on his couch. I need quiet. And room. There's no room here. Rostu's gaze flitted aft. Jang Droga rolled his eyes. Don't think I won't know if you try anything stupid, he said while pushing himself backwards through the narrow corridor towards the hatch leading to the shielded compartment. Because I'll know. Rostu muttered. His girlfriend punched the hatch controls, and Droga squeezed through into the largest room in the shuttle. It was still not quite high enough for him to stand without stooping, and he was stepping around in a puddle of bacta with a corpse in it, but that was fine. He was on his way now. There was not a lot that could go wrong anymore. Except, Listen, he said, making sure his voice carried through the body of the ship again. I know what you're thinking. As soon as you tell me where to find Cronal, you are disposable. So you're trying to think of ways to trick me. The hatch opened again, and Rostu poked his head in. Did you hear what I said about focusing? Then his face turned into a grimace when he saw Vaster lying motionless on the ground. Also, ooh. Just this one thing, Droga said, holding up a finger the way he had seen Pestage do when talking to subordinates. I will make you a deal. You get me there and you let me retrieve Chrono without trying to trick me. Then I take the ship and drop you off on some inhabitable world. Wait, the woman called Iona Cantor said. Retrieve? I thought you were going to kill him. Jane Droga frowned. He had forgotten that he was supposed to lie to these people. You don't just kill a black hole, he improvised. Get it? The woman was clearly unconvinced, but Rostu cut in before she could reply. You haven't told us what's in it for us. For you. Oh, you get to live. Both of you. I thought that was implied. Droga shrugged. Otherwise, if you tried to trick me even one time, I kill one of you. Just one, so the other will live and suffer. He scratched his chin. Perhaps I should restrain the other one then, so they don't just kill themselves. Yes, that sounds good. You see, there is this type of stasis bed that keeps you alive and fully conscious but completely unable to move. All right, Rostu said, looking as if he was disgusted. We agree. Right, Yona? Right? We agree. Can I please focus now? Oh, yes, sure. Droga nodded at the woman. You can close the hatch again. I just wanted to clear that up. The door hissed shut. 2 sentinels were waiting on the landing platform when Jane Droga finally returned to Byss. They reared back when he walked down the ramp, making a noise almost like a feral growl. Oh, don't worry, he said, pulling the remains of Cronal behind him. He's harmless for now. The dreaded prophet had been drifting in space when he found him, indistinguishable from a rock except with the Force, and even there Jane Droga would have missed him without Rostu's help. The memories he had ripped from Lord Jepton's mind on Dagobah had not made it entirely clear to him what exactly had happened to Chrono at the end, and he still was not sure about the mechanism of it all, but the result was unambiguous. Chrono, black hole, shadow spawn, or whatever other name he went by, had been pretty much turned into a rock. That there was still a spark of life somewhere in that lump of black silicate was a testament to Chrono's former powers, Jane Droga supposed. But it was pretty clear that there was nothing to fear from him now. He looked up at the sentinels again, who were lowering their axes to take hold of the rock named Chrono, while still keeping their distance. Only they were not keeping their distance from the rock, he realized as he watched them maneuver it into the palace. They were keeping their distance from him. Because he stank. Only fair, he supposed. Rostu and his woman had seemed pretty relieved to when he'd put them down on Cernpedal. Towards the end of the trip, the air in the shuttle had become rather rank. Thinking back on it now, Jane Droga realized he had not been to a refresher since he jumped out of his ship to penetrate the rebel base on Mount Yoda. Which was all right. His master had given him a task, and he had carried it out without hesitation or pause. Now he was done and returned to his master. Hey, he called after the sentinels. Tell the Emperor I'll be right with him, will you? I've just got to use the facilities first. Chapter 28. Sentimental Journey. Who are you? The boy opened his eyes and closed them again when blinding white light stabbed into his pupils. He could not close his ears to the voice, however, his hands were held down tightly at the wrists. Who are you? Memory was hard to come by. It felt as if the contents of his mind had been put through a blender, and then strained repeatedly until only the faintest substrate remained. K. Q. He tried. The sound felt right. Kaga. Again? Cold metal braces gripped his head, holding it in position. Within moments they became painfully hot, and pressure started spreading inward from where they touched him. The light was inside his head now, washing away anything else. He understood at the last moment before it overpowered him. They were trying to erase him. To wipe his memory, the way you wipe the memory of a droid you bought. They wanted to use him, so they had to break him first. I won't let them. I have to remember. The pressure was building, but he pushed it outward. There were pieces still there, fragments, specks of residue. If he could hold on to even one thing. There. He remembered. He remembered being angry. Furious. Betrayed by lesser beings. Used. The metal bands holding his arms snapped. The pressure they had put into his head flew from his fingertips, shattering unseen pieces of machinery and extinguishing the terrible white glare. Someone screamed something about containment protocols. Alarms blared. He grabbed the metal clasps holding his head and pulled, bending them outward, then ripping them from their sockets. Sparks burned his scalp and electric fire danced over him, but he did not care. He freed his ankles too, then vaulted off the stretcher. I am Cagalak, he roared. The way his voice broke on the last syllable only increased his fury. I will not be used. He balled his fists, took a deep breath, and focused all of his anger on the wall and the people screaming behind it. He would squash them all. He would break this place wide open, and then the highly concentrated dose of FGA 583 nerve agent that he had just inhaled took effect, and Cagalak dropped to the floor like a sack of seedy gourds. In every Imperial installation, whether civilian or military, whether open to the public or so secret even moths only refer to them by oblique code names, there is an unwritten standard procedure. When something goes wrong, you call security. When something goes very wrong, you call a cleanup crew. But when something goes seriously, catastrophically wrong, you call the janitor. Well, Thornton Beastmax said. He bent his head back to see where the cracks in the wall met the ceiling, then stepped over the body of one of the officers to survey the structural damage to the load-bearing beams. That's going to require major renovations. And I don't mean filling in the cracks or replacing the pillar. I mean bulldozing the entire wing and building a new one. Pauvre Bull, newly in charge of the Fendar Ubiquitous base by virtue of being the only officer not lying crumpled and lifeless on the floor, harumphed impatiently. Yes, fine, he said. We'll get to that. What I need to know is, when can we resume the procedure? The procedure. Vrabul pointed into the next room, past what remained of the wall, and the one-way observation mirror. The boy lay curled up next to the stretcher he had been brought in on. Both the droid and the apparatus behind the stretcher were mangled almost beyond recognition. The renewal procedure, he said. We need to get this boy under control before he does any more damage. Oh, that? Beastmax tapped some keys on his datapad. Somewhere between 2 and 5 months depending on the contractors. That's assuming the budget gets greenlit right away, anyway. Not the building, Vrabul snapped. The apparatus. All the critical infrastructure is in the sub-basement, isn't it? So how long until we get it running again? The janitor shook his head. There is no critical infrastructure in the sub-basement, sir, because there is no sub-basement anymore. He called up the results of the seismoscan on his datapad screen and showed them to the officer. Everything below and directly above us is rubble. Ruins. That this room is still stable is a fluke. See those pressure vectors here. But Vrabul had already stopped listening. Then we have to kill him, he said, looking for the easiest way through the mess of stones and shards that separated him from the renewal room. He's too dangerous to be left alive. He tugged on a piece of synthstone. Come on, help me. Oh, don't worry about that, Beastmax said, typing into his datapad again. The FGA 583 should be good for at least 50 more minutes. Don't count on it. Vrabul pulled the stone free, then backpedaled quickly to avoid the small avalanche of mirror-plast shards he had set loose. This is not just a boy. Oh, I'm aware. Non-local structural damage, 5 officers, and 8 guards in 3 different rooms killed without outward sign of trauma. You brought a Force user in here. That much is obvious. Beastmax shrugged. Not the best of ideas, if you ask me. But then you never do that, eh? So help me kill him. The officer was trying to climb across the rubble heap now, only to slip and scrape his shin. Oh, Criffet, I'll just shoot him from here. I wouldn't, the janitor said. Vrabul turned and glared at him, gripping his blaster. Why? Because he's not your problem anymore. The janitor's datapad made a plonking sound, and he toggled the communicator function. Central block, down in the basement. The only corridor that's still accessible. Whew. Lieutenant Vrabul was practically seething now. It seems to take all his willpower not to shove his blaster into the janitor's face. Who did you call? You brought a Force user in here, and you failed to contain him. Who did you think I was going to call? The Inquisitorius, of course. Thank you, Mr. Beesmax. Officer. The Inquisitor that strode in was a tall Zabrak, his face covered in lightning-shaped tattoos that radiated outwards from the bridge of his nose. He quickly glanced over the corpses on the floor, gave Vrabul a barely respectful nod, then simply stepped over the heap of rubble into the next room. Two shorter human A's followed him, gracefully leaping over the ruins without so much as acknowledging the Ubictorate officer. You can leave now, the Inquisitor said. Something about his voice made it clear that this was more than a suggestion. We will take it from here. Rebel propaganda would have you believe that the Galactic Empire fragmented immediately after the catastrophe at Endor, that the Emperor and his superweapons were the only thing keeping the overextended Colossus together, and that without those cornerstones it was shattered by its own pent-up internal tensions. There was some truth to that, of course. More than a few Moffs and fleet officers had wasted no time fortifying their own holdings and cutting ties with the rest, becoming de facto warlords or satraps whether or not they publicly declared their secession. But the Empire was not one thing. It was not just the Navy, or the Moffs, or the Diet of Planetary Governors. Even if one institution broke, say, the military chain of command between Imperial Center and the Navy under Warlord Singe, the other levels of the multi-layered, multiply-redundant Imperial hierarchy were not necessarily affected. One of the layers that had proved more stable than most after Endor was the Ubictorate. While Imperial intelligence rushed into, and ultimately won, a fierce battle for dominance with its rival agency, the ISB, the Ubictorate stood aloof, protecting its assets and continuing with its secretive business as if nothing had happened. If there ever was a split within the Ubictorate, no one on the outside could possibly tell, to those who noticed its workings at all. The entire agency still appeared to obey one singular hidden will. The Inquisitorius, too, remained mostly intact, though its leaders employed a slightly different strategy. Instead of pretending neutrality, they had instructed their inquisitors to pledge loyalty to whatever faction would have them, then serve their new masters in every way that did not conflict with their oath while still clandestinely reporting to the Citadel Inquisitorius. Thus, Antinous Tremaine and Lone Ridge had cast their lot with Palpatine's former Procurator of Justice, Hethra, while High Inquisitor Jarek had rebranded the branch under his command the Inquestors of Judgment to better fit in with Grand Moff Kane's vision for his Pentastar alignment. But those distinctions, every Inquisitor knew, were window dressing. They still all had the same job: find and hunt down Force sensitives, then convert them to the Empire's uses, or, failing that, eliminate them as a threat to galactic stability. Once a candidate was in the hands of the Inquisitorius, they did not leave again until they were either broken or dead. The boy retrieved from the Ubictorate facility on Finder, designated candidate QL in the preliminary report to the Citadel, was evaluated by Grand Inquisitor Jace Yazo aboard his ship, the Voltage. Blood tests revealed a midichlorian count in the 5 digits, so it was decided to remit the candidate to the Citadel for further processing. The Grand Inquisitor kept the boy sedated according to protocol and traveled to the Badajev system to hand him over to High Inquisitor Valiter, as per instructions from the Citadel. The handover was executed in deep space through a pressurized umbilical. It went smoothly right up until the moment Valiter's ship, the Whisper Bird, detached from Yais's Voltage and headed towards the jump point on his own. It is not clear exactly how the candidate managed to overcome both the physical sedative and the force bind Yazo had put on him. The Whisper Bird's security logs show him vaulting off his stretcher, breaking his bonds and killing the crew of the Starwind-class vessel, including Valiter, within less than 3 minutes. At the moment of Valiter's death, the dead man's switch installed in his skull rendered the Whisper Bird inoperable, leaving her floating in space with all systems except for basic life support locked down. Fortunately, Grand Inquisitor Yaezo was still in the system when the shutdown occurred, and remotely access the Whisperbird's security systems to determine the cause. After consulting with the Citadel, he remained within weapons range of the drifting vessel, prepared to destroy it in case the candidate QL should somehow manage to bypass the lockdown. That did not prove to be necessary, however, as the Citadel dispatched a Lictor-class dungeon ship under the command of Inquisitor Hamir from Sojourn to take on the candidate. Specifically designed to hold Force sensitives, the Lictor class was equipped with adaptive subjugation caskets, energy cages, isolation chambers held in place by tractor beams in the middle of a hold filled with toxic gases, and numerous other means of neutralizing the advantages of even the strongest Force sensitives. Transferring the candidate from the Whisperbird to the dungeon ship required the combined efforts of Grand Inquisitor Yayazo, High Inquisitor Hamir, and their respective staffs, and resulted in the complete destruction of the Whisperbird and the death of Apprentice Inquisitor Doomdag. From that point on, however, the conveyance of candidate QL to the Citadel encountered no further impediments. After a long but uneventful journey up the Hydean Way and through the fortified core systems, the candidate was delivered to Prakith and remitted into the care of High Inquisitor Shine on the main landing platform of the Citadel Inquisitorius. Immediately afterwards, all records of the candidate's existence outside of Prakith were removed from any records to which the Inquisitorius had the requisite access, which includes all official files in the various successor states to the Galactic Empire, including the so-called New Republic, as well as the internal databases of Imperial Intelligence, the ISB, and the Ubictorate. At the current moment in history, the Empire may present an appearance of political and military dissolution. But that appearance is deceptive. Those agencies which have been doing the actual work all along, carrying out the Emperor's grand plans without regard to the vicissitudes of war and politics, are still committed to the same goals and still working towards them with determination and efficiency. The successful delivery of candidate QL to Prakith proves that the reach of the Empire is still as long, and its grip still as unyielding as ever. Prakith was a forbidding planet. Bare mountain ranges rose from its crust like cracked teeth, deep canyons split the surface, separating its landmasses more decisively than any oceans could. The closely packed stars of the galactic core overhead bathed the planet's night side in a dark twilight as the ambassador's shuttle approached. "Do you feel the dark side?" Sadie asked, bringing the shuttle in solo and almost grazed a few of the taller peaks. "It is everywhere here. Stronger in some places, but omnipresent." Baden Faz, sitting in the co-pilot seat, grunted a terse acknowledgement. Sure, this place was seething with the dark side, but it was also empty. Rocks and ruins had never interested him, no matter how much they rang with darkness from ages past. Then the shuttle cleared one mountain range and shot towards the foothills of another, and Faz perked up. Yes, that was more like it, a vortex of pain and despair, of sinister glee and dark satisfaction. It was not hard to guess its physical location, a tall black spire, looking like a mixture between an ancient temple and an insect hive, jutted out from among the mountains. "What's this?" he asked. "The Citadel Inquisitorius." Ambassador Sadie shut down an alarm and sent out a code that made the tower's superlaser batteries shut down almost before Baden Faz had even sensed the threat they posed. "Another Citadel." Sadie smiled. "Don't worry, we will return to your master soon. This is merely a quick stopover on the way." "Why?" "Why," the ambassador said, "when you visit a friend, you bring a gift." They sat down on the smallest of 3 platforms at the foot of the tower. Road guards escorted them inside without a word, into a hall so high its vaulted ceiling was lost in shadows. While Baden Faz was looking around for threats, a tall figure approached the ambassador, a woman in robes the color of dried blood, with a face so sharp Faz imagined she could split someone's skull by headbutting them. "Shine," Sadie greeted her, putting on his gregarious smile. "Moving up in the world, I see. Last time I visited you were only an angry little girl." He reached out to touch her cheek, and Faz could feel her struggling not to bite his hand. "I remember," she said, her voice hard. "How can I serve you this time?" She shifted her gaze to Baden Faz. "Are you bringing a candidate?" "Him? Oh no. He is not mine to give. Quite on the contrary, in fact, I'm here to take someone. The woman's eyebrows rose into steep triangles. You're taking an apprentice. Something like that. Not you though, I'm afraid. Why don't you show us what you have on offer? Bad and Fast decided not to care about the histories and hierarchies at play here. The ambassador loved this sort of game, he knew, poking at people's hang-ups, using their reactions to figure out their secrets, trying to see how far he could push them. Fast found that disgusting, but he had learned to ignore it during his time with Caden. Instead, he focused on the lives he felt around him, underneath the floor, above the ceiling, and behind the walls. There were only a few of them, but those glowed with hate or simmered with despair. The woman led them down a ramp and brought them face to face with some of them. A group of adolescents were engaged in a sort of fight, or dance, or workout. It was hard to figure out until Fast realized they were all pulling at each other with the force while simultaneously trying to resist the other's grips. This one has potential, Shine said, indicating the boy at the center of the group, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest and was willing everyone else towards him with obvious effort. His name is Brachis. You are attached to him, Caden observed. You do not want to let him go, but you think offering him to me will make him cling to you harder. The boy heard him and sneered, then twitched his shoulders to send two of the other trainees stumbling into him. Show us another. Shine took them down another level. Bad and Fast began to suspect that this place went as deep below the mountains as it poked up above them. In one cavernous dungeon, two young women were torturing a prisoner, probing various strands of nerves with long black needles and keeping detailed logs of his screams and physical reactions. In another, some older apprentices were studying a holographic map of the galaxy and highlighting the sites of known Jedi temples and sanctuaries. Each time Shine pointed out one particular apprentice, and each time Caden dismissed them with a snide remark. Enough, he said eventually. You are hiding someone. You can't stop attempting to distract me from that fact. You are not good at it, and never were. Take me too. Caden hesitated and reached out for Shine, his fingers brushing the back of her head. To him, the candidate. Shine shuddered, but she complied. Calling up 8 guards armed with force pikes, she led them to a repulsor platform that took them high into the tower at a speed that made Fast's ears pop. Up there, a cage hung suspended in midair, its glowing bars illuminating the shape of a boy within, a lanky teenager with a spotty face, whose sheer hatred outshone even the emotions roiling inside Shine. Very good, Caden said, beaming. This one will do just fine. Once again, Bad and Fast tuned out what was going on between Caden and Shine. This time he focused on the object of their haggling instead. The boy was spoiling for a fight. That much was obvious. Fast could feel him sizing him up, trying to decide if he would be a worthy opponent. Bad and Fast grinned at him. When the time came, it would be fun to find out. It did not take long for Caden to break through Shine's last few objections. Then they were on their way back to their ship, accompanied by a cadre of guards surrounding the floating cage. By surrendering the candidate to you, Shine said while the guards loaded the energy cage into the shuttle's hold, I divest myself of any and all responsibility for his or your own further fate. You do that, the ambassador said good-naturedly. It has been a pleasure seeing you again. Hopefully I will be able to visit more often in the future. Shine did not reply, but the expression on her face said everything her voice could not. She turned away and left with long, quick strides, leaving the guards to hurry after her. Did you notice? Caden asked as he prepared the shuttle for takeoff. She hates you, Fast replied. I don't think I want to know why. Oh, that was a given. No, I meant the clumsy way she tried to steer us toward the boy. Steer us toward him, but she was trying to distract us from him. Caden clicked his tongue. If you want someone to desire something, simply behave like it is secret. Pretend you don't want them to have it. Act like you want to keep it for yourself. Even HoloNet advertisers know this. Bad and Fast glanced at the hatch to the cargo compartment, suddenly uneasy. You're saying she wanted us to take him? She was terrified of him. They all were. She is probably weeping with relief right now, and gleefully picturing our demise at his hands. Bad and Fast tensed up. The surface of Prakith was falling away beneath them, and with another override code from the shuttle's computer, the orbital shields opened a gap just wide enough for the shuttle to pass through. You think he's going to break out of his cage? I know he is going to try. If things go well, we will be back at Byss before he succeeds. And if they don't? Sadi threaded the shuttle in between the patrol routes of Prakat's picket cruiser screen. You wanted to fight him, didn't you? Perhaps you'll get your wish. Chapter 29. The Gathering. Darth Sidious stood on the highest observation platform of his Citadel and watched his plans come to fruition. Dark shapes were moving beneath the maelstrom of stars that was the galactic core, their monumental size apparent even at this distance. UMAC Left's prototype World Devastator had arrived hours ago and was now taking its place in the orbital docks alongside the 2-score Imperial Leviathans that waited to be retrofitted into his sister ships. Leth himself was still on Thamark, overseeing the destruction of any and all evidence of this project, but he too would join his engineers here soon. Farther out in the system, invisible to the naked eye but clear as day to Palpatine's finer senses, the first ships of Sandor Dovardis' fleet were appearing from hyperspace. One of the smaller vessel's engines misfired on reversal, putting it on a ballistic course towards the sun. Most likely it had been damaged in the fighting retreat from the greater Siswina. But it was inconsequential, without even a single life form aboard, and the other ships promptly swerved to evade it before returning to formation. It was a good fleet, a disciplined one, forged in battles that had been lost only because they meant to lose. The superior general, as Dovardis called himself now, had turned up on the edge of the deep core with almost a full sector group's worth of ships and materiel a week ago. He had told Palpatine's agents in no uncertain terms that he meant to place his forces at the disposal of their true leader, so after some deliberation Palpatine had given the order to escort them here. Unlike the superstitious Jedi, Darth Sidious knew there was no such thing as a will of the Force. One could either impose one's will on the universe or let it crumble, without aim or meaning. Still, there were moments when everything just came together, when multiple lines of history intersected to create the possibility of something new. This was one such moment. Delverduce's forces increased the strength of Palpatine's assembled fleet by half again as much. With the new World Devastator spreading fear and confusion, and with Hera surprising the enemy on the southern flank, they would scatter the rebels like ashes before the wind. Once Isard gave him Coruscant, he would make an example of those warlords who did not immediately bend the knee upon his return. But those were minor issues, political trivia best left to Pestage and his ilk. What really mattered was not worldly power but dominion over the Force. The real conquest would begin right here on Byss tonight. The shuttle carrying Sadi and Batten fast swooped down from orbit in a narrow arc and set down on a platform a few stories below. Palpatine sensed the calm presence of his old friend aboard, the restless anger of the servant he had empowered only recently, and something else, something so intense it almost drowned out the rest. His thin lips stretching into a grin, Darth Sidious turned away from the stars and returned to his Citadel. This promised to be an epical night indeed. Chronal struggled to see. That seemed ironic, considering that his eyes were among the very small number of his organs that were still, in principle, completely functional. His nerveless legs had atrophied a long time ago. His arms and hands were newly encased in smooth black rock, except for 2 joints of one little finger, and even his skull had collapsed when the melters he had enslaved suddenly left the silicate mass they had animated and it turned back into cold, dead stone around and inside him. That Chronal had survived at all was a testament to his instincts. Apparently, without knowing, he had erected immaterial barricades around the crucial parts of his brain and the half-biological, half-mechanical parts required to keep it alive. He even still had a mouth of sorts, though it was filled with spiky black crystals. Traces of bone and skin within the rock could help to reconstruct a face, in time. Meanwhile, only his eyes poked out of the grotesque conglomerate he was stuck in, and they were having trouble focusing without the requisite muscles to pull them into shape. Chronal had used the Force for many things during his long and colorful career, but using it to replicate the functions of his limbic system had to be a new low. At least, he told himself, he could put names and context to most of the blobs and squiggly shapes he saw. There was the unmistakable figure of Masameta, accompanied by good old Saint Pestage. The real one, Chrono supposed, not the mad clone who had caused all of that hubbub on Ceatric IV. The third blob in the peanut gallery was Jane Droga, the Emperor's pet, who had come to pick him up from where he drifted after his botched escape from Endor. The brute probably expected Chrono to be thankful for dragging him back here. He could not have been more wrong. He had thwarted the dark when it was about to claim his greatest servant. In time, Chrono would make him pay for that. Chrono adjusted his eyes, cursing the cruel coincidence that had kept some of his pain receptors alive along with the optical nerves. The other attendants, those who were gathered in front of the throne, were more of a challenge to identify. He had met some of them, and he had surely read the files on all of them, but they were not the sort to spend time in the limelight. The woman he knew, she'd been his mole once, an operative embedded deep within the rebellion who had almost succeeded at eliminating Skywalker at some point. Shira Bree, who now called herself Lumaya. Something about her posture told him everything he needed to know. She aspired to be the new Vader, but a Vader without a master. He would have to watch her closely. That could turn out to be interesting. Also watching her, but with ironic bemusement rather than genuine interest, were two near-human males sporting horn headdresses and fancy robes. One was called Keuas, and the other something similar. They came from some planet whose Force-sensitive population had been wiped out by the Jedi long ago. Trenta, that was it. Chronal had never paid them much heed. They were close to the Emperor but did not seem to have any ambitions beyond hunting and enjoying life. The same could not be said of the man standing next to them. If he was in fact a man, Chrono's best agents had never been able to determine that for sure. Jahir Nefta, King Nefta of Radama, as he styled himself, affected the part of a wry old aristocrat, but the dark coiled and warped around him in ways that presaged violent destruction. When Caden had accused him of plotting to kill the Emperor back in the day, Chronal had assumed the Supreme Prophet simply wanted to rid himself of a rival. Looking at Nefta now, he was not so sure. The Emperor himself did not seem worried, however. He made his entrance via the long curving stairway along the outer wall of his throne room, surveying its occupants with a narrow grin as he descended. Chronal would have chuckled about the transparent theatrics. Of course, Palpatine was trying to show everyone he could still walk unassisted, despite his rapidly aging clone body, if he had not been in a rather awkward physical situation himself. "Dark Lady," he said, acknowledging Lumaya in a tone that was just on the verge of cackling. "Your apprentice is busy, I assume. He is trying out for a position among your sovereign protectors, my lord." Lumaya bowed so that her head remained level with Palpatine's as he stepped off the bottom stair. "Good." The Emperor moved on to the two priests of Trenta. Those did not bow, but they inclined their heads in respect. "Our tribute, my lord," the one said. "Fresh kills from Kashyyyk and the other Byss," the other added. Palpatine waved them off. "Keep them for now. You might have use of them in what is about to happen." "Still teasing, I see," King Nefta said. "My dear friend, not everyone likes surprises as much as you do." "Patience, Nefta. Our final guests are only just arriving." He turned to face the entrance, and Chrono found himself futilely straining to follow his gaze. Suddenly the rock he was encased in turned, and he noticed a look of cruel glee on the Emperor's face before the hall shifted in front of him. One thing Palpatine clearly liked even more than surprises was seeing those he viewed as his subordinates cut down to size and rubbing in their failures at every opportunity. But at least he had pushed Chrono around so that he could see the new arrivals. Ambassador Saidi, nominally of Pendary in the expansion region, had been a frequent guest at the Imperial Palace in better days. Like Nefta, he had a strange chaotic aura about him that made him feel more like a wizard than like any sort of trained Force user. Certainly powerful, but in a quaint and parochial way. He brought with him a hulking man with a scarred face, and eyes so red and bloodshot Chrono imagined they must feel almost like his own, and a boy in a cage who radiated a wild, angry power that would have made Chrono flinch if he still could. "Welcome back, Ambassador," Palpatine said, approaching them. "Bad and fast? I assume you have something to give to me." "Wasn't easy, my lord," the scarred man grumbled. No war. Kneel, Sadie admonished him. Baden fast obeyed at once, if rather clumsily. Palpatine stood in front of him, held out a hand, and put it against the man's forehead. Cronal would have sneered if he still had lips. So the omnipotent leader was reduced to leeching power off his subordinates now, like some sort of vampire by proxy. That did not bode well for his plans at all. Not enough that Palpatine was dependent on a fresh supply of clones and the requisite facilities, but he needed the loyalty and service of his servants to prop him up. And this, Palpatine said, stepping past the two and to the energy cage, this is a most welcome gift. I've been expecting you, my boy. The boy stood, snarling. I'm not your boy. I belong to no one. The energized bars crackled, and for a moment Cronal thought he would break through them by the sheer force of his anger, but then Palpatine waved his hand, and the side of the cage slid open without a sound. For a moment the boy stayed where he was, staring at the opening. Cronal saw Baden fast flex his muscles and Lumia's hand move toward the hilt of her light whip. The Emperor, meanwhile, merely stood there and waited. He did not move so much as a finger when the boy leapt out, landing in a low, primitive fighting stance, and looking around with all the ferocity of a cornered predator. You are mine, Palpatine said. Everyone here is mine. Everything in the galaxy is mine. This is the heart of my empire, and you will serve me. The boy's reaction was a sight to behold. Cronal's eyes registered nothing more than some more trembling and what he supposed were balled fists, but in the force of veritable storm of fury was whirling around the boy, the equivalent of a damaged reactor core seconds before it exploded. I am Cagalak, he screamed. I know who you are, the Emperor interrupted him calmly. And you know who I am. Would you like to kill me? The attack came too fast to see. Cronal felt the storm break loose, felt the boy's pent-up fury melt down in an exponential chain reaction, felt the boy throw all of his power towards his enemy, his nemesis, his grandfather. Oh, now that's interesting. Palpatine slapped him down. By the time Cronal managed to get his eyes to focus again, the boy was sprawled face down on the floor, cracks in the permacrete radiating from his point of impact. Palpatine had raised one hand in an almost casual gesture to pin him in place. You are mine, he repeated. The boy tried to rise, his hands scrabbling for purchase on the broken floor. He had barely raised his head by a hand's width when the Emperor slammed it back into the floor face first. You are mine. Another burst of hate swelled up inside the boy, but this time, instead of exploding, it transmuted into something entirely different. Cronal would have felt his mouth water if not for the lack of salivaries. He wanted to be defeated. He was looking for someone strong enough to be worthy of his respect. Yes, the boy ground out between clenched and broken teeth. I submit. Palpatine kept him down. You will serve me, without question or doubt. I will. Palpatine closed his fist. Cronal did not hear the boy's ribs crack so much as he felt it echo through the floor. I swear, the boy whimpered. Palpatine squeezed, and the boy slackened. For an instant it seemed certain he was dead, but then a whisper rose from his throat, barely audible even in the complete silence of the throne room. Please, the boy said with his last breath. Let me serve you. Only then did the Emperor release him. The boy coughed up liquid, spasm shaking his lanky frame. When he finally raised his head again, even Cronal could see he was broken. With slow, agonized movements, he stood, only to take one step towards his vanquisher and drop to his knees again. I am yours, he said. You always were. Palpatine turned away and walked to the middle of the loose circle formed by his subordinates. You have arrived at an auspicious time, my servant. Soon everyone will realize that they belong to me. Stay here and watch, if you have the strength for it. I do, my master. Good. Palpatine lifted a finger in the direction of the throne, and an elongated black box came flying into his hand. This is the Khan Heptad, he said, opening the box to reveal 7 gleaming stones inside. The 7 amulets of Lord Khan of the Sith. You found them all, Sadie said. I'm impressed. Khan was a fool, Palpatine continued, but in this he was right. It will not do for the galaxy's Darksiders to work at cross purposes and sap each other's strength. They need to be united under a common will. A gesture from him made the amulets rise out of their container. Another squeezed the box into a crumpled ball and dropped it. Khan, being weak, thought that will would emerge from the communion of his time's most powerful Darksiders. He failed, in fact. He failed so hard that one of my servants is still busy cleaning up the mess he made. He was talking about the Valley of the Jedi, Chrono realized. The place where Khan's spirit had been imprisoned along with thousands of others since his suicidal detonation of a thought bomb a millennium ago. Chrono had tasked Jarek with hunting down the valley and finding a way to take advantage of the power that those spirits represented. As far as he knew, Jarek was getting close but had not yet succeeded. I am not Khan, Palpatine said. I am not weak. Through these amulets, I will join your wills to mine, and together we shall compel every Darksider in the galaxy to serve us. To serve Al, you mean? For once, Chrono mused. It was probably better that he could not speak. He wondered how many of the others here had noticed how similar join your wills to mine sounded to chain your wills to mine. But it's not like any of us have a choice at this point, or do we? The amulets floated through the air to their recipients. One remained in the Emperor's open palm, one lightly touched Chrono's exposed finger, then seemed to melt against his skin until it stuck to it. As if I didn't have enough rock stuck to me already. He saw Lumiaya frowning at her amulet as it glued itself to the skin just below her throat. Keuas and his brother were visibly intrigued. Sadie was skeptical but curious, and Nefta, to Chrono's surprise, was a complete blank in the Force. Could it be that Chronal had underestimated the old wizard? Perhaps he would be the one. The 7 are complete, Palpatine said. You, all of you, are mine. Chronal blinked. Not literally, of course, but something close enough it almost felt as if he had eyelids again. What he saw was the dark. The dark personified, given a vaguely human shape, though it was less a figure than a portal to an infinite expanse, a glimpse of the truth behind the veil of the universe. Chronal had served the dark ever since he had left his homeworld in the unknown regions to enact the visions of the sorcerers of Rand upon the galaxy. He had aligned himself with Palpatine, both to learn his secrets and to exploit his empire for the purposes of the dark, a task made easier by his appointment as the head of the Ubictorate, the shadowy institution that controlled Imperial intelligence. The Emperor, to him, had been at once a valuable resource, a useful pawn, and a potential foe to maneuver around. Never until this day had he realized that Palpatine was the dark itself, and that all Chrono did or would ever do was in service to him. Forgive me, he pleaded without a tongue to speak, without a face to show his contrition. Now, and forever, I am yours. Sunlight was streaming through the arched windows of the dining room, so close to horizontal it threw a sharp outline of every cup, every plate, and every treat on the table onto the back wall. Platters were heaped with marinated meats, creatures perversely swollen far beyond their natural size through the magics of breeding, feeding, and genetic manipulation. Curiously similar to them in appearance, the largest lump in the silhouette was the dinner's host, Beldorian the Splendid, and even more curiously, he sat as quiet and unmoving as the food. What is it, Beldorian? Seti had asked. Moments ago, the Hutt had passionately held forth on the relative talents of his previous cooks, only to suddenly stop and stare into the middle distance. Droch got your tongue. Slowly, very slowly, Beldorian's red eyes focused again, his gaze drifting across the food before settling on Ashkit. There is something, he said. Something I haven't told you. Something important. Really? Ashkit leaned back. He'd been stuck on this planet for more than 20 years, with the Hutt as one of his only companions. That the verbose, sybaritic slug was the closest thing to a peer he could find in this place said all there was to say about his exile. By now he must have heard every story and opinion from Beldorian's 400 years of life many times over. Some years ago, Beldorian said, you made a plan. With the help of my cook and my Zim, you managed to smuggle some Droches off planet. There was a family nearby who had won the galactic lottery and were going to Palpatine's pleasure planet. I know, Ashkit said. Something must have gone wrong. What went wrong, Beldorian said, his expression uncharacteristically serious, is that you tried to kill the Emperor and failed. So, he is dead anyway. Seti Ashkit lifted his cup. I'll drink to that. Beldorian slammed the table with one pudgy hand, and on his far side the cup went flying, spattering Ashkit's robes with thick black liquid. He is not, the Hutt snarled. He is alive, and you will die for your betrayal. What? Ashkit was on his feet now, looking at Zim in the corner for reassurance. The mutated Drach's face revealed nothing, as usual, but there was a tension in his shoulders as he watched the Hutt rear up and slam the table aside. What is this nonsense? I will bring you to justice, Beldorian said, fumbling around for the lightsaber he kept in a compartment of his hoversuit. And then I will deliver your head to the Emperor and pledge fealty to him, as we both should have done a long time ago. Ashkit's eyes narrowed. This had to be a trick, one of the absurd games Beldorian liked to play to relieve the tedium of this world. But when the Hutt's lightsaber flared to life with the chilling snap hiss, former Senator Seti Ashkit turned and fled. Zim stayed in his shadowy corner and watched as Beldorian charged after him, his pectoral muscles propelling him across the floor under his own considerable power. Zim was in no hurry, and he had no favorites. Whether it was Beldorian who got him off this planet, or Ashkit, or someone else entirely, hardly mattered. In the end, he and his kin was spread across the galaxy to devour the essences of everyone alive. It was only a matter of time. Tall spider-like robots moved through the mist, touching the plants they passed with delicate movements that reminded Reganda Ismarin of kisses. Like kisses, their touch was a means to an end, to keep the vines healthy and well-fed so they would yield flawless fruit to sell at a profit. Reganda's share of those profits was small at present. She had made sure not to buy too much of a stake in the companies operating here, not enough to raise eyebrows and perhaps make someone curious enough to follow the money. They were hiding here, after all, and though they were well on their way, they could not yet control every computer system in the galaxy. One of the spiders twitched, a sudden stutter disrupting his otherwise smooth, unhurried movement. It reached out with its proboscis, but instead of kissing another plant, it spat a load of yellowish slurry at one of the harvest workers on the catwalks up in the vines. A vile curse echoed from above, followed by laughter, and a snicker from off to Reganda's side. Stop that, Irek, she told her son. But it's fun. It is unseemly. Irek huffed. This whole leprosy is unseemly. Why couldn't we have stayed on Coruscant? Because it is not safe. You know that. I watched the Holos, Mother. The attack they were talking about never came. It will, though. If you had not only watched but seen through the Holos, you would know that. The rebels will not stop before they take it. And if the rebels don't, one of the other factions will. Eddie is still on Coruscant. Reganda turned to him, the reproach stinging her tongue like a cube of calico ice. She swallowed it. Come inside now, she said instead. I might yet need to exploit your attachment to that girl at some point. Time for your lesson. The boy obeyed, if glumly. This, he said, gesturing as they entered. We are living in a prefab building previously owned by a criminal. We are hiding in caves. We are preparing. Reganda slipped off her outside shoes. We are keeping the galaxy in the dark. Ignorance and surprise, she stopped. Are powerful weapons. Irek rolled his eyes. I know. His mother did not respond. Instead, she straightened up, took a deep breath through her nose, and gripped her son's shoulder. But you are right, she said, her voice suddenly airy, excited. You are right. We should be leaving. Mother, did you think of something? Reganda shook her head, then nodded. Yes, I was wrong. Oh, I was so wrong. Her eyes shone as she looked into Irek's. Go and get McGrody. Make sure you take his notes. We leave at once. We do. Irek looked around as if to find the source of his mother's sudden change of heart. Why? Is there danger here? Did something happen? No, Irek. There is no danger here, but there is opportunity elsewhere. Imagine if we can join our power to the biggest power in the galaxy. The biggest power in the galaxy. But, Mother. Hush. Go now. Tell McGrody we are taking him back to his wife and daughter. That should speed things up. I will arrange everything else in the meantime. Reganda was trembling inwardly, with an excitement of a sort she had not felt since she had first arrived in the Imperial Palace and laid eyes on the Emperor himself. He'd been a disappointment then, in a physical sense, but things were different now. This time she would not have to fight and scheme to maintain her position. This time he would accept her as an ally. Not an equal, she would not have wanted a man who was merely her equal, but more than a decoration and distraction. Oh, so much more. She would return to the Emperor's court, and so would all of them, she realized with another thrill. Drost Elegen would be there. Irek's little friend Ederlath would be there. And Quest, Sarcev Quest would be there too. Until just now, the prospect would have made Reganda shudder. Quest had used her, and she had used him, and the fallout had almost cost both of their lives as well as Irek's. But this was a new day. Whatever enmities or emotional scars remained, the Emperor would resolve it all. Under his hand, under his unprecedented power, even she and Quest could be together again. When Reganda picked up the holocom, she realized she was crying. The Imperial Palace was many things to many people. A symbol, a seat of power, a stage to prance about vying for influence or prestige, an architectural abomination, a maze of secrets and dangers, or a dull workplace filled with petty bureaucrats. For Eddie, the palace was all of that. After all, she was a scion of the Imperial family and had to act the part. But more importantly, to her, it was a playground. Common buildings, Eddie knew, had one set of corridors and rooms, and that was it. She had visited common buildings on Naboo and his moons as well as here on Coruscant. It felt a little odd being in rooms with only one exit, but you got used to it quickly enough. The mansions appropriate to her class all had two sets of corridors and doors, one for people and one for the help. When she had no classes and there were no guests present, Eddie had sometimes been allowed to explore the servants' world of narrow stairs, of food elevators, and hidden doors. The Imperial Palace had those too, in a larger and more elaborate fashion suited to the needs and desires of officials, advisors, and representatives from 1,000 worlds. But to Ederlath's delight, her friend Irek had shown her a third layer of accessways that existed here behind the walls, between the floors, and in the empty spaces of the climate system. While the servant paths were designed to be unobtrusive, this layer was seriously hidden. She would never have found the access points without Irek's help. They called it their whisper stairs even though there were hardly any stairs, just crawl spaces, hatches, and ladders. She was lying in one of those crawl spaces now, flat on her belly with her head propped up on one hand and her face pressed to the ventilation grill. On the other side of the grill, the bad man was talking to someone. It was one of the more comfortable meeting rooms, with black couches on a burgundy hardwood floor and a serving droid handing out drinks from the tray mounted in front of his belly. "We agree, then," the other man said. Ederlath struggled to remember his name. He was an important functionary, and she was supposed to know the names and faces of every important functionary in the palace, but somehow all the men of his type, pallid, soft, with ridiculous hats that changed weekly according to inscrutable fashions, kept blending together in her mind. "I will draw up the investigation," he said. "Classified, of course, but time-stamped. You will send me a file with all the crimes you want to pin on her." Punishment, Eddie thought. The president of the Bureau of Punishments, but his name still eluded her. "I will do no such thing," the bad man said. "Nothing about this gets sent anywhere. Hard copies only, off the HoloNet, no connected devices. You will write down the things I tell you, and I will supply an inert data chip with corroborating evidence." His tongue slipped on the last two words, and he made a dismissive gesture. "But not today. Let's reconvene sometime. I'll get to you." "Of course." The president stood. "I am trusting you with a lot, Sarcev." He held out his empty glass for the droid to take. "With the future," the bad man said, taking a fresh glass from the tray. "Never less than that." He waited until the door had swished closed behind his guest, then downed the drink in one big gulp. "Gotta make sure my name is nowhere on that file," he muttered to himself, "in case I need to sell you out to Isard on the fly." The bad guy was nearly always drunk these days. His real name was Sarcev Quest, but Irek had always simply called him the bad guy. He never said why, though Eddie suspected it had something to do with Irek's mother. Eddie liked watching him because he met with interesting people, and he knew a lot of secrets, and because she knew it was dangerous. Quest took another drink. Round about time, he slurred, looking at his chrono. Any time now. Wonder if Jax got out. He threw back the drink and burped, then dug his comlink out of his pocket. Hey, seized, any news from Jax? Which Jax would that be, sir? A tinny voice sounded from the comlink. There are approximately. The bad man belched out a curse that made Eddie blush. You know exactly who. He broke off suddenly, almost dropping the comlink. Sir, the droid's tinny voice sounded after a while. To answer your question, I have not received or intercepted any communications from or to Master Jax since. This time the curse was even dirtier, roared in such a deep, forceful timbre that Eddie trembled in her hiding place and had to suppress a squeak. She would have to remember that one, she thought, for when Shirilla wanted to make Dame Varuna mad. Then Sarcev Quest threw his glass at the wall right next to her, where it shattered with an ear-splitting noise. Now she did squeak. There was no helping it. It only took 2 steps for the bad man to cross the room. Eddie backed up in a panic, pushing herself backwards and scrambling for the ladder that had to be some way behind her. But he ripped off the grill and pulled her out, not with his hands but with the force. On instinct, Eddie reached out to break her fall against the floor, but to her horror she landed straight in the bad man's arms instead. You, he said, squinting at her with watery eyes. His breath smelled of liquor, even worse than Dame Varuna's did after a night in town. Yes, I'll take you as a hostage. No. He reached for his forehead, squishing her head against his bulging arm. Eddie wanted to struggle, but her body knew it was no use. No. As a gift. He loosened his grip a little, looking her up and down as if to see if he had broken anything. Yes, but, oh. He dropped her. Luckily, he was standing next to one of the black sofas, so Ederleth only hit her head a little on the armrest. Have to think of it, the bad man mumbled. Trained myself not to think of it, but now I have to think of it. The droids. Gravitational field disruptors. He bent over Eddie with the speed of a raptor swooping down on his prey. Remind me of it? He yelled at her. Droids. Gravitational field disruptors. D-droids, Eddie whispered. Gravitinal, what? But Quest had turned away again, frantically looking for his comlink on the floor. Ceased. He yelled into it when he found it. Priority message. Whatever channels you can find. To Jax. To Byss. To the Bree woman, whoever you can get. The droids. Beg pardon, sir. The droid on the other end asked. Quest whirled on Eddie. Say it. Remind me. The, gravitonic field distorters. Gravitational field disruptors. The bad man shouted into the comlink, so loud that Eddie was sure his circuits would be fried by the sound pressure alone. Gotta warn them? Sir, I have no data on the whereabouts of Master Jax, or whoever the Bree woman is. As for Byss, please specify whether you mean the planet in the Outer Rim's Ash World sector, or the one in the Beshkek system. The comlink fell silent, crushed in the bad man's hand. Too late, he whispered tonelessly. I'm sorry, Jax. Forgive me, my lord. It's too late. Then he fell to his knees and cried. All over the galaxy, every sentient being that had ever touched the dark side stirred. Mara Jade leapt from her cot, her blaster flying into her hand. Arden Lynn gasped and almost lost her grip on the line that connected her to the asteroid. Lord Hethrier paused in the inspection of his slaves to look up at the stars turning above his world craft, a new sense of grandiose purpose coursing through him. Asherad Het, elbow deep in the guts of a droid, snarled at the uncaring sky. At the foot of the Emperor's Citadel, in the deep moat that separated the tower from the sprawling city around it, Carnor Jax was fighting a rancor when it happened. The sovereign protectors whose ranks he meant to join had shoved him into the pit where the mutated beast was waiting, hungry, and driven mad by the sounds, the smells and the miasma of the dark side that wafted from the Emperor's laboratories in the Citadel's base. He had barely managed to stay alive so far, wondering more than once if they had put him here to die because they guessed his true motives for wanting to serve in the Emperor's guard. But all of a sudden, just as he vaulted over a gigantic claw that would have crushed him in another split second, none of that mattered. Not the rancor, not the rogue sovereign protectors lining the rim of the pit, not even his plans and ambitions, his secret alliances with King Nefta, with Lumaya, or with Quest. The only thing that mattered now was that he had to warn him. He needed to warn the Emperor about the attempt on his life, without delay. He did not know exactly what Sarcev Quest had planned. In the name of operational security, Quest had kept the details hidden not only from Jax but even from his sober self. But whatever it was, he had to tell the Emperor that something was coming. He ran at the rancor head-on, jumping at the last moment to land on his head, only to kick off again in the same instant and vault out of the pit in a high arc. 4 sovereign protectors hefted their force pikes when he landed among them, and a hulking sentinel lumbered forward from the back to grab him. Again Carnor Jax leaped, with the strength brought about by desperation mingled with a burning, unprecedented sense of purpose. The tip of his boot touched the tip of the sentinel's helmet, giving him just enough of a boost to reach one of the turbolaser emplacements that stood out from the tower like bristles. He grabbed hold of the nozzle and pulled himself up, his eyes scanning the walls ahead for the nearest entrance into the Citadel. He had to get up there. He had to. Belatedly, it occurred to him to use his connection with King Nefta, the thought bridge provided by the symbionts in the wine the king had given him to drink, to pass on his message. He clung to the turbolaser shaft, closed his eyes, and tuned out the noise of the guards preparing to shoot him down. Nefta, he thought. You need to tell him. Now. But where King Nefta should have been, there was only a sucking emptiness, a black hole filled with cackling laughter. The spear struck his back. Without his armor, it would have stabbed right through him, and by his kidney and out through his chest. As it was, it only cost him his balance, and he dropped down into the waiting mass of guards. Listen to me, he yelled as they grabbed hold of him and delivered him into the unyielding arms of the sentinel. You have to tell the Emperor. Something terrible is about to happen. Then the sun exploded. Chapter 30. Cataclysm. The dark side burns. It is a flame, a source of energy, fed the right purpose, and fanned with will, it can grow into a roaring fire. But where the will is weak, the purpose lacking, it flickers and dims like a candle in 0G. Many who could be powerful are not, simply because they lack direction. Many who might conquer a galaxy do not, as long as their parochial ambitions suffocate their will. But now a wind was blowing through the galaxy. No more than a draft at first, a breeze, it gained in intensity by the millisecond. Pathetic flames began to swell and hiss. Smoldering embers flared up with a sudden crack. In a great spiral, a hurricane of the dark side, all of them were drawn to the center of the galaxy, to the all-encompassing will that was the Emperor's. Palpatine laughed, a cackling sound that echoed through the worlds. This was the true beginning of his dark empire. All of them were at his command, they all belonged to him, and wielding their powers he would rend the very fabric of the universe. Then the sun exploded. The Beshkek system had 2 suns. Beshkek itself, a massive O-type star so bright it could be seen from Procket even through the sea of light that was the deep core, and a comparatively small blue dwarf, an ancient star with barely any luminosity that had been captured by the larger star at some point in the past. They orbited each other at a distance so small they could be treated as a single gravity well for most practical calculations. When Sander Delvardis' fleet had arrived in the system, it had brought a stowaway, a heavily armored Omega-class shuttle crewed and piloted exclusively by droids. When Sarcev Quest had asked Delvardis to take the shuttle along with his fleet, as his only condition for pointing him the way towards the once and future Emperor, the superior general had thought little of it. A secret storage, he assumed, or something of the sort. Something Quest wanted safe but away from the conflicts plaguing the outer galaxy. He could not have been more wrong. The astromech on board the shuttle had been programmed with a simple task. As soon as the ship arrived in the Beshkek system, the droid was to get the ship in as close to the system's blue dwarf as possible. The risk that anyone would try to stop an insignificant box of metal that showed neither weapons nor life signs as it hurtled towards a star on a ballistic course were vanishingly small, so no further instructions had been required. The 50 heavy-duty mining droids crammed into the shuttle's hold, meanwhile, had a somewhat more finicky task. They were to wait until the larger star's heat and ejecta had abraded most of the wall and armor plates on the sunward side, then punch through the hot, melted remaining metal and bring the full load of gravitational field disruptors to bear. The GFDs were sturdy instruments. With the blue dwarf between the mining droids and the scalding hell that was Beshkek, they were good for one shot each, on maximum power, before they melted. The mining droids, designed for work in extreme environments such as Mustafar or Serapin, lasted for a few minutes longer. In their final moments, they were able to witness something unprecedented in the entire history of the galaxy. The blue dwarf is already considerable mass amplified to the 9th power by the gravitational field disruptors, plunging straight into the heart of his much bigger neighbor, the gigantic sun that was Beshkek. The effect was immediate and grandiose. Among the biggest stars in the galaxy, O-types tend to hover on the edge of going nova for most of their lifespans, and when they do, it is always a sudden, violent event. Other stars might take years or decades to switch from burning hydrogen to shedding their outer layers. Beshkek merely contracted for a moment, as if tightening his belly before a monumental burp. Then it flung itself apart. Uncounted megatons of burning solar matter hurtled towards Byss, the Emperor's paradise world, preceded by a burst of radiation so strong it could burn the flesh off the bones of 100 planets worth of beings in an instant. Every ship in orbit around Byss that happened to be on the sunward side was instantly destroyed, including the newly arrived prototype for Umac-Leth's world devastators. The power of technology, even at the gargantuan level the Empire commanded, had never been more obviously insignificant next to the forces of nature. Somewhere on Byss, near the base of the black needle that stuck out from the planet all the way into orbit, Carnor Jax screamed. There was no time to think. No time to decide. The attack came at light speed. Only a Sith's intuitive defenses, trained to catch laser blasts and expect deadly backstabbing at any time, had any hope of stopping it. Even so, it was too much. Even Darth Sidious, conqueror of the galaxy and sole survivor of the chaos, could not halt the onslaught of an exploding star. He might have been able to save himself, cocooning his body in pure dark side energy by feeding off the deaths of everyone around him, but it would do him little good to merely keep this one decrepit body intact while all of his clones and all of his resources burned away. He had been outmaneuvered and blindsided. Whoever his enemy was and however they had done it, they had thrown more at him than he could handle, at least on his own. But he was not on his own. Using the Khan Heptad, the 7 amulets forged by Lord Khan a millennium ago in his quest to unite the Sith, Palpatine had turned 6 of the galaxy's most powerful Force users into extensions of his will, and together, they could tap the potential of every Darksider in existence. He did not waste any time before sucking them dry. Everything he could get, every erg of power he had access to, he threw at the stellar tsunami coming to consume him. Far beyond the galactic plane, an alien overlord's misshapen gesture stumbled and fell on his face, much to the delight of the assembled warlords he had just ridiculed. In the Emperor's secret storehouse on Wayland, the Guardian lost his mental grip on the captives he had coerced into helping him fix the shuttle, and they turned on him with bleary, hungry eyes. Right behind Palpatine himself, Baden fast groaned and clawed at his scarred face as he sunk to the ground, and even Kagalak had to hold on to the cage that had brought him here for balance. The 6 allies the Emperor had brought into his heptad, meanwhile, had arrayed themselves to either side of him, mirroring each of his gestures in perfect synchrony. Only Cronal, encased in rock, appeared outwardly inert, but the powers he sent forth were at least as potent as the others. And if there was a twitch of the finger from King Nefta, or a quick sideways glance from the Dark Lady Lumaya, it was lost in the blinding glare that threatened to devour the world. The city was magical even on ordinary days, but every once in a while it surprised Zack with yet another display of otherworldly beauty. He stood on the roof of their house, little Z on his arm, as the light of the sinking sun suddenly tripled in intensity, quintupled, then just kept flaring up at a rate even Zack lacked a word for. Luminous buildings sloped up all around him in organic shapes. The sudden brightness flooding through them gave the city the appearance of a frozen meadow surrounding the huge black tree that was the Citadel. Zack held a hand before the baby's eyes and averted his own. "Zack," his sister Tash called from downstairs. "What did you do?" Zack laughed and held out a hand for little T to hold on to as the girl came scrambling up through the skylight beside him. "Don't look there, sweetie," he told her. "It'll hurt your eyes. Turn this way. Aren't the shadows beautiful?" "What did you?" Tash repeated. Then she stuck her head out through the window frame and stopped. "Is that the sun?" "I don't know," Tash said. "I didn't do it. Maybe they figured since everybody liked the fireworks so much." Tash climbed up and stood beside him, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Zack," she said quietly, so the kids wouldn't hear. "Zack, something's wrong." "It's only light," Zack reassured her. "It's a spectacle." "No, I mean, something is wrong about all of this. About this place. About you and me." She shuddered. "About the children." "Lou, Lou," little T shouted, pointing where she was not supposed to look. "Bubba." Zack turned his head, squinting through his eyelashes. The brightness had dimmed a little. It still filled the entire sky, but it appeared somewhat contained now. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust before he saw what little T meant between the light in them. As meaningless as that distinction sounded, a scintillating layer had formed, like thin oil on the surface of a puddle. "Like a soap bubble. See," he told Tash, squeezing her shoulder. "It is spectacular. This is a magical place, Tash, and there is nothing here we need to be afraid of." The wind was strong, but it was not equally strong everywhere. There were swirls and eddies and slipstreams that canceled each other out in some places, creating ephemeral zones of calm. That was all King Nefta needed. While Palpatine, brave, headstrong Palpatine, heroic as ever, was channeling the power of the dark side through him and the others, using them as a lens to focus the potential of a galaxy, Nefta went sailing. He let his mind drift through the currents, used the quiet places to turn and decide which flow to go with, then leaned into those that would take him closer to his goal. He did not know his goal at first. Some other wandering mind, perhaps. Some place resistant to the storm, or something else interesting. Wherever there was strong, correlated movement, whenever something shifted as suddenly as the balance of power in the galaxy was shifting now, there also was tremendous opportunity. He found his in a mind right next to him. A woman's mind struggling to pull out from the stream, to break free of the amulet's compulsion. "Lumia." It took a twitch of one finger to get her attention, a blink of her eyes to show she agreed. The next part was harder, but nowhere near impossible. While Palpatine fought down the sun, sending exaduals of hard radiation back into space, and compressing matter that had been expanding at 2/3 of lightspeed back into something resembling a star, Nefta showed Lumia how to regain her freedom. In the end, it proved easier than anticipated, whether because she was stronger than he thought or because someone else was aiding her behind the scenes, he could not tell. Not that it mattered. When Lumia broke loose, it was over. It was the woman with the triangular headdress who had turned up on Byss out of the blue, the woman with the light whip who had killed his mentor, Asrical. Cagalok remembered little of his life before, but that he did remember. He had no idea who she was, nor did he care. When she wrenched herself out of her position at the Emperor's side and reached for her light whip, Cagalok knew what he had to do. His ribs ached, his lungs burned, and his legs felt like jelly, but he flung himself towards her anyway. Lacking a blade, he forced the Force itself into his weapon, a burst of anger, sharpened to a point, that drained his last reserves as he shoved it at her neck. She had crept up behind the Emperor, moving as if against a surging tide, and was raising her light whip for the fatal blow when she felt the attack coming. With a hiss from her mouth and her whip both, she whirled around, and Cagalok's attack struck her right in the throat. He watched her collapse to the floor, gasping and clawing at the spot where he had hit her. For a moment their eyes met, and Cagalok allowed himself a predatory grin. "You are not taking away this one, Which? The witch was grinning too, for some reason. Before the boy could puzzle it out, she raised her head again and took her hand off her throat. Her throat, where the amulet had been. The amulet that had bound her to Palpatine, whose influence she had been struggling to escape. The amulet Caga had inadvertently dislodged with his attack. Caga balled his fists in rage, but he was spent. The woman, meanwhile, hooked the whip to her belt and ran, leaping past the boy and out of the room with sudden nimbleness. He would have followed her if his muscles had obeyed him, but it was too much even to get up from where he had landed after his assault on her. At least she had not killed the Emperor, Caga thought, a moment before the Emperor died. It was too much. With the help of the Khan Heptad, Darth Sidious had barely managed to turn back the wave of light and save his world. But with the Heptad broken, with Lumaya gone, and her amulet inert, the raw, unbalanced energies flowing through him were more than his aging body could bear. He'd been betrayed again. He was coming apart again. The last emotion Palpatine felt before his mind was ripped into the void was pure, black anger.